Chapter 3207. The three of them continued to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao for another 1,000,000 years. For the three of them, this 1,000,000 years passed very quickly. For Fu Yunyi and Yinya, the 1,000,000 years of exchange of pointers and discussions might not have any effect on their improvement. After all, they had already reached the pinnacle realm. If they took another step forward, they would surpass the law realm. But for Qin Shao, these 1,000,000 years were a great harvest. This kind of exchange of pointers and discussions allowed Qin Shao to understand the Tao in detail, to comprehend the Tao in depth, and to slowly grasp the foundation of the Tao. The laws were like a boundless ocean. Every drop of water, every undercurrent, every turbulent wave, these were the true essence of the Tao. Wandering in this ocean of Tao was a sumptuous feast for those who thirsted for knowledge. But for those who found it difficult to comprehend, it would directly drown them. During the 4,000,000 years in the magic array, Qin Zhao's body and mind were completely immersed in the cultivation and comprehension of the Tao of light, Tao of darkness, and all living things. He had been eating his sumptuous feast. 4,000,000 years of comprehension and accumulation pushed Qin Zhao's three fundamental laws to an extremely high point, a point that could be broken through at any time. Once this point was reached, it would be the foundation for a breakthrough. The prerequisite had been met, and the next step was to break through this point, break the barrier, and reach the pinnacle realm in one fell swoop. It could be said that Qin Zhao's cultivation of the three fundamental laws had already reached the final step. Of course, it was also the most difficult step. Wanting to take this final step was too difficult. The exchange of pointers and discussions had already reached the limit, and it was impossible to improve anymore. Therefore, Qin Shao ended the exchange of pointers and discussions with Fu Yunyi and Yinya, and returned to the magic array once again. Fu Yunyi and Yinya did not understand Qin Zhao's actions, and the two of them could only wait silently. This wait lasted for another 2,000,000 years. 6,000,000 years of comprehension and cultivation, 6,000,000 years of accumulation, finally produced a qualitative change. Finally, it exploded. This is how all things are. A bright light emerged in Qin Zhao's mind, illuminating all the darkness and understanding. Once the Tao was connected, it felt as if the world had suddenly become clear. Everything was connected and understood. The law of all creation was the first to break through to the point of perfection. The breakthrough seemed to have a chain reaction. The breakthrough of the law of all things also caused the transformation of the law of light and the law of darkness. Soon, the law of light broke through again. The laws of darkness were also connected. In the end, he managed to make a breakthrough in one go. Qin Shao had made a breakthrough in the three great fundamental laws at almost the same time, reaching the realm of perfection one after another. Qin Zhao's 5 great fundamental laws had all broken through to the realm of perfection, becoming a perfect whole. The 5 of them combined into one, causing another qualitative change. Qin Shao also clearly felt the changes brought about by the perfect unity, which made him feel as if he had peeked into the origin of this world. He had cultivated the 5 great fundamental laws to the pinnacle of perfection, and his words were the law. With just a thought, he could overturn cities and overturn the earth. He could easily control the sky and use this world for his own use. This feeling was a little beyond the world. This was the feeling of being in the world god realm. Of course, this was just a feeling. Qin Shao was still a third-step ancient saint, not a world god realm. It was just that the perfect unity of the 5 great fundamental laws was enough to fight against a world god realm existence. The breakthrough of the 3 great fundamental laws had indeed improved Qin Zhao's strength by a lot. 6,000,000 years of cultivation didn't disappoint. In fact, it has far exceeded my expectations. Sure enough, cultivation still needs good opportunities to make faster and greater breakthroughs. If it's just cultivation accumulation, it's a very long process. I've cultivated the 5 great fundamental laws to the pinnacle of perfection. My accumulation, which has always been relatively weak, is now relatively strong. In my current state, It's enough for me to break through to the fourth step ancient saint realm in one go. However, I can't break through easily. In terms of breaking through the realm, it was indeed not a big deal. He could break through at any time. However, for Qin Shao, it was as simple as breaking through his own realm. There was also the breakthrough and improvement of his inner world. When he broke through the realm, it was also the best time to improve his inner world. However, the improvement of his inner world required a large amount of chaotic energy. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally couldn't break through easily. Let's not talk about the breakthrough for now. What he needed to do now was to figure out how to tear open this magic array and leave this place. After the perfect unity of the 5 great fundamental laws, Qin Shao also gained some confidence. Qin Shao didn't hesitate and immediately began to crack the magic array. Now that he had an absolute understanding of the 5 basic laws, studying the magic array became a lot easier. He could quickly understand every subtlety of the magic array. After figuring out these subtleties, he could think of a way to deal with it. This time, it went very smoothly. It didn't stump Qin Shao, and it was just as Qin Shao had expected. Soon, Qin Shao found a way to tear open an opening. He was fully confident that he could leave this magic array. Success. Now it seems that it's not that difficult. Difficulties are only temporary. No matter how difficult it is, there will always be a solution. It's just a matter of whether you dare to think about it or not. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He walked out of the magic array and arrived in front of Fu Yunyi and Yinya. When the two saw the smile on Qin Shao's face, they immediately thought that he should be confident. Let's go. I'll take you out of here, Qin Shao said with a smile. Although the two of them had thought of it, when they heard Qin Shao say it himself, they were still surprised and happy. Being trapped in this damned place, they had always wanted to leave. They had always felt some despair. They felt that with their strength, there was no way to leave. But they didn't expect that Qin Shao would come. Originally, they were very worried about Qin Shao. They also thought that Qin Shao might be trapped here, but they didn't expect that Qin Shao would really succeed. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He took the two of them and began to break the magic array. Naturally, there was no accident. He directly tore open an opening and then walked out of the magic array through that opening. As soon as he walked out, he appeared in the place where Saintess Chu Luo brought him last time. They were out. Qin Shao smiled. Although he was very confident, when he really brought Fu Yunyi and Yinya out, his mood was very different. Fu Yunyi and Yinya were also very happy. They hugged each other. They had never been so embarrassed in their lives. Being trapped in a magic array for millions of years, they were in despair. Qin Shao, you are really amazing. You really brought us out of the magic array. It's incredible. I knew you would be able to do it, but I didn't expect that you only used 6 million years to do it. I thought that it would take at least tens of millions of years. It seems that I have greatly underestimated your talent. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed worthy of being the man that Sister Yunyi likes. Sister Yunyi, why did you pinch me? Yinya looked at Qin Shao with a look of admiration, while Fu Yunyi's face flushed red from her words, and she secretly pinched her. Being able to walk out of the magic array so quickly, Fu Yunyi's heart was filled with emotions. When she had first seen Qin Shao enter the magic array, she had indeed been very worried and angry. She was really afraid that Qin Shao would also be trapped in the magic array. That was equivalent to ruining Qin Zhao's life. She was already prepared. If Qin Shao couldn't crack the magic array within 20 million years, then she didn't care so much and directly asked her father for help. She would never allow Qin Shao to be trapped in the magic array for a long time. That was equivalent to destroying Qin Shao. However, Qin Zhao's performance had indeed shocked her to the core. He really did it, something that others would never be able to do. Qin Shao was actually able to do it in a short 6 million years. While she was shocked, she was also full of joy. She was very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's gaze fell in front of him. A figure appeared there. It was none other than Saintess Chimera. Senior Saintess Chimera, thank you. Qin Shao cupped his fist towards Saintess Chimera. Saintess Chimera looked at Qin Shao with a smile. Her eyes were full of admiration and praise. She smiled and said, "Thank me? What do you mean by that? What did I do to deserve Lord Qin Zhao's thanks? I didn't help you in any way in this matter. I don't dare to accept your thanks. On the contrary, I really admire you. I thought that it would be absolutely heaven-defying for you to be able to come out in 10 million years. But I didn't expect that you only took 6 million years to come out. That's so much earlier than my best-case scenario. TSK, it's really incredible. You're worthy of being one of the most talented people of this era. I'm completely convinced." Qin Xiao smiled and said, "It's always reasonable to thank someone. Your senior master Chalaro is definitely worthy of a word of thanks from this Qin Xiao. I won't say anything unnecessary. We won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Senior Saintess Chimera, please send my regards to Heavenly Abyss Island Lord and thank him for treating my two friends well." Saintess Chimera didn't say much. Instead, she nodded at Qin Xiao and said, "All right, I'll see you out." Qin Xiao didn't refuse. Under Saintess Chimera's personal escort, the three of them naturally left Heavenly Abyss Island smoothly. Soon, they saw Brother Pure and the others. They didn't speak along the way. In the end, Saintess Chimera said, "Qin Xiao, after today's farewell, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to meet again. If fate allows us to meet again in the future, I'll definitely have a few drinks with you and talk about romance." "Ha." Qin Xiao also smiled and said, "All right, I look forward to seeing you again next time. As long as the green hills don't change, the clear water will always flow. I also believe that there will be a time when we meet again. Elemental Saint region, I'll probably come again." After bidding farewell to Saintess Chimera, Qin Xiao and the others quickly left this place. This wasn't a place to stay for long. If there's anything to say, it's better to leave this place first. Very quickly, the seven of them left the sea. Only then could they be considered to have left Heavenly Abyss Island completely. They could be considered to be absolutely safe. They could be completely at ease. Fu Yunny and Yinya were rescued, and Qin Xiao also benefited greatly from this operation and made a breakthrough. With these two happy events added together, everyone was in a good mood. They were originally worried that they would have to fight, but fortunately, it was resolved very peacefully in the end. Chapter 32:08. The people have been successfully rescued, and the purpose of this trip to the Elemental Sanctuary had been achieved. This rescue mission, for Qin Xiao, could be considered as a fruitful trip. Not only did he cultivate the 3 fundamental laws to perfection, but he also had the confidence to make a breakthrough in his realm. He only needed a good environment to make a breakthrough. Qin Xiao couldn't be in a hurry to make a breakthrough in his realm. He had to be patient. But for the Elemental Sanctuary, Qin Xiao still had some thoughts about it and was reluctant to leave for a while. The first time he came to the Elemental Sanctuary, was he going to leave in a hurry? "Brother, why don't I accompany you to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? Since we're already here, I'm not willing to leave like this." Brother Pure naturally understood Qin Zhao's mood, so he said this. "Go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace?" To be honest, Qin Xiao also wanted to go, but Qin Xiao also knew that with his current strength, going to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace would be asking for a rebuff. Besides, what kind of place was the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? It was the supreme holy land of the Elemental Sanctuary, the place where all the power of the Elemental Sanctuary gathered. How could an outsider easily enter such a place? Moreover, the person Qin Xiao wanted to see was the young palace master of the Water Palace, which was even more impossible. Going to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace was not very practical. Qin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. With his current strength, whether it was a visit or a barge, it was impossible. So, this matter was indeed very helpless. Forget it. Let's put this idea aside for the time being. How about this, Qin Xiao? Let's travel around the Elemental Sanctuary. Just think of it as cultivation. Anyway, what we need now is to travel and cultivate. Miss Fu Yunny and the others can do their things first. We don't need to be together, so let's split up. Brother Pure proposed another idea. This idea made Qin Zhao's heart move. It was indeed a feasible idea. Fu Yunyi and the others had their own things to do. Naturally, they wouldn't be with Qin Shao and the others. It was okay to separate here. After knowing what Qin Shao and Brother Pure were thinking, Fu Yunyi took the initiative to say that they had something to do and left. After the 5 of them left, only Qin Shao and Brother Pure were left. Brother Pure patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "Let's go, brother. Let's walk around the elemental sanctuary and get to know more about it." Qin Shao nodded. In order to make it easier for them to move, they also disguised themselves as people of the elemental sanctuary. They were all third-step Empyrean saints, so it would be difficult for ordinary Empyrean saints to detect them. It would not be a problem to deal with ordinary situations. Compared to the Great Path Saint realm of the Celestial realm, the Elemental Saint realm did not feel as heavy on cultivation. Comparatively, it was more comfortable and leisurely. Here, there were many magic academies and magicians' guilds. These 2 types were the most common. After walking around the Elemental Sanctuary for a while, Qin Shao found something interesting. "Brother Pure, I've seen people from the Magicians' Guild appear frequently recently. It seems that there should be something important." Qin Shao said. Brother Pure also noticed this situation and nodded. "Yes, we've been to several cities recently, and we've seen the same situation. The Magicians' Guild is the supreme organization of the Elemental Sanctuary. It is controlled by the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. The outstanding people of the entire Elemental Sanctuary will join the Magicians' Guild. The Heavenly Law Dao Palace only attracts the geniuses of the world, but the Magicians' Guild is much broader than the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. If the Magicians' Guild was not controlled by the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, then the 2 might be on par. This Magicians' Guild is a bit interesting. It has a long history, and the concept has been deeply ingrained. The people of the Elemental Sanctuary are proud to join the Magicians' Guild as a symbol of status." Qin Shao nodded. "It seems that there really is something important. Let's check it out." Previously, they had also learned about the situation of the Magicians' Guild in detail and found some interesting things. The Magicians' Guild was divided into a total of 1 to 9 stars. 1 star was the lowest, and 9 stars was the highest. This division was also based on strength. 1, 2, and 3 stars were at the Divine Realm. 4, 5, and 6 stars were at the Ancient Sage Realm. 7 and 8 stars were the World God Realm, and 9 stars should be at the Reincarnation Supremacy Realm. Of course, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not have a deep understanding of the specifics, but their general inference was similar. In some cities, a 3-star magician was already of very great existence, and his status was absolutely high. When Qin Shao and Li Wuyo passed by several cities, they saw many 3-star magicians gathering and moving around. They even saw some 4-star magicians moving out. Baylor City, a small border city. Qin Shao, on the other hand, heard a piece of news that made him excited. Hearing this news, Qin Shao was indeed a little excited. The Magicians' Guild only holds the Sanctuary Magicians' Sacred Assembly once in an era. It is said that the Heavenly Law Palace will send a very important person to preside over the Magicians' Sacred Assembly, and they will also give out very rich rewards. So this Magicians' Sacred Assembly has made the entire Magicians' Guild excited. The magicians of the entire Elemental Sanctuary are all excited and want to participate in this Magicians' Sacred Assembly. The Heavenly Law Palace will send a very important person to preside over the overall situation. There has been a lot of news that the person sent is very likely to be the newly elected young palace master of the Water Palace, Gu Lingwei. Although it was only a rumor for the time being, it had already made Qin Shao a little excited. With such a rumor, there should be no waves without wind, so Qin Shao felt that there should be such a possibility. Regardless of whether it was true or not, at least it was certain that the Heavenly Law Palace would send a lot of people to participate. So, this was definitely a great opportunity. How could Qin Shao let go of such a good opportunity? Haha, who cares so much? Anyway, we are also traveling. Just treat it as having fun. Let's also go in and join in the fun, Brother Pure said. Qin Shao nodded. He already had this idea. This was a great opportunity, so naturally, they couldn't miss it. After having this idea, the 2 went to check some information about this Magician's Sacred Assembly. Adding all the information together, they could be considered to have a good understanding of this elemental sanctuary magician's sacred assembly. The elemental sanctuary magician's sacred assembly would be held once every era. It had already become a tradition of the Magicians Guild. It was also an opportunity for the magicians of the entire sanctuary to interact and collide. So, every elemental sanctuary magician's sacred assembly would be a grand event in the elemental sanctuary, sweeping through the entire elemental sanctuary. All the guilds in the entire elemental sanctuary would be busy. Interestingly, the elemental sanctuary also divided the guilds into several levels. The highest level was the temple level, which was the Magicians' General Guild. It was the highest level of the Magicians' Guild, the place of command. The location of the Magicians' Temple was also a top secret of the Magicians' Guild. Without reaching a certain level, one was not qualified to know. Below the temple level was the temple level. The entire Magicians' Guild had a total of 100 temples. The temple level was distributed throughout the entire elemental sanctuary, each governing a Magicians' Guild. Below the temple level was the castle level. There were a total of 10,000 castle-level Magicians' Guilds. Below the ancient castle level was the town level, and there were countless of them. There were a total of 4 Magicians' Guilds, scattered in every corner of the elemental sanctuary, managing the countless members of the Magicians' Guild, forming a huge net. It sounded huge and terrifying, as if it could completely overshadow the Heavenly Law Palace. But in truth, this massive net was woven by the Heavenly Law's Tao Palace. The Magicians' Guild was established by the Heavenly Law Palace in order to better manage the elemental sanctuary. After countless years of development, it finally became this huge, unbreakable net, firmly grasping the entire elemental sanctuary in its hands, becoming an existence that no power could threaten. The situation of the elemental sanctuary's magicians' assembly was similar to the past. It was divided into 2 categories of competition. The first was the individual competition, and the second was the team competition. Each category was divided into 3 levels: town level, castle level, and temple level. The division of the levels was based on the strength of an individual or a team. The Magicians' Guild also had a Magician Corps. In theory, the Magician Corps had a total of 4 levels, the same as the Magicians' Guild: temple level, castle level, and town level. But the temple level Magician Corps would basically never appear again. It was basically a relic of history. There are really a lot of tricks here. Brother, how we play? Brother Pierce said. Qin Xiao carefully thought about this problem and said, we are laymen when it comes to the elemental laws. Even if we cultivate now, we won't be able to gain much in a short period of time. At most, we will be able to deal with some mortal creatures. If we want to sneak in, the best way is to sneak into a Magician Corps. This way, we can fish in troubled waters. If it's a team competition, we don't need to stand out. Although we are laymen in the elemental laws, the 5 fundamental laws are very powerful. It's enough to deal with these. In a Magician Corps, there must be several professions. This way, we can learn from each other's strengths to make up for our weaknesses. We have only to think of a good profession for ourselves now, and that will do. After that, we'll go and join the town-level Magician Legion. In this way, our identity and strength won't be easily detected by others. We can hide very well. Brother Pierre nodded and said, yes, this is a way. Haha. Fortunately, the 5 fundamental laws are universal. As for magic, we can casually practice some and master some. It's enough as long as we can deal with it casually. With our strength and talent, it's a piece of cake for us to practice some magic in a short time. Qin Xiao smiled. Logically speaking, it should be a piece of cake. There shouldn't be any difficulty. Such a small matter shouldn't be able to trap them. The elemental sanctuary magicians' sacred assembly would have a series of choices and so on. It would also drag on for a long time. It wouldn't start so soon. Therefore, there was more than enough time. Qin Xiao and Brother Pierre were both in the 3-step ancient sage realm and were peerless geniuses. It was naturally not a problem for them to practice some low-level magic. Author Kanshang said, 4th update. Chapter 3209. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had spent 100 years practicing magic. Low-level magic was indeed very easy for them. With their talent and potential, even if they were not as monstrous in elemental laws as in other laws, they were definitely geniuses. It was naturally very easy for them to practice some low-level, basic magic. Therefore, in 100 years, Qin Shao had already practiced magic to the level of the 4th step celestial venerable realm, and Brother Pure had almost reached the level of the 3rd step celestial venerable realm. In other words, even if the two of them only used magic, they could reach the level of the 3rd step celestial venerable realm. With this foundation, it was even easier to fish in troubled waters. There were many magician professions, including mages, archers, pharmacists, warriors, and hunters. Generally speaking, they were divided into these 5 professions. A qualified magician regiment must be equipped with magicians of these 5 professions. Generally speaking, mages were responsible for the overall situation, archers for long-range attacks, pharmacists for supplies and treatment, warriors for close combat, and hunters for secretly hunting for lurkers and outposts. A strong team must have very good cooperation to maximize its strength. Only then could it be a strong team. The number of magicians in a magician regiment was actually not fixed. There could be more or less people. However, at the very least, it would require 5 people to form a mage group. However, the requirement for the participation of the Elemental Sanctuary Magicians' Sacred Assembly this time was that each magician regiment could not have more than 10 people. 10 people were required to sign up for the competition. Anyone could sign up for the competition, but they had to go through layers of additions slowly. Only those who could win in the end could participate in the final Elemental Sanctuary Magicians' Sacred Assembly. Qin Shao and Brother Pure had both chosen their professions. Brother Pure chose an archer, while Qin Shao chose a pharmacist. Of course, if possible, Qin Shao was also willing to be an archer. Among the 5 professions, relatively speaking, the 2 professions of archer and pharmacist were slightly better. They were not so easy to be exposed. For mages, they had to take charge of the overall situation. Their magic strength was needless to say. As for warriors, they had to charge and break through enemy lines. They had to take the lead in everything. Naturally, the profession that stood out the most would not do. A hunter was like a sharp knife that needed to be prepared to stab the enemy's heart at all times. These 3 professions were not suitable for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. They were too ostentatious and easily exposed. It was just that it was better to keep a low profile. After deciding on the direction of their class, everything was ready. Qin Shao and Roland began to hunt for targets, preparing to find a suitable mage group to join. Bacaro City, which had always been relatively peaceful, became very lively, and there was an endless stream of mages entering Bacaro City. Many mages were forming teams. This time, the requirements for participating as individuals were very strict. Relatively speaking, the requirements for participating as a team of mages were more relaxed. Basically, there was no threshold. As long as one had a team of magicians, they could apply to participate. Moreover, they didn't need to be recognized by an official guild. Even a temporary magician team could participate. The most important competition of the Elemental Sanctuary Magician Assembly was still the mage group. Due to the fact that Qin Shao and Lu Xian kept a low profile and concealed their auras very well, they were very idle. Wherever they went, they were ignored. Many people who were forming teams didn't even come over to ask them. Such a situation was a little awkward. Brother Pure said, "Hey, brother, we can't go on like this. We have to take the initiative to attack and perform appropriately. Otherwise, we won't be able to join a mage group. Why don't we form a team ourselves?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. "Instead of catering to others, why don't we do it ourselves? We can also form a team. If that's the case, we can even choose our own candidates. However, if we choose ourselves, there's no credibility. I'm afraid we won't be able to pick any experienced mages. Of course, this is not important. We don't need to pick some experienced mages. The most important thing is to choose suitable candidates. It doesn't matter whether they have experience or not. The strength of a team did not depend on the experience of one or two people. With the two of us, that's enough. If we still can't lead a town-level mage group, it'll be embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Brother Pure laughed out loud. That's not necessary, brother. If we want to play, we'll definitely play very well. Then it's settled. I also think it's better for us to play by ourselves. At least we can control it in our own hands. However, to be honest, we have no credibility at all. However, it was not an easy task to pull others into the group. Even if it's not easy, we have to do it. It's not easy to say, but it's much easier to do. After deciding to rope people in themselves and form a mage group, they began to act. The two of them also began to look for targets. On a street in Baylor City, two men were chased out of a restaurant by a few people, looking a little embarrassed. Bah, you two are just two-star magicians, and you want to join us? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? That's right. It's fine if you're a two-star mage, but if you're an apothecary or an archer, we can barely give you a chance to test you. You're a warrior and a mage, and you're shameless enough to ask to join us? If a 3-star mage warrior and mage wants to join us, they'll have to go through a lot of screening. I wonder which Mount of Valley you came from. You look so silly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth at all. Scram, the two of you are so weak, and your professions are very common. You'd better give up on participating in the elemental sanctuary mage sacred assembly. The two men who were chased out had ugly expressions and could only leave dejectedly. After leaving that place, the two of them took a breather. Klein, I've already said that we're too weak and our professions are not good. We'll definitely not be liked by those mage groups. It's not practical for us to join a better mage group. One of the men shook his head and said helplessly, otherwise, we'd better just find an ordinary mage group to join, or we'll pull some people to form a mage group. The man who was called Klein had a determined look in his eyes. He gritted his teeth hard and said, Klein, you can't say that. If people don't have dreams, what's the difference between them and idle fish? Although we're not strong enough, we still have to have dreams, right? If we join a mage group casually, it'll be meaningless. If we join a mage group casually, we'll be eliminated very quickly. I reckon we won't be able to make it past 1 or 2 rounds of the audition. That's just for fun. We've waited so long for such a great opportunity, and we definitely can't let it go so easily. If we miss this great opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to stand out. If we can't stand out, how can we have the face to go back? Klein nodded with a thoughtful look on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, Klein, although that's the case, those better mage groups don't want us at all. This is already the 10th mage group that we found, right? Didn't they still kick us out? That's the crux of the problem. We also want to join a better mage group, but might not be as we wish. Even so, we can't compromise easily. It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Joining a mage group casually won't make any sense to us. Instead of going in and being a bystander, it's better not to participate, Klein said. Klein didn't say anything else and could only nod. What he said actually made sense. If they were really going for the big goal, then they couldn't be casual. Gentlemen, both of you are ambitious and ambitious people. The two of us brothers have the same thoughts as you. So, I wonder if the two of you can join us. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out, and 2 figures walked over here. Klein and Klein were slightly taken aback. They looked over and saw 2 men. These 2 men were none other than Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure had been looking for suitable people in Baylor City, and they happened to meet Klein and Klein. After observing them for a while, Qin Xiao decided to come forward and ask. These 2 people were more in line with Qin Xiao's selection criteria. Strength didn't necessarily have to be experienced. Heart was the most important. Qin Xiao observed the 2 of them for a while. They were competitive, had goals, and had aspirations. Those were very good qualities, which was what Qin Xiao liked. Although they were only 2-star mages, Qin Xiao felt that they could do it. It wouldn't be so easy to recruit 3-star mages. Klein and Klein sized up Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Judging from the badges on their bodies, they were also 2-star mages. It couldn't be helped. Time was too short, So Qin Xiao and Brother Pure only got the title of 2-star mages. If they were given a little more time, they could totally get the title of 3-star mages. However, the title of 2-star mages seemed to be more low-key. On one hand, this was also a good thing. Blaine and Blaine glanced at each other. Their gazes showed that they were discussing a lot of things. Klein cupped his fist and said to Qin Xiao and Brother Pure, "I'm sorry. We already have a choice, so I'm sorry." The tactful rejection was also within Qin Xiao's expectations. After all, they had met by chance and didn't know each other. Naturally, it was impossible for them to join easily. The most important thing was that both Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were 2-star mages. If both of them were 3-star mages, it would be easy to talk about. They could definitely still consider it. 2-star mages were really inconspicuous. Qin Xiao had already expected this, so he was already prepared. When Klein refused, Qin Xiao said, "Why do you refuse so quickly? Why don't you have a chat first and then make a decision? We are all 2-star mages. In fact, to put it bluntly, a good mage group simply disdains us. They won't give us any chance at all. I believe you also understand this point. You have also met with a nose full of dust. Our situation is the same. So, under such circumstances, I think it's more practical for us to form our own team. Although everyone's strength may be a little weaker, the most important thing for a mage group is still a kind of cooperation as a whole. Only then can they exert their respective advantages and burst out all their strength to form a kind of good effect, and finally burst out a kind of powerful combat ability. In fact, we don't have to be constrained by a powerful mage group. Sometimes, choice is also very important. Chapter 32:10. Brennan pursed his lips, looked at Qin Xiao, and said, "That's true, but water flows down to the bottom, and people walk up to the top. If we have to choose, of course, we want to choose a strong magician regiment. That way, we will have a better chance. If we are just here to be bystanders, it's completely meaningless to us. It's better not to join. If we are eliminated in 1 or 2 rounds, it will be a shameful thing. Thus, we appreciate your kind intentions." Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Are you not confident in yourselves, or are you looking down on us? Needless to say, I know that the latter is more likely. Actually, it's no wonder. How about this? How about we compare notes? Although we are only 2-star magicians, our strength is not inferior to a 3-star magician. We just said that we don't have enough time to complete the 3-star magician's test, but our strength is at the level of a 3-star magician. Moreover, I am a pharmacist, and my brother is an archer. The 2 of you, one is a magician, and the other is a warrior. There are 4 of us, and we have 4 professions. So, if we can unite, we only need to find a hunter, and then we can form a magician regiment to participate in the competition. It may be easier to find an archer, but it's not easy to find a pharmacist. Don't you think that this is a good opportunity? Why not give it a try? Instead of being controlled by others, why don't we make our own decisions? If you continue to search like this, you may not have a good result. In the end, you might just give up on this opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you really willing to give it up like this? No matter what, you have worked hard, so you have no regrets. If you don't even fight for the opportunity and directly give it up, then don't you think it's a cowardly act? You really won't regret it? Giving others a chance is actually giving yourself a chance, don't you think? Brennan and Blaine looked at each other. They had to admit that what Qin Xiao said was indeed very reasonable. After the 2 looked at each other, Brennan said, "Okay, then let's compare notes. If it's really as you said, we can also consider it. But if it's not as you said, we definitely won't consider it, no matter how good you said it." Qin Xiao smiled, nodded, and gestured to Brennan. Brennan shook his head and said, "You are a pharmacist, and I am a magician. I definitely have a lot of advantages in terms of combat, so you should make the first move. Don't be polite, just do it." Qin Xiao smiled and did not stand on ceremony. He said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." As soon as his voice, Qin Xiao immediately cast a magic spell. Although Qin Xiao had only been practicing magic for a short period of time, her strength was still not bad. Therefore, the magic spell he cast was also very powerful, and this was under the condition that the 5 fundamental laws were not used. Qin Shao didn't want to make it too high, so he didn't intend to use the power of the 5 fundamental laws and only cast magic. The powerful magic power surged towards Brennan. Seeing Qin Shao make a move, Brennan's expression became a little dignified, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. What a powerful magic power! This was not a power that a 2-star magician could have. Could it be that what the other party said was true, and they really had the strength of a 3-star magician? Brennan still made a move, but his magic power was obviously not as good as Qin Xiao's, so he was naturally defeated. After he was defeated, Qin Shao cast a healing spell and completely healed Brennan. Such a move proved his own strength, and also proved his identity as a pharmacist. Not only was he an apothecary, but he also possessed such powerful magic. This was a rare sight. Qin Zhao's display of such a skill was enough to conquer Brennan and Blaine. The two of them admired Qin Shao a little. After the two of them discussed for a while, they made a decision. Brennan cupped his fist to Qin Shao and Brother Pure and said, "Okay, I will join you." "Huh?" Qin Shao smiled, cupped his fist to the two of them, and said, "Welcome to the team. We are all people chasing after dreams. Although you may not be strong, your ambition is still quite big, and your goal is also a little high. There are also some burdens and dreams. People are not afraid of dreams, but they are afraid that you don't have the courage to chase after dreams. I believe that we all have the courage to chase after dreams, so we are fearless and not afraid of anything." Both of them smiled as well. Originally, they had wanted to give it a try and see if they could join a Magus Legion with more experience. But at this time, the two of them were influenced by Qin Shao. They also felt that instead of humbly pursuing a powerful magician regiment, it was better to establish one by themselves. In this way, the significance was greater. Once they could really achieve a certain level of success, the sense of accomplishment would be much stronger. Most importantly, they really didn't have a better choice now. So, the two of them felt that this opportunity was still very good. So they agreed. With the two of them joining, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were also very happy. At least they had a good start. Then they would certainly have a good harvest. As long as they successfully established a magician regiment, Qin Shao had absolute confidence that he could lead them very far. Qin Shao didn't look at people's strength, but only at their temperament. Perhaps the strength of Brian and the other two were very ordinary, at GG's level. But this was not important. What was important was their heart. Heart was the most important thing. This was what Qin Shao valued. In terms of strength, Qin Shao was not worried about anything. With him and Brother Pure, there would be no problem. Let me introduce myself. I am Mingyu. This is my brother Qin Shan. Qin Shao said. Brennan and Brother Pure also immediately introduced themselves. Qin Shao and Brother Pure both used code names in order to not expose themselves. A name was also a code name. Qin Shao said, "For the time being, there are only 4 of us, so our priority now is to recruit more members. The first thing to bear the brunt of is to recruit a hunter. With a hunter, then we can apply to establish a magician regiment to participate in the competition." This was the requirement of the Magician Guild. To establish a magician regiment, there must be at least 5 people, and it must have all 5 professions. This was the most basic requirement. If even this requirement could not be met, then it was impossible to establish a magician regiment. Therefore, it was not an easy thing to establish a magician regiment. Now, Qin Shao and the others' priority was to get a hunter to join their group. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to register with the Magician's Guild. Brian, you and your brother should be from here. We 2 brothers came from other places and just happened to bump into each other. That's why we didn't have the time to rush back. We just want to set up a magician group here and have a good fight. But we're not familiar with this place. I wonder if you have any suitable candidates? The most important thing now is to recruit a hunter into the regiment. Do you have any suitable candidates in this regard? Qin Shao continued. The two thought about it seriously. After a while, Brian opened his mouth and said, "If it's a hunter, I know one. You should be a good hunter." Although he is only a 2-star magician, I think his ability as a hunter is not worse than that of a 3-star magician. But this person's character is a bit strange, and he doesn't like to go out. So, it may not be an easy thing to invite him out. But if he agrees to come out, then he will definitely take it very seriously. Qin Xiao immediately asked, "What's the situation with this hunter? Is he unwilling to participate in the sacred assembly of magicians? Or is there any other reason?" Brennan shook his head and said, "I can't say for certain reasons, but it's like this. Some people think differently. Not everyone wants to fight for some glory. Some people like to live a plain and low-key life," Yi Zichen said. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "Then according to what you said, there is no chance? But since you said so, then I think it shouldn't be a situation where there is no chance at all, right? There should still be a chance, but it depends on how to achieve it, right?" Brennan nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Mingwei, that's right. There should still be a chance, but it may not be easy to really move him and pull him out. As for the situation, I can't say for sure, but I think we can give it a try. After all, in the current situation, we don't have a better choice. Although the hunter profession is not bad, it's not easy to find a hunter who can join us." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "No matter how difficult it is, I think we should give it a try. Opportunities often rely on people to fight for them. If you don't fight for it, then how do you know if there is a chance? Only when you try your best to fight for it, then you will know if there is a chance. So for this matter, we must take the initiative to fight for it. As for the result, it's not something we can control. Let's just leave it to fate. There are still quite a lot of hunters. Even if we fail to recruit him, we still have a good chance to form a mage regiment. So boldly try." After listening to Qin Xiao's words, Brennan and Mingyue became more confident. Since they had decided, they were ready to take action. Qin Xiao also further understood the situation. The hunter that Brennan mentioned was called Buddha Tu, and he was from the same tribe as Brennan and Mingyue. However, Buddha Tu now lived in Baylor City. Many years ago, his wife was injured by a mage, and her vitality was severely damaged, so it caused a certain degree of disability. After understanding the situation, Qin Xiao said, "Brennan, so if we want to get Buddha Tu to join us, then the best way is to start with his disabled wife, right? I'm a pharmacist, so your idea is to see if I can cure his wife. If I can, then we should be able to get him to join us, right?" Brennan did not disagree, but nodded and said, "Yes, Brother Mingwei, I did make an assumption based on this consideration. People like Butu too don't care about other things. The thing he cares about the most is his wife. Brother Qin Xiao, you're a pharmacist, so whether or not you can help us achieve our goal depends on what you do as a pharmacist and how capable you are. If it succeeds, then there won't be any problems. I can assure you of that. So the key to success or failure depends on you, Brother Mingwei." Chapter 32:11. Brain brought Qin Xiao and the others to Batutu's residence, but they did not find him. After asking around, they found out that Batutu had taken his wife to the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. There was a pharmacist conference being held there, and most of the pharmacists in Baylor City would be attending. The pharmacist conference was organized by the headquarters of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. The purpose was to select a group of excellent pharmacists and then form a few mage teams to fight for the Yasen Chamber of Commerce in the Elemental Sanctuary. Brain was shocked to hear about the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. It turned out that the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 100 chambers of commerce in the Elemental Sanctuary. It was extremely powerful and had many powerful mages working for it. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce's branches were spread across almost half of the Elemental Sanctuary. Countless mages dreamed of joining the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, but the threshold to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was extremely high. Strength alone was far from enough. One also needed to have extremely strong talent and potential. In fact, there were no sects or factions in the Elemental Sanctuary. Other than the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace, there was the Guild of Magic, the Academy of Magic, and the Chamber of Commerce. The Academy of Magic was relatively simple. It was more focused on cultivating mages. The Chamber of Commerce was a more mature organization. The Chamber of Commerce knew how to do business, take on all kinds of jobs, and expand the territory. Therefore, the competition between the Chamber of Commerce was very intense. Conflicts and fights also happened from time to time. Every Chamber of Commerce would recruit mages to work for them to strengthen the Chamber of Commerce. Firstly, the Chamber of Commerce needed mages with a long history to protect it. Secondly, the Chamber of Commerce would also collect some raw materials, which also needed experienced mages to do. In the Baylor City area, the Yasin Chamber of Commerce was definitely a godlike existence. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the Chamber of Commerce that all mages dreamed of joining. Once one could join the Yasin Chamber of Commerce, their future was basically limitless. This is interesting. The Yasin Chamber of Commerce's Pharmacist Conference wants to recruit some pharmacists. Although it's temporarily to participate in the Elemental Sanctuary Magus Sacred Assembly, if you can join the mage team organized by the Yasin Chamber of Commerce, your chances of achieving good results will be much higher. Also, if you can win in the end and participate in the Elemental Sacred Assembly, then you can join the Yasin Chamber of Commerce. For many people, this is a great opportunity. After listening to Klein's narration, Qin Xiao couldn't help but think, should I also participate? With his strength, it should be more than enough to deal with this kind of meeting, right? Of course, this was just for fun. Qin Xiao wouldn't do it. Since he had decided to form his own mage legion, he naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. It didn't matter if the company was part of the Chamber of Commerce or not. It was the most beautiful and fulfilling thing to achieve through one's own hard work. Brian said, Mr. Mingwei, I think Buddha too wants to use this apothecary conference as an opportunity to see if he can use those dangerous medicines to treat his wife's injuries. Let's go and take a look. If his wife can really be cured, I think we can still pull him in. Qin Xiao nodded, and the four of them went to the Yasin Chamber of Commerce's branch in Baylor City. The Yasin Chamber of Commerce was already packed with people today. Many of them were there to watch the show. There were also hundreds of pharmacists who came to participate. It was a grand occasion. Judging from the situation at the scene, it was enough to see how powerful the Yasin Chamber of Commerce was. Buddha Tuesday soon, Klein found Buddha too, but he only saw him alone. His wife was nowhere to be seen. Hey Klein, Blaine, you guys are here too. Buddha too hadn't seen the two of them for a while, so he was a little surprised when he saw them. Brian asked, Where's your wife? How's her condition now? At the mention of his wife, Buddha too's expression suddenly became sad. It was obvious that he loved his wife very much. Buddha too shook his head and sighed. I won't hide it from you, Klein. Susu's condition is very bad. It's getting worse and worse. She can't hold on much longer. Fortunately, the heavens are watching over us. This is such a good opportunity. I've already handed Susu over to the people of the Yasin Chamber of Commerce. At the pharmacist conference later, those pharmacists will come and treat Susu. The people of the Yasin Chamber of Commerce said that Susu's condition is very bad, so they might have to wait until the end. There are so many experienced pharmacists here today, and many of them are 3-star pharmacists. Susu can be saved. She will definitely be cured. Brian patted Bututu's shoulder and nodded heavily. Yes, she will definitely be cured. She'll be fine. With so many experienced pharmacists gathered here, Susu will definitely be cured. Don't worry, she will get better. This is the blessing of the heavens. Buddha-tu's expression relaxed a little. He nodded and put his palms together with a sincere expression. Thank the heavens. Brian immediately said, By the way, Buddha-tu, let me introduce 2 friends to you. This is Mr. Mingwei, and that is Mr. Qianshan. One of them is a pharmacist, and the other is an archer. Initially, I brought Mr. Mingwei here to see Susu. Mr. Mingwei said that he had a way to cure Susu, but it seems that there is no need for that now. Greetings, Mr. Mingwei and Mr. Qianshan. It's an honor to meet you. Thank you, Buddha-tu said very politely. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure also nodded at him as a form of acknowledgement. Brian then explained the purpose of his visit to Butu Tuesday. He wanted to rope him in to form a team of magicians. However, Butu-tu shook his head and rejected him directly. Brian, thank you for your kind intentions. However, I have no interest in the Elemental Sanctuary Magicians Conference at all. I am no longer a hunter. Now, I just want to live a simple and ordinary life. I just want to accompany my wife and protect her every day. I don't want to do anything else. Let's not talk about this anymore. You guys should find someone better. I'm only a 2-star hunter. My abilities are very ordinary. Brian wanted to say something more, but he was stopped by Qin Xiao, who gestured for him to stop talking for the time being. At this time, it was useless to say anything more. Qin Xiao had also observed Buddha too carefully just now. Although his abilities were a little lacking, this person was still a qualified hunter. The kind of quick-wittedness and sharpness that he unconsciously displayed was not something that ordinary people would have. It could be that his talent and potential were a little lacking, or it could also be that he did not have good resources and could not receive good training. Otherwise, he would have had the potential to become an experienced hunter. When Qin Xiao looked at people, he did not care about their abilities. The most important thing was to look at their potential and their character. The team that he wanted to form was originally just a town-level magician's team. He originally needed people with relatively ordinary abilities. It was fine for them to be ordinary for the time being, but they had to have good potential and could be nurtured and developed. This was the key to victory in the end. This was the reason why Qin Xiao had chosen Brian and Blanca. After observing Butu for a while, Qin Xiao also felt that he was a good candidate. Firstly, time was of the essence, and secondly, he was unfamiliar with the place. Hence, he had to try his best to take down Butu Tuesday. "Brother, I'm afraid this is not going to be easy," Brother Pure said to Qin Xiao through telepathy. Qin Xiao was not in a hurry. He said, "Let's wait and see. It's not necessarily impossible for it to be difficult. Let's wait and see before making a decision. Maybe God will give us the opportunity." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders and said, "He's just a hunter who has lost his fighting spirit. I think it will seriously affect his ability. So, why don't we look for another target? There should be more mages in the hunter profession, unlike the pharmacists who are scarce. Vaquero City is huge. As long as we spend some time looking, we can definitely find a lot of them. There's no need to keep an eye on him." Qin Xiao shook his head with a smile and said, "You're right, but it doesn't matter who we look for. In fact, it doesn't make much of a difference to us. However, not everyone can integrate well with us. Let's take a look at Buddha 2 first. If it doesn't work out, we'll look for someone else." Since Qin Xiao had said so, Brother Pure did not say anything more. The pharmacist conference was being held there. Vaquero City was just a small town on the border. Most of the mages there were 2-star or 3-star mages, and 4-star mages were still relatively rare. Among the pharmacists attending the conference, there were no 4-star mages. Most of them were 2-star mages, and there were only a few dozen 3-star mages. Among the 5 major professions of mages, pharmacists were definitely the rarest and the most difficult to become one. Therefore, in a small place, a 2-star pharmacist could be very popular. A 3-star pharmacist was definitely a big shot with a reputation. No matter where they went, they would be an existence that was respected by people. If it weren't for the Elemental Sanctuary's sacred assembly of mages, it would be impossible to attract so many pharmacists. The most scarce thing in a mage regiment was pharmacists. Hence, in the environment of the Elemental Sanctuary's sacred assembly of mages, even 1-star pharmacists were very popular. It was precisely because of this that the two of them agreed readily when Qin Xiao asked Ryan and Brother Pure to join. It was because Qin Xiao was a pharmacist. With a pharmacist around, there was basically no problem in forming a mage regiment. After a fierce competition, the pharmacist conference had entered the final battle for the first place. If one could get the first place, they would be directly recruited by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce and be placed in a good mage regiment. Hence, the pharmacists were naturally very competitive in this battle for the first place, and all of them wanted to get the first place. This was not only a supreme honor for them, but also a great opportunity. If they could get the first place, they would have a promising future and would have the opportunity to enter the headquarters of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. If they could be selected by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce and nurtured well, they would have the hope of becoming a 4-star pharmacist. A 4-star pharmacist was a highly sought-after figure in the entire elemental sanctuary and had a high status even in the Yasin Chamber of Commerce. After the fierce competition, there were only 3 pharmacists left to fight for the first place. These 5 pharmacists were all 3-star mages, and they were quite accomplished in the path of medicine. In Bacaro City, they were all famous figures, and all of them were famous great apothecaries. This battle could be said to be the pinnacle of the pharmacist world in Baylor City, and it would definitely be an exciting one. However, Qin Xiao wasn't concerned about this matter. Qin Xiao was only concerned about whether these 3 pharmacists could cure Buto Tu's wife. In this final battle, the target of treatment was Buto Tu's wife, Susu. Author, Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 32:12. Bututu immediately became nervous and excited. Whether or not his wife could be cured depended on this. Don't worry, Bututu. These 3 are all famous alchemists in Bacaro City. Any one of the 3 of them should be able to cure Susu, not to mention that there are 3 great alchemists here. If they join forces, they will definitely be able to cure Susu easily. Brain patted Bututu's shoulder and comforted him. Bututu nodded heavily. He was also very confident. That's right. I visited these 3 great alchemists before to ask for an audience. It's a pity that I'm too poor and I don't have any strength or status. Therefore, the 3 alchemists didn't even let me enter the door. I was chased out by their servants. I didn't expect the Yasin Chamber of Commerce to give me such a great opportunity. I'm really very fortunate. I also believe that Susu will definitely recover this time. She definitely will. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the battle platform and looked at the woman lying on a stone bed. She was on the verge of death, and her face was pale and devoid of color. Her body was so weak that it looked like a lump of mud. Her skin was already seeping black. Qin Xiao used his divine sense to check on Susu. Her situation was indeed very bad. Moreover, Qin Xiao discovered a terrifying poison in Susu's body. This poison was still constantly eating away at Susu's body. If the poison in her body wasn't removed quickly, Susu's body wouldn't be able to hold on for long. She would die very soon. In such a situation, it would probably be difficult to use magic to treat her. Let's see if these 3 alchemists have the ability to cure Susu. Through Brain's introduction, Qin Xiao also had a basic understanding of the remaining 3 alchemists on the battle platform. Yute, Kosi Hall, and Jiao Bo were all famous 3-star alchemists who had been famous for a long time. Each of them had opened their own medicine hall and were extremely prestigious in Bacaro City. If it weren't for the Yasin Chamber of Commerce's selection of alchemists, the 3 of them wouldn't have come out so easily. There were definitely many mage groups that wanted to invite the 3 grand pharmacists to join, but at their level, that would be asking them for a favor. If they were willing, they would choose. However, I'm afraid that ordinary town-level magic teams won't be able to catch their attention. Perhaps only castle-level magic teams can make them want to join, right? The surrounding crowd also began to discuss spiritedly. They also began to have an intense discussion about who would obtain the first place. However, the reputations of these 3 great pharmacists were all on par with each other, so those who supported them were basically tied. What a rare situation. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder which grand alchemist will be more skillful in the end. Haha, the 3 great alchemists should be evenly matched in strength and have extremely high prestige. If it wasn't for this opportunity, he really wouldn't have been able to see them fight on the same stage. However, fighting skills are also cruel. There must be a victor. Who will be the real number 1 great pharmacist in Bacaro City in the future will be decided today. This battle is definitely a battle for reputation. Although I think the 3 great pharmacists are evenly matched in strength, I still prefer to support Mr. Yute. I support Mr. Kosi. His medicinal skills are too brilliant. Many of my friends have been cured by him. His potions are also very useful. On the battle stage, the curtains had also been raised for the final battle. Kosi Hall, Uncle Jiao, there are only the 3 of us left now. Why don't we play something a little more special? Firstly, it's time for us to show off our skills. Let's not hide anything. We'll show everyone what we're capable of and broaden everyone's horizons. I believe that this is also something that everyone is looking forward to. Secondly, we can also fight to our heart's content and use this opportunity to determine the victor. We have always gotten along harmoniously and minded our own business. Today, the Yasin Chamber of Commerce has provided us with a good stage. Let's have a friendly spar. Mr. Yute was the first to speak. Kosi Hall sneered and said, "Yute, don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." "Huh." Yute laughed and said, "It's like this. I have a suggestion. It's not difficult for us to treat a patient. Although this patient is a little troublesome, it shouldn't be difficult for us to deal with it with some effort. In that case, it will be difficult to determine the victor. Therefore, my idea is that we should first administer the medicine to this patient separately and then let others treat it. In the end, the victor will be decided. In this way, we can also display our abilities in all aspects and not just purely in the area of treatment. What do you think?" Kosi Hall and Uncle Jiao looked at each other and nodded in agreement. When the onlookers heard this, they became even more excited. However, Butitu's face immediately darkened and turned a little ugly. His face, which was originally full of confidence, was now filled with worry again. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. The abilities of a pharmacist were actually divided into two types. One was to drug him, which actually meant to poison him. Pharmacists could invisibly kill people with poison, and they could also detoxify and cure illnesses. Therefore, a pharmacist's ability was not only reflected in treating people, but also in killing people. A qualified apothecary must have both of these abilities. Some people might be biased, but it depended on the pharmacist's own thoughts. Some pharmacists were not good at killing people with poison, but they were good at saving people. There were also some evil pharmacists who were good at killing people, but not good at saving people. It seemed that the three pharmacists on the stage were all good at both killing and saving people. Seeing this, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for him. But to Bututu, what made him extremely worried was that they were using his wife's life as a sacrifice for the three great pharmacists. Bututu was naturally unwilling to accept this. At this moment, he was very agitated. His expression changed greatly, and his whole body was trembling. There was a strange glint in his eyes, and he looked as if he couldn't wait to rush onto the stage. Brain was afraid that Bututu would act rashly, so he held him back and said, "Don't be rash. If you rush onto the stage now, you will only get what you deserve. Although the situation is not good, I believe that the three pharmacists will still be able to cure Susu. Now, let's wait patiently and see how things go." No matter how worried, anxious, and distressed Bututu was, he could only wait patiently. At this moment, being impulsive would not work. Even if he went out now, he would not be able to change anything. He might even anger the Yasin Chamber of Commerce, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, if he really disrupted the competition and angered the crowd, the consequences would be even more severe. The three pharmacists began to compete. Yute would administer the medicine first, and then Kosi Hall and Uncle Jiao would detoxify it. In the first round, Kosi Hall and Uncle Jiao were both detoxified. As a result, Yute was at a disadvantage in the first round. In the second round, Kosi Hall would administer the medicine, and Yute and Uncle Jiao would detoxify it. In this round, Yute and Uncle Jiao were both detoxified, but in terms of time, Yute was still at a disadvantage. Basically, Yute was at a disadvantage, and it was very likely that he would lose. In the current situation, Uncle Jiao and Kosi Hall were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine a winner. In the third round, it was Uncle Jiao's turn to administer the medicine. Uncle Jiao was the last to go on stage, so he had some advantages. The smile on his face was enough to show that he was full of confidence. Yute Kosi Hall, it seems that your strength is only so. I have always overestimated you. It seems that today's victory will belong to none other than me, Uncle Jiao. Ha! In terms of administering medicine, I'm very confident that I can beat you. So, prepare to receive my attack. It just so happens that I've developed a good potion not long ago. I'll take this opportunity to test its power." After saying that, Uncle Jiao administered the medicine to Susu. After the kick, Susu's entire body was petrified. Susu, seeing this, Bututu, who had been holding back all this time, finally exploded. He could not hold back anymore. If it were not for Bulain pulling him back, he would have rushed out. "Don't be rash. Calm down. You will die if you act recklessly." Bulain was also frightened. Bulain also tried to persuade him. "That's right, Bututu. Don't be rash. If you rush into the stage now, you will definitely be in trouble. The competition of the Sorcerer's Conference has reached its final stage. Whether it is the Yasin Chamber of Commerce, the 3 great pharmacists, or the spectators, they will not allow anyone to disrupt the conference at this time. But my wife, I'm really worried about her. Will she be okay? She won't die, right?" Bututu grabbed Bulain tightly. His eyes were wet, and he was extremely emotional. If it were not for him, he would not be able to understand this feeling. What kind of feeling was it to see his beloved wife in such a precarious situation? He felt like he was about to die at any moment. Even if he wanted to die, it would not be enough to describe this feeling. "Don't worry. She will be fine. She will definitely be fine. After all, the 3 great pharmacists are there. If anything happens to Susu, won't they lose all their dignity? I believe they will not allow such a shameful thing to happen." Bulain comforted him. Bututu was relieved when he heard Bulain's words. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. I hope so. Nothing must happen to Susu. Nothing must happen to her. If anything happens to Susu, I don't want to live anymore." Bulain and Bulain were both comforting Bututu. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the stage. Uncle Zhao's drug was really vicious. It turned Susu into a stone statue. This drug was really strange and scary. Qin Zhao used his divine sense to check on Susu. Her body was turning into stone rapidly. The speed was not slow. At this rate, she would be completely petrified in half a day at most. Once she was completely petrified, there would be no turning back. She would die immediately. Such a method was really vicious. This move also caused many people to sigh in amazement, and they began to wantonly exclaim in admiration. Many people who supported Uncle Jiao also began to flatter him. When such a method was used, it indeed shocked everyone present. Compared to the drugs used by Yute and Kosi Hall, even those who didn't understand would be able to tell the difference with a single glance. Author Qin Shang said, 4th update, asking for fresh flowers. Chapter 32:13. Uncle Jiao looked at Yute and Kosi Hall with a smug look and said with a smile, "You have half a day to detoxify this poison. If you can't detoxify it in half a day, then this woman will die. At that time, even a 4-star pharmacist won't be able to save her." "Ha ha, hurry up and start." Yute and Kosi Hall looked a little serious and looked at Uncle Jiao with a gloomy face. The two of them also started to study Susu, but from their expressions, it could be seen that this poison was a little difficult for them. Yute and Kosi Hall were both trying various methods, but to no avail. Such a situation made Bututu even more worried, and he wanted to rush up to the stage. Many voices rang out from the crowd of onlookers. "Ha ha! Like I said, Uncle Jiao is still the most experienced pharmacist. His use of medicine is superb. From the looks of it, Grandmaster Alchemist Jiao is definitely going to win. His reputation is well-deserved. Yes, this move is really too strong. It has completely stumped Alchemist Yoda and Alchemist Kosi. Half a day has passed, but the two alchemists haven't had any results. Yes, this move is really too strong. It directly stumped Alchemist Yoda and Alchemist Kosi. Well, looking at the situation, Uncle Jiao should be the winner. In the first and second rounds, the poison would have been detoxified. But in this round, there hasn't been any progress. TSK, this poison is really a little too scary. It can directly petrify people to death. As expected of Uncle Jiao, his use of poison is superb. Brother Pure transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. "Brother, this situation doesn't look good. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, the situation is indeed not good. Those two pharmacists shouldn't be able to detoxify Susu. As for Uncle Jiao, I'm afraid he might not be able to detoxify it himself. Just now, I heard him say that he had only recently developed it. Generally speaking, after a drug is developed, it will take a lot of time to develop an antidote. It definitely can't be developed in a short time. So, I guess Uncle Jiao hasn't developed it himself. It is because of this that he is so confident that Yute and Kosh will not be able to solve it. You should have noticed it just now. From the very beginning, Uncle Jiao was very confident that victory was within his grasp. Brother Pure nodded and said, yes, I've been watching him the whole time. I've already noticed his condition. With such confidence, it means that he has absolute confidence in his medicine. Since he's so confident, it means that he can't solve it himself. Only in this way will he feel that Ute and Koshal have no way to solve it. In that case, we still have a chance. Speaking of which, this was indeed an opportunity. Qin Shao didn't say anything and continued to watch. Let's see how the situation develops. From the looks of it, there should be a chance. Half a day was getting closer and closer. However, Yute and Koshal were still at their wits' end. They still couldn't find a way to solve this poison. This made their expressions very ugly, as if they had been tricked by Uncle Jiao. Ha ha ha! Uncle Jiao saw the dawn of victory at this point. Uncle Jiao smiled at Yute and Koshal and said, how is it? Are you convinced? No need to try anymore. You can't solve it. Moreover, so much time has passed. You've already lost. The final winner this time is Uncle Jiao, I haven't even developed an antidote for this poison yet. How can you solve it so easily? Then isn't Uncle Jiao's reputation too undeserved? What? Uncle Jiao couldn't solve it? Didn't that mean that there was no antidote? Hearing Uncle Jiao's words, Yute and Koshal's expressions became strange and ugly. They stared fiercely at Uncle Jiao. Wasn't he playing with them? However, this didn't violate the rules of the competition. It was indeed possible. In the crowd, there were many voices of discussion. Haha, Uncle Jiao is really ruthless. He actually took out a poison that even he couldn't solve and stumped Uncle Jiao and Koshal. He's really ruthless. He even sacrificed a human life for nothing. Isn't it just a human life? What's the big deal? If she dies, she dies. She's just a lowly commoner. Yeah, she's going to die anyway. Hearing the discussions in the crowd, Bututu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He completely exploded. Does she deserve to die? So what if we're lowly commoners? We don't have much strength, status. We're poor people. So what? Don't tell me we don't even have the right to live. I brought my wife here to cure her illness. I didn't want to be treated like a tool by the 3 Uncle Jiao masters. She'll be petrified and die on the spot. How can the Yasin Chamber of Commerce do such a thing? Brain couldn't hold him back anymore. He rushed up to the stage and hugged the petrified Susu. His tears finally flowed uncontrollably. In Qin Zhao's opinion, Bututu was a relatively strong man. However, he shed tears in public. It was said that men didn't cry easily. It was only when they were sad. Bututu wouldn't shed tears in public if he wasn't sad. This kind of true and deep love was really touching. However, no one at the scene sympathized with him. Instead, they all laughed at him. Mr. Mingwei, what should we do now? Brain and Brain were a little flustered. They looked at Qin Shao helplessly. Qin Shao said, it's okay. Don't worry. I have a way to deal with it. A way to deal with it? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brain and Brain looked at Qin Shao in a daze. They were shocked. He said it so confidently. It didn't seem like he was just saying it casually. It didn't seem like he was bragging either. Therefore, Brain and Brain couldn't help but wonder if Qin Shao had a good way to solve the terrible situation in front of them. If Susu died, they really didn't know what kind of stupid thing Bututu would do. Such a matter was truly worrisome. However, in the current situation, it was useless to worry. There was nothing they could do. In such a situation, they wouldn't be of any use even if they stood up. Not only would it be useless, but they would also lose their lives. The current situation was already very bad. If they stood up, it would only be worse. The consequences would be even more unimaginable. Therefore, Brain and Brain were a little at a loss. On the other side, Yutei and Kosi finally shook their heads and gave up. There was no way. They really couldn't solve it. Therefore, they could only admit defeat. Even though they were still a little unconvinced, they felt that they had been cheated by Uncle Jiao. However, it was also a fact that they had lost. There was nothing they could do. Medicine Master Jianbo chuckled and looked at Bututu from the corner of his eyes. She's just a dying person. She's going to die anyway. By helping her, I've lessened her pain. You should thank me. You still dare to rush up the stage. How dare you, lowly person who doesn't know life from death? You're so reckless. You're really courting death. Since you're so sad, I'll do you a good deed. You can accompany your wife on the road to hell. That's true love, right? Haha, what year is it now? You're still showing off your true love? It's really funny. After saying that, Uncle Jiao made his move. He wanted to kill Bututu on the spot. Chapter 32:14. At the sight of this, the onlookers began to gossip and snort disdainfully. They started to watch the show. To them, the death of two lowly people was not worth mentioning at all. The Asin Chamber of Commerce would not care about such a small matter. It was not a big deal at all. One was about to die, and the other was seeking his own death. Who could they blame? No one would sympathize with the death of a lowly person. They deserved to die for daring to talk back to Uncle Jiao. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Two figures had already jumped onto the stage without anyone noticing. They were none other than Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. Seeing that Qin Xiao and Brother Chun Jie actually dared to stand out so bravely at such a critical juncture, Brian and Brother Chun Jie looked at each other in dismay, quite shocked. Although they were also extremely worried for Bututu just now, they also felt that there was nothing they could do. They were too weak to save him. If they went out, they would only be courting death. Therefore, they did not know what to do just now. On the one hand, they wanted to save him. On the other hand, they did not have the courage to rush out. However, while they were hesitating, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure had already rushed onto the stage. This sudden shout caused Medicine Master Jiaobo to frown. He angrily glanced at Qin Xiao and coldly snorted, "You're courting death. Who can stop this Medicine Master from killing someone? You're really courting death. Today, I'll use you as a sacrifice for my poison." In a fit of cold rage, Apothecary Bibo waved her hand and sprinkled the poison she had been researching on Qin Xiao and Bututu. This poison was something that even the three great medicine masters could not detoxify. The person who was poisoned would definitely die. Seeing this scene, Boulain and Brother Pure were petrified. They froze on the spot. It's over. It's all over now. The crowd of onlookers burst into laughter again. Where did these lowly people come from? How dare they jump out to stop Uncle Jiao from killing someone? You must be tired of living, right? That's right. They don't use their brains when they do things. Jumping out at this time, aren't they courting death? They're just lowly commoners. They're not worth mentioning. They don't deserve any sympathy. Bututu had already lost all hope. He did not want to live anymore. He hugged his wife tightly and waited for death to come so that he could accompany his wife on the road to hell. In that case, it could be said that he had died a worthy death. Your heart is so vicious, and your desire to kill is too strong. I must teach you a lesson today. Qin Xiao was infuriated when she saw that Medicine Master Biao was using such a vicious method to deal with her and Bututu. Such evildoers should be killed. He wanted to sprinkle the poison on Qin Xiao and Bututu, but how could Qin Xiao let him do as he wished? As soon as the space was used, it directly changed the space. The poison that was originally sprinkled on Qin Xiao and Bututu was actually sprinkled on Medicine Master Biao. What? Not good. Such a situation truly gave Medicine Master Jianbo a huge fright. His expression abruptly changed. His face instantly turned deathly pale. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He completely did not expect such a situation to happen. In extreme fear, He could only watch as the poison was sprinkled on his body. This poison was something that even he could not detoxify. He did not develop an antidote. Medicine Master Biao tried his best to suppress the spread of the poison, but his body was rapidly petrified. Soon, half of his body was petrified, and the situation was getting worse. Although he was not completely petrified like Susu, it was still very worrisome. Looking at the situation, he would not be able to hold on for long. Damn it, who are you? Medicine Master Biao originally wanted to use this method to kill Qin Shao and Bututu, but he did not expect to shoot himself in the foot and be poisoned. At this moment, his situation was very bad. It was very likely that he would not be able to detoxify the poison. Then, he would not be able to hold on for long, and he would definitely die. Therefore, Medicine Master Biao's anger naturally reached the limit at this time. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao, and his hatred was monstrous. His expression was as if he wanted to eat Qin Shao alive. But at this time, he was highly poisoned and on the verge of death. He was also in incomparable pain. Endless pain and anger stacked together, reaching an extremely terrifying value. Medicine Master Yute and Medicine Master Kos looked deeply at Qin Shao. Looking at this uninvited guest, they each had their own thoughts. This sudden turn of events shocked all the onlookers at the scene, causing them to fall silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Qin Shao on the stage. Who is this person? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? How dare he hurt Medicine Master Biao? Look at the badge on his body. He is only a 2-star magician. Where did his courage come from? Did you see what happened just now? Medicine Master Biao obviously poisoned those 2 people. Why was it Medicine Master Biao himself who was poisoned in the end? I'm not sure. It's very strange. It should be the means of space. That's not right. How can a mere 2-star magician have spatial magic means? Medicine Master Biao won't die, right? He said before that he couldn't cure this poison. It can't be, right? If he died, wouldn't it be too wronged and aggrieved? Yes, a 3-star medicine master, the most famous medicine master in Arbacaro City. If he died just like that, it would be really sad. Everyone was discussing incessantly, but there were also many people who secretly watched the commotion. However, there were also many people who hoped that Medicine Master Biao would die. Although Qin Shao was a 3-star magician, due to time constraints, he had only passed the 2-star magician test. Therefore, he was still recognized by the Magic Guild as a 2-star magician. The 5 great fundamental laws were all referred to as magic here. The means of the spatial laws were called spatial magic. Logically speaking, only extremely powerful 4th-step ancient sages could start to come into contact with the laws. Therefore, the fact that a 2-star mage was able to use spatial magic was naturally something that would shock everyone. Qin Shao looked at Medicine Master Biao and said coldly, "It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that Buddha too is my friend. So, when he's in trouble, I have to stand up and help him. Your Medicine Master Biao is a famous medicine master in Bacaro City. He's highly respected, and his name has shaken the entire Bacaro City. But Medicine Master Biao's actions just now are really beneath your status, aren't they? Let's not talk about the fact that there is no cure for poisoning Mr. Bututu's wife." Bututu watched helplessly as his wife was about to die, and he was devastated. He only said a few words. "What's wrong with that? Is it worth your Medicine Master Biao flying into a rage out of humiliation and wanting to kill him as well? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others?" Medicine Master Biao's expression was hideous and twisted as he looked at Qin Shao viciously. "He's just a lowly commoner who dares to offend me. So what if I kill him? Who would dare to ridicule me for such a thing? What great mercy! How is a lowly commoner worthy of sympathy?" Qin Shao sneered and said, "People are divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes, but there's no difference between high and low. Even if one is born lowly and poor, even if one has no status, even if one's strength is weak, they're only lowly, but not despicable. Does your Medicine Master Biao think you're high and mighty? Do you think you're very honorable? But in my opinion, you're just so. How dare you humiliate me? Are you courting death?" Medicine Master Biao had always felt that he was high and mighty, and he was arrogant. In the entire Bacaro city, there were not many people who could make him take seriously, and he could disdain anyone. He had status, prestige, and strength, and that was the basis for his arrogance. Today, he had been schemed against and humiliated by a nobody who was only a 2-star magician. How could he, Medicine Master Biao, not be furious? If he hadn't been deeply poisoned, he would have attacked Qin Xiao long ago. Why would he say so much? Courting death? Qin Xiao chuckled, looked at Medicine Master Biao with disdain, and said, "Yes, you're right this time. I'm courting death. What can you do to me? Come. I'm begging to be killed. I'm begging to be abused." Medicine Master Biao, do it. I'm standing here, waiting for you to kill me. Such arrogant words directly provoked Medicine Master Biao to the point of vomiting blood. This was a great humiliation to him. This was trampling on his face. The onlookers were also provoked by Qin Zhao's words, and they all looked over with strange gazes. Wasn't this too arrogant? Such words were simply arrogant to the extreme. Many people heard and wanted to rush over to kill Qin Xiao. Medicine Master Biao was so angry that he gritted his teeth, trembled all over, and his eyes were spitting fire. But now his body was petrified and he couldn't move at all, let alone say what he could do to Qin Xiao. Medicine Master Biao, I think you'd better pray for yourself. You still have time to waste on me. It seems that you really want to die. Anyway, you'll die from your own poison. It's not an injustice. Qin Xiao sneered and said sarcastically again. Hearing this, Medicine Master Biao felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. He felt cold from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. That's right, he was in a very bad situation now. Brother Yutei, Brother Kosi, please save me. I'm very grateful. Medicine Master Biao looked at Medicine Master Yutei and Kosi Hall Medicine Master. At this time, he couldn't save himself, so he could only put his hopes on Medicine Master Yutei and Kosi Hall Medicine Master. They were probably his only hope. Medicine Master Yutei shook his head and said, Brother Biao, I'm really sorry. I also want to help, but I'm really powerless. I've been studying your poison for so long, but there's no way to cure it at all. So you'd better ask Brother Kosi. Kosi Hall also shook his head and said, Brother Yutei thinks too highly of me. We were studying together just now, but we were all at a loss. I'm also powerless about this poison. There's really no way to cure it. So, Brother Biao, I'm really sorry. You. Medicine Master Biao's face turned pale and twisted when he heard their answers. Although this was within his expectations, it was still within his expectations. Although the three of them could not be considered as sworn enemies, there was still a rivalry between them. Usually, open and secret fights happen from time to time. They all wanted to compete for the position of the number 1 medicine master in Balo City. Today, Medicine Master Biao had finally won and was about to take the honor of being the number 1 medicine master. However, he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen. He was poisoned by the poison he had developed. With such a great opportunity, how could Medicine Master Yutei and Kosi Hall Medicine Master detoxify him? Besides, it was also something that was difficult to do. Chapter 32:15. Uncle Jiao was both furious and flustered that Yutei and Kosi Hall were unwilling to save him. He had already gotten first place and the glory of being the number 1 pharmacist in Baro City. Was he going to end up in such a miserable state? Was his lifetime of brilliance really going to be destroyed here today? No. He couldn't just die like this. Mr. Vice President, please save my life. Pharmacist Jiao looked at the gray-robed elder on the main seat. He was the host of this pharmacist conference and the vice president of the Yasin Chamber of Commerce's Baro City branch. He was an extremely experienced 3-star magician with an extremely high status and prestige in Baro City. Even pharmacist Jiao had to be respectful in front of him and didn't dare to be arrogant at all. The gray-robed elder had a solemn look on his face. He didn't have any intention of intervening in this matter. Instead, he just sat there and watched silently. After hearing pharmacist Jiao's plea for help, the gray-robed elder glanced at him coldly and said, Sorry, Our branch doesn't have any experienced pharmacists for the time being. It's too late to transfer great pharmacists from other branches. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire, so the Yasen Chamber of Commerce can't do anything either. You'd better settle this matter yourself and pray for your own fortune." "What?" Pharmacist Jiao panicked when he heard the gray-robed elder's words. What should he do? The Yasen Chamber of Commerce couldn't save him, and Yute and Kosi Hall were leaving him in the lurch. Yes, there were many pharmacists present. Should he ask them? Why would he, Pharmacist Jiao, take a second look at other pharmacists? Now, was it his turn to beg them to cure him? Such an act was simply a great humiliation to one's soul. However, no matter how humiliating it was, there was a difference between life and humiliation. Thus, Pharmacist Jiao gritted his teeth and looked at the pharmacists who had been eliminated. "My colleagues, I owe you a big favor this time. If anyone is willing to save me once, I will definitely be very grateful." Although his favor was valuable, no one dared to stand up for him at this time. After all, this was something that even Pharmacist Yute and Kosi Hall weren't sure about. Obviously, other than the lack of confidence, there were also those who were disloyal. At this time, if someone dared to stand out and failed to save Uncle Jiao, they would offend the two great pharmacists of Yute and Kosi Hall. That would be a loss that would outweigh the gains. Therefore, no one responded to Medicine Master Jiao's request. Medicine Master Jianbao's condition was getting worse and worse. The pain on his face deepened. The anger in his heart also increased the pain. It was a fate worse than death. At this moment, Medicine Master Biao had completely understood the situation. It seemed like he was going to die today. In life, one could not afford to make a single mistake. Even if it was just one wrong step, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Bastard, the people of my pharmacy will not let you go. You will die miserably. All of you will die miserably. If I die, all of you will be buried with me. Your families and clansmen will all be buried with me." At this moment, Medicine Master Jianbao had gone completely crazy. Qin Shao glanced at Medicine Master Jiaobo and said, "You'll be begging me later. I'll beg you." Medicine Master Jianbao looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What a joke. You're the one who should be begging for mercy. Do you understand?" Qin Shao could not be bothered with Medicine Master Jianbao anymore. Instead, he looked at Susu, who was completely petrified. In fact, Qin Shao had secretly injected Saint energy into Susu to protect her soul and consciousness. He had preserved her last trace of life. If not for that, Susu would have been dead by now. There was no way to save her. Of course, even if she was really dead, Qin Shao could still reverse time and space to revive her. However, there was no need to keep a low profile for now. "Bututu, get up and let go of your wife. She's not dead yet. I can save her." Qin Shao patted Bututu's shoulder and said. When the heartbroken Bututu heard Qin Zhao's words, he immediately grabbed onto Qin Shao emotionally and asked, "Really? You can really save my wife?" Bututu had heard from Brain that Qin Shao was a 2-star medicine master. Theoretically speaking, a 2-star medicine master would not be able to save his wife. Even Medicine Master Jianbao and the other 2 medicine masters could not do anything. How could a 2-star medicine master possibly do it? However, Bututu had no choice. At this time, who would dare to come out and help him? If there was one person, he would naturally be grateful to the point of tears. It was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. When people were in extreme despair, even if they knew that it was impossible, as long as there was someone who was willing, they would desperately grab onto it. Wasn't it good to make a Hail Mary effort? At least, there was a little bit of hope. Therefore, Bututu was also extremely emotional at this time. He grabbed onto Qin Shao tightly. However, Qin Zhao's words caused a wave of sighs and mockery. Haha, this guy seems to be not only a lunatic but also a fool. Why is he pretending? Isn't he just a 2-star sorcerer? At most, he's a 2-star medicine master. That lowly commoner has already been petrified to death. Even if a 4-star medicine master came, he might not be able to save him, right? Who doesn't know how to boast? As long as you're thick-skinned enough, you can boast as much as you want. Wait, let's see how he's going to deal with this. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He really dares to boast like this. I admire his thick skin. Let's just wait and see how he reacts. The good show is yet to come. How could someone like him be a medicine master? He's simply an embarrassment to us medicine masters. Don't worry, he offended Medicine Master Jambaw and caused his death. Even if the Yasin Chamber of Commerce doesn't look for him, Medicine Master Jambaw won't let him off easily. Yes, that's right. This kid won't be able to fool around for long. He'll soon know how to write the word death. Qin Shao did not pay attention to these mocking and ridiculing voices. Instead, he began to treat Susu. Therefore, no one took it seriously. They looked at Qin Shao playfully, waiting for Qin Shao to put on a good show. The gray-robed elder on the main seat also looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. Based on his experience in Jianghu, he felt that this young man was not ordinary. He was extraordinary and not a simple person. Therefore, he wanted to see what this young man was going to do. Susu's condition was indeed very scary. The poison was not simple. Even with Qin Zhao's pure magic power, it would be difficult for him to detoxify the poison. However, this was not a difficult task for Qin Shao. All he needed to do was to infuse a little saint energy into his magic, and Susu's poison would be easily neutralized. Detoxification could either be done directly with medicine or neutralized directly, or to be done by force. For Qin Shao, it was easy for him to detoxify Susu. Qin Shao started to detoxify Susu's poison with the power of magic and saint power at the same time. There was no existence of the ancient sage realm at the scene, so no one could discover that Qin Shao had used saint power. Even if there was an existence of the ancient sage realm, with Qin Zhao's superb means, he could still conceal it well. Therefore, what everyone saw was Qin Shao using magic to detoxify Susu's poison. Originally, everyone was dismissive of Qin Shao. They all felt that it was impossible for Qin Shao to detoxify Susu's poison. After all, this was something that even the three great pharmacists were unable to do. How could nobody like him, a mere two-star magician, be able to do it? But soon, the situation began to change. The petrification on Susu's body gradually faded away, and she was about to regain her vitality. Seeing this, Butu, who did not have much hope, suddenly became excited and surprised. Bu Rhine and Blacy also looked at each other. They did not expect Qin Shao to be able to do this. If that was the case, then they had really hit the jackpot this time. They had managed to cozy up to someone powerful. What? It can't be? Can he really detoxify Susu's poison? It should be impossible, right? He only removed some of the petrification, but he might not be able to save her life, right? If the petrification is removed, then it's a good start, right? Previously, Great Pharmacist Yu and the Great Pharmacist of Kosi Hall tried for so long, but they could not do this. That's true. So we've all been slapped in the face. We've all underestimated him. This young man, who the hell is he? But why is he only a two-star magician? It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense. Many people were directly dumbfounded. They stared at the battle platform with their mouths agape, and they were shocked. In particular, Uncle Jiao and the other two stared at Qin Shao in shock. They were extremely shocked. Yu Tei and Kosi Hall had personally tried it, and they naturally knew how terrifying the poison was. They could not do this, but this young two-star magician in front of them could do it. Wasn't this a slap to the faces of the two great pharmacists? They represented the highest standards of the pharmacists in Bakero City. Today, they were taught a good lesson by an unknown young two-star magician. What? Uncle Jiao stared at Qin Shao, and the shock in his heart had already reached an extreme level. He naturally knew the best about the poison that he had developed himself. To be able to do this, it meant that he could really detoxify the poison. Not to mention whether he could save the woman in the end. Just this method alone was already shocking enough. He had not developed a detoxification method yet, but this young chap in front of him could do this. Was he really just a two-star magician? This was not scientific. It did not make sense at all. With such strength, he was definitely an extremely experienced 3-star pharmacist. The standard of a pharmacist should have reached an extremely high level. So how could this be? But the ironclad fact in front of him made him have no choice but to admit it. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Just now, everyone had snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao. They had been mocking and ridiculing him with the attitude of watching a good show. Now, all of them were speechless. All of them had been slapped in the face by an invisible force. Qin Shao had used his strength to give everyone a heavy blow, causing many people to feel a burning pain in their faces. Soon, a miraculous thing happened, and it instantly lit up the entire place. Susu had completely recovered. She opened her eyes, stood up, and stood in front of everyone alive. She had actually been completely cured and had come back to life. Susu, you come back to life. This is really great, really great. Haha, the heavens have eyes. Bututu hugged Susu excitedly. Susu was also crying as she hugged Bututu tightly. The atmosphere of the entire place exploded in an instant. That woman, shouldn't she be dead? Half a day has already passed. How could she still be saved? Uncle Jiao was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 32:16. He actually saved her life? Did he really get rid of the poison? Yutei and Kosi looked at each other. They were quite shocked. This young man in front of them had actually done something that they couldn't do, and he was only a 2-star mage. What method did he use? Just now, they had also seriously noticed the method that Qin Shao had used to treat Susu. They didn't feel that it was anything special, and didn't feel that it was any powerful magic. It should have been inferior to theirs. However, the truth in front of them made them very surprised, and for a moment, they were puzzled and puzzled. The expressions of the onlookers were even more interesting. Many people stood there dumbfounded, speechless. "Hurry up and save me, save me." Apothecary Bibbo suddenly shouted anxiously at Qin Shao. If that woman could be saved in such a state, then there was definitely no problem with the poison in his body at all. At the thought of this, Apothecary Bibbo naturally grasped at the last straw and immediately said to Qin Shao, asking Qin Shao to save him. Hearing Apothecary Bibbo's begging, Qin Shao smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you just say that you would make me regret it? Do you want me to save you? Do you want me to know how to write the word death here? Didn't you sneer at me, despise me, and mock me very much? You're a great Apothecary Bibbo, famous in Bacaro City. Didn't you think that I didn't have the ability to cure your poison? Now you want me to save you? Haha, give me a reason first." Smack! Apothecary Bibbo only felt as if his face had been ruthlessly slapped, and it was burning with pain. If there was a medicine for regret in this world, he would also change his actions just now. But who would have thought that this young 2-star mage in front of him could really cure his poison? This was something that he, Apothecary Bibbo, would never have thought of. But now, in order to survive, Apothecary Bibbo could only put down all his dignity and put himself in the most humble position. Apothecary Bibbo's face was much uglier than if his parents had died. He, who had always been high and mighty, had fallen to such a miserable state today. How ridiculous was this? But what could he do? "Master Alchemist, if you have any conditions, please feel free to state them. Uncle Jiao will definitely satisfy you." Alchemist Uncle Jiao said. This was a sign of weakness and also an admission of defeat. However, Qin Shao obviously didn't agree with such words. He smiled faintly and said, "Is this how you talk? That's right. After all, you're the most famous grand apothecary in Bacaro City. With your status, you naturally look down on a nobody like me. Speaking to me like this is already considered very polite, isn't it? However, I feel very uncomfortable hearing those words." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Medicine Master Jiaobui's face twitched violently again. Could it be that a 2-star magician wanted to step on the head of Apothecary Uncle and do whatever he wanted? If it was in the past, he would have died a long time ago. But now his life was in someone else's hands. How could he still have any confidence? He had lost all leverage and power. The onlookers were as silent as cicadas in winter. Many people also began to admire Qin Shao. He was really ruthless. Wasn't he playing too big? Was he really a two-star magician? His guts weren't ordinary. How dare he humiliate Apothecary Uncle Jiao like this? Even if Apothecary Uncle Jiao was really dead, there were still many people in his pharmacy who were loyal disciples and subordinates. If anything happened to Apothecary Uncle Jiao, this two-star magician obviously wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. He would definitely be attacked and retaliated against. He shouldn't be able to survive. Of course, there were also people who cursed Qin Zhao's arrogance and madness in their hearts. He was simply courting death. Apothecary Uncle Jiao was a big shot in Bacaro City. Not only was his prestige extremely high, but his power was also extremely huge. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that there weren't many people in Bacaro City who dared to provoke Apothecary Uncle Jiao. But today, someone actually put Apothecary Uncle Jiao under his foot and stepped on him so ruthlessly. It was so shocking that many people didn't know what to say. Apothecary Uncle Jiao's face completely darkened. After gritting his teeth, he said, "Sir Apothecary, I beg you, please save my life. As long as Sir Apothecary is willing to save my life, I'll agree to anything you say. I was in the wrong just now. I apologize to you, and I apologize to the two of them. I also promise that as long as Sir Apothecary is willing to save me, I definitely won't dare to cause any trouble for you or them. I can swear. Sir Apothecary, please be magnanimous and be merciful and save my life." After saying this, Apothecary Uncle Jiao even had the thought of dying. He had never said such humble words before, even when he was weak and small. After saying this, how could he, Apothecary Uncle Jiao, still have the face to go out and meet people in the future? He would probably become the laughing stock of the people of Bacaro City for a long time. How could he still have the face to claim the title of the #1 apothecary? "Are you done?" Qin Shao glanced at Apothecary Uncle Jiao indifferently. "What?" This means Apothecary Uncle Jiao's face turned from black to white, and he looked at Qin Shao stiffly. "Still not enough?" Qin Shao sneered and said, "Even if you kneel down and kowtow to me, I won't save you. An extremely evil person like you deserves more than death. You don't deserve any sympathy." "What? Deserves more than death? Doesn't deserve any sympathy?" Every word was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Apothecary Uncle Jiao's heart. At this point, how could Apothecary Uncle Jiao not know that it was completely impossible for the young magician in front of him to save him? Then, was he really going to die today? Sometimes, death wasn't scary. What was scary was knowing that death was coming, but there was no way to avoid it. You could only watch as death approach you step by step, slowly waiting for death. That was the scariest thing. This was an unexpected calamity for him, the foot Uncle Apothecary. How pitiful was it that it happened to him without rhyme or reason? Since there was no possibility, Apothecary Uncle Jiao naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. His expression became incomparably ferocious again, and his eyes were spewing endless flames of anger as he stared at Qin Shao. "If you really want to die, then this apothecary will fulfill your wish. This apothecary can guarantee you that you definitely won't live past tomorrow. My people will definitely kill you very quickly. If you are willing to cure this apothecary's poison, that might be your only chance to live. Otherwise, not only you, but also your friends will die. They will all die." Hearing such a threat, Qin Shao chuckled and shook his head. "He's a dead man. I think it's better not to worry so much. After you die, how do you know whether your students and subordinates will avenge you or not? A dead person should act like a dead person. You shouldn't be concerned about those things." Apothecary Uncle Jiao was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he had to admit that Qin Zhao's words were hard to refute. Qin Shao ignored Apothecary Uncle Jiao and said to Buddha Tu and his wife, "Let's go." Buddha Tu and his wife were still immersed in the joy and excitement of surviving a disaster. At this moment, they finally reacted and immediately left with Qin Shao without hesitation. Apothecary Uncle Jiao became even more mad when he saw that Qin Shao was leaving. He immediately shouted, "Stop him! Stop that brat! Don't let him escape." My people will be here soon. Don't let that brat escape. Hurry up and help me stop that brat, or my people won't let you off. Great, all of you are ingrates. Many people have received favors from me in the past, but now all of you are turning a deaf ear to me. Senior Vice President, are the Yasin Chamber of Commerce going to ignore these ingrates, even if they don't do anything? I took first place at the Yasin Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy Conference. Is the Yasin Chamber of Commerce going to ignore me and even let the murderer go? Isn't the Yasin Chamber of Commerce afraid of being criticized and ridiculed by the world for doing this? Ha ha ha. The Yasin Chamber of Commerce is just so. How dare you? The gray-robed old man shouted coldly. You have no right to criticize the Yasin Chamber of Commerce's actions. You are too presumptuous. You killed someone on a martial stage in public. You only have yourself to blame for harming others and yourself. How dare you speak so rudely? Apothecary Uncle Jiao was stunned by the gray-robed old man's shout. The onlookers were even more shocked. Apothecary Bright Moon, please accept a bow from my wife and me. I, Buddha too, will do my best to repay you for saving my life. I will not complain even if I have to do anything for you. Buddha too and his wife were about to kneel down before Qin Shao, but they were stopped by Qin Shao in time. Qin Shao smiled faintly and shook his head. You don't have to do this, Buddha Tuesday. I saved you because you're a friend of Bu Rhine and the others. Secondly, I have something to discuss with you. Bu Rhine and his wife were very happy. They were very impressed by Qin Shao. At the same time, they were also a little excited. It seemed like they could finally show off their skills this time. Buddha too nodded repeatedly and said gratefully, Thank you, Apothecary Bright Moon. I hope you can forgive me if I have neglected you previously. I promise you that I will do my best to help you as long as you need me. However, I am very ashamed. My strength is indeed very ordinary. I am afraid that I will be a burden to Apothecary Bright Moon and the others. With Apothecary Bright Moon's strength, you will definitely be able to recruit a more powerful hunter. Qin Shao smiled and said, There is no need. I feel that you are very suitable. You are very good. There is no need to find anyone else. You are my best choice. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Buddha too was a little fearful. He had indeed given such a high evaluation. Since Apothecary Bright Moon has said so, it will be my fault if I continue to be pretentious. All right, then I will accept your invitation. I will go with you and try my luck. Consider it as rekindling the heart that has been destroyed for many years. I will do my best. I hope that I will not disappoint you. Buddha too nodded and agreed. Bu Rhine put his arm around Buddha too's shoulder and said, That's right. We can go out together again. You have to regain your confidence and find your old self. Back then, you were still quite strong. You were a real hunter. With Apothecary Bright Moon leading us, I believe that we will definitely achieve good results. No matter what, this is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we will have to wait for another era. It is too long for us. Bu Tutu nodded solemnly. Chapter 32:17. The team of 5 was considered complete, and they could go to the Guild of Magic to apply for the formation of a team of mages for the competition. However, there was still an important question that hovered in the hearts of Bututu and the other two. After the agitation, they gradually calmed down. Mr. Mingnue, Apothecary Biao has also died in your hands. I reckon the people in his pharmacy won't let this matter rest so easily. So, at this moment, shouldn't we consider this aspect? Should we go out and lie low for a while? Why don't we go to other cities to register? We don't have to stay in Bacaro City. I'm very worried about your safety, Mr. Mingnue. Apothecary Biao's influence is extremely strong in Bacaro City, and no one dares to provoke him. Now that such a big thing has happened, I reckon many people will point their fingers at you, Mr. Mingnue, Bututu said with a worried expression. Brain and Blasey also thought of this problem and nodded in agreement with Bututu's words. This matter could be considered to have arisen because of him, Bututu, so he was the most worried. If anything happened to Mr. Mingnue because of him and his wife, he would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Apothecary Biao's status in Bacaro City was too high, and his influence was too great. He had many students and followers who were 2-star and 3-star mages, and it was really unknown what these people could do. Qin Shao smiled nonchalantly and said, "Bututu, the problem you're worrying about might be a little redundant." A little redundant? Bututu looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Brain and Blasey were also very surprised. How could this problem be redundant? This was a very practical problem, a very scary problem, and it needed to be carefully considered. How long has it been since Apothecary Biao's accident? Qin Shao asked. Bututu and the other two frowned and thought for a while. It seemed to have been half a day. Look, it's been half a day. Bacaro City is only so big. Apothecary Biao's people should have received the news long ago, right? But why hasn't anyone come to find trouble with us until now? Actually, there's only one reason, and that's because Apothecary Jiao's people are probably busy fighting for the authority of the medicine hall. How would they have the time to care about me? Besides, even the Yasin Chamber of Commerce didn't say anything and didn't make things difficult for me. Why would others do anything to me? Furthermore, I can cure Apothecary Biao's poison and even kill him. If you were in my shoes, what would you think? Do you dare to make a move on me so easily? A person like Apothecary Jiaobo is a vicious person, like teacher, like student. Therefore, his people are definitely not good people. It's impossible for many people to be loyal to this kind of person. Once something happens, we'll all fly away. Why will we care so much? Besides, even if one or two of them were to jump out, we have nothing to be afraid of. So, you don't have to worry about this problem. We can just walk around Bacaro City. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Bututu and the other two looked at each other in dismay. What he said seemed to make a lot of sense, but they were still a little worried and couldn't really calm down. After all, in their opinion, this kind of thing was a little too exaggerated. It was somewhat beyond their imagination. They couldn't be blamed. They had indeed always been at a very low level. In the face of a big shot like Apothecary Jiaobo, they would naturally tremble. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, Apothecary Jiaobo was just a small ant. Brother Pure also grinned and said, "You guys can rest assured. If my brother says it'll be fine, then it'll definitely be fine. What's more, we're not pushovers. Not everyone can bully us just because they want to. Apothecary Jiaobo is already dead. Not many people will jump out and do anything to us. Nowadays, people are all very smart. No one would risk their lives for others, right? Many people are just together for the sake of benefits." Bututu and the other two nodded. What Brother Pure said made sense. However, the worry in their hearts would definitely not be completely eliminated in a short period of time. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about our plan to set up a mage regiment. Now that we have 5 people and all the professions, we have fulfilled the basic requirements to apply. However, 5 people is still a little weak. Do we still need to recruit a few more people to join us? According to the rules, a mage regiment participating in the competition can have a maximum of 10 people. How are we going to recruit people next? I don't have any suitable candidates on my side to recommend, Buenlei said. Bututu thought for a while and said, I do have a good candidate for a mage, but I don't know if he's joined any other mage regiment. He's a 3-star mage and is quite strong. Haha, it would be great if a 3-star mage joined us, Buenlei said with a smile. Qin Shao laughed faintly and waved his hand. Actually, there's no need. The 5 of us are enough. What? 5 people? Enough? How could 5 people be enough? Once Qin Zhao's words came out, Bututu and the other 2 were shocked again. They looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. The rules allowed for a maximum of 10 people. Shouldn't more people mean more strength? 10 people was the best allocation, right? Seeing the expressions of the 3 people, Qin Shao explained, more people doesn't mean more strength. Strength is greater when one is united. No matter how many people there are, if they're not united and have disagreements, then it's not just strength, it's trouble. The 5 of us should be enough. Moreover, only 5 people were required to participate in the official competition. The other 5 are just substitutes. Therefore, to us, it doesn't matter. If there are 10 people, only 5 can go on stage. In this way, it's easier for there to be disagreements. If there's someone very suitable, then we can consider it. However, it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. The 5 of us are enough. Bututu and the other 2 nodded. This was indeed very reasonable. Randomly recruiting people was actually a very worrisome thing. If they did not get along well with each other, once there was a conflict and disagreements, it would be troublesome. That's right, being united as one is the strongest. The main thing was that the competition could only have 5 people, and there was indeed no need for too many people. However, if someone was seriously injured in a competition and there were no substitutes, it would be a little troublesome. There's no need to worry about a situation where there are no substitutes. With our medicine master Mingyu, this is not a problem. As long as he doesn't die on the spot, he can be cured very quickly. Ha! Brother Pure joked. Qin Shao smiled helplessly. However, what he said was not wrong. Of course, it was still very conservative. It should be said that even if he died, Qin Shao could still be revived. Qin Shao was really not worried about the substitutes. Therefore, Qin Shao said that the 5 of them were enough. There was no need to add other people. Qin Shao was very satisfied with Bututu and the other 2. They met his requirements in all aspects. Moreover, the 3 of them were from the same tribe and had known each other since they were young. They had a very good relationship and could trust each other completely. They could easily unite and twist into a force. There was a natural tacit understanding there. This was the best and most powerful foundation of strength. With these, Qin Shao naturally had nothing to worry about. Moreover, wasn't it entirely up to Qin Shao to decide how far they could go in this battle? With him and Brother Pure around, it was enough. Let's go to the Magic Guild and register to form a Magic Guild first. But before that, let's think of a name together, Qin Shao said. Brain smiled and said, Mr. Mingyu, we all think that you're the leader, so you're our leader. You can still decide the name. Bututu and Bulakai also nodded in agreement. They had all gathered together because of Qin Shao and had the idea of forming their own magic guild. Therefore, this magic guild would naturally be led by Qin Shao. Qin Shao was the best candidate for the leader. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, If you want me to be the leader, I won't be polite and modest. But about the name of the magic guild, let's gather our thoughts and discuss it together. Everyone started to talk about it, and all kinds of names were mentioned. However, none of them were unanimously agreed upon. Qin Shao was seriously thinking about this matter. Finally, he had an idea. Dragon roaming the world, unstoppable, dauntless. Why don't we call ourselves the Dragon Magic Guild? What do you think? Dragon Magic Guild? It was indeed a good name. Brother Pure was the first to respond. Not bad, not bad. Dragons are also sacred beasts in the elemental holy demons. Dragon roaming the world has a good meaning. Then let's call ourselves the Dragon Magic Guild. It suits our temperament very well. Brain said, the name is indeed very good. It's also very domineering and very sharp. But wouldn't it be a little too conspicuous if we choose such a domineering name? Cough, won't it cause trouble? Brother Pure put his arm around Brain's shoulder and said, What are you afraid of? As a person, you should have some ambition and dreams, right? What is the purpose of forming our own magic guild? Isn't it to strive for a good result? If we don't even have this little ambition, then we might as well not participate in this elemental holy realm magic guild assembly. This is an opportunity that only comes once in an era. How many opportunities like this are hard to come by in one's life? If we don't seize the opportunity and strive for it, then wouldn't it be a waste of our young talents? What's wrong with being domineering and sharp? That's what we want. We need to have a courageous and fearless heart. We need to shine in this elemental Saint Realm Magus Saint Master competition and strive for a good ranking. Yes, that's why we should be domineering and sharp. Brother Pure's words were very encouraging, and Brain also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Qianshan is very right. We have been ordinary for so long, and have always wanted to do something spectacular. We have always felt that there were no good opportunities. This time, we have an excellent opportunity. We must not miss it. We must seize it well. So what if we're domineering and sharp? Ha ha! It's rare for the young to be so arrogant. Just like that, the name of the Magic Guild was decided. It was called the Dragon Magic Guild. Just as the 5 of them were about to go to the Magic Guild, a 3-star Magic Guild suddenly walked out with 4 2-star magic casters and blocked the way of Qin Shao and the others. Chapter 32:18. Seeing these 5 people, Buddha 2 and the other 2 immediately tensed up. Could it be that alchemist Jiabua's men had come looking for them? They had been worried about this matter for a long time. They felt that this matter wouldn't pass so easily. After all, the one who had died was alchemist Jiabua. He was a powerful figure. The leader of the group sized up Qin Shao and said, "Esteemed sir, we are from the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Our vice president would like to invite sir for a chat. Would sir be willing to give us the honor of meeting him?" It turned out that the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had invited him, and he had even sent a 3-star magician. It was clear how important the invitation was. Hearing this, Buddha 2 and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of alchemist Brightmoon, he had great strength in the field of alchemy. Naturally, he had won respect. Qin Shao cupped his fists and said, "My apologies. Please send my regards to your vice president. We have other matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you. I have a rough idea of what your vice president wants to do, but I should refuse. I appreciate your kindness. Thank you for your trouble." The 3-star magician furrowed his brows. After looking at Qin Shao, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he said, "All right, since that's the case, I won't force you. I will go back and pass on your message to our vice president. But to be honest, I hope that sir can reconsider. Before the Magician's Sacred Assembly officially opens, you can come to our Yasen Chamber of Commerce." Qin Shao smiled and said, "There's no need to reconsider. I have already made up my mind. I won't change it." The 3-star magician nodded and didn't say anything else. He left with his men. Seeing Qin Shao directly reject the invitation of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, Buddha 2 and the other 2 were shocked. This was the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. The vice president had personally sent someone to invite him. This was the treatment of an honored guest. Alchemist Jiabua, who had won first place in the alchemy conference, had died at the hands of alchemist Brightmoon. The poison that the 3 alchemists couldn't detoxify was also detoxified by alchemist Brightmoon. With such strength, it was normal for the Yasen Chamber of Commerce to take a fancy to him. To be able to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was indeed a great honor. If this were to happen to Bu 2 and the other 2, they would not even dare to think about it. Hee, don't look at me like that. It's just the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. What's so special about it? No matter how powerful the Yasen Chamber of Commerce is, joining them is just obeying their orders. In the end, we must share all the glory with them. What you create yourself is the most beautiful thing." Qin Shao chuckled and said to Bu 2 and the other 2. The 3 of them were greatly encouraged and moved. The seed of determination in their hearts was also stimulated. They also had a lot of longing, but it was gradually diluted. People's passions were like this. There were times when they were strong, times when they were indifferent, and even times when they were depressed. Whether or not you can stimulate the passion in the depths of your heart will determine the intensity of your actions. When you put in all your strength, or even more than all your strength, to do something, the chances of success would be 10 times or even 100 times greater. Cultivating one's heart and doing things also depended on one's heart. Hence, one's heart played a decisive role in everything one did. Qin Shao and the other 3 quickly went to the Guild of Magic to register the Dragon Mage Regiment and signed up to participate in the Elemental Sanctuary Magic Sacred Assembly. Qin Shao was now famous. So many people wanted to invite Qin Shao to join. When they heard that Qin Shao had already formed a mage regiment, many people fought to join Qin Shao's mage regiment. However, they were all rejected by Qin Shao one by one. There were even many 3-star mages who wanted to join, which made Brain and the other 2 very tempted. However, they were all rejected by Qin Shao. Brain and the other 2 felt that it was a pity. After that, They had to wait for the magic sacred assembly to officially begin. During this period, Qin Shao did not idle around. First, she brought everyone to the Yasen Chamber of Commerce's shop. Of course, Qin Shao did not go there to meet the vice president, but to purchase magical treasures. Firstly, she wanted to give everyone the best magic staffs allowed by the rules. With good magic staffs, everyone's magic power would be enhanced, and their strength would naturally be improved to a certain extent. Brace was a combat master, so Qin Shao also prepared a set of good armor for him. Together, his offensive and defensive abilities were enhanced by a lot. Buddha, too, was a hunter, so he had also prepared some magic treasures for him so that he could become stronger. The 5 of them were armed. Even if they weren't armed to the teeth, they were almost there. Moreover, they were all armed with the best treasures. Such generosity shocked the attendants of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Brain and the other 2 were even more shocked. Just the items that the 5 of them bought this time were worth more than 100 million magic crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million chaos source stones. Basically, many 4-star magicians would not be able to take out so many magic crystals. Such generosity was too great. This made Brain and the other 2 seriously suspect that Qin Shao and Brother Pure had extraordinary backgrounds. How could someone who could casually use 100 million magic crystals be an ordinary person? They were definitely very, very extraordinary. In addition to treasures, Qin Shao also bought some magical cultivation methods for cultivation. During this period of time, she also wanted to increase the strength of Brain and the other 2. Speaking of which, the strength of the 3 of them was indeed a little lacking. If they wanted to go further, the 3 of them indeed needed to improve further. With Qin Zhao's help, coupled with their strong desire for strength, the 3 of them were stimulated to cultivate. Under the impact of such power, it was naturally of great help to their cultivation. Soon, the curtains of the magic sacred assembly began. With full health, the assistance of the brilliant magical cultivation methods, and Qin Zhao's guidance, the speed of improvement of Brain and the other 2 could be said to be jaw-dropping. In a short period of time, their strength actually improved a lot. In terms of realm, there were even signs of breaking through to the 4th step Heavenly Venerate realm. If they broke through to the 4th step Heavenly Venerate realm, they would definitely be 3-star magicians. However, with their current strength and equipment, Brain and the other 2 had some confidence in breaking through to the 3-star magician realm. To be able to improve so much in such a short period of time completely made up for their previous million years of cultivation. This made Brain and the other 2 admire Qin Shao immensely. They were very sure that this Mr. Mingwei was not simple. However, they did not understand why he was still a 2-star magician. The level of a magician was recognized by the Magic Guild. Once recognized, it could not be changed. Everyone only had one recognized badge, and there would definitely not be another one. Therefore, it was basically impossible to fake it. Who would dare to fake it? Unless they wanted to be permanently removed from the Magic Guild. However, this was not important. What was important was that everyone was full of energy and wanted to show off their skills and shine at the Magic Sacred Assembly. He had lived for so long, but he had never done anything spectacular. He had never done anything meaningful. Perhaps he could take advantage of this sacred assembly of magicians to show off his skills. The sacred assembly of mages, which was the focus of everyone's attention and which the entire elemental sanctuary was talking about, finally began. The once-in-an-epic sacred assembly of sorcerers had finally begun. Countless magicians in the entire elemental sanctuary participated. The magic guilds at all levels became arenas and began the general election. Therefore, this sacred assembly spread to every corner of the elemental sanctuary, enough for the people of the elemental sanctuary to watch this grand event at close range. In this way, it was naturally possible to mobilize all the people of the elemental sanctuary and push this grand event to the extreme. Perhaps only the elemental sanctuary could do this among the 8 sanctuary realms. For example, The Immortal Realm and the Great Tao Sanctuary were far from being able to do this. The Magic Guild at the level of a town organized a competition at the level of a town, so the participating magician teams had to be at the level of a town. Besides, the Magic Guild would guarantee fairness and accept the supervision of the world. There was no doubt about this. The fairness of the Magic Guild was recognized by the world. Although Bacaro City was only a small city on the border where 4-star magicians were rare, the number of magician teams that signed up for the competition this time was actually more than 10,000. Perhaps this was because there were too few alchemists. Otherwise, there would be more magician squads signing up to participate. After all, in order to sign up for the competition, all 5 major professions had to be present, which was a hardcore requirement. If one could not meet this requirement, there would be no way to sign up. However, although there were many magician teams that signed up, most of them were obviously just here to participate and have some fun. After all, such a grand event could only be held once in an era. Since they had encountered it, they naturally wanted to come and have some fun. Whether or not they could get a place in the competition was secondary. The important thing was to participate. This was also advocated by the Magic Guild, so there was no threshold for registration as long as it was a magician team. This grand event also made countless people extremely excited and made Bacaro City extremely lively. The entire city felt a little overcrowded as countless people poured into Bacaro City. The Magic Sacred Assembly had begun. If it was the qualifier, it would be an elimination battle, and a large number of people would be eliminated. Batch after batch of magician teams only participated for a short while and were quickly eliminated. Klein and the other 2 were also extremely excited. It was their first time participating in the Magic Sacred Assembly, and their strength was actually very ordinary. Hence, they had never had much confidence. However, with Qin Xiao around now, their confidence had increased a lot, and their strength had increased a lot. The most important thing was that the power of belief had increased a lot. Under such circumstances, the combat power of the 5 of them was completely condensed and naturally could erupt with a powerful force. Besides, with Qin Xiao, who was a very good leader, commanding them, he could see through every competition very clearly and could accurately command everyone to clear the stage in the simplest and fastest way. In this way, the Dragon Mage's journey was very smooth and easy. They were able to overcome all obstacles and continue to move forward. With a good start, it naturally had a huge effect on the confidence of Klein and the other 2. The stronger their confidence, the stronger they would naturally be, and the easier it would be for them to cooperate with each other. With strong confidence, they would be able to remain calm in the face of danger and would be able to exert their means to the greatest extent. They would be able to play a more important role in cooperation. Naturally, the strength of the team was also increased to the greatest extent. Chapter 32:19. The Town level audition was actually extremely intense. Out of the more than 10,000 mage teams that participated, only 100 mage teams would be able to win and advance to the next level of audition. 1 in 100 was naturally very intense. However, many mage teams participated in the town level audition with the mentality of having fun. Therefore, many mage teams did not have much strength. Basically, they were eliminated as soon as they went up and completed the first round of the game. The town level audition was naturally not stressful for the Dragon Mages. Although there were still some powerful mage teams in Baylor City, they couldn't stop Qin Xiao and the others. Bryn and the other 2 also displayed super powerful combat power and advanced triumphantly along the way. During the battle, the strength of the 3 of them was also tempered, and they improved a lot. Originally, the 3 of them had made a lot of progress. In addition to this round of selection and the stimulation they received from the intense battles, the 3 of them directly broke through to the 4th step of the Heavenly Venerate realm. The breakthrough in realm also allowed the 3 of them to successfully obtain the certification of the Guild of Magic, and they were promoted to 3-star mages. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure naturally became 3-star mages very smoothly. That was also expected. Originally, the strength of the three of them was enough to become three-star mages, but they didn't have that much time to complete the test of the Guild of Magic. Hence, they were delayed. However, through this audition, they used their strength to prove their strength. The audition was originally hosted by the Guild of Magic, so it could be considered test. Since they had obtained the approval of the Guild of Magic, it was natural for them to be promoted to three-star mages. There were a total of 100 spots for the audition in Baylor City, so it wasn't particularly difficult for a mage team with a little bit of strength to advance. After all, Baylor City was just a small border city, and there weren't many experienced mages here. Although it wasn't a particularly difficult task, it wasn't an easy task to pick 1 out of 100 mages. Even though most of them were just bystanders, there were still some experienced mages. For Qin Zhao's Dragon Mage Legion, it wasn't much of a challenge. They were invincible and invincible all the way. They were arrogant and won one victory after another, shining brightly. Previously, Qin Zhao had defeated Great Apothecary Uncle Jiao and caused him to die at his hands. He had also cured a poison that 3 great apothecaries were unable to cure. For a moment, he had become famous in Bacaro City. Especially in the world of alchemists, it was even more famous, and its name shook the world. There were even many voices praising Qin Zhao as the #1 apothecary in Bacaro City. And this point seemed to have been fully proven in the qualifiers. No matter how severe the injuries suffered by Brain and the others were, Qin Zhao was able to quickly and completely heal them, ensuring that the Magician Legion's battle prowess was at full health. This was the standard that an outstanding pharmacist should have. Such a method was also amazing. Hence, this qualifier had also promoted Qin Zhao's reputation by a lot. Apothecary Bright Moon had undoubtedly become a famous name in Bacaro City. There was an endless stream of people who came to ask for medicine and treatment. Many forces also tried their best to curry favor with Qin Zhao, but they were all rejected by Qin Zhao. An exciting and sensational qualifier also ended amidst the intense competition. The list of the 100 Magician Legions that had advanced had been released and announced to the world. After resting for 100 years, the Guild of Magic would bring the 100 Magician Legions to the Castle-level Guild of Magic to enter the next round of competition. If they wanted to participate in the Sacred Assembly of Magic, they would have to pass through 3 levels of advancement. The town level was just a qualifier and was only the simplest level. Hence, in theory, if one couldn't outshine others in the selection of the town level, there would basically be no chance for them to compete in the future. In the selection of Bacaro City, although there wasn't a single Magician Legion that had outshone and dominated the qualifier, many people were discussing it. However, there were many voices discussing this matter. Many people felt that the Dragon Mages had the potential to dominate and were very likely to represent Bacaro City and go further, standing at a higher position and fighting for great glory for Bacaro City. These voices of discussion also pushed the Dragon Mages to a very high level. Needless to say, Apothecary Bright Moon had already become a new noble in Bacaro City. He was a popular figure that everyone wanted to curry favor with. Archer Qinshan also had a great reputation in the world of archery. Brian and the other 2 also became famous in Bacaro City because of this audition, and they gained quite a reputation. In an instant, the 3 of them had gone from being humble to being powerful and walking towards the light. Such a change was something that Bryn and the other 2 had never dreamed of. To them, it was just like a dream. It was too dreamy, and they simply couldn't believe that all of this was real. Even if it was a dream, it shouldn't have been able to come true so quickly. However, their dream had already come true, and it had come true in advance. Blanca, Butu, have you ever thought that we would have such a day? Bryn asked with a smile. Blanca smiled very brightly and happily. To be honest, I did think about it, but it was just a thought. It was just a dream. Which one of us cultivators doesn't want to become powerful? Which one of us doesn't want to stand out? Which one of us doesn't want to become a 3-star or even 4-star magician? Which one of us doesn't want to become a reputable figure? If it's possible, who would be willing to be humble? Humble It's just that we can't shine and make ourselves stronger, so we can only be humble. And the best way to get rid of being humble is to have great power. Only with power can you have everything. We all understand this most basic principle. So, in the past, we were also a little hot-blooded, and we also had an ambitious heart. We also worked hard and struggled for this dream, but we were also confused, depressed, and even gave up. Why? Because we are not geniuses, and we don't have such a good life. We don't have a good cultivation environment, and we don't have any opportunities. So, even if we worked very hard in the past, it was useless, and we couldn't achieve anything. It would only slowly wear away the fighting spirit in our hearts. In the end, we resigned to our fate and lived an ordinary life. We ended up doing nothing. That's also a life. But we may have asked ourselves countless times, is such a life really what we want? Is it really? Obviously, it's not. This is definitely not the life we want. It's definitely not. And this time, the heavens have given us an excellent opportunity to meet Mr. Mingwei, allowing our lives to once again blossom with resplendent light. Mr. Mingwei is our benefactor. He is the light on the road of our lives. He is the fire that ignites the infinite fighting spirit in our hearts. Both Blanca and Bututu nodded heavily. They both deeply agreed. That was indeed the case. They looked at Qin Xiao with gratitude in their eyes. This was gratitude. Bututu also said, "Yes, actually, my fighting spirit has dissipated a long time ago. I don't have any illusions, and I've long been willing to live an ordinary life. I have no talent, no potential, no strength, and no background. It's already good enough to be able to live an ordinary life. How can I have the heart to think about other things? I never thought that I, Bututu, would have a day where I would shine. And all of this was brought to me by Mr. Mingwei. I'm really grateful, very grateful to him. And my wife, Susu, was also saved by Mr. Mingwei. This is a great life-saving grace and the grace of a new life. I really don't know what to say. If it's possible, I'm willing to use my life to repay Mr. Mingwei." Ha ha ha. Blaine was both happy and excited as he laughed out loud. He hugged Blanca and Bututu and said, "Let's not talk about those sour words for now. Let's just remember them in our hearts. In this lifetime, Mr. Mingwei is our great benefactor. If anyone forgets this, then they're worse than pigs and dogs. We've become the great heroes of our tribe now. Our tribe has never had people like us in countless years. We've won back a lot of glory and face for the tribe. My family members keep sending me messages through voice transmission. This feeling is really good. Yes, I've received them too. Ha ha. This is wonderful. Although our status in the tribe was still okay in the past, it's far from what it is now. Tisk, TSK. Heroes. Blanca, also have a day when I'm a hero of the tribe. Ha ha. Blanca also laughed. The faces of the three were brimming with smiles. What else could they ask for in life? This was the highlight of their lives. It was a moment worth remembering, and the three of them were grateful to Qin Xiao. Seeing the three of them like this, Qin Xiao also smiled happily and said, "This is the honor you deserve. I just gave you a chance and some help. But you were able to make such great progress because of your own efforts. If you didn't work hard enough, it would be impossible for you to have such a breakthrough and improvement. I've always been a good judge of character. Although you were indeed lacking in all aspects before, you still have your shining points. Your temperaments are very good. You are very malleable. You are also very simple and hardworking. What you actually lack is an opportunity. Your temperaments are very good. You also have ambitions, dreams, and are willing to work hard. In fact, you have all the conditions to succeed. You only lack an opportunity. As for me, I just happen to give you this opportunity. However, even if I give you the opportunity, you need to grasp it yourself. If you can't grasp this opportunity, then it's useless. Fortunately, all of you have grasped this opportunity very well, so I'm very gratified. There's no need to say anything more about these things. This is just the beginning. It's just the first progress in your life, the first glory. But as long as you persevere and work hard, the second and third moments of glory will come one after another. At that time, you won't just be the heroes of your tribe, but the heroes of the entire Bakero city, and even the heroes of this region. At that time, you will be the real glory. You will really get the honor that belongs to you. Chapter 32:20. The faces of the three were filled with longing and joy. If one could shine in life, who would be willing to live a dull and humble life? To live, one had to either be alive or live brilliantly and meaningfully. Perhaps most people would choose to live, or perhaps they had no choice but to do so. But everyone would have a choice in life. It was just a matter of whether you dared to make the choice and whether you could grasp it. Brennan and the other two wanted to be heroes, true heroes. They wanted to live a brilliant life. The vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had personally come to look for Qin Xiao and the others. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce had already seen the performance of the dragon mages in the selection. The Yasen Chamber of Commerce was definitely an overlord of Baylor City. There had always been people begging to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Being recognized by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce was regarded as the most glorious thing. It would be actively solicited by the Yasen Chamber of Commerce several times. And this time, the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had come in person. Brennan and the other two were in fear and trepidation. They had never seen such a scene before. Moreover, they were also warmly greeted by the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, which made them feel flattered. It was the first time they had received such treatment. The vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had come in person, which showed his sincerity. However, Qin Xiao knew that the vice president was just curious about him. This vice president was indeed a very shrewd person. But Qin Xiao concealed it very well, so the vice president didn't discover anything. Such an invitation was still rejected by Qin Xiao. She did not even try to be tactful about it. Brennan and the other two were worried that they would anger the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. If they really did, it would be a disaster for them, and they wouldn't have a good time. But fortunately, the vice president of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce didn't get angry in the end. He just expressed his regret and took his leave. To be honest, Brennan and the other two were very willing to join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. It would be much better to represent the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. First of all, they would definitely be able to get good equipment and supplies. Second of all, they would be able to reduce a lot of pressure in the competition. After all, the Yasen Chamber of Commerce would send many magic caster teams to participate in the competition, so they would receive a lot of benefits. Third, there was a chance to become an official member of the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. Once he joined the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, it would be a lifetime of glory. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if they could really join the Yasen Chamber of Commerce, no one would dare to provoke Brain's tribe in Bakero City. Moreover, the Yasen Chamber of Commerce had a very good promotion mechanism. If they were lucky and grasped the right opportunity, they might even have some authority in the Yasen Chamber of Commerce. At that time, this kind of life was also what they dreamed of. To them, this was also a great opportunity. Therefore, they naturally hoped that Qin Xiao would agree. However, in the end, Qin Xiao still refused. Although Brian and the others were somewhat disappointed, they didn't say anything. In any case, they completely supported Qin Xiao. They absolutely wouldn't have the slightest bit of disloyalty. If it weren't for Qin Xiao, they wouldn't know what they would be like now. Now, they had already achieved something that they didn't even dare to think about before. They were standing at a height that they couldn't imagine before. Qin Xiao also knew what the three of them were thinking, but he didn't say much. Time would prove everything. As long as the three of them were sincere in following him to the end, Qin Xiao was willing to give them more benefits. This wasn't a difficult thing for Qin Xiao. After resting for a while, the 100 magic caster teams that had been selected in Bakero City went to Castle Lita to participate in the selection of the Castle-level Magic Guild. Castle Lita was in charge of tens of thousands of cities, and each city had 100 magic caster teams. Therefore, there were a total of 1 million magic caster teams in the tens of thousands of cities. Moreover, those who could enter the Castle-level Guild of Magic Selection could be considered to be carefully selected. They were 1 in 100 and had gone through a round of screening. Therefore, basically they were all magic caster teams that had some strength. A magic caster team of 1,000,000 was going to be 1 in 10,000 this time. 100 magic caster teams would be selected from the millions of magic caster teams to be promoted to the Sanctum Magic Guild. Therefore, this battle was particularly intense. 1 in 10,000? How terrifying was the elimination rate? If he could win this round of selection, then his name would basically shake a region. At least in the castle-level territory, they would definitely be famous. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that any magic caster team that could win would definitely become a hero of a city and would be able to dominate a city. That was not an exaggeration. If the Dragon Mage team could pass this round of selection, then Brian and the other two would definitely be heroes when they returned to Bakero City. They would definitely be respected, worshipped, and honored by everyone in Bakero City. Everyone and all the forces would try their best to curry favor with them. Even the Yasen Chamber of Commerce would treat them with respect. Therefore, Brian and the other two naturally yearned for this supreme honor. However, this battle was too difficult. It was a battle of 1 in 10,000. Moreover, they were facing all kinds of experienced mages from all over the world. Thinking about it, it was already extremely difficult. It was much more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was too difficult to win this battle. However, no matter how difficult it was, they still had to fight. They had to fight for themselves, for their honor, and for their tribe. The second round of the selection finally kicked off amidst the lively atmosphere. It was a fiery show. 1,000,000 magic caster teams were simply thousands of soldiers. If they wanted to win, they had to cross this single plank bridge. This round of selection was naturally more than 10 times or 100 times more intense than the screening. The entire Castle Tarley was also extremely lively. The black market was even more lively. The opening of the underground gambling house attracted countless onlookers. At first, it was difficult to control the direction of the situation, and everyone was betting randomly. As time went on, the direction of the situation became more and more clear. After batches of eliminations, the list of the top 100 would gradually surface. The gambling in the underground bank had also reached the most exciting time. F***CK. That dragon mages are simply a big dark horse. Isn't this too exaggerated? That's right. He has always been a nobody, and he didn't have much experience, but he was actually able to fight his way through all the difficulties step by step. Speaking of this dragon mages, I am angry. I have lost many times. They have caused me a lot of losses. This dragon mages can't really make it into the top 100, right? Tisk impossible. Although this dragon mages is indeed a dark horse, winning so many rounds in a row without batting an eyelid. But how can it be so easy to make it into the top 100? Yeah, just with this dragon mages? It's impossible. They have been able to hold on until now because they are so lucky. Don't worry, they will be eliminated soon. If the dragon mages can advance, I will eat sh**t. Qin Xiao and the rest of the dragon mages kept a low profile all the way, fighting steadily and surely. It was also because the strength of Brain and the other two was indeed very ordinary. Even though they had been promoted to 3-star mages, their foundation was too weak. Fortunately, they had a strong learning ability and a strong desire to win. Hence, they had fought steadily and surely along the way, and had made considerable improvements along the way. It was just that their performance was indeed not eye-catching enough. Although they could win every time, it gave people the feeling that it was very difficult to win. It was precisely because of this that the performance of the dragon mages was not eye-catching enough and was not recognized by many people. The mages of Bakero City were eliminated one by one, but the dragon mages were still standing strong. Many of the mages of Bakero City were privately befriending Qin Xiao and the other four, trying to curry favor with them in various ways. Even the two great pharmacists, Yut and Kashal, came over to befriend Qin Xiao and the others. These two great pharmacists were previously existences that Brain and the others respected and worshipped. They were all existences that they looked up to. However, These two great pharmacists were now lowering their status to befriend them and even trying to curry favor with them. Such a huge change really made Brain and the other two feel very flattered. Things that they had never dared to dream of in the past were now becoming reality one by one. And not only was it a reality, but it could also be said to be an overachievement. It could even be said that they would go further and stand higher on this path. Now that Yut and Kashal's great pharmacists were trying to curry favor with them, they were flattered, but when they stood higher, they would probably be indifferent and disdainful. This was the change brought about by a person's horizons. Constantly elevating oneself would bring about different changes in one's heart. With the support and stimulation of this power, their potential was stimulated to new heights time and time again. With passion and a sense of accomplishment, they naturally had more motivation to strive for better. Hence, in the constant battles and constant learning, the strength of Brain and the other two was also constantly improving. They had never thought that cultivation could be like this. Such cultivation could actually bring about rapid improvement. The second round of the selection was finally coming to an end. The dragon mages naturally made it into the top 100 steadily and advanced again. Although they did not show much throughout the journey, they were neither hot nor cold, and their performance was ordinary. However, the strange thing was that they were victorious all the way and made it into the top 100. They did not shine, did not make any high-profile moves, and did not even catch the attention of many people. However, they made it into the top 100 with the momentum of a dark horse. Such an outcome was indeed shocking to many people, and they found it hard to believe for a moment. There was also a lot of shock and cursing in the black market. Many people had been cheated by the dragon mages and lost miserably. Brain and the other two felt as if they were in a dream after obtaining victory in the second round. They also felt that it was too magical and unbelievable. This was an act that defied the heavens, a step to the heavens. They, who were lowly and weak, had actually been able to walk step by step to this point. It was really something that even they found hard to believe. The heaven-defying act of the dragon mages had shone with countless rays of light, and their glorious deeds had long been spread back to Bakero City, causing everyone in Bakero City to rejoice. No matter what, the dragon mages also represented Bakero City, and this was a supreme honor for Bakero City. It had been many eras since Baylor City had obtained such glory, so it was naturally something that made people excited and encouraged. The 5 members of the Dragon Mages had also become the heroes of Bakero City. The tribes of Brian and the other 2 even slaughtered pigs and goats, celebrating without restraint, and cheering filled the air. Chapter 32:21. After the castle level selection was over, the 100 mage legions that had advanced were brought to Floating Illusion City to participate in the Sanctity level selection. This was a crucial step that would determine whether or not they could participate in the final Sacred Assembly. The Sanctity level selection was even more difficult. Only the last 3 mage legions could be selected. This time, only 3 mage legions could be selected to advance to the next round and participate in the final Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers. It was a battle of strength and honor. It was even possible that they would be absorbed by the Sanctity. Even if they weren't absorbed by the Sanctity, they would definitely become the target of the major chambers of commerce and be fought over by them. They didn't have the slightest advantage and were even besieged by many mage legions. Every time they won, it felt like the Dragon Mage squad had given it their all. It was very difficult to win, and they would be eliminated very quickly. Therefore, in the end, they became the biggest dark horse. To everyone's surprise, the Dragon Mage Legion defeated many popular mage legions and finally made it into the top 3, winning a place to advance. This was simply an inconceivable process, causing countless people to be taken aback. They had never imagined that such a thing would actually happen. It was mainly because they were too unknown at the beginning, so the contrast was particularly great. Naturally, the discussion was the loudest. How could Brian and the other 2 have received such treatment? Brian, have you ever thought that we would have such a day? Ballard suddenly asked. It's impossible even in my dreams. We have always been incomparably humble and have been living an ignoble life, keeping a low profile and doing things. When we return to Bakero City in the future, I'm afraid countless people will come out to welcome us, right? We are now the heroes of Bakero City, the pride of Bakero City. Look at this life. All our savings from our previous lives aren't even enough to drink a glass of wine and eat a pot of mutant fruit here. It's too dreamy, too dreamy. It's even far beyond my imagination of a superior. It's no wonder. Everyone wants to become a powerhouse and a person above others. Now that I think about our previous life, it was simply, it was too horrible to look at. It was a tragedy. It was the dark moment of life, and it could even be said to be a disgrace. The difference between the past and the present was like heaven and earth. There was no way to compare. Their gratitude and admiration for Qin Shao were incomparably deep. It was no exaggeration to say that their Mr. Mingwei had given them a second life, a new life. Bulayin, Bulai Kai, both of you are starting to get carried away. This is not good, Bututu suddenly said. Floating? In the depths of his heart, he felt as if something had struck him hard. Bututu looked at the two of them with a serious expression and said, "We went from being lowly to being powerful today. We went from being nameless pawns to being famous throughout the entire region of the floating illusion temple. Right now, we are standing very high. Our position is also very high. The hat that is being worn is also very high. Right now, in the eyes of outsiders, we do indeed have boundless prospects. It is indeed possible for us to become true experts, true grand characters. Think about it carefully. Do you have any frivolous thoughts deep in your hearts?" Bututu's words dealt another heavy blow to Blaine and Blaine. It was a heavy blow to the head. They indeed felt that enjoying such a life was really wonderful. This was the life that they should be living. There are really not many opportunities in life. Just like how we have lived for most of our lives, we have always been mediocre and insignificant. All of this glory was earned through our own efforts. But more importantly, it was Mr. Mingwei who gave us this opportunity and let us out. Therefore, all of this is too difficult for us to come by. We should not be arrogant. We should not feel anything. Instead, we should cherish it more and treat it more seriously. A small seed will eventually grow into a towering tree. We were born lowly and have no status or background. Now, we could be considered to have made many enemies. Precisely because of this, we should work even harder. We should always remember that only through our own efforts can we work 10 times harder than others and put in 100 times more sweat. Only when we become stronger will we have the chance to become a 4-star sorcerer or even a 5-star or 6-star sorcerer in the future. There are not many opportunities in life, my two brothers. You must not let your guard down. Don't be corrupted by them." Both of their faces were filled with shame. Yes, what right did they have to start having the heart to enjoy life now? It was impossible. Now that they had a very good start and had many conditions in hand, if they worked harder at this time, they would definitely be able to reap great rewards. Blaine also put down the wine and said, yes. If we really let this kind of thinking continue, the consequences will be unimaginable. It is indeed too scary. Bututu patted the two of them on the shoulder and said, "We are all brothers. In the future, the three of us will take care of each other. We will also work hard together and strive to become 4-star sorcerers. Now, this responsibility, this heavy burden, has fallen on our shoulders." But they had to pick it up. They were duty-bound to do it. Qin Shao was very gratified. Facing temptation was indeed a big test. Whether one could withstand it or not would determine the height of one's life. Chapter 32-22. Heavenly Law's Tao Palace, Water Palace. It's our turn to preside over this year's sacred gathering of sorcerers. Coincidentally, you've just become the Water Palace's young palace lord. This is good for your reputation and for the Water Palace. I know you don't want to go, but for the sake of the Water Palace, you'd better go. I'll accompany you. Gu Lingwei turned to look at the woman standing behind her. She was a fourth-step ancient saint. She was mature and steady. Since Sister Minghua is ready, let's go, Gu Lingwei said with a nod. The team was ready, and the sacred beast Blue Phoenix was on standby. At the same time, the 100 ancient saint realm attendants were also ready to take action. Gu Lingwei and Minghua flew onto the back of the Blue Phoenix. With Gu Lingwei's command, the powerful team flew into the sky, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light. However, the Water Palace's young palace lord should have such a formation staff with her. The person who walked out was none other than the fire god. Haha, Miss Lingwei, I've been waiting for you for a long time, the fire god said bluntly. He didn't beat around the bush. If you had said earlier that you were so free, wouldn't it be better for you to take charge of the overall situation, Vulcan? Why did you need me to come all the way here? If it were anyone else, I'd definitely be very busy. But when it comes to you, Miss Lingwei, I, the fire god, am always free. I was just worried that Miss Ling you would be bored by herself, so I came here to accompany you. With you here, I'd be in a bad mood. Sister Minghua, let's go. The fire god immediately caught up and continued. Miss Lingwei, do you hate me that much? The fire god smiled. Actually, I like your personality very much. I also hope that my woman won't have any contact with other men in the future. That's why your personality will only make me like you even more. After all, we'll be married in an epoch. Miss Lingwei, you'll be my wife then. Let's talk about it later. For now, please don't say such things. I don't like to hear them. Gu Lingwei looked coldly at the fire god and said in a low voice. Looking at Gu Lingwei's incomparably cold appearance, fire god did not show anything on the surface, but he was very displeased in his heart. It was a pity that he didn't have a good chance to kill him. No matter what, Qin Shao was the personal disciple of reincarnation supremacy. If there was a good opportunity, she would definitely kill that brat. She would definitely sever this idea of hers. That's right, it's spectacular. It's a city in the sky, a city created by magic. Boulain and the other two were also incomparably astonished, dazzled by the sight. Unexpectedly, they actually came to Sky City. It had stood tall in the sky since ancient times and was specially built for the holy assembly of magicians. It was known as the City of Dreams, the Holy Land of Magicians. After entering the Sky Castle, they would have to wait for a while before the sacred assembly of mages would truly begin. If you don't want to rest, you can also walk around Sky City. There were tens of thousands of magician regiments of the 3 levels. There were also 3,000 castle-level magician regiments of the 3 levels. More than 100,000 mages had gathered in Sky City, consisting of 3 different levels of mages. All magicians who entered Sky City, no matter where they were, could see the holy mountain at a glance. However, before the sacred assembly of mages began, everyone could still move around freely. There were constantly 4-star magicians, and even 5-star and 6-star magicians appearing. In Sky City, not only could they see a large number of them, but they could also see them very closely. 6-star magicians, that was too terrifying. They were big shots who dominated a region. The sight made the 3 of them extremely excited. Let's not think too much. 6-star magicians, with our aptitude, talent, and potential, there's no possibility at all. One needs to have a big goal in life, to have ambition, and to work hard. However, it's better not to bite off more than one can chew. Bulikai and Bututo also thought so. 6-star magicians were too far away for them. Hearing Brennan's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Hence, it was already a miracle that they could become 4-star magicians. Of course, it wasn't completely impossible. It all depended on how hard Brennan and the other 2 worked to change it. However, they could only wait and see. Just when Qin Shao and the other 4 found their residence, a voice sounded. 10 people dressed as 3-star magicians walked over, and the one who spoke was a dark-skinned man. At a glance, one could tell that this person wasn't a good person, nor was he a kind person. Qin Shao had never liked such people. The aura of these 10 people was obviously very strong. However, Qin Shao wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly replied, "What's the matter? So, I'd like to discuss with you and exchange places with you." The tone of his words was obviously somewhat threatening. It was simply daylight robbery. Chapter 32:23. His tone was so arrogant and overbearing that it made people feel very uncomfortable. Although Boulain and the others were very unhappy, they didn't want to make trouble easily. Therefore, they looked at Qin Shao with inquiring eyes and listened to Qin Zhao's orders. Qin Shao was a little curious. The environment here looked the same. It was just a temporary place to rest. They wouldn't stay here for long. It didn't feel that it was that simple. Was it just to show off his arrogance and despotism? Qin Shao asked calmly, "Why don't you give me a good reason first? Are we familiar with you? Or is there something else? It seems that this is the first time we've met, right? Where did you get so much bullsh tea from? We've taken a liking to this place. This is the reason. Is that enough? Our master Bao has already given you enough face by telling you nicely. He's been very polite to you. If you don't know what's good for you, humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences." As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, the people on the other side started to clamor arrogantly. It seemed that they were going to make a move. Those 5 women were not only very beautiful, but they also had excellent temperaments. But in terms of temperament, they were not as good as the 5 in front of him. Anyone with a little eyesight would be able to recognize that the clothes they were wearing had the logo of the Water Palace. It was no wonder that they all had excellent temperaments. Seeing the 5 women from the Water Palace, Lord Bao's group of 10 all had a greedy look on their faces, as if their eyes were about to pop out. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their entire lives. This was simply beyond their definition of beauty. Qin Shao finally understood. It turned out that these people wanted to become neighbors with the beauties of the Water Palace. That was why they came over and wanted to exchange cultivation places with him. Bulla immediately echoed with certainty, "Yes, we're determined not to exchange. We won't exchange even if you beat us to death." It was said that heroes were true. The nature of men was hard to erase. It wasn't scary to have ideas. The scary thing was to have no ideas. "Humph, I gave you face, but you don't want it, do you? It's not up to you whether you want to exchange or not. Whether you want to trade or not depends on whether you have the strength to do so. If you don't, then you'd better shut up and leave." However, Qin Shao was really disdainful of such a tiger-like stance. This kind of person was often the most terrifying kind. Qin Shao gestured to those people and said, "Why don't you try?" Such frivolous words were simply a great provocation to Master Bao and the others. "Leader, don't waste your breath on them. Let's attack first. This kind of lowly wretch won't shed tears until he sees the coffin." 2 ruthless characters jumped out with incomparably ruthless looks. "If it's serious, you'll be disqualified from the competition. That's not worth it." Hearing Bao Ye's words, those people immediately came over and nodded. "This scoundrel is very evil. He wants to trick us, but we won't be tricked." Lord Treasure was very unhappy, but this was Sky City. He couldn't act recklessly. If he acted impulsively and 10,000 people were disqualified from the competition, it would be a huge loss. "How about this? I'll give you 2 choices. 2, you name your conditions, and we'll make a deal. This is an act of not giving the Black Wolf Mage Legion face. I, Bao Yi, hate it when others don't give me face, and I'm a very vengeful person. We, the Black Wolf Mage Legion, are all men and ruthless characters. If anyone dares to provoke and offend us, we'll definitely make them pay double. We'll definitely not let those people have an easy time." That was a blatant threat. His members were also staring at Qin Shao like wolves and tigers, trying to suppress Qin Shao with their aura. "Perhaps there's another option," Qin Shao said with a faint smile on his face. Lord Treasure frowned and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled look. What did he mean? "Why don't you tell me about it then?" Master Bao said. He wanted to see what choice this fella before him could make. "Why don't you get lost now, and we'll pretend that nothing happened." However, the latter was calm and composed, as if he had nothing to fear. He looked as if he was saying, "Come and hit me if you can." However, Lord Treasure and the others didn't dare to really hit him. In the end, Lord Treasure could only grit his teeth and point at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Good, very good, very good. Please remember this. When the sacred assembly of mages starts, you'll definitely kneel down and beg for mercy from me. This is what Bao Yi said. Remember it. After sending off Lord Treasure and the others, Brother Pure laughed heartily. Qin Shao only laughed faintly and shook his head. They're just clowns. There's no need to lower yourself to their level. Qin Zhao's gaze couldn't help but fall on the courtyard at the side. There were 5 people from the Water Palace living there. The 5 of them entered the courtyard. I've long heard that the women from the Water Palace are the best in the elemental sanctuary. Now that I've seen them today, they're indeed extraordinary. They're really, really beautiful. When he said this, there was a hint of excitement on his face. If we can marry one of the 5, we'll be satisfied with our lives. It's unrealistic to think about anything else. Don't think that everything is impossible every time you encounter something. How can there be so many impossible things? Have you ever thought that this day would come? Didn't all of you turn the impossible into possible? Chapter 32:24. Under a tree, a cute rabbit was lazily playing there. Sometimes it would roll on the grass, sometimes it would run 2 laps around the tree, and sometimes it would pretend to be cute. From time to time, the rabbit would come over and rub against the beautiful woman, making her laugh heartily. An ordinary little rabbit could make her so happy. It was enough to see that this beautiful woman's mind was very simple. Squeak! Seeing the little rabbit's strange behavior, the beautiful woman was a little surprised and hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Bai, don't run." There was a man with a carrot in his hand. "Xiao Bai, you can't eat other people's food." The beautiful woman quickly ran over and took Xiao Bai in her arms. The little rabbit squeaked, but its voice was obviously full of grievance. Qin Shao handed the carrot over and said with a smile, "I'm not a bad person. Don't worry." As he said that, Qin Shao handed the carrot to the beautiful woman. No, sir, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. But for pet owners, they definitely wouldn't let their pets eat other people's food." Qin Shao smiled and said, "All right, I'm just joking with you. I know you didn't mean that." The beautiful woman seemed to be very shy. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, really. I have a lot of delicious food." Seeing this, Qin Shao couldn't help laughing. Simple people were actually very happy. At least their happiness was very simple. For Qin Shao, it was very difficult for him to be happy. Besides, your Xiaobai has eaten this carrot. Even if you don't want it, I will throw it away, Qin Shao said again. His face seemed to be full of sunshine, making people feel very comfortable and very close to him. Especially those eyes, although they gave people the feeling that they were very deep, as if they were bottomless pits. On the contrary, this pair of eyes gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. It was very comfortable. The beautiful woman's vigilance towards Qin Shao couldn't help but relax a little. She took the carrot in Qin Zhao's hand and nodded. "Thank you very much. My name is Qin Yue. How should I address you?" Qin Shao said the name silently. It was a very poetic name. It could also be interpreted as pure as the moon in the water. It was incomparably pure. "Just call me Mingwei," Qin Shao said. It didn't matter. A name was just a code. Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. "Are you usually so polite to others?" Qin Shao smiled and nodded. It seemed that the Water Palace was quite good at teaching. Qin didn't hide it. She nodded and said, "Yes, I am from the Water Palace. What about you?" Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just a nameless junior. I come from a very humble background in a small city called Baylor. I guess Miss Qingwei doesn't know where you are from." She felt that it would be very awkward if she asked again. After eating, it seemed that it wasn't enough. It squeaked a few times at Qin Shao and even stretched out its hooves, looking like it was begging for food. But how could the little rabbit listen to this? It looked at Qin Yue with an aggrieved expression. "You've already eaten a lot. If you eat more, I won't like you anymore." It seemed that the little rabbit was quite obedient. "Be good, Xiao Bai. Go play." It immediately jumped to the side to play. Qin Yue looked at Qin Shao in astonishment when she saw that Xiao Bai was appeased by Qin Xiao. She knew Xiao Bai's character. It was very gluttonous and easy to talk about other things. She didn't expect Mr. Mingwei to stop after gently stroking it and saying a few words. It even happily ran off to play. Qin Xiao shook her head and smiled. I've never had a pet before, but I quite like these little things. But in front of outsiders, it's not so delicate. So when I appeased it, it naturally stopped eating. Qin Shuai had a thoughtful look on her face. Perhaps that was the case. She usually spent most of her time in the water palace and didn't have many opportunities to see men. Many men approached her and tried to get close to her. In fact, they all had a certain purpose. He didn't seem to have any purpose in approaching her. At least, she couldn't sense it. His gaze made her feel that he was an elder. Moreover, she didn't quite believe that Mr. Mingyue was just an ordinary person. Although Mr. Mingyue was only a 3-star sorcerer, she had seen many big shots. Not to mention 5-star or 6-star sorcerers. She had even seen 7-star or 8-star sorcerers. There was an indescribable feeling about Mr. Mingyue. This was a problem that troubled Shuai Yue as well. Qin Yue couldn't help blushing at the mention of this. She was a little angry. Mr. Mingyue, you seem to have seen a group of sorcerers looking for you. May I know why? Now that Qin Xiao mentioned it, she remembered that Mr. Mingyue seemed to be in the crowd just now. They probably want to be neighbors with you, so that they can do something. So, we chased them away. However, she immediately thought of another problem. She looked at Qin Xiao and said, Mr. Mingyue, we've met those people before. They don't seem to be good people. Chapter 32:25. Qin Xiao said nonchalantly, It's okay, don't worry about it. If they hate us, then let them. If they want to take revenge, then let them. It's nothing. We have to face what we have to face sooner or later. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. It's a sad thing to endure in order to avoid it. The 5 of us brothers are not cowards, and we won't do cowardly things. They can't do anything in Sky City. Even if we meet them in the Magus Sacred Assembly, it's just a fair fight. It's nothing. Things that can be settled in a single battle are not a big deal to us, Lin Feng said. That's why we've never worried about this. It's the most meaningless thing to worry about. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Yue was inexplicably stunned. She looked at Qin Xiao with her jade-like eyes wide open. These words were very contagious and full of tension. It was very impactful and could touch people's hearts. Qin Yue also admired him. This Mr. Mingyue was really different from the others. He was different in all aspects. He was different from all the other men. The two of them chatted casually, and gradually, Qin Shuai's guard against Qin Xiao was lowered. Qin Yue was a woman who didn't have many thoughts. She was relatively simple and kind. After chatting for a while, Qin Yue relaxed a little. Qin Xiao suddenly asked, Miss Qin Yue, I heard that the Magus Sacred Assembly this time is hosted by the Water Palace. It said that the Water Palace will send your young palace master to personally preside over the assembly. Is that true? Yes, that's right. Miss Shuai subconsciously replied. She then immediately covered her mouth after replying. She glared at Qin Xiao and immediately shook her head. No, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. I didn't say anything. Seeing Shuai's expression, Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile and say, What are you doing? Why are you so nervous? Anyway, the sacred gathering of sorcerers is about to begin. Won't we find out soon whether or not the young palace master of the Water Palace will be the one to host the event? At that time, your Water Palace's young palace lord will definitely show up to meet everyone. This isn't a big secret, right? Hearing what Qin Xiao said, Shuai thought about it and felt that it was indeed the case. If that was the case, then there was indeed no need to be so nervous. However, this matter was indeed a top secret in the palace and could not be leaked to the outside world. The magician's sacred assembly was about to begin, so there was no need to be so nervous. You're right, but Mr. Mingyue, please don't tell anyone about this, especially not me. Qin Shuai said to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded and said, Okay, don't worry. I know. I won't tell anyone. This is a little secret between us. How about that? Ha, okay. Thank you. Qing Shuiyu smiled and nodded. Oh, Qing Shuiyu, why are you here? I was just about to go to your place of cultivation to look for you. At that moment, a man's voice was heard. A man in red walked over. He was surrounded by a trace of fire element, and one could vaguely see the burning flames. Obviously, he was from the Fire Palace, the elemental saint realm, the heavenly law, the 5 palaces, and the sky dominator. The people of the 5 palaces were naturally born to be high and mighty. They were a group of beings that stood in the clouds and had the right to be proud in front of anyone. They could look down on everything in the sky dominator. The young man from the Fire Palace exuded an extremely arrogant aura from between his brows. His eyes, which were flickering with flames, were extremely wild and aggressive. Being stared at would make people feel as if they were being stabbed by a flaming knife. The aura on his body was also very strong. One could feel a wave of heat coming from afar. This kind of feeling was indeed very uncomfortable, making people feel very uncomfortable. Xingyao, why are you here? Qing Shuiyu was startled when she saw the man. Her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. She was even a little nervous. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and put some distance between them. It was obvious that Qing Shuiyu was a little afraid of the man. Of course I'm here to look for you. Am I not welcome? Xingyao looked at Qing Shuiyu with a smile. He looked like a wolf staring at a lamb. Qing Shuiyu opened her mouth but did not say anything. She looked like she wanted to say something, but stopped. I'll go back first. Qing Shuiyu looked at Xingyao, then at Qin Xiao. She quickly left as if she was escaping. Xingyao did not stop her. Instead, he watched Qing Shuiyu leave. After Qing Shuiyu left, Xingyao's gaze fell on Qin Xiao. His gaze turned cold. His sharpness was full of viciousness. He walked toward Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao wasn't afraid at all. He stood there calmly and looked at Xingyao. He wasn't intimidated by the other's aura at all. Soon, Xingyao stopped 3 steps in front of Qin Xiao. The two looked at each other at close range. Their gazes collided. Xingyao looked coldly at Qin Xiao. After a while, he said, "Do you know who I am?" Qin Xiao curled her lips and said, "Yes, Xingyao. You're from the Fire Palace." "Oomph." Xingyao sneered. "My name is not important. What's important is that I'm from the Fire Palace. You must remember this. Am I clear enough?" "Fire Palace?" Qin Xiao smiled faintly. She looked at the arrogant Xingyao and said, "Excuse me, what do I need to know?" Hearing Qin Xiao's question, Xingyao frowned and spat out a ball of anger. When he was angry, he could really spit out fire. Rich fire elemental energy lingered around him, forming a natural protective shield. When he was angry, the fire elemental energy also gushed out. "Do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending?" Xingyao asked coldly again. His voice was a little louder. Qin Xiao curled her lips and smiled faintly. She looked at the angry Xingyao and said, "Sorry, I really don't understand. I know you're from the Fire Palace. So, what are you trying to say? Isn't this the first time we've met? I don't need you to introduce me. I know you're from the Fire Palace." Xingyao pointed at Qin Xiao and said with a gloomy face, "You're still pretending, aren't you? All right, since you want to pretend, then I'll make myself clear. I don't care what you think about Qingyue, but from now on, you'd better keep it to yourself. Don't show it at all. In the future, you'd better stay away from Qingyue. No, not just Qingyue. You'd better stay away from all the women in the Water Palace. Qingyue is the woman that I, Xingyao, have taken a fancy to. No one else can even think about touching her or looking at her. I'm just giving you a warning today. If there's a next time, I won't be as nice as I am today. If you have any brains, you should be able to guess what the consequences will be. Now that I've said this, do you understand? You should understand now, right?" As Xingyao said this, he looked Qin Xiao up and down. But what made him very unhappy and irritated was that the boy in front of him did not change his expression at all. It was as if he had turned a deaf ear to his words. Such a frivolous attitude really made him angry. He wanted nothing more than to beat Qin Xiao up. No one had ever dared to be so indifferent in front of him. Such a performance was simply a form of provocation and even a form of humiliation to him. If they were outside, he would not have said so much nonsense and would have directly attacked. Although he was a member of the Fire Palace in the Sky City, he still had to abide by some rules. How could Qin Xiao not understand Xing Yao's meaning? He knew it from the moment he opened his mouth, but he could not be bothered to pay attention to him. But the tree may want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. He still wanted to find trouble. What was Qin Xiao going to do? So he could only fight back. But in Qin Xiao's eyes, a mere 3-star sorcerer was really nothing. Therefore, Qin Xiao was also very indifferent towards it. You've made it very clear, but I don't quite understand. Qin Xiao picked his ear and said, It's your business that you like Miss Qingwei. No one will get in your way or guard against you. You can pursue Miss Qingwei and win her heart. That's your ability. No one will be jealous of you. As for other things, aren't you too meddlesome? Just because you like Miss Qingwei, all other men have to stay away from her and can't get close to her, right? Isn't this a little too domineering? Domineering? Xing Yao laughed lightly and looked at Qin Xiao with disdain. If you think this is domineering, then I can only say that you have never seen the world. If we weren't in the Sky City, you wouldn't be able to talk to me properly. You should be glad about this. While I can still talk to you properly, you should learn to cherish it. The men of the Fire Palace have always been extremely domineering. This is our true nature. As long as a man of the Fire Palace likes a woman, no other man can get close to her. Whoever dares to get close to her is going against the people of the Fire Palace. Anyone who dares to go against the Fire Palace will never have a good ending. All of them have to die, without exception. So, do you want to die, or do you want to die? If you don't want to die in the Sky City, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Stay away from Qingwei in the future. The next time I see you within 100 feet of her, you're dead meat. After saying that, Xing Yao no longer paid any attention to Qin Xiao and left. Looking at Xing Yao's back, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Qin Xiao had seen a lot of such arrogant, despotic, insufferably arrogant people. He was just a fourth-step, heavenly, venerable cultivator. Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered with him. There was no need to argue with him. Domineering? Haha, I've never liked domineering people. Just don't be domineering on me. Otherwise, I won't care if you're from the Fire Palace or not. The Fire Palace is not a friendly force. I don't like it either. It's better for such a person to not come out and harm other girls. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth curled up as she chuckled. Of course, Qin Xiao didn't have a good impression of the Fire Palace. Previously, in the immortal region, the fire god had humiliated him. Qin Xiao remembered this grudge. However, he didn't have the strength to go against the fire god now. Just wait. Chapter 32-26. After chatting with Qin Yue for a while, Qin Xiao finally got the answer he wanted to know. Although he would find out soon, knowing a little in advance was also a very good thing for Qin Xiao. This also confirmed some of the small plans in his heart. Brother, why don't we go directly to the Holy Mountain? At this moment, Gu Lingyue must be on the Holy Mountain. Qin Xiao had really thought of this idea, and he really wanted to do so. The sacred assembly of magicians was about to begin, and Gu Lingyue should also be here, right? She should be on the Holy Mountain, right? Then he should be able to see Gu Lingyue, right? However, thinking about it, there should be a world god, and the guards of the Sky Castle should not be weak. However, although it was not a wise move, what was Qin Zhao's purpose? Wasn't it just to see Gu Lingyue? Wasn't it just to see Gu Lingyue and talk to her? Of course, he wanted to take Gu Lingyue away from him, but this was an unrealistic thing. Besides, this was the elemental sanctuary. Hence, Qin Xiao had never thought about this from the beginning. After thinking about it, Qin Xiao still shook his head and said, "It's too risky to rush up the Holy Mountain directly. The Sacred Assembly of Magicians is a huge event for the elemental sanctuary. If we barge into the Holy Mountain directly, it'll be disrespectful and provocative to the Guild of Magicians, and I'm afraid we'll get into big trouble. For the time being, we don't have such powerful strength, so we can only keep a low profile and behave ourselves. If we really get into big trouble, it's indeed not a good thing. Let's wait. At this moment, an incomparably loud beast roar came from the sky. The whistling sound pierced through the sky, startling the entire Sky City. Everyone couldn't help but come out and look at the sky. The supreme divine power descended as if the will of the heavens had descended, and no one dared to disobey. The people who could come to preside over the sacred assembly of magicians were definitely extraordinary. He was an existence that could make the entire elemental saint realm tremble with a stomp of his foot. There were many rumors about the newly appointed young palace master in the elemental saint realm. Naturally, many people wanted to see the young palace master with their own eyes. A world deity-level fiend god beast, the indigo phoenix. Ha! It seems the young palace mistress of the underwater palace has come in person. Otherwise, there's no way she would be able to make such a grand entrance. Very quickly, a team walked out from the Rainbow Bridge and appeared before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of people from a mage temple also came out one after another and stood there respectfully to welcome them. After all, the sacred assembly of magicians still needed the people from the Temple of Magicians to carry it out. Even though they had not seen each other for more than 100 million years, even though Gu Lingyue was no longer the Gu Lingyue of the past, she was now an extremely experienced world god, the high and mighty young palace master of the Water Palace, standing at the peak of the Saint Realm. However, Qin Shao still saw Gu Lingyue at a glance and became extremely excited. It was still that familiar face, that familiar gaze, and that familiar feeling. He had always been thinking about Gu Lingyue. After waiting for so many years, he finally saw her. He finally saw her. Lingyue. He had waited for so many years for this moment. Qin Shao forced himself to hold back. He knew that he could not. He could not be impulsive. Minghua Saint stood half a step behind Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue's expression was cold and somewhat aloof. She was like a queen who had arrived. Both of them shone with the same light, suppressing the heavens and the earth, making everything bow down to them. He did not expect two young palace masters to come in person this time. Welcome, young palace master of the Water Palace and the young palace master of the Fire Palace. Welcome. This voice was obviously the guiding voice. Gu Lingyue, on the indigo phoenix, had a cold expression. Not much emotion was written on her face. Although she was supposed to be in charge, she actually did not need to do anything. She only needed to show up at the beginning and say a few words. Then, she would say a few words at the end. Although she immediately tried her best to hide it, the fire god beside her still sensed it. Qin Shao and Brother Pure hid their auras well, but they could not escape the fire god's gaze. You actually dared to come to the Magus Sacred Assembly in disguise? You sure have guts. Guts. Good, very good, very good. I dare not touch you or do anything to you in the immortal realm. The fire god sneered in his heart and looked at Qin Shao with sharp eyes. Qin Shao also felt the fire god's anger and strong hostility. He did not expect the fire god to come too. It was not a good thing to see the fire god. With the fire god here, he would definitely be in trouble. Anyway, he was already here. Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. After all, he was Saint Li's personal disciple, the personal disciple of a reincarnation supremacy. The fire god was a smart person. He would not do this easily. At this moment, the fire deity didn't make a move immediately. He just stared at Qin Shao with a fierce and sharp gaze. Gu Lingyue, do you know that person? The fire god looked at Gu Lingyue and asked, Haha, you really don't know him? I saw you looking at that person with an unnatural expression just now. I thought you knew him. Chapter 32:27. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. Lingyue. Qin Shao sent a spiritual transmission to Gu Lingyue, but received no response. Gu Lingyue, who was on the Blue Phoenix, didn't even look at Qin Shao. It was as if Gu Lingyue hadn't received Qin Zhao's spiritual transmission at all. Could it be that the soul brand he'd left on Gu Lingyue's soul had been erased? Qin Shao didn't give up and sent a few more forceful spiritual transmissions, but there was still no response. This situation stunned Qin Shao. What was going on? Gu Lingwei didn't stay in the sky for long. She quickly led the group into the temple on the sacred mountain. As soon as Gu Lingwei left, the entire Sky City was in an uproar and clamor. Oh my God, I finally saw the Water Palace's young palace lord. She's really, really beautiful. Other women can't compare to her at all. Yeah, she's too stunning. I was stunned when I saw her just now. It's a pity that she left so soon. If only I could take a few more looks. You guys don't have such unrealistic thoughts. Don't even think about it. How can the Water Palace's young palace lord be someone we can look at and talk about? Yeah, that's true. We shouldn't say such things anymore. Otherwise, if it reaches the ears of the fire god, it will be a dead end. The Water Palace's young palace lord is the fire god's woman. Who in the world would dare to covet her? TSK, TSK, TSK. The Water Palace's young palace lord and the Fire Palace's young palace lord are both here at the same time. Ha! We have to put on a good performance. Of course, we have to put on a good performance. Qin Shao was in low spirits amidst the clamor of discussion. How could this be? Why did Gu Lingwei ignore him? Why did she only glance at him indifferently and then act as if she didn't know him? Why didn't she look at him again? Why did she completely ignore his voice transmission? Sigh. Brother Pure shook his head helplessly and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. Forget it, brother. Gu Lingwei is no longer the Gu Lingwei of the past. The Gu Lingwei we know is only one of her lives on the path of reincarnation. She has already awakened her memories and returned to her original body. She is now the young palace master of the Water Palace, the future palace master, one of the most powerful people in the elemental saint realm. It's normal for such an existence to look down on us. I sent her a voice transmission just now. Look, she didn't even look at the two of us, let alone pay attention to us. Sigh. Brother, I understand how you feel right now. There are some things that I shouldn't say. I know that you won't be happy if I say them. However, the situation before us is indeed such a situation. Thus, don't blame me for saying things that you don't like. Qin Shao looked at his brother Pure. He didn't like what he heard. However, he also knew that brother Pure meant well. If someone else had said this, he would definitely be angry. However, Qin Shao knew that his best friend, brother Pure, meant no harm when he said this. He really did say this for his own good. In terms of relationships, brother Pure was also very close to Gu Lingwei. However, Gu Lingwei was ignoring him and brother Pure. Did she really think that the past was just like smoke? No. Qin Shao shook his head. I still don't believe it. I still don't believe that Lingwei has forgotten everything. I still don't believe that she doesn't want to pay attention to me. She must have some difficulties. Yes, that must be it. I've heard people say that the young palace master of the Water Palace doesn't have a say in everything. It's impossible for her to be with an outsider. Perhaps Lingwei is just pretending not to know me to make me give up? Thinking of this, Qin Shao felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. After thinking about it for a long time, this was the most likely possibility. Otherwise, Qin Shao really didn't believe that Gu Lingwei would be so cruel and heartless as to completely forget about him. Brother, perhaps Gu Lingwei had no choice but to do so. There are some things that we can't do anything about. Brother Pure patted Qin Zhao's shoulder again and said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, that should be the case. Brother Pure put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder again and said, Okay, I'll drink with you. Drinking will solve all your worries. Don't think too much. No matter what, we've seen Gu Lingwei. So, this trip to the elemental sanctuary was not in vain. Qin Shao nodded. He was indeed in a very bad mood now and could only drink to drown his sorrows. But could drinking really solve all his worries? If it could, then it would be a good thing. At this moment, Qin Shao saw a little rabbit run out. That little rabbit also saw him and actually ran towards him. Qin Shao recognized this little rabbit. Wasn't it Shuiyue's little white? Why did it run out alone? He didn't see Shuiyue either. The little rabbit liked Qin Shao very much and ran straight towards Qin Shao. When it reached Qin Shao, it stood up straight. Then it looked at Qin Shao with its watery eyes and waved its two little paws in front of Qin Shao, as if indicating something to Qin Shao. Seeing this, Qin Shao immediately knew that he must want to eat carrots again. This made Qin Shao puzzled. Could it be that Shui Yue didn't have carrots for Little White to eat? Could a carrot make this little guy so greedy? Why did it run out alone to look for food? But since Little White was here, Qin Shao could only take out a carrot for Little White. Seeing the carrot handed over by Qin Shao, Little White was overjoyed. It immediately hugged it with both hands and immediately gnawed on it with a face full of happiness. It looked particularly cute like this. Seeing this cute little rabbit, Brother Pure wiped his mouth. Oh, what a fat little rabbit. Thinking about it, it seems that I haven't eaten roasted rabbit for a long time. I really miss it. I'll catch it and burn it. The little rabbit seemed to understand Brother Pure's words. It was scared and quickly hid behind Qin Shao, hugging Qin Zhao's thigh with its hands. It looked at Qin Shao with a pitiful face, as if it was asking for protection. Qin Shao shook his head with a smile and said to Little White, "Don't worry, Little White. He's just joking with you. You're so cute. How can he bear to eat you? It's okay. He's not a bad guy." Although Qin Shao said so, Little White was still wary of Brother Pure. It was still tightly hiding behind Qin Shao. While gnawing on the carrot, it looked at Brother Pure vigilantly, as if it was afraid that Brother Pure would do something. Her appearance was too likable. Brother Pure also liked it, but his affection obviously made the little rabbit a little scared. "Brother, where did you kidnap a little rabbit from? Is there anyone who raises rabbits in this place? It's so strange." Brother Pure asked curiously. Qin Shao said, "It's raised by a girl in the water palace." "Huh? A girl in the water palace? Brother, did I discover something incredible? Tell me the truth. What's going on? I haven't even laid my hands on the girls in the water palace." "Brother, you're really quick. You're even faster than me. You're good. Did I underestimate you?" Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao with a strange look. Qin Shao was speechless. This guy always said something bad, but there was no need to explain between brothers. He knew that Brother Pure was just joking. Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Little White, where'd you go? Come out." Needless to say, it must be Qingyue. Soon, Qingyue came out. She was still looking for Little White, but Little White was happily gnawing on the carrot. It had no time to care about Qingyue. Besides, if it was caught by its master, it wouldn't be able to eat the carrot. So, Little White simply hid behind Qin Shao and quickly gnawed on the carrot. "Oh, what a beautiful girl. I like her." Brother Pure's eyes lit up when he saw Qingyue. He immediately went up to Shui Yu with a smile. "Little girl, what are you looking for?" he asked. "Little girl, what are you looking for? Perhaps I can help." Although Brother Pure had a cheerful personality and was somewhat romantic, he didn't look like a wretched person. He gave people a feeling of gentlemanly elegance, the temperament of a scholar, and the demeanor of a young master. So, Brother Pure gave people a very good impression. Especially when he was serious, he was even more handsome. Therefore, when Qingyue saw Chuanjie for the first time, she wasn't frightened by his initiative. Instead, she asked, "Excuse me, sir, did you see a little rabbit just now? White fat about this big. Did you see it?" Brother Pure smiled. "I didn't see a little rabbit, but I saw a big, white, not fat, not thin, a big rabbit. She was pretty and cute. She even gave off a cute vibe." Qing Shui, you didn't realize that Brother Chuanjie was talking about her. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she stood there with a thoughtful look on her face. "Big, white, not fat or thin. Big rabbit? That's not right. Could it be that other than me, there's someone else who raises rabbits? But a rabbit can't be that big, right? Unless it's a magical rabbit. But a magical rabbit isn't cute. It can't be a pet, right? Oh, it's not my Little White. I'll ask someone else." Qingyue said to Brother Pure. "Oh, it's not Little White. Since you didn't see it, I'll look elsewhere. Thank you." Qingyue turned to leave. Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qingyue's reaction. "Isn't this too, what? How can there be such a cute person? Wasn't I talking about her? She didn't react at all? Ha ha, ha, this is so funny. Qing Yue's attention was quickly attracted by Qin Xiao. She soon saw Qin Xiao. Oh, Mr. Qin Xiao. You're here too. Qin Xiao nodded. Yes, I'm here too. We meet again so soon. Sorry, my brother was just joking with you. Actually, your little white is with me. After saying that, Qin Xiao stepped aside and Little White appeared. But at this time, Little White had already stuffed the last bite of the carrot into his mouth, and his mouth was wide open. Little White. Seeing Little White, Qing Shuai happily ran over and hugged Little White. Qinghua was unhappy when she saw Little White eating carrot again. Chapter 32:28. Oh, you know my brother? Haha. Let's get to know each other, Miss Qingyu. I'm Brother Pure. Brother Pure walked over and smiled at Qingyu. Ah, Brother Pure? Hearing this strange name, Qing Shuai was also stunned. She looked at Brother Pure in disbelief. Brother Pure said seriously, Yes, very pure. That's why everyone calls me Brother Pure. It can't be helped. My purity has reached a new height, so I have to accept this title. Qingyu looked at Brother Pure seriously and said, But why do I feel that you're not as pure as Mr. Mingwei? Brother Pure said, No. My brother is actually a little boring, but in terms of purity, I'm still the best. Okay, I'll stop joking with you. Just call me Qian Shan. Qingyu smiled. She also felt that this person was very interesting. She nodded to Brother Pure and said, Mr. Qian Shan. Qingyu said, Okay, I'll go back first. You guys have fun. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's chat for a while. I also like Little Rabbit. Let's exchange our views. Your Little White likes me very much. Brother Pure said, but Little White didn't cooperate and waved its paw at Brother Pure as if it wanted to hit Brother Pure. No, thank you. Qingyu ignored it and left faster. Seeing this, Brother Pure was a little disappointed. But soon, Pure Water Moon retreated. Seeing Qingyu return, Brother Pure was suddenly happy. Miss Qingyu, but immediately, Brother Pure felt a burning gaze on his face. It was sharp and hostile. Huh, something's happening. Brother Pure looked over and saw 3 men dressed in the same clothes coming over. People from Fire Palace. Brother Chuanjie immediately frowned. Qin Xiao had a grudge with the Fire Palace. Hence, Brother Chuanjie was naturally unhappy with the people from the Fire Palace. Qin Xiao looked over coldly. The leader of the 3 from the Fire Palace was naturally none other than Xing Yao, whom he had met previously. Xing Yao's expression was extremely gloomy and fierce. He stared at Qin Xiao with eyes like fire knives, full of hatred. It was as if there was some deep hatred between the two of them. Qin Xiao knew that Xing Yao was angry. Xing Yao had warned him not to get close to Qin Yu. He wouldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. Therefore, when Qin Xiao came in contact with Qing Shuai again, he was furious and wanted to kill Qin Xiao. Such a person was too arrogant. Qing Shuai was a little afraid of Xing Yao, especially when he had a fierce and angry look on his face. Therefore, she couldn't help but hide behind Qin Xiao. Perhaps she didn't even notice this subconscious action. When people felt that there was trouble or danger, they would subconsciously look for a safe place. In Qing Yu's subconscious mind, Qin Xiao was a safe place. Therefore, when she saw Xing Yao's fierce look, she chose to quickly hide behind Qin Xiao. In Xing Yao's eyes, this action irritated him even more. It made him even more angry and hated Qin Xiao even more. It also made him even more certain that there was something between this person and Qin Yu. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he had to nip this matter in the bud. Soon, Xing Yao and the other 2 came in front of Qin Xiao. Brother, it seems that Miss Qing Yu is very popular. That's right. In this day and age, pretty and elegant girls are all liked by men. Moreover, she's from the Water Palace. The people from the Fire Palace are here to join in the fun. They don't come with good intentions, Brother Pure said to Qin Xiao. Although they were from the Fire Palace, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure naturally didn't care about these 3 small fries. So what if they were from the Fire Palace? It wasn't as if they couldn't touch them. If they dared to provoke them, they would beat them up. Xing Yao stared at Qin Xiao with a sinister and cold gaze. Flames were burning in his eyes, and one could see the flames burning in them. His eyes became extremely terrifying, as if there were two volcanoes in his eyes. Being stared at by these eyes would definitely make people feel as if they were being burned by fire. However, Xing Yao's ferocious look didn't deter Qin Xiao at all. This made Xing Yao even more annoyed. However, no one had dared to be so arrogant in front of him. "Did you turn a deaf ear to what I said to you last time?" Xing Yao said coldly. Qin Xiao curled his lips and smiled faintly. "What did you say to me last time? Why don't I remember it at all?" "Huh?" Xing Yao frowned and became even angrier when he heard such provocative and sarcastic words. How dare he? He was obviously going against him. He thought that after the previous warning, this person would be more tactful. He didn't expect that not only would he not be tactful, but he would also become even more arrogant. How could Xing Yao tolerate this? "You're courting death." Xing Yao was completely enraged. Flames surged out of his body and covered him in flames, turning him into a terrifying god of fire. The terrifying flames raised the temperature of the surrounding area by a lot, turning everything red. This wave of heat made people involuntarily retreat. Qin Wei gritted her teeth and moved her body. A cool stream of air rushed out and forced Xing Yao's wave of heat back. One was fire, the other was water. Water and fire were incompatible, and water countered fire. "Xing Yao, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Mr. Mingwei is just my friend. Why are you attacking him? You've gone too far," Qing Wei said angrily. "Friend?" Xing Yao sneered. He glanced at Qing Wei, then at Qin Xiao. "Are there any friends that are so close? Are there any friends who meet again immediately after meeting each other? I think there's something going on between you two. I have to nip it in the bud. I can't let it come out at all. Qing Wei, I've said before, you're the woman I've taken a liking to. In this lifetime, you're destined to love only one man, Xing Yao. I won't let any other man get close to you go. No matter who it is, I'll let them know how the word death is written. This guy, I've already warned him, but he didn't listen. That's a provocation. Don't blame me for being rude. Qing Wei, get out of the way. I don't want to hurt you." Qing Shui Yu gritted her teeth, but her face was resolute. She stood in front of Xing Yao and said, "With me here, you can forget about hurting Mr. Mingwei and the others. If you want to fight, you'll have to beat me first. I know you're strong, but I've never fought you before. I'm not afraid of you. Mr. Xing Yao, I hope you don't go too far. Whether you like me or not is your business. I've said it before. I don't like you, and I won't like you. Just give up. You shouldn't be too overbearing when you do things. It's my right to be friends with whoever I want. You have no right to interfere with my business. Do I have to keep a distance from all the other men just because you like me? Don't you think you're too overbearing and unreasonable? If you like me, I can't stop you. But I also hope you don't interfere with my private life. This is my most basic right. You have no right to interfere. The more overbearing and unreasonable you are, the less I like you." Hearing Shui Yu say such things in front of outsiders, Xing Yao suddenly felt a sense of shame turn into anger. He felt like his face had been trampled on and humiliated. Xing Yao gritted his teeth and sneered, domineering. "Humph, the men of the Fire Palace have always been overbearing. You don't have to like me now, but I have absolute confidence that you'll like me in the future. You'll fall deeply in love with me and be conquered by me. This is the principle of the men of the Fire Palace. This is the charm of the men of the Fire Palace." Qing Wei shook her head and smiled bitterly. "You think too highly of yourself. You have your confidence, and I have my principles. I can tell you very clearly that such a thing will never happen. Never." Although Qing Shui Yu's words were very harsh, Xing Yao still looked confident and said, "Nothing is absolute. Anything and anyone can change or be changed. Your confidence is only temporary." Qing Wei was speechless. What was temporary? It was definitely not temporary. She believed that it was absolutely not temporary. She would never like Xing Yao. She would only hate Xing Yao. After Xing Yao finished speaking, his aura became stronger. A powerful force surged out again, as if to push Qing Wei back. Facing such a powerful force, Qingyue couldn't help but take a step back. However, she didn't show any weakness and stood there without flinching. Qingyue, are you really going to go against me for an outsider? Xingyao asked coldly. Qingyue looked at Xingyao with a determined face. Mr. Mingyue is my friend. You hurt him for no reason because of me. Now that I'm here, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I've already made it very clear. If you want to make a move on Mr. Mingyue, you'll have to defeat me first. I'm here. I won't let you do anything stupid. Xingyao, you've gone too far. You've succeeded in making me hate you even more. You asked for it. Hate? Asked for it? Bullsh T. I don't believe in that. Xingyao sneered in his heart. All of this was caused by Mingyue. It was all his fault. Therefore, this debt must also be counted on him. The hatred in Xingyao's heart for Qin Shao also increased by a lot. He had to kill this man. He had to die. His hatred couldn't be vented without death. Today, he had to do it. Xingyao's eyes fell on Qin Shao. He sneered. Boy, are you still a man? Do you only know how to hide behind women? I really despise people like you. I look down on people like you. You don't have any backbone. You shamelessly hide behind women and rely on them to protect you. Don't you have any shame? Do you still have any sense of shame? As long as they had the slightest bit of shame, they would not do such a thing. Do you think you're a man? You'll only bring shame to us men. You'll only be a disgrace to us men. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. How could he not know this kind of low-level provocation? But why would he be afraid? Author Kanshong said, the website has been down for 3 days. It's finally fixed. All the reviews are out. New month, save the flowers. Chapter 32:29. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, Xingyao, don't you want to fight me? If that's the case, I'll grant you your wish. It's ridiculous to use such cheap means. Ridiculous? Let's see who's the ridiculous one later. Xingyao sneered in his heart. He looked at Qin Shao with disdain and continued to provoke him. You say nice things, but do you dare? If you did, you wouldn't be hiding behind a woman. I think you're just relying on Qingyue's presence. That's why you're so arrogant. You wouldn't dare, even if you had 100 guts. You're a coward. You're trash. Do you understand? In the eyes of the Fire Palace, you're just an ant. You're just a lowly person. Where did you get the courage to jump in front of me? Qin Shao looked at Qingyue. She immediately shook her head. Mr. Mingyue, don't be rash. Don't fall for his trick. He's just trying to provoke you. Just stand here. Don't go anywhere. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to do anything. Even if they really dare to make a move, unless I die, I will definitely not let them hurt you. Don't worry. Leave it to me. After saying that, Shuiyu nodded at Qin Shao with a look of certainty, indicating that Qin Shao could rest assured and leave it to her. Qingyue's actions made Xingyao even angrier. The woman he liked dared to fight him to the death for another man? Protect him with her life? What was the relationship between Qingyue and that guy? Damn it. Damn it. Xingyao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. It had already reached a boiling point. This made him even more ruthless. This guy must die today. Qingyue, do you have to force me? You know my character. I won't compromise with anyone. The more you force me, the more I'll do it. And I'll do it even more ruthlessly. I didn't plan to kill this guy, but it seems that I have to. He'll die today. Qingyue, you can't save him. If you don't want to hurt the relationship between our two palaces, then get out of the way immediately. Can you stop the 3 of us by yourself? Xingyao said coldly. Although Qin Shuiyu was a bit scared, she didn't fear anything. Even if I can't block it, I'm not afraid. I said, unless you kill me. Besides, Xingyao, don't forget that this is Sky City. I hope you don't do anything rash. Killing people in Sky City is a violation of the rules and will be punished. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xingyao burst into laughter. The rules of the Sky Castle? The rules were only used to restrain the weak and inferior. The Magician's Guild is also under the jurisdiction of our Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. I am a member of the Fire Palace. So what if I violate the rules of Sky City? Who dares to punish me? Who dares to do anything to me? Rules? Umph. In front of the fire palace, you're nothing. You're talking about rules. What are you thinking, Qingwei? You're already so old, yet you're still so naive. However, I still like your naivety. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and get out of the way. If you hurt the relationship between our two palaces, you'll be guilty. Qin Shuai's expression changed slightly as she clenched her fists. She was obviously nervous and didn't know what to do. What to do? What should she do? She knew people like Xing Yao. He was definitely a man who would do anything he said. He was definitely a crazy person. Using the rules of Sky City to restrain him was expected to be useless. After all, the rules of Sky City couldn't restrain the people of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace. The people of the Fire Palace had always been extremely domineering. This Xing Yao was even more domineering to the extreme. All right, Miss Qin Shui, this is a matter between us men. You women shouldn't interfere. I'm the one Xing Yao wants to deal with. This has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Just as Qin Shui was in a dilemma, Qin Xiao suddenly said. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xing Yao sneered again and said sarcastically, "That's more like it. You're still a man. Have some manliness. But don't just put on an act." Qin Shui was a little anxious and said with a worried face, "Mr. Mingwei, you can't. Don't do anything stupid. Don't be provoked by him. You must hold back. You're no match for him. He's very strong. Moreover, they have the advantage in numbers. They'll do anything. I told you. I can really stop them. You have to believe me." Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a serious face, "Miss Qin Shui, I believe you. I really believe you. But I still appreciate your kindness. I have the ability to solve this matter, so you really don't have to. Besides, I'm a man. If I fall to the point where I need you to protect me, I'll feel ashamed. No matter how weak I am, I won't fall to this extent. Perhaps others are afraid of Xing Yao and the Fire Palace, but I'm not. So listen to me and get out of the way. I can assure you that they won't be able to do anything to me. I'm confident about that at least." "What? So confident?" Qin Shui looked at Qin Xiao. Although she did not dare to believe it, it was too hard to believe. She knew Xing Yao's strength. It was absolutely terrifying. The Fire Palace's identity alone was terrifying. Ordinary people would be scared out of their wits. Who would dare to provoke them? But this Mr. Ming, he was really different. He was really a special person. In the face of Xing Yao's fierce aura and the threat of death, he could still be so calm and not show any signs of weakness. Was it because he was too bold or because he was strong? But even if he was strong, no matter what, Xing Yao was a member of the Fire Palace. So, no matter what the result of this battle was, it was not a good thing for Mr. Mingwei. If he lost, he might be in danger of dying. If he won, he would have offended the Fire Palace and gotten himself into big trouble. He would still not have a good ending. So, once he got into trouble, it would be troublesome. But for some reason, when Qin Shui saw Qin Zhao's calm and confident eyes, she inexplicably believed him. Mr. Mingwei was definitely extraordinary. So, Qin Shui retreated to the side. After getting rid of the obstacle, Xing Yao did not hesitate and directly attacked Qin Xiao. With a wave of his hand, several ferocious demonic beasts roared out of the fire and rushed toward Qin Xiao. Xing Yao's control and application of the fire elemental law had reached an extremely high level and was extremely powerful. As soon as he attacked, a powerful and terrifying power surged out. It was not only the power of the fire elemental law, but also the power of the dark elemental law and the universal law. The fact that Xing Yao could comprehend the power of 2 of the 5 fundamental laws as a 4th-step celestial venerate was enough to show that he was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that Miss Qin Shui said so. However, no matter how powerful Xing Yao was, he was nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Xing Yao's strength was indeed at the top of the 4th-step celestial venerate level, but he had not reached the pinnacle and could not stand at the top of the small number of people. Back when Qin Xiao was a 4th-step celestial venerate, he stood at the top of the small number of people. As a 4th-step celestial venerate, he could easily kill an ancient saint. At most, Xing Yao would be able to fight against the most ordinary ancient saint if he tried his best. This kind of strength was indeed very powerful, and few people could match him. Unfortunately, he met Qin Shao, which doomed him to tragedy. The power of the dark elemental law and the universal law. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, the power of these two laws was directly devoured by him. Qin Shao could still use some of the power of the 5 fundamental laws. Although his magic power was not as strong as Xing Yao's, with the 5 fundamental laws, he could easily deal with Xing Yao without revealing his strength. Therefore, a strange scene occurred. Xing Yao attacked Qin Shao with all his might in a fit of rage. His power surged violently towards Qin Shao, as if he wanted to kill Qin Shao on the spot. However, Qin Shao stood there very calmly and indifferently, not moving at all. With a casual wave of his hand, Xing Yao's surging attack was completely blocked. It could no longer move forward, and there was no way for it to get close to Qin Shao. This scene shocked Qin Shui Yu and the others, causing them to widen their eyes in shock. Qin Shui Yu stared blankly at Qin Shao with her watery eyes, and a strange luster flickered in the depths of her eyes. She had always felt that Mr. Mingyu was different from the rest, and was not simple. He had a temperament that others did not have, and there was an indescribable feeling and power in him. However, she was actually very worried that Mr. Mingyu would suffer a great loss at Xing Yao's hands. After all, this matter could be considered to have arisen because of her. Therefore, she naturally did not want to see Mr. Mingyu get hurt by Xing Yao. However, she did not expect Mr. Mingyu's strength to be so unimaginably strong. Xing Yao's full attack out of anger was actually blocked by Mr. Mingyu so easily. Moreover, the calmness on his face seemed to indicate that he had not used his full strength yet. Wasn't his strength too strong? Was this the strength of a 3-star mage? Unimaginable. It was indeed shocking to the point of disbelief. The 2 people from the Fire Palace who came with Xing Yao were also extremely shocked. They looked at each other in astonishment and were speechless. Originally, they had a playful look on their faces and were waiting to watch a good show. But now, they began to worry about Xing Yao. At this moment, Xing Yao was the most upset. From the beginning, he had been very disdainful of Qin Shao. He had never thought that this lad in front of him would be able to block his attack. However, he didn't expect the situation to be far beyond his imagination. How could this be? No wonder this lad dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that he was so strong. Didn't this lad come from a humble background? Didn't he have no status or background? How could he be so strong? He had never heard of such a dangerous character appearing in the magician's sacred assembly. Xing Yao, I think it's better to keep a low profile. Don't be too arrogant and overbearing. There will be a time when you meet a ghost, right? Are the people from the Water Palace that great? Do you think you can bully others and trample on their dignity as you wish? Qin Shao looked at Xing Yao, who had a grave expression, and said coldly, Chapter 32:30. Was the Fire Palace that great? Hearing Qin Zhao's casual yet domineering question, Xing Yao felt as if he had swallowed his saliva. He felt upset, angry, and disgusted. Who in the entire elemental sanctuary would dare to say such a thing? Such words were a great provocation to the Fire Palace. It was an act of trampling on the Fire Palace's invincible power. As a member of the Fire Palace, Xing Yao's blood boiled when he heard these words. What made Xing Yao even more upset was that his attacks were completely suppressed by his opponent. The strength that he was so proud of could not gain any advantage here. He could not even suppress his opponent. This was a heavy blow to him. Xing Yao had always had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that his strength was unrivaled among 3-star sorcerers. He would be able to easily crush an ordinary person. Qin Shao was just a nobody. Although he did not know Mr. Mingyu well, he did not need to know him. He was a real character. He had already received some information and knew some things. It was because of this that he had been dismissive of Qin Shao from the beginning. He did not take Qin Shao seriously at all. He felt that Qin Shao was just someone who could be bullied by him. However, the cruel reality in front of him gave him a heavy blow. It was a heavy blow to his pride. This was no different from a hard slap to his face. Xing Yao, is this your so-called strength? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. How can you be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage to do so? Do you really think that just because you are a member of the Fire Palace, you can do whatever you want? You can trample on whoever you want? You can be so arrogant and think that you are the best in the world? It is not a good thing to be too overbearing, too arrogant, and too arrogant. If you provoke too many people, you will eventually meet a tough opponent. Qin Shao said again. His words were like knives and swords, piercing into Xing Yao's heart. The heavy blows made Xing Yao's face darken. It was as ugly as it could get. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such humiliation. As a member of the Fire Palace, this was his innate glory and pride. The members of the Heavenly Law Palace's 5 palaces were superior to others in the elemental sanctuary. This was an innate, absolute advantage. This was definitely something that the entire elemental sanctuary recognized. There was no way to deny it. Xing Yao would not even give face to a 4-star sorcerer, let alone a 3-star sorcerer. The number of 4-star sorcerers that he had trampled on was not small. His arrogance, his sharpness, when had he ever been trampled on by others? But today, Qin Shao had ruthlessly humiliated and trampled on him, giving him a heavy blow, causing him to feel extremely humiliated and angry. Do you think you have one? Xing Yao gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept this. He couldn't accept this. How could a man of the Fire Palace lose? How could a man of the Fire Palace be trampled on? This was absolutely impossible. He could not accept it. He was angry. He roared. He still wanted to turn the situation around. Unfortunately, his strength was too much weaker than Qin Shao. In front of Qin Shao, he did not have the chance to turn the tables. Qin Shao waved his hand again. A strong power of law directly sent Xing Yao flying. He fell heavily on the ground, looking very embarrassed. I'll kill you. Although he had suffered a great loss and was defeated, Xing Yao pounced on him again as if he had gone crazy. He looked like he was going to fight Qin Shao to the death. He had never been trampled on and humiliated like this before. Naturally, he could not accept this fact. That was why he was so mad. Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had expected this kind of character. A sore loser. Was he going to play hard? Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with coldness. He was not afraid of playing hard. However, it was best not to kill a man of the Fire Palace. After all, this was the elemental sanctuary. If he really killed a man of the Fire Palace, the Fire Palace would make a mountain out of a molehill. In the end, it would only bring him big trouble. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Qin Shao snorted coldly and sent Xing Yao flying again. This time, the attack was stronger, and Xing Yao spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the blood did not make Xing Yao cower. Instead, it aroused his madness and made him even more ferocious. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call people over. Let's kill him together. How dare he trample on the head of the Fire Palace? We must kill him. Xing Yao spat out a mouthful of bloody spittle and roared at the other 2 men of the Fire Palace. Only then did the 2 men from the Fire Palace come to their senses. Without any hesitation, they immediately attacked Qin Shao. It was a 3-on-1 battle. Brother Pure, on the other hand, did not intend to intervene. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked like he was watching a good show. Brother Pure was not in a hurry, but Qinghua was a little anxious. These people are too difficult to deal with. They are too shameless. If one is not enough, they will attack together. Bullying with numbers. What kind of heroes are they? As a woman, I feel ashamed for them. How dare they call themselves men of the Fire Palace? Humph! They are a disgrace to the Fire Palace. Qinghua snorted and was about to help Qin Shao. However, Brother Pure stopped her. Miss Qinghua, don't get involved in this. But the 3 of them are ganging up on Mr. Minghua. Mr. Minghua will be at a disadvantage if they gang up on him. Qingyue was even more anxious and looked at Brother Pure in confusion. She also did not understand. Wasn't Mr. Qian Shan a good brother of Mr. Mingyue? How could he still stand there so calmly? Why didn't he help? Wasn't he afraid that his brother would be at a disadvantage? Three-star magicians from the Fire Palace were no laughing matter. Even a 4-star magician would have no choice but to retreat in the face of such a force. Qingyue saw that Qin Shao was very strong and that Xing Yao was no match for him. However, 3 against 1, the situation was completely different. But Brother Chuanjie was not worried at all. He smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Let's bully with numbers." "This battle is nothing to my brother," Yi Zichen said. "Don't worry, my brother can handle it. We don't have to get involved. Let's just stay here and watch the show." Qingyue was stunned by Brother Pure's words. She looked at Brother Pure. From this incomparably confident face, there didn't seem to be any bragging. So confident? Was Mr. Mingyue's strength really that strong? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Qingyue looked at Qin Shao deeply. Who was this man? Was he really just a lowly life form from a small city? No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like one. Although the 3 of them attacked together, the result was still the same. The 3 of them could not block Qin Zhao's attack, and could not even get close to Qin Shao. As soon as they exchanged blows, they were directly sent flying by Qin Shao. There was no suspense at all. From this situation, it was clear that the combined strength of Xing Yao and the other 2 was far inferior to Qin Shao. How could this be? Xing Yao and the other 2 were dumbfounded. How could something like this happen? The Heavenly Law's Dao Palace did have some extremely powerful and monstrous 3-star sorcerers. There were even a few of them who could easily kill a 4-star magician. However, even if they were such existences, the 3 of them should not have been defeated so miserably. Apart from the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, where else could give birth to such monstrous existences? Impossible. This was completely impossible. It did not make sense. The 3 of you are no match for me. Do you still want to continue fighting? If you continue fighting, you will only be at a disadvantage. We have caused quite a commotion here. If we drag this on, we might attract a lot of onlookers. When that time comes, the one who will lose face is your Fire Palace. You can't blame me, Qin Shao suddenly said. He had already achieved his goal, so it was naturally the best thing that could happen if he could stop fighting now. However, Xing Yao was definitely a madman. He gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Shao. He said furiously, "Humph, you want to stop now? You want to settle this matter? Do you think it's possible? I can tell you very responsibly that you have offended our Fire Palace. Those who have provoked the Fire Palace have never had a good ending. Our Fire Palace will definitely not let this go. You want to settle this matter? Do you think it's possible? Our Fire Palace is not something you can provoke. Once you provoke us, you'll have to pay a great price." Qin Shao shook his head and chuckled. He shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Then what do you want? Or rather, what can you do to me? You want me to pay the price? Sure, you can continue. I don't mind. It doesn't matter. You are the one who started this. If you don't want to end it, I will accompany you to the end. Your Fire Palace has your own confidence, and I have my own temper. This world is not a world that is completely dominated by your Fire Palace. Even if it is, you should not be the only one who can bully and humiliate others and not allow others to fight back. I've never offended you, Xing Yao. You're the one who's overbearing and arrogant. You humiliated and bullied me. Don't blame me for retaliating. I still believe that there's a reason in this world." Ha ha ha. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Xing Yao laughed and looked at Qin Shao mockingly. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Are you an idiot? Or are you out of your mind? Reason? How naive are you? Who are you trying to reason with? In this world, there has always been only fists. How can there be absolute reason? Reason is nothing in the face of a fist. Even so, you still have to bow down to it. If there is reason in this world, then our Fire Palace is reason. No, it should be justice. What do you have to fight with our Fire Palace? You are just a 3-star magician. Do you think you are worthy? Any 4-star magician from our Fire Palace can kill you in minutes. Do you have the right to fight with our fire palace? You want to reason with our fire palace? What do you have to reason with? Your ignorance and ridicule? Qin Shao sneered in his heart. Yes, this world was indeed distorted. Fists were reason. All reason had to bow down in front of fists. In the elemental sanctuary, the heavenly law's Tao palace was reason and justice. The fire palace was incomparably domineering. The fire palace was justice. What could he use to reason with the fire palace? But this time, Qin Shao wanted to talk. Chapter 32-31. Now that he had seen Gu Lingyue and confirmed that she was in the Sky City, it did not matter anymore. Therefore, it was fine even if he revealed his strength now. If Xing Yao insisted on being overbearing, Qin Shao would not hold back and fight him to the end. This was a good opportunity to dampen the Fire Palace's spirit. Kid, you're gonna die today, Xing Yao said fiercely. Qin Shao smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I'll be waiting. How arrogant. If he could, Xing Yao really wanted to tear Qin Shao into pieces. Is that so? You'll be waiting? As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, a cold voice came down from the nine heavens. A dazzling light descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Qin Shao, dispersing all of Qin Zhao's power in an instant and freeing Xing Yao and the other two from their predicament. The figure waved his hand and completely sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for outsiders to enter and see what was happening inside, forming an absolutely isolated small space. As soon as the figure descended, the small space was completely under his control, as if the ruler of the world had descended. Greetings, young palace master. Xing Yao and the other two hurriedly knelt down when they saw the person who had come. Xing Yao's face was filled with ecstasy, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. When he looked at Qin Shao again, his eyes were filled with mischief. Since the young palace master had come personally, this kid was definitely going to die. What bullsh asterisk T rules? What bullsh asterisk T logic? In front of the young palace master, everything was bullsh asterisk T and could be easily broken. When the young palace master made a move, who would be lucky enough to escape? Fire deity ignored Xing Yao and the others, leaving them at a loss for what to do. It was not right for them to get up, but it would be weird if they did not get up. However, since the young palace master did not ask them to get up, they could only continue to kneel there obediently. The fire god is here. It's over, it's over. Mr. Mingyue is going to be unlucky, seeing the fire god. Qing Yue's face turned pale with fright. Her heart skipped a beat, and she shouted, Oh no. Her heart clenched tightly at the sight of this. What should she do? Something big had happened. With the arrival of the fire god, even if he killed Mr. Mingyue, no one would dare to say anything. Moreover, there was no one who could stop the fire god from killing. This kind of high and mighty supreme existence, who would dare to touch the edge of his blade? Fire god, you're here. Qin Shao looked at Vulcan with a cold face. Yes, I'm here. Vulcan's voice was even colder. He glared at Qin Shao with eyes as sharp as ice knives. He was full of anger. I'm here. Shouldn't you get lost? What? Listening to the conversation between Vulcan and Qin Shao, Xing Yao, Qin Yu, and Xing Yao were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Shao in shock. Xing Yao and the other two looked at each other. What was going on? This person actually knew the young palace master? Moreover, he actually dared to call the young palace master by her name? Who exactly was this person? What was his background? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Mr. Mingyue, Qin Yu had long felt that Mr. Mingyue was not a simple person. However, she did not expect that Mr. Mingyue could talk to Vulcan as an equal. He should be at the same level as Vulcan, right? A world god? If he was really a world god, why would he disguise himself as a 3-star magician to participate in a mega-sacred assembly? Wasn't this too strange? What? Does the elemental sanctuary belong to you alone? Can't I even come to the elemental sanctuary? Qin Shao asked in return. What did he mean? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qin Yu was stunned again. She looked at Qin Shao in a daze and finally understood. It turned out that Mr. Mingwei was not from the elemental sanctuary at all. No wonder she always felt that he was strange and different. He was not from the elemental sanctuary at all. Why would someone from the elemental sanctuary disguise themselves like this? If he was not from the elemental sanctuary, then why did he disguise himself to participate in the mega sacred assembly? Women were very curious. Once they were aroused, it was even more deadly. Vulcan sneered and said, "Of course the elemental sanctuary does not belong to me alone, but I know why you, Qin Shao, came to the elemental sanctuary. Do you know that your thoughts are very, very dangerous? The people from my fire palace are right. Our fire palace is not an organization that you can afford to offend. Of course, they said too much. You are far from qualified to use the fire palace to suppress you. What I want to tell you is that I am not someone you can afford to offend. I have already warned you once in the immortal region. I didn't expect you to refuse to give up until you see the coffin. You dare to come to the elemental sanctuary again. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? Or do you think that I don't have the strength to kill you, so you dare to act so recklessly?" Qin Shao curled her lips and chuckled. She looked at Vulcan and said, "I believe that you, Vulcan, have the strength to kill me, even if it may take a little effort. I also believe that you, Vulcan, dare to kill me, but you won't dare to kill me easily, right? But so what? Do you really think that you can scare me, Qin Shao, with this? If I were so cowardly, then I wouldn't be Qin Shao. Since I dared to come to the elemental sanctuary, I have long expected to meet you, Vulcan. What is there to be afraid of? At most, you can torture me again. I can bear it. Are you going to kill me just because I came to the elemental saint realm? If you, Vulcan, are really so domineering, then you can fight. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense?" With that, Qin Shao spread her hands at Vulcan, which was quite provocative. Qin Shao had already calculated that Vulcan wouldn't dare to do anything to him. At most, Vulcan would torture him like in the immortal realm. But in order to see Gu Lingwei, it was worth it. Besides, Qin Zhao's strength had improved a lot now. Even if it was still far from Vulcan's, it wouldn't be so easy for Vulcan to kill him. Moreover, Vulcan didn't dare to attack Qin Shao easily. Qin Shao was a disciple of the Firmament Academy, a student of the Saint Academy, and a disciple of Saint Li. These three identities had three guarantees. Unless Vulcan was crazy or a fool, he wouldn't dare to do anything to Qin Shao. Without an absolutely reasonable reason, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Vulcan was silent for a moment, but still snorted coldly. He looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, "You want to see Gu Lingwei again? That's impossible. With me here, don't even think about getting close to Gu Lingwei. Since you have guts, why don't you try? I was just worried that I didn't have a good reason to attack you." Of course, Qin Shao knew this. If he forced himself to go to the Saint Mountain to see Gu Lingwei, it would only give Vulcan a chance to attack. If Vulcan had a good reason to attack him, he would be able to act unscrupulously. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let himself fall into such a situation and give Vulcan a chance. Qin Shao said, "If I want to see her, why can't I see her openly? It's not something shameful. Why do I have to force my way into the Saint Mountain? Vulcan, your thoughts are that simple." Vulcan stared angrily at Qin Shao. He wanted to see what this guy could say. "Vulcan, I'm here to participate in the Magician's Sacred Assembly. As far as I know, as long as you can get into the top 10 of the Magician's Sacred Assembly, you can ascend the Saint Mountain and come before Gu Lingwei to receive her bestowment, right?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Vulcan immediately frowned deeply and stared coldly at Qin Shao. Only then did he understand that Qin Shao had such an idea. "Good fellow, you really dare to dream." Vulcan sneered. "Wishful thinking isn't bad, but you don't conform to the rules. You're not qualified to participate in the Magician's Sacred Assembly. To think that you're a powerhouse. You actually disguised yourself as a 3-star magician to participate in the Magician's Sacred Assembly. Don't you feel ashamed?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and shrugged. "I don't conform to the rules. The rules don't say that disguises aren't allowed, do they? Besides, I didn't disguise anything, did I? I'm a magician. I'm indeed only a 3-star magician. My power of spatial laws didn't exceed the power of a 4th-step heavenly venerable. All my power has been suppressed to the level of a 4th-step ancient saint. I didn't violate any rules, so why can't I? The rules that the Magician Guild announced earlier didn't clearly state this rule, did they? They only said that if there's a situation in the competition that exceeds one's own strength, it will be regarded as cheating, and one will be eliminated directly. I know this rule, so you don't have to deliberately remind me, Vulcan. Don't worry, I won't do it. You can always keep an eye on me. Once I do something wrong, you just have to catch me. Vulcan's face suddenly darkened. The Magician Guild indeed didn't specify this in detail. As long as one didn't exert power beyond one's own realm during the competition, it would be fine. If a town-level magician legion couldn't exert power at the level of an ancient saint, there wouldn't be a problem. If one had to put it this way, it could indeed be justified. However, Vulcan was very unhappy. He didn't want Qin Shao to continue to participate in the magician's sacred assembly and continue to hang around under his nose, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he really wanted to drive Qin Shao out of the elemental sanctuary. This was not a place where he should be. Qin Shao smiled faintly and continued, "Why, could it be that you, Vulcan, want to disregard the rules of the Magician Guild and force me out of the competition? Or do you want the people from the Magician Guild to drive me out? You, Vulcan, can't be so magnanimous and use such means? Don't you think it's ridiculous to use such despicable means? If you, Vulcan, can be so shameless, then go ahead. After all, the rules were set by the Magician Guild. If the Magician Guild insists on changing them, then no one would dare to say anything. Of course, I'll definitely say something, but I don't think it will affect you much." Vulcan's face was gloomy, and he stared at Qin Shao without speaking for a while. He seemed to be thinking about this matter, weighing the pros and cons of this matter. After a long while, Vulcan said, "Well, since you, Qin Shao, insist on participating in the Magician's Sacred Assembly, then I'll fulfill your wish. But you're right. I'll keep an eye on you. I'll keep an eye on you. If you do anything that violates the rules, you'll be disqualified. When the time comes, you can only leave with your tail between your legs. However, I still hope that you'll know what's good for you. You can't win against me. If you insist on fighting with me, you won't have a good ending." Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders, but smiled indifferently. "Whether I can win or not, I want to give it a try. Thank you for your kindness, Vulcan." Chapter 32:32. Fire God didn't continue to pester Qin Shao, nor did he attack him. He had his own considerations, and he also had his own concerns. After Fire God left, Xing Yao and the other two were so scared that they pissed their pants and ran away. Only Qing Wei was left there, staring at Qin Shao with wide eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Seeing Qing Yue's frightened face, Qin Shao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I won't hurt you." "Haha, Miss Qing Wei, don't be nervous. We're not bad people. My brother Qin Shao didn't lie to you. He used the name Ming Wei before, and I'm also called Brother Pure." Brother Pure said with a smile. He continued, "We just don't get along well with Fire God. It's just that we're not as strong as him. Otherwise, I'd really want to step on him. This guy is too arrogant." Qing Yue's nervous heart relaxed a little. She looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and was silent for a while before saying, "Mr. Mingwei, no, Mr. Qin Shao, it seems that you're fighting with the young master of the Fire Palace for our young master of the Water Palace? What do you mean by that?" Brother Pure corrected her. "Miss Qin Yue, you're wrong. Your young master of the Water Palace and my brother Qin Shao love each other. If it weren't for some reasons, they would have gotten married long ago. Your young master of the Water Palace, Gu Lingyue, loves my brother Qin Shao very much. Fire God is the one who came later. He's the one who came to steal her. That's why I said that Fire God is too shameless. He's simply a shameless villain. A man doesn't rely on his own ability to make a woman like him. He's a disgrace to us men. I despise people like him. Brother Pure said with a face full of righteous indignation. Hearing this, Qin Shuai was stunned. She looked at Qin Xiao, and her curiosity was piqued. Although she was a member of the Water Palace, she had never heard of such a thing before. Therefore, she couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of this matter. However, she could tell that Mr. Qin Xiao and Mr. Qian Shan weren't joking. Moreover, the fire god had come in person just now. Some of the words were said by the fire god himself. Naturally, it couldn't be fake. Therefore, Qin Shuai was also curious. What was going on here? After thinking for a while, Shuai said, Mr. Qin Xiao, from what I know, it seems that our young palace master and young palace master of the fire palace were engaged a long time ago. So, at this point, Qin Shuai didn't continue, but the meaning in her words was very obvious. She was questioning Brother Pierce's words. It seemed that the fire god should have been the one to marry first. Brother Pure smacked his lips and waved his hand. TCH, don't look at that. It's just a game of the older generation. It's just a game of interests. Women should bravely pursue their own love and not be sacrificed for the family. Using one's life in exchange for benefits, for peace, that is a very tragic thing. Your young palace master doesn't like the fire god, right? Well, Qin Shuai was just an ordinary disciple of the water palace. She didn't know about this kind of thing. However, she was deeply touched by Brother Chunjia's words. In fact, the women of the water palace often didn't have the right to pursue love. Love was a luxury to them, a fairy tale recorded in books. It was something that seemed to exist, but didn't exist at the same time. Pursue love? They didn't have the opportunity or the right to. The marriage of the women of the water palace had always been arranged by the elders of the clan. What was love? She also wanted to know. Mr. Qian Shan, I don't know what you're talking about. I've only heard that our young palace master and the fire palace master will hold a grand wedding after an epoch. The two palaces will unite through marriage and develop together. As for the rest, I've never thought about it. This matter seems to have been decided a long, long time ago. It's a grand plan for the development of our two palaces. No one can interfere or change it. It's very reasonable for the Sky Law's Dao Palace, so I don't think it's a big deal. So, as she spoke, Qin Shuai looked at Qin Xiao and gently bit her lip. She didn't want to continue. Qin Xiao looked at Shuai. She knew what Shuai wanted to say. Are you trying to tell me to give up on this idea? Qin Shuai blushed when Qin Xiao said it so bluntly, but she still nodded. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin Xiao. I don't mean to look down on you, but Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Miss Qin Shuai, I don't mean to blame you. I know what you're thinking. It's true that I don't have the ability to fight against a fire god right now. Whether it's in terms of strength or status, I'm far inferior to the fire god. I also know the rules of the water palace and the sacred mission your young palace master, Gu Lingyue, shoulders. Perhaps in the eyes of all of you, this is something that is absolutely impossible. But I can't give up. We used to love each other so much. I believe that our true feelings can overcome everything. There are things to do and things not to do in life. For what I should do, even if I have to give up everything, even my life, I will fight to the end. So what if he's the fire god? So what if there's resistance from the water palace? As long as Gu Lingyue still loves me, I'll pull her to my side. No matter who tries to stop me, I won't be afraid. Qin Shuai stared blankly at Qin Xiao. She was greatly impressed by Qin Xiao's actions. For a man to do this for a woman, it must be true love, right? Was this love? Was this the legendary love? The elders in her clan had warned her since she was young that there was no true love in this world. It was all a trick, poison, and the devil. It was something that couldn't be touched. Not to mention touching it, it was something that couldn't even be thought about. All the women in the water palace should have their own mission. But at this moment, her heart was deeply shaken and touched. Could true love really make people disregard everything and not fear death? But Qin Shuai still shook her head. She didn't think Mr. Qin Xiao could do this. It was simply too difficult to achieve such a feat, basically. It was simply an impossible feat, but she didn't know what to say. She also knew that she shouldn't say anything. I've heard that Fire God is extremely domineering. You guys be careful. I'm leaving. Qing Shui Yu quickly left after saying this. After sending Qing Shui Yu off, Brother Pure smacked his lips. Brother, I didn't expect Fire God to come and join in the fun. This is going to be troublesome. It's so F***king frustrating. It's so frustrating. Damn it, we can't beat Fire God. And we're in the elemental saint realm. We can't beat Fire God. This is so depressing. It's so unpleasant. Brother Pure didn't say anything. Gu Lingyue was ignoring them. Really, if Gu Lingyue was willing to pay attention to them, things would be much easier. But now, it felt like neither side was easy to deal with. But there was no other way. This battle could only be fought. He had to accompany Qin Xiao to the end. Qin Xiao shook his head and said in a deep voice, yes, in the end, it's a matter of strength. We're not strong enough. That's why we're so frustrated. If we were strong enough to compete with Fire God, how could he be so arrogant in front of us? My strength is far inferior to his, and my status is also far inferior to his. It's reasonable that I'm trampled by him. If we want to change the situation, we can only work hard and improve our strength as soon as possible. Only in this way can we change everything. Fire God is only the first obstacle. I'm afraid that the resistance of the Water Palace is stronger than Fire God. Thinking of this, Qin Xiao shook his head. The two pressures were heavier than a mountain, pressing down on his heart mercilessly. Do you want to take Gu Lingyue out of the Water Palace? Unless Gu Lingyue also risked her life and fought with him. Otherwise, it was really unimaginable that he would have to face the pressure of two palaces. Unless Qin Xiao became reincarnation supremacy, then he might have a chance to fight. But reincarnation supremacy was too far away. There was still a long way to go, one step at a time. Qin Xiao was still confident in himself, but time might be a little tight. An era. He had less than an era left. He had to stop all of this. No matter what, he had to make it clear and understand. On a balcony in a castle on the Sacred Mountain, standing there, one could overlook the entire Sky City and take in everything in. A figure stood there, and there was a mirror floating in front of her. The image in a mirror was the scene of Qin Xiao and Fire God talking just now. Gu Lingyue stood there calmly and looked at these images. Her expression was as calm as ever, and there was no change in her eyes. She was so calm that it was a little scary. Suddenly, Gu Lingyue waved her hand, and the mirror in front of her disappeared. At that moment, a figure appeared behind her. It was none other than Minghua Saint. What? You still can't let it go. Although Gu Lingyue had erased the traces in time, it obviously couldn't escape Saint Minghua's eyes. Gu Lingyue looked at Saint Minghua and shook her head. No, I've already let it go. Just now, he transmitted his voice to me several times, but I ignored him. I just didn't expect him to come to the elemental sacred realm. He even used the opportunity of attending the Sorcerer's Sacred Assembly to come to the Sky City. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come. I don't want to see him again. Saint Minghua shook her head slightly. Whether you see him or not, he'll come to find you. Judging from the current situation, Qin Xiao is still an infatuated man. At least, he'll come to find you regardless of everything. There are some things that you might need to explain to him clearly. It's better to make him give up completely. Speaking of which, I admire Qin Xiao quite a bit. He's not a bad person. There's no need to go too far. Lingyue, how about I make some arrangements? You find a time to talk to Qin Xiao and draw a clear line between us. If you don't make him give up completely, there'll probably be a lot of trouble. If there's really a big conflict, it won't be good for us or for him. Gu Lingyue shook her head. I don't want to see him. Let's talk about it later. Chapter 32-33. The final event of the Sacred Assembly of Sorcerers was about to begin. On the roof, Qin Xiao sat alone, calmly looking in the direction of the Sacred Mountain. At this moment, he was very close to Gu Lingyue, but he also felt very far away. This kind of feeling was really unpleasant. Was this the taste of love? Qin Xiao didn't understand. He always felt that he didn't really understand love. Perhaps this was it. He had always been learning and trying his best to understand. But love was really too profound and difficult to understand. So, he didn't care about this anymore. He just followed his heart and did what he wanted to do. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flickered. An ray of light flashed out. It came down from the sacred mountain and rushed toward him. In an instant, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, the surrounding void was completely blocked and isolated from everything. Seeing the person in front of him, Qin Xiao immediately stood up and sized her up. This was a powerful fourth-step ancient saint. It was the woman who had followed Gu Linghua before. She was noble, beautiful, and had a powerful aura. However, Qin Xiao obviously didn't know the person in front of him, nor did he know how to address her. He was only sure that she must be one of Gu Linghua's trusted followers. Did she come here to see him to teach Gu Linghua? Thinking of this, Qin Xiao was more or less looking forward to it. Senior, Qin Xiao cupped his fists and bowed. Saint Minghua nodded slightly at Qin Xiao and said, Lord Qin Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. I've heard of your name long ago, and I admire you very much. I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect to see you in person today. Unfortunately, this is the Sky City. Otherwise, I would also be a good host and greet you, Lord Qin Xiao. Saint Minghua's politeness made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. It seemed to be a good start. Could it be that something good was about to happen? Qin Xiao never liked to beat around the bush, so she said directly, Senior, you didn't come all the way here just to say this, right? Senior, if you have something to say, please speak your mind. Qin Xiao knew that the fire god's visit couldn't have escaped the eyes of the people in front of him. Gu Linghua must have known as well. Not long after the fire god left, this senior in front of him must have something to tell him. A faint smile appeared on Minghua's face. She nodded slightly to Qin Xiao and said, Lord Qin Xiao, since you're so straightforward, I'll be straightforward too. You've already met her. You should understand what my Lingyu means. So, Lord Qin Xiao, I don't think it's necessary for you to continue staying in the Sky Castle and participating in this so-called sacred assembly of mages. Why don't we leave the elemental sanctuary now, Lord Qin Xiao? Asking him to leave the elemental saint realm? She changed her tone all of a sudden. Qin Xiao thought that Minghua saint was being polite, and he knew that she must have come to see him because of Gu Linghua. He didn't expect that she would ask him to leave the elemental sanctuary. If that was the case, Qin Zhao's mood was indeed very bad. Qin Xiao looked at Minghua Saint and asked, Is this your idea, Senior, or Gu Linghua's? Minghua Saint shook her head gently and said, This is my idea, Ling Yu's idea, and the Water Palace's idea. Do you understand what I mean? Understand? Of course not. Why should I understand? If it's Ling Yu's idea, then let her tell me personally. Back then, when she said goodbye to me, she didn't say that. I don't believe that Ling Yu has completely changed and that I'm no longer in her. If that's really the case, then let her tell me personally. Otherwise, I won't believe it, let alone give up. For so many years, I've been working hard for this. I've always wanted to find Ling Yu and reconnect with her. How much effort have I put in for this day? How long have I waited? And now, I'm still working hard. Do you think I'll give up so easily? Qin Xiao looked at Minghua, saying excitedly, and said seriously. He was never a person who gave up easily, let alone the thing he was most passionate about. What had he been working hard for all this time? What was the strong belief in his heart that had been supporting him to move forward? Wasn't it Gu Linghua? Alas, Minghua Saint sighed and said, Lord Qin Xiao, I can understand your feelings very well, and I'm glad that you're a person who values friendship and righteousness. To be honest, I'm also very touched that you've been holding on to this for so many years and thinking about my sister Ling Yu. But there are some things that you can't be emotional about. In life, there are always some things that you can't control. No matter how powerful you are, no matter where you stand, there are always some things that you can't control. You can't do whatever you want. It's the same for you, Qin Xiao. You'll also have some things that you can't control. Lord Qin Xiao, what I want to say to you is that there's no possibility between you and Ling Yu at all. As you can see, Ling Yu doesn't care about you at all. She has already given up on the past between you two. She has already let it go and let it disappear. She has already forgotten about it. Now, Ling Yu bears the supreme responsibility and mission of the entire Water Palace. She'll fight for the Water Palace all her life. This is the glory of her life and the greatest meaning of her life. So, why do you have to make things difficult for her? Why do you have to stir up trouble? What's in it for you, Lord Qin Shao? The supreme responsibility and mission of the Water Palace? What kind of bullshit *T is this? Why do you have to force these things on a woman? Qin Shao never believed in these things. This was simply a cruel and inhumane way of doing things. Saint Ming Hua continued, Lord Qin Shao, if you insist on doing this, first of all, the Fire God and the Fire Palace will not let you go. The Fire God should have looked for you. You know his strength, and perhaps you also know his character. I know that you have something to rely on, Lord Qin Shao. It's true that the Fire God doesn't dare to kill you easily, but don't think that the Fire God won't dare to touch you just because you can do whatever you want. You just haven't crossed the line yet. Once you do, your identity won't be able to save your life. The Fire Palace isn't afraid of your Langya Heaven. I can tell you very responsibly that the Fire Palace is definitely much stronger than your Langya Heaven. Do you really want to rely on the Langya Heaven to save your life? Think about it carefully. You'll feel that you're very naive. Moreover, the Water Palace will never accept you. So, let's not talk about the Fire Palace. You can't cross the Water Palace either. There are two huge obstacles in front of you. You should know that it's completely impossible for you to be with Ling Yu. So why do you have to do this? Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? If you continue to make trouble, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage, Qin Shao. You might even implicate the people around you. So, I advise you to listen to me. Leave the elemental sanctuary and forget about Ling Yu. Let bygones be bygones. Let it be a beautiful memory. Don't force it. Boom! Saint Ming Hua's words were like a thunderbolt that struck Qin Zhao's heart heavily. It was pushed all the way to the depths. Waves of piercing pain. It was really painful. Although this was not what Qin Shao wanted to hear, he had to admit that Saint Ming Hua was right. All of this was indeed the truth. It was just that Qin Shao did not want to accept the truth. Qin Shao suddenly looked at Ming Hua, Saint, and asked with a serious face, Senior, have you ever loved someone? This sentence inexplicably touched the depths of Saint Ming Hua's heart. She could not help but be stunned. She stared at Qin Shao with her jade eyes wide open. She was stunned for a moment. Perhaps she did not expect Qin Shao to ask such a question. After a long while, Saint Ming Hua calmed down and shook her head. Although I've never loved, I understand a love in this world. I've seen countless kinds of love in this world. This is just a temporary addiction. There is no eternal love, only temporary passion. No matter how deep one's love is, it can't stand the test of time. It will become dull and gradually lose its passion. The world will run dry and the rocks will crumble. The world will fall apart. They are just temporary empty words. No. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I don't think they are temporary empty words or temporary passion. Although I don't understand love, I only know that I like Gu Lingwei. I'm willing to do anything for her, even if I have to give up my life. I don't need to care about what I think in the future. I just need to know what I think now. No one can predict what will happen in the future, so why should we think about the future? Living in the present is the most important thing. I don't need those theoretical things to convince myself. I just need to act according to my feelings and my pride. My heart tells me that Lingwei is the most important person to me. I want to bring her back to me. I want to marry her and complete the wedding. And this is what I want to do. As for what you said, I don't need to know whether it's true or not, because I don't need to know at all. I just need to know what I think in my heart. That's enough. As for the future, why should I care? Ming Hua stared blankly at Qin Shao. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Qin Zhao's words did touch her heart. Qin Zhao's heart did touch her. This man was indeed different from others. It was good to have such determination in pursuing one thing. If it was possible, she would be willing to help him. However, there was no chance of that happening. If this continued, Qin Shao would be the only one who would suffer. It might even cause discord between the Water Palace and the Fire Palace. Ming Hua cherished talents and thought Qin Shao was a good person. Therefore, she tried her best to persuade him to leave as soon as possible. But now, it seemed that she couldn't persuade Qin Shao. She had no choice but to do so. Alas, forget it. Ming Hua shook her head and sighed. She said, Lord Qin Shao, I've said what I should say. You'd better calm down and think about it. You have a great future ahead of you. If you really hurt yourself because of this impossible thing, that would be your loss. Well, I'll leave now. After saying that, Saint Ming Hua left. Chapter 32-34. After seeing Saint Ming Hua off, Qin Shao could not calm down for a long time. Was this really Gu Lingyue's intention? Had she really given up on the past and the future? Cool breeze for 3 miles. Cool breeze for 3 miles. Cool breeze for 3 miles. Was this really the case? No. Qin Shao did not believe it. He really did not believe it. At this moment, his mind was filled with memories of the past, sweet memories, and some vows. Although they were not vows of eternal love and were just ordinary vows, Qin Shao had always remembered them. There were also some words that Gu Lingyue had left behind before she left. Qin Shao still clearly remembered them. Gu Lingyue. How could she have completely forgotten about him? How could it be? A hand gently fell from behind. Qin Shao knew it was Brother Pure. The other Brother Pure had already arrived, but they did not force their way in. However, he also heard the conversation between Qin Shao and Saint Ming Hua. Brother Pure clenched his teeth and suddenly said, You might not be happy with what I said, but as your brother, I still have to say it. I'm not trying to stop you from leaving, nor am I against you doing this. As your brother, regardless of whether you are right or wrong, even if you want to be the enemy of the whole world, I will definitely accompany you to the end. But our current strength is still not enough, far from enough. That person is right. We have no ability to cross the 2 huge hurdles now. That's why we have to think twice before we do anything. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and nodded. I know. I won't act recklessly, and I won't give Fire Deity a chance to attack. I've known this from the beginning. Langiation can only guarantee that Fire Deity and the Fire Palace will not act recklessly. But if I give them a chance, Fire Deity will not be polite. I also know very well that I don't have the strength to fight against them now. I'm not thinking of doing anything this time. I just want to ask Gu Lingyue if she still has me in her heart. That's all I need to know. As long as she still has me in her heart, no matter how many obstacles there are, I will overcome them. I will break through them. I really don't believe that Lingyue no longer has me in her heart. I understand her situation, her responsibility, her mission, and her helplessness. But I don't think these objective factors can never be overcome. It's just a matter of whether one is willing or not, and whether one dares to. In all matters, it's enough as long as you act with respect. You have no regrets in this life. I'm very clear about what I want now, so I have to figure it out. Even if I really want to let go, I need to give myself a reason to do so. Brother Pure nodded. He supported Qin Shao no matter what she did. However, he was not Qin Shao, so he could not feel what Qin Shao felt. Everyone's thoughts were different. Therefore, he would have some different viewpoints. After a moment of silence, Brother Pure suddenly said, Brother, I've been thinking about a question. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think it's not completely impossible. I heard what that senior said just now. Gu Lingyue probably had a hand in telling you to leave, Lin Feng said with a smile. After all, she didn't even look at us or pay attention to us before. It was as if she was a complete stranger. Her eyes felt a little cold and unfamiliar. She didn't seem like the Gu Lingyue I knew. A lifetime in the primordial universe is just a lifetime in Gu Lingyue's samsara path. In fact, I'm the most qualified to speak on this point. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and did not interrupt him. Instead, he listened quietly. Indeed, Brother Pure did have the right to speak on reincarnation. After all, Brother Pure was also a person who had reincarnated and experienced 10,000 lifetimes. Qin Shao had never asked Brother Pure about this. Brother Chuanjia continued, "When my memories were fully awakened, the memories of the 10,000 reincarnations were all stored in my mind. In these 10,000 lifetimes, I've taken on countless identities and experienced countless lives. I've also loved many people and made many brothers and friends. However, I feel that those memories are far away and no longer important. I can let go of them and let go of them. I won't pursue them anymore. The women of the Water Palace have their innate mission and sacred duty. Gu Lingyue originally carried a sacred mission to reincarnate, so it's possible that she can let go of everything on the samsara path. This kind of situation is actually quite normal. According to what I know, many people who reincarnate will let go of everything after awakening." Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and shook his head. "This is not absolute. Perhaps many people will easily give up everything on the path of reincarnation. However, there are some people who will still value their awakened life. Take you, for example. You can let go of everything in the past, but can you let go of this life in the primordial universe? Can you not recognize me as your brother?" Brother Pure was a little stunned by Qin Zhao's words. He stared at Qin Shao and was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that this was indeed the case. In fact, Brother Pure felt very close to this life in the primordial universe and would remember it. Ling Yue's situation is the same as yours. She also directly awakened the memories of her previous life in this life in the primordial universe. This life is very special to all of you. Moreover, I believe that all of you are people who value friendship and are not heartless. Because of this, I am still very determined. Ling Yue can't have completely let go of me. She won't be so cold-blooded and heartless. She's only doing this because of the pressure from the Water Palace and the sacred mission on her shoulders. Therefore, I must get to the bottom of this. Even if I give up, only Ling Yue can make me give up. Besides, even if we can't become husband and wife in the end, we can still be friends, right? Qin Shao continued. Brother Pure shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. It's such a profound question. You should think about it yourself. I won't interfere. My head hurts from thinking about it. Forget it. As you said, it's enough to act with dignity. Everything else is not important. Who cares? Since we are already here, let's go and find out the truth. Qin Shao looked at the holy mountain again, lost in thought. On a balcony above the sacred mountain, a figure was also standing there, looking down at something below. Gu Lingyue's lively eyes seemed cold and indifferent, but there was also a glimmer of light in the depths. The sacred assembly of the magicians had finally begun. The last grand event began in the Sky City. This was also something that the entire elemental sanctuary was paying attention to. Several people in the entire sanctuary had their eyes fixed on the Sky City. The situation in the Sky City would also be spread throughout the entire elemental sanctuary as fast as possible. In fact, the Magician Temple would also personally broadcast this matter to all the magician guilds in the entire elemental sanctuary with the power of magic. This grand battle caused the entire elemental sanctuary to be in an uproar. The city-level battle attracted even more attention. Firstly, the city-level magician corps was the most numerous, numbering in the tens of thousands. Secondly, most of the beings in the entire elemental sanctuary were below the Saint Realm, so they naturally paid more attention to the city-level battle. The 30,000 city-level magician corps started the grand competition. It was an unprecedentedly grand competition, and the most eye-catching and most popular ones were naturally the magician corps sent by the 5 palaces of the Heavenly Tao Palace. Each of the 5 palaces sent out 10 magician corps, and then there were the magician corps sent by the various major chambers of commerce. These were the most popular and most popular ones. In the beginning, almost all the discussions, all the attention, and all the bets were placed on these mage legions. The Dragon Magician Corps was naturally annihilated in the crowd. They were inconspicuous and did not receive any attention at all. However, this was also good. Qin Shao had always liked to keep a low profile. The more low profile he was, the smaller the target, which was better. However, it was obvious that the fire deity was deliberately targeting Qin Shao, so he secretly instigated some forces to deliberately deal with Qin Shao and the others, wanting to eliminate the Dragon Magician Core. Moreover, there were people from the Magician Temple controlling them, which could increase the difficulty and danger of Qin Shao and the others. Qin Shao had long expected such a thing. This was indeed a great obstruction and difficulty for the Dragon Magician Core. After all, the strength of Brennan and the other two was indeed not strong enough. They were indeed lacking a lot. Although they had Qin Zhao's help, the three of them had improved a lot in all aspects along the way. The current strength of Brennan and the other two was actually considered very strong among the fourth step celestial venerables. It was just that they could not stand at the top. It was naturally no problem to deal with ordinary Magician Core, but to face the Magician Core of the five palaces of the Heavenly Tao Palace and the Magician Core of those extremely famous chambers of commerce, they seemed to be a little stretched. This problem could only be solved by Qin Shao and Brother Pure. The two of them could not violate the rules of the sacred assembly of magicians. It was indeed very difficult to eliminate all obstacles within the rules. This was a very big challenge. However, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were never afraid of any challenges. Hence, the two of them overcame all these difficulties one by one. From the beginning of the first battle, the Sacred Assembly of Magicians had set a huge hurdle for the Dragon Magician Core, which was directly against an extremely dangerous Magician Core. They did not even want to give the Dragon Magician Core a chance to breathe, and wanted to directly defeat and eliminate the Dragon Magician Core. This first battle was already very difficult, and Brennan and the other two were almost sacrificed. However, in the end, they still persevered and turned the situation around step by step. In the end, they won after a hard fight. This battle directly lit up the elemental sanctuary. The name of the Dragon Magician Core was known by the world for the first time, and it was even a little shocking. In the first battle, they had fought such a beautiful battle. They had actually eliminated a group of mages with high breathing power. This was simply an incredible thing. The Dragon Magician Core shone in front of the world like a dark horse. For a while, their names shook the entire elemental sanctuary, and they immediately put up their names in various underground bookstores, pulled out the odds, and became a popular choice. However, this battle was only the beginning. For the Dragon Magician Core, the road ahead was still extremely difficult. Chapter 32-35. However, no matter how difficult the road ahead was, Qin Shao would try his best to overcome it. The strength of Brian and the other two was indeed not strong in all aspects. They were somewhat lacking. However, they were very hard-working and fought with their lives on the line. Their conviction was very strong. They were also very cooperative and listened to Qin Zhao's instructions. They had condensed their combat strength to an extremely strong level. In fact, Bu Ryan and the other two had not played a big role. The most important ones were Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Originally, there should not have been a big problem. However, it was obvious that the fire deity was secretly involved. Therefore, the situation of the Dragon Magician Legion had become very bad from the beginning. Since the first battle, all the tests and opponents that they had to face were very lively. They were all contending for the top 10. Moreover, these people were very targeted. They were all targeting Qin Shao. Even Brother Pure did not pay much attention to them. Bu Ryan and the other two were directly ignored. Such a situation was obviously very dangerous for Qin Shao. It was not that Qin Shao could not deal with these three-star magicians. He was just afraid that he would accidentally reveal his strength and violate the rules. That would give the fire deity a chance. In the face of such a situation, Qin Shao could only be cautious and act carefully. As long as he could kill his way into the top 10, he would be able to go to the Saint Mountain and see Gu Lingyue openly. He had to see Gu Lingyue and ask her personally if she had really given up on him. This road was very difficult, but Qin Shao would definitely walk it out. No power could stop him. Somewhere on the Saint Mountain, two peerless figures stood there. They had surpassed the heavens and the earth and were the dominators of the world. Young Palace Master, after all, this man is on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. Even if he suppresses his realm, he is not someone that ordinary people can deal with. Judging from his current performance, it will be very difficult to force him to reveal his strength. An old man stood beside the fire deity. He had the symbol of an 8-star magician on his body. The fire deity was playing with a fiery red knife in his hand. A glint of fire flashed in his eyes. He said, "Since he is invulnerable, why don't we change our approach? After all, there are 5 people in the Dragon Magician Legion. Not everyone is invulnerable, right? He is a very loyal person. For the sake of loyalty, in a moment of desperation, he should be able to do anything." When the 8-star magician heard the fire deity's words, he naturally understood what he meant. He immediately nodded to show that he understood. Immediately, he instructed his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. The fire deity's eyes were fixed on Qin Shao. He was waiting for Qin Shao to reveal his strength. Want to come to the Saint Mountain? How could he, the fire god, let Qin Shao have his way? The battle of the Sacred Assembly of Mages was like fire and tea. It was vigorous and bustling. All the guild of mages in the entire elemental sanctuary were also broadcasting live. It was enough for everyone in the elemental sanctuary to see the Sacred Assembly of Mages together. It was precisely because of this that the influence of the Sacred Assembly of Mages was unparalleled. Those who could enter the Sky Castle would have a good reputation and become heroes in various places. If they could perform well in the Sky Castle, it would be enough to be famous in the entire elemental sanctuary. This was definitely a good opportunity to become famous, the best opportunity to become famous. A general success was built on the bones of thousands of people. Such success would definitely be achieved by stepping on countless corpses. In life, when there was an opportunity to pursue something, many people would naturally do their best to pursue it. If they could seize this opportunity, they would definitely gain both fame and fortune. It would also have a very important impact on their future. The Dragon Magician Legion won 10 rounds in a row. Their momentum was great, and they became famous in the elemental sanctuary. They became the biggest dark horse of the major gambling houses. The 5 members of the Dragon Magician Squad were naturally famous as well. However, in the 11th battle, an accident still happened. A mage from the opposing Magician Legion actually violated the rules by using powerful strength. His goal was to kill Brain. In a moment of desperation, Brother Pure revealed his strength in order to save someone. As soon as Brother Pure's strength was revealed, it was naturally considered that the Dragon Magician Legion had violated the rules. When such a thing happened, there was an uproar in the Sky Castle. Immediately, many Magician Legions began to kick up a fuss and began to suppress the Dragon Magician Legion with righteous indignation. No wonder the Dragon Magician Legion was so lucky and defeated 10 powerful Magician Legions in a row. It turns out that they relied on cheating. This nature is too vile, too shameless, isn't it? They are obviously existences in the ancient saint realm, but they actually disguise themselves as 3-star magicians to participate in the city-level competition. Where's their shame? To think that I was so impressed by the Dragon Magician Legion before. I didn't expect it to be like this. I was really blind. Bah, I already said that there was something wrong with the Dragon Magician Legion, but you didn't believe me. How can a Magician Legion, without any background, be so strong? This doesn't make sense at all. The Dragon Magician Legion cheated. They should be held accountable and expelled from the competition. Yes, hold them accountable and expel them from the competition. Not only was there an uproar in the Sky Castle, but the entire elemental sanctuary was also in an uproar. After all, the Dragon Magician Legion was very famous. They advanced triumphantly with the momentum of a dark horse, and many people admired them. However, They didn't expect that it would be exposed that there was an existence in the ancient saint realm in disguise. Immediately, there were curses everywhere, and many people also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. For a time, the Dragon Magician Legion also became an existence that everyone wanted to beat up. At this time, in the Sky Castle, the competition was also temporarily suspended. Several 5-star magicians and more than 10 4-star magicians descended. They were from a magician temple and were the managers of this competition. Qin Zhao's group of 5 and the other 5 were surrounded, and everyone else spread out, forming a huge encirclement to watch the show. A stern-looking 5-star magician walked out, and his gaze landed on Qin Zhao and Brother Pure fiercely. He hollered, "The two of you have the guts to disguise yourselves as 3-star magicians to participate in the Magician's Sacred Assembly. Such a shameless act has violated the rules of the Magician Guild. How should you be punished?" It was obvious that he had been prepared to denounce Lin Fan for his crimes. Qin Zhao naturally knew that this matter must have been done by the fire deity behind the scenes. However, there was no other way. He still fell into the fire deity's trap and could only admit defeat. "I'm sorry, brother. I really couldn't control myself just now," Brother Pure said sadly. Qin Zhao naturally knew that Brother Pure didn't mean it. In the situation just now, even if Brother Pure didn't do it, he would have done it. Therefore, he naturally couldn't blame Brother Pure for this matter. Moreover, even if he avoided this time, there would definitely be many more times in the future. He could avoid it once or twice, but what about 8 or 10 times? Or even more? It seemed that the fire deity had begun to resort to unscrupulous means in order to stop him. When a person began to resort to unscrupulous means, it would be difficult to guard against him no matter how much one tried to guard against him. Forget it. What's going to come will come. Since the best plan doesn't work, I can only plan for the worst. No matter what tricks the fire deity uses, he can't stop me from moving forward. All of his wishful thinking will definitely be in vain. Qin Zhao shook his head and said, at this point, he could only take the worst path. Qin Zhao had already thought about this path a long time ago. He had already expected that the fire deity would resort to unscrupulous means, and that such a situation would occur. Brennan and the other two looked at Qin Zhao and Brother Pure in a daze, but the three of them didn't have any intention of blaming them. They were just purely shocked. They really didn't think that Qin Zhao and Brother Pure would be so tough because they were powerful existences in the ancient sage realm. Qin Zhao looked at the 5-star mage who shouted angrily and said calmly, "Then let me ask you, Your Excellency, in the announcement that the Magic Guild previously made to the world, did it clearly state that people who exceed the power of 3-star mages in other aspects are not allowed to participate in the town-level competition? My brother and I are indeed only 3-star mages in the realm of magic, and this is also certified by the Magic Guild itself. If Your Excellency wants to question this matter, wouldn't it be a slap to the Magic Guild's face?" "Huh?" That 5-star mage frowned and soon snorted coldly. He said angrily, "How dare you talk nonsense, kid? Even if the two of you are only 3-star mages, your realm is in the ancient sage realm, right? You are not in the 4th-step celestial venerable realm at all. Your participation in the sacred assembly of magic is in contempt of the rules of the Magic Guild, and you still dare to not admit your guilt?" "Admit my guilt?" Qin Zhao chuckled and argued with reason. He said without showing any weakness, "What crime have we committed? There is no such rule in the announcement issued by the Magic Guild, and it didn't say that existences in the ancient sage realm can't suppress their aura and strength to participate in the town-level competition. Yes, we did use the power of the ancient sage realm just now, and that was indeed in violation of the rules. We admit that. Since we have violated the rules just now, the Magic Guild can directly announce that we have been eliminated. But if you want to pursue the previous matter, wouldn't the Magic Guild be slapping our own face? The announcement of the Magic Guild didn't say that those who violate the rules of the Sacred Assembly of Magic are guilty, right? It only said that we would be disqualified from the competition. Now that you have opened your mouth and said that we have committed a crime, let me ask you, what crime have we committed? Your Excellency, what basis do you have to convict us of our crimes? Or is it that you want to convict us of our crimes just based on your words? Or is it that everything was set by the Magic Guild, and if the Magic Guild says that we are guilty, then we are guilty? Your Excellency, before you speak, please think carefully before you speak, lest you say something wrong. What do you think? How dare you? How arrogant! Qin Zhao's words made that five-star mage speechless for a moment. The onlookers were all dumbfounded and speechless for a while. The way they looked at Qin Zhao also became very strange. To be honest, they couldn't help but admire him. He was indeed very admirable. How dare he say such words in front of the people of the Magic Guild? He was simply courting death. However, what Qin Zhao said was very reasonable, and no one could find any obvious problems with it. Indeed, these things were not stated in the previous announcement of the Magic Guild in detail. Since the announcement didn't say so, could it be so? Of course, generally speaking, no one would dare to do so, and normal thinking would indeed not be like this. However, it was fine if they didn't take this matter seriously, and everyone abided by the rules, and there would be peace. However, once they had to take it seriously and pursue this matter, there would be something to say. Chapter 32-36. Who are you to question the actions of the Guild of Magicians? How dare you openly provoke the Guild of Magicians at the sacred assembly of magicians? You are audacious and unforgivable. The leader of the five-star magicians was completely enraged and directly attacked Qin Zhao. Obviously, they were going to attack Qin Zhao and were just looking for an opportunity. A five-star magician was at least equivalent to a second-step ancient sage. However, this bit of strength was naturally nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Therefore, Qin Zhao directly shot out a sword aura and sent the five-star magician flying and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Such a scene also caused an uproar and attracted countless surprised gazes to fall on Qin Zhao. He is not from the elemental sanctuary. He has immortal energy on him. He is from the immortal sanctuary. What powerful strength! He actually repelled a five-star magician with a casual move. How powerful is he? So what if he is powerful? How dare he behave atrociously at the sacred assembly of magicians? Isn't he courting death? Yes, that's right. He is clearly openly looking down on the Guild of Magicians. He is obviously so powerful, but he actually disguised himself as a three-star magician and established a town-level magician group to participate in the sacred assembly of magicians. He is too shameless. We must firmly resist such people. We can't help this kind of atmosphere. I say, this dragon magician group is not well known. How can they be so strong? We are not convinced that we have been defeated by them. They must be severely punished. They must be severely punished. The crowd first exclaimed, and then it was followed by a crusade. In particular, those from the town-level magician group, and some who had been defeated by the dragon magician group, were very enthusiastic. Moreover, it might be because the elemental sanctuary was a highly unified sanctuary, so it was more xenophobic. Obviously, the momentum at this time was also one-sided. They were completely on the side of the Guild of Magicians. Moreover, a five-star magician of the Guild of Magicians was beaten to the ground by Qin Zhao. This was equivalent to openly provoking the Guild of Magicians, so it gave the Guild of Magicians sufficient reason. Qin Zhao naturally knew that all of this must be the fire gods doing behind the scenes. Since he was determined to make things difficult for him, he could only use this method and prepare for a battle. Qin Zhao, a loud and clear voice descended from the sky. A figure descended from the sacred mountain, standing in the air. It might shook the 9 heavens, and the heavens submitted to him. As soon as the majestic aura descended, everyone was subdued. The descending was the 8-star magician of the Shrine of Magicians. Only world deities were qualified to become an 8-star magus. So clearly, the person in front of him was a god of the gods. At the peak of the sacred mountain, two figures stood on a viewing platform and looked down. It was the fire god and Gu Lingwei. Qin Shao glanced at the peak of the sacred mountain and saw Gu Lingwei and the fire god. Gu Linyu was still as cold as ever, but the fire god was like a peerless god of war. The two of them stood together, one cold and one hot. Seeing the fire god, Qin Zhao's fighting spirit was immediately aroused, especially when he saw the fire god and Gu Linyu standing together. Gu Linyu was his woman. Qin Shao would never allow anyone to take Gu Linyu away from him, not even the fire god. In front of the 8-star magician of the Shrine of Magicians, Qin Shao no longer pretended. Instead, he released his aura. Brother Pure also released his aura. He stood firmly behind Qin Shao. Although he might not be able to help much, he was of the same mind as Qin Shao and was not afraid of a battle. Klein and the other two were completely dumbfounded. They froze on the spot as if they had been petrified. They stared blankly at Qin, Shao, and Brother Pure. Since the Dragon Magician Legion was being attacked by everyone, they naturally had a hard time and were also implicated. However, they were still 3-star magicians and also people of the Elemental Sanctuary. How dare you? How dare you provoke the Magician Guild in our Elemental Sanctuary, disrupt the Magician Sacred Assembly, and even injure people of the Shrine of Magicians? You're really lawless. You, a person of the Immortal Region, actually dared to come to our Elemental Sanctuary and behave atrociously. Who gave you the courage? Especially the Magician Sacred Assembly. This is the grandest assembly of the Immortal Region. How dare you come and cause trouble? Qin Shao, what are you trying to do? The 8-star magician of the Shrine of Magicians shouted coldly again. His loud voice resounded throughout the Sky City. Qin Shao saluted the 8-star magician. Senior, I have no intention of disrupting the Magician Sacred Assembly, nor do I want to provoke the Magician Guild. Your rules do not specify that I can't participate. My magic power is indeed only at the level of a 3-star magician. I admit that I violated the rules just now. It was the people of the Magician Guild who insisted on doing something to me. I could only fight back. Senior, this has nothing to do with you. The person I want to see is the young palace master of the Aquatic Palace, Gu Lingwei. Since I can't see her through normal means now, I can only go directly to the Sacred Mountain. What? Arrogant. You want to go to the Sacred Mountain to see the young palace master of the Aquatic Palace? Who does this guy think he is? Who does he think he is? The young palace master of the Aquatic Palace. What kind of status and existence is she? How can he see her just because he wants to? That's right. These days, there are too many people who think they are infallible. I still want to see the young palace master of the Aquatic Palace. What did I say? How dare he say this in front of an 8-star magician? He's dead meat. He's only a 3rd-step ancient saint. Does he really think he's so great? Qin Shao. Why does this name sound so familiar? Oh, right, I remember now. Tens of millions of years ago, didn't they say that the person who killed the people of the Elemental Sanctuary in the 8-region shrine was Qin Shao? That's right. Now that you mention it, I've heard of this too. This guy is really bold. A mere 3rd-step ancient saint. I don't know where he gets his confidence from an act so atrociously here. He even dares to say that he wants to see the young palace master of the Aquatic Palace. Don't you think it's funny? Ahem, don't underestimate this guy. He's extremely impressive. His name has shaken the entire Great Thousand World. That's impossible. Why haven't we heard of this person before? That's right. He's only a 3rd-step ancient saint. How powerful can he be? If you haven't heard of him, it can only mean that your level is too low. Naturally, you don't know. As soon as Qin Zhao's words came out, it naturally caused another uproar. The entire Sky Castle was completely ignited. Discussions about Qin Shao also surged in like a tidal wave. Naturally, those 4th-step ancient saints had all heard of Qin Zhao's reputation. He was ranked 56th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list, so it was needless to say how powerful he was. After confirming that it was Qin Shao, those 4th-step ancient saints did not dare to say anything else. Only those with lower cultivation levels were disdainful of Qin Shao, snorting disdainfully. However, How could they know about Qin Zhao's background? After all, Qin Zhao was only a third-step ancient saint. It was indeed difficult for people to imagine that he was a powerful genius. At this level, it was difficult for him to be powerful. At the peak of the Saint Mountain, Gu Lingyue's eyes were cold as she looked at Qin Zhao below. There was no fluctuation in her emotions. The fire god, who was standing beside her, looked at Gu Lingyue from time to time. It was as if he wanted to see if she really did not care about Qin Zhao at all. The corners of Vulcan's mouth suddenly rose as he chuckled. Gu Lingyue, if Qin Zhao and Mr. Mo Sang were to fight, who do you think would win? Gu Lingyue glanced at the fire god coldly and did not reply. She seemed to be too lazy to talk to the fire god. However, the fire god did not care and continued to say, I think Qin Zhao will lose. Although he is ranked 56th on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list, his strength is not bad. However, Mr. Mo Sang is, after all, an 8-star mage who has been famous for a long time. He is very powerful. Therefore, it is impossible for Qin Zhao to win against Mr. Mo Sang. He can forget about coming up to the Saint Mountain. Don't you think so? Apparently, the fire god said this deliberately. Gu Lingyue did not even bother to look at him this time. Instead, she said coldly, if you say so, then so be it. I don't care about this. Oh, you don't care? The fire god laughed strangely and said, Gu Lingyue, Qin Zhao came here to see you. Are you sure you don't care? Actually, humans are not plants. How can we be heartless? Moreover, you have known Qin Zhao for so long in the primordial universe. You have a good relationship with him. Actually, I am not such a petty person. Who doesn't have a past? Moreover, you have been through thousands of reincarnations. If you want to talk about your past, you have a lot of it. If I care about your past so much, I will be too petty. I am not that kind of person. Therefore, you don't have to be so secretive. You can tell me openly. It's not a big deal. I, the fire god, still have that much confidence. Gu Lingyue still did not look at the fire god. However, how could she not know what the fire god was thinking? Since when had the fire god been so generous? Therefore, Gu Lingyue naturally did not want to pay attention to him. She only said coldly, you think too much. It's just reincarnation. Why would I care about such things? Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. Are you underestimating yourself too much, or do you not believe in me? Gu Lingyue, I am a young palace master of the Water Palace. Why would I break the rules of the palace for an outsider? As the young palace master, I should be the one taking responsibility. I think you're mocking me by saying these words, right? The fire god was naturally pleased to hear Gu Lingyue's words. However, he immediately shook his head and said, no. Gu Lingyue, you misunderstand. Why would I mock you? You know, I've always been your loyal admirer. I didn't mean anything by what I said just now. It was just a casual discussion. Wouldn't it be a little boring for us to just stand here and watch? That's why it would be more relaxing to have a casual chat. Otherwise, it would be very awkward. Gu Lingyue did not speak. She could not be bothered to say anything else. Moreover, she and the fire god had never had much to talk about. They had nothing in common to talk about, so it was better not to talk about it. The fire god did not say anything else either. He looked coldly at Qin Zhao below. Did he think that he could reach the peak of the sacred mountain? Putting aside whether he could pass Mr. Mo Sang's test, there was still his own test. How could he be allowed to reach the sacred mountain and see Gu Lingyue? Chapter 32-37. Mr. Mose stared coldly at Qin Zhao. Monstrous elemental power surged out of his body like a terrible storm, sweeping across the world. That was a world deity after all. Just his aura alone was more than enough to make an ancient saint unbearable. As soon as the elemental power came out, the world was shrouded in an elemental storm. It was colorful, and the whole world was rendered incomparably dreamy. But this kind of dreamy dream was incomparably terrifying. This storm had turned into demonic beasts bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. They roared and pounced on Qin Shao. Their aura alone was enough to easily kill an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. The existence of a world god was indeed terrifying. He had complete control of the elemental laws. The elemental power of heaven and earth could be mobilized and controlled by him at will. Many people stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Many people had never seen an 8-star magician make a move. A third-step ancient saint from the immortal realm dared to provoke the divine power of an 8-star magician. Wasn't he courting death? Who could provoke the supreme divine power of the magician temple? Qin Shao, who was praised by many people before, had now become the target of everyone's crusade. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. Qin Shao, you asked for it. Don't blame the old man for being impolite to you, Mr. Mose said coldly. Qin Shao looked at Mr. Mose and said with a calm face, "Don't say these high-sounding words. There are always thousands of reasons to fight. There is no need to say anything more. Let's not talk about the fact that you are a member of the Magician Temple. Let's talk about the fact that you are a world god. It is not a big deal for you to teach me a lesson when you are displeased with me. No matter how nice your words are, what's the point of crowning yourself with a high-sounding hat? To put it bluntly, you are just burying your head in the sand." Mr. Moses' expression changed slightly when he heard Qin Zhao's words. Everyone was not stupid. They all understood what was going on. But even though they understood, no one dared to say it out loud. When it was time to pretend to be confused, it was also necessary to pretend to be confused. Something should not be exposed. Mr. Emo Sang said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, the old man, is a world deity. If he attacks you, it will seem like he is bullying the weak. Qin Shao, this is the first time you've come to my elemental saint realm. I can forgive you for your impudence. Therefore, the old man can give you a chance. Apologize to the 5-star magician you just injured, and then quickly leave with your friend. The old man can pretend that nothing happened. Your other 3 friends are from our elemental saint origin realm. They didn't break any rules. Our guild won't do anything to them." Qin Shao shook his head. Naturally, he would not agree to this request. The reason he'd come this time was to see Gu Lingwei. All the planning, all the efforts were for this purpose. How is it possible for him to give up on this goal now? If he gave up now, then all his efforts would have been in vain. If Qin Shao wanted to do something, there was no power that could stop him, unless he really had no way to resist. For example, if a reincarnation supremacy intervened to stop Qin Shao would not be able to resist at all. Naturally, he would not force it. However, it was only an 8-star magician. Qin Shao would not give up so easily. He had to give it a try. Otherwise, how could he be satisfied? Then let's fight. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but there's really no need. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Why don't you let me see the young palace master of the Water Palace? I'll leave after saying a few words to her." "Oomph." Mr. Mo Sang snorted coldly. His face completely darkened. "You overestimate yourself. How arrogant. Since you don't know what's good for you, then let's see how powerful you are." Mr. Mo Sang was angry and directly attacked. Boom. "Oh my God, is the sky going to fall? Everyone retreat. It's too scary. Is this the power of an 8-star magician? Who in the world can withstand such a terrifying amount of power? This is the power of a world deity. That person from the immortal realm called Qin Shao is dead. How dare he provoke an 8-star magician? He's courting death." As soon as Mr. Mo Sang came out, those who were in a lower realm cried out in alarm. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground. As soon as he attacked, it was earth-shattering. Even the sun, the moon, and the stars felt like they were going to fall. Heaven and earth shook as if the gods and demons of the ancient times were going to be completely awakened. Terrifying power seemed to surge out from the ancient times. This world was completely under the control of Mr. Mo Sang. With a casual wave of his hand, a stretch of heaven and earth pressed down on Qin Shao. Everything in this world, the power of the ancient times, the roar of the ancient times, the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and the supreme power. The light also annihilated everything. The power of the law turned into a giant hand that stretched out from the ancient times, reaching out toward Qin Shao. The magic light was like a peerless blade that came from the depths of the Wuji realm. As soon as he attacked, Mr. Mo Sang didn't show any mercy. He didn't intend to hold back at all and directly attacked with all his power. However, it was normal. After all, Mr. Mo Sang knew about Qin Zhao's background and strength. How could it be easy to deal with someone who was ranked in the top 56 on the Firmament Saint list? Although he said it lightly, how could he dare to be so light and disdainful in his heart? In theory, someone who was ranked in the top 56 on the Firmament Saint list could fight with an ordinary world god. Qin Shao was directly enveloped by Mr. Mo Sang's law world and was wrapped in a destructive storm. The terrifying power surged toward Qin Shao. There was the power of the elemental law, the law of darkness, the law of space, and the law of creation. However, he hadn't completely mastered the three basic laws. He should still be at the complete realm. However, the power of the three basic laws, combined with the power of the elemental law, became extremely powerful. In terms of cultivation level, world immortals were much higher than Qin Shao. This was a chasm that existed between heaven and earth. The absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level naturally gave Mr. Mose a lot of power. This destructive storm stunned everyone at the scene. Those 6-star and even 7-star magicians were all horrified and aghast when they saw this. If they were trapped in this terrible storm, it would be a dead end for them, right? The rage of an 8-star sorcerer was too terrifying. It made people feel that if they continued fighting like this, Sky City would probably be destroyed. Fortunately, the Sky Castle was created by reincarnation supremacy. An 8-star sorcerer shouldn't be able to destroy it. But being in the midst of it and feeling the terror of this power, it was truly worrisome. Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all his might. As soon as he attacked, he directly used the power of the 9 laws to break the stalemate. The power of the inner world was also pushed to the extreme. In terms of laws, Qin Shao had now cultivated the law of immortal Tao and the 5 basic laws to the complete realm. Although the Great Path Law, the Sword Cultivation Law, and the Heart Force Law hadn't broken through to the complete realm, they were already at the peak level. The power of the 9 laws merged perfectly. The quantitative change produced a qualitative change, which was enough to support Qin Zhao's power. With the support of the power of the inner world, it was enough to make Qin Shao extremely powerful. Therefore, under Qin Zhao's full power, she was able to completely block this destructive storm of power and all of Mr. Mose's magical means. Not only did he block it, but he even quickly gained the upper hand. Break it all! Qin Shao suddenly shouted, and all of his power was pushed to the extreme. Originally, Qin Shao had some upper hand. With such a shout, some of his potential was stimulated, and he erupted with even more power. Break the stalemate, break everything, and break the situation. No matter how strong Mr. Mose was, the stalemate was directly broken and soon exploded. In the end, the whole stalemate was completely broken by Qin Shao. The terrifying storm of power turned into fragments and slowly dissipated. Huh? What? Mr. Moses' expression suddenly changed, and he was horrified. The destructive storm was broken, and he was also shaken back. His expression quickly became gloomy. Soon, the world quieted down, the light dissipated, and the power was withdrawn. On the other hand, Mr. Mo Sang's expression became somewhat ugly. He stared at Qin Shao with a cold and gloomy look. The sky fell into a deathly silence. The battle just now was too shocking. It was too unbelievable. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao, their hearts filled with shock. He actually repelled an 8-star sorcerer? My God, did I see it wrong? Did I see it wrong? How could it be possible? That's right. How could this be? Qin Shao actually managed to defeat Mr. Mo Sang? Did Mr. Mose not use all of his strength just now? It doesn't seem like it. We all saw it just now. Mr. Mose should have used all of his strength. The scene just now was too scary. It's impossible that he didn't use all of his strength, but crazy, this is crazy. How can Qin Xiao be so strong? Is he really only a third-step Empyrean saint? Sigh, I'm also a third-step Empyrean saint, but my strength is world apart from his. What are you talking about? I'm a fourth-step Empyrean saint. What did I say? Ahem, let's all be embarrassed together. This situation doesn't look good. Do you think the fire deity will intervene? What's wrong with Qin Xiao? Why does he have to meet the Water Palace's young palace lord? Could it be that you've fallen in love with the young palace master and want to confess? I think so. Otherwise, I can't think of any other possibilities. But isn't this a little too whimsical? He thinks he's a rare genius with great strength, so he's so arrogant. He has the ability, but he's too confident. That's right. How dare he steal the fire deity's woman? He's courting death, isn't he? Besides, the Water Palace won't agree to it. In this battle, what surprised everyone was that Mr. Mo Sang was the one who was at a disadvantage. Qin Xiao was only a third-step Empyrean saint, but he actually repelled Mr. Mose, an 8-star sorcerer. It was too terrifying. Mr. Mose stared fixedly at Qin Xiao, stupefied. He didn't know what to say, and his heart was filled with bitterness. He was an 8-star sorcerer, but he was actually repelled by a third-step Empyrean saint. It was humiliating. Chapter 32-38. Although Mr. Mose only suffered a little loss just now and was not really defeated, this was still intolerable. This was enough to show that his strength was indeed no match for Qin Xiao. If they continued to fight, he would still be at a disadvantage. In a duel between experts, as long as it was not a life-or-death situation, generally, one would give up after losing 1 or 2 moves. There was no need to continue fighting. Qin Xiao also knew that it was obviously impossible for him to completely defeat Mr. Mose. After all, Mr. Mose was not an ordinary world god, but he was still a relatively experienced world god. Being able to make him suffer a little loss was already the result of pushing all his strength to the limit. It was impossible for him to go any further unless he made a breakthrough himself. Leader, Klein, and the other 2 were completely stunned. They looked at each other for a while, feeling that their worldview had completely shattered. The 3 of them had been with Qin Xiao for so long and had been working hard all the way until now. But even if beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Xiao's strength was actually powerful to such an inconceivable extent, shocking the heavens and shocking the earth. He actually repelled an 8-star magician from the Temple of Magicians. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? She simply could not find any adjectives to describe it. The 3 of them were actually able to make friends with such an existence. Just thinking about it made them feel very excited. They had no regrets in life. Qin Xiao looked at Mr. Mose, and Mr. Mose stared at Qin Xiao. The 2 of them looked at each other as if they were having a secret competition. Mr. Mose, are you still going to continue to stop me? But to be honest, Mr. Mose, you can't stop me, so there's no point in continuing to fight. Qin Xiao said calmly. If they continued to fight, it was estimated that in the end, both sides would suffer losses. In fact, it was not good for anyone. Mr. Mose's eyes were faint. Although he suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Xiao just now, if he insisted on stopping Qin Xiao from going up the holy mountain, there would definitely be no problem. At most, he would embarrass himself in the end. But there was nothing he could do. This was his duty. He was the host sent by the Mage Temple, so he should be in charge of the major events of Sky City. If he really allowed others to ascend the sacred mountain, then he would be neglecting his duty. How could Mr. Mose back down on such a matter? He had no way to retreat. If the young palace master of the Water Palace was angered, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Therefore, Mr. Mose stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Xiao. In a cold voice, he said, "If you want to go to the sacred mountain, you have to go through the old man first. However, old man, let me give you a word of advice. Enough is enough. If you stop now, Everyone won't be so embarrassed. You, Qin Shao, don't have any big grudges with the Magician Temple. We can solve small problems. If things escalate to a certain point, the situation will be hard to predict. You, Qin Shao, may not be able to walk out of our elemental sanctuary safely. So, you better stop fighting. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had already expected this. The 8-star mage in front of him definitely wouldn't let him ascend the sacred mountain so easily. It was unlikely that he would really be able to ascend the sacred mountain. Not to mention the 8-star mage, there was still the fire god on the sacred mountain. He definitely wouldn't let him ascend the sacred mountain. Qin Shao knew this from the beginning, but he still had to fight because Gu Lingwei could see it. He wanted to fight because he wanted to lure the fire god out and have a face-to-face conversation with him. Qin Shao looked at the peak of the sacred mountain. Although he couldn't see the fire god, Qin Shao knew that the fire god must be standing there and watching him. A loud voice came out of Qin Shao's mouth. Fire god, why are you hiding in the back? I really thought you were a gentleman with some basic manners. It seems that I have overestimated you. Fire god, you shouldn't be the one to use such a despicable method. What's the matter? Now that you're letting someone else stand in front of me, you don't even have the guts to fight me head-on? At this time, Qin Shao was not polite with his words. He deliberately used it to provoke the fire god to show himself. The lowest level of provocation often had the best effect. The fire god was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. With such provocation, it was very likely that he would show himself. But when Qin Shao's words came out, many people were shocked. The corners of many people's mouths almost twitched to the back of their ears. He was getting more and more arrogant. The 8-star mage who dared to provoke the magic temple was even more exaggerated now. He actually dared to openly provoke the fire god. Who was the fire god? He was an extremely powerful 8-star mage. It was said that his strength was close to that of a 9-star mage. The fire god was the young palace master of the fire palace and the son of reincarnation supremacy. How could he, Qin Shao, provoke such an existence? Wasn't such a move courting death? Crazy, this was simply crazy. A third-step ancient saint first provoked an 8-star mage of the magic temple, and then provoked the fire god. How dare he? How dare he? Mr. Mose stared coldly at Qin Shao. He did not expect that Qin Shao would dare to provoke the fire god. Young man, don't go too far. It's not good to play with fire. What you're playing with is divine fire and heavenly fire. Once the fire falls, you'll be burned to death. Qin Shao did not pay attention to Mr. Mose. His eyes were fixed on the holy mountain. He had a hunch that the fire god would definitely come down. He definitely would. He knew the fire god. With the fire god's character, how could he allow a love rival to provoke him in front of everyone? How could he be indifferent to such a thing? Impossible. He would definitely come down. He definitely would. If the fire god really did not come down, then he would have to fight to see if he could suppress Mr. Mose and then go up the holy mountain. Although it seemed unlikely, Qin Shao was willing to give a try. Moreover, Qin Shao still had a big trump card that he had not used yet. He had not broken through yet. He had been suppressing his breakthrough. If he really had no choice, then he could only break through here. Once he broke through to the 4th-step ancient saint realm, he would naturally be able to defeat Mr. Mose and go up the holy mountain. Qin Shao had already prepared for these two paths, but after waiting for a while, he still did not see the fire god appear. Not only Qin Shao, but everyone was waiting. They all wanted to see if the fire god would come in person. Now it seemed that the fire god did not care about him. This was somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectation. He thought that with the fire god's character, he would definitely be angered by him and come down. He had provoked the fire god in front of so many people. How could the fire god tolerate it? He miscalculated. It seemed that he had no choice but to make a breakthrough here. Mr. Mose also received the fire god's instructions and said, Qin Shao, don't pester endlessly. You definitely can't go up the holy mountain. Everyone in the Temple of Magicians has already come. If you don't know what's good for you, then I can only use all my strength to suppress you. You definitely can't see the young palace master of the fire palace. That kind of existence is not someone you can meet whenever you want to Qin Shao. Forget about this kind of inferior provocation. It's better not to use it in the future. It won't do you any good. All right, Qin Shao, this is the last time I'll say this. If you don't know what's good for you, then you can only blame yourself. Don't blame us. If something really happens, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. While Mr. Mose was speaking, more than 100 magicians from the Temple of Magicians had already surrounded and formed a formation, ready to fight. They only needed to wait for Mr. Mose's order, and they would take action. More than 100 experienced magicians. If they joined forces, it was no joke. It was absolutely terrifying. Not to mention, there was also Mr. Mose, an 8-star magician. With the combination of these two forces, there was naturally no problem in suppressing Qin Shao. After glancing around, Qin Shao also knew that he had no choice but to take another path. Strength is indeed the ultimate way to solve problems. If that's the case, then let's start. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Mr. Mose was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Shao with some surprise and confusion. It was very strange. Start what? Did Qin Shao really dare to continue the fight? Was this guy really crazy? The situation in front of him was obvious at a glance. If he continued to fight, Qin Shao would definitely suffer a great loss. However, Qin Shao dared to fight again. He was really a complete madman. Could it be that he was afraid of acting recklessly just because he was the disciple of the reincarnation supremacy? Damn it, good fellow, you asked for it. Don't blame the old man. Mr. Mose secretly gritted his teeth and was about to fight. But at this time, he found that Qin Shao did not fight. Instead, he was there cultivating? What's going on? Mr. Mose, who was about to give the order to fight, suddenly withdrew his hand and looked at Qin Shao with a suspicious face. What was this guy doing? It looked like he was really cultivating. What did this mean? This was not a place for cultivation, yet he was actually cultivating here? Not only was Mr. Mose dumbfounded, he could not understand what was going on. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't he going to fight? Why did the styles suddenly become so strange? They could not understand what was going on. What is he doing? I don't know. I don't dare to ask, right? He's not cultivating here, is he? Could it be that he wants to cultivate until he breaks through to the ancient saint realm before fighting with the people from the Mage Temple? His thoughts can't be so strange, right? Could it be that all of us are standing here and watching Qin Shao cultivate and wait for him to break through to the ancient saint realm? Don't be ridiculous. It's not that easy to break through to the ancient saint realm. Now that he's cultivating, do we have to wait for him for a few eras or even longer? I think he's deliberately mystifying. He's stalling for time. Don't be fooled by him. Yes, I also think he's pretending to be mysterious. The magicians from the Mage Temple looked at Mr. Mose, waiting for him to give the order. Mr. Mose's eyes were incomparably deep. He was still very puzzled. If Qin Shao did not make a move, it would be a little unreasonable for them to make a move first. If something really happened, it would cause a big trouble. After all, Langiation was not a place to be trifled with, especially when Qin Shao was the personal disciple of Sage Li. If Qin Shao made a move first, then things would be easy to handle. Even if something happened, Langiation would have no reason to blame him. But the current situation was very awkward. Therefore, Mr. Mose was also very helpless. He did not give the order to make a move for a while, but looked at Qin Shao. Chapter 32-39. Qin Shao chose to break through at this moment because there was really no other better way. Secondly, he had considered it carefully before. Because the Sky City was a special place, the heaven and earth spirit chi was very rich. Moreover, the Sky City was created by the existence of the reincarnation supremacy, and a lot of effort was poured into it over the endless years. It would only open once every sacred assembly of sorcerers. Therefore, the heaven and earth spirit chi was very abundant. It was precisely because of this that the effect of breaking through here might be much worse. However, Qin Shao could not care so much now and could only bite the bullet. He had to break through first. He had no other choice. Because of this, the loss was not small, and even if he missed an opportunity, there was no other way. There were always gains and losses in life. When it was time to give up, he had to be willing to give up. For Gu Lingwei, what was there not to give up? Qin Shao had been suppressing his breakthrough previously. In fact, he had already met the conditions for a breakthrough. Therefore, there was naturally no resistance at this time. He directly broke through the shackles, broke the barrier, and directly communicated with the heavens, causing the heavenly Tao to descend. He was breaking through. Suddenly, the heaven and earth spirit Qi and the chaotic force of the entire Sky City surged towards Qin Shao. The entire Sky City was moved. At this time, it was shrouded by the heavenly Tao and seemed very sacred. Such a shocking move once again shocked the world and petrified everyone. Brother Pure also immediately burst out with all his aura and stood in the void, supporting Qin Shao. If anyone dared to come forward and disturb Qin Shao, Brother Pure would definitely not be polite and would definitely fight with all his strength. No way. He's really breaking through here. How terrifying. A third-step ancient sage can defeat an 8-star sorcerer. If he breaks through to the 4th-step ancient sage, then wouldn't he really be able to go to the Sacred Mountain? No wonder they say that Qin Shao is an unprecedented genius. In the past, I more or less didn't recognize it, but now I have to. It's too terrifying. Crazy, this is too crazy. Ahem, this sacred assembly of sorcerers won't be disrupted by someone from the immortal region, right? Do you think the fire god will personally come to deal with him? If he really breaks through to the 4th step of the ancient saint stage, I'm afraid the people from the Archmage Temple won't be able to stop him. At that time, if the fire god still doesn't appear, then I'm afraid he'll really kill his way to the Sacred Mountain. Does he have the guts to attack the Sacred Mountain? He's already done it, and you're still asking if he has the guts? The magicians of Sky City were in an uproar. Mr. Mose furrowed his brows deeply. Did he really start breaking through just because he said so? This Qin Shao seems to have only lived for a little more than 100 million years, right? Among the 3-star sorcerers present, there were probably not many who were younger than 100 million years old. However, Qin Shao had already begun to break through to the 4th step of the ancient saint realm after cultivating for such a short period of time. Scary, too scary. Not only was his cultivation level terrifying, but his strength was also heaven-defying. Before the breakthrough, he was already at a disadvantage. After the breakthrough, how could he still be a match for Qin Shao? Even with the help of the other mages from the Temple of Mages, they might not be able to stop him. It would be difficult to find another person with such strength in the ancient times, right? Tut tut. He mastered 9 laws, and the 9 laws were very balanced. It was incredible. Suddenly, a 7-star sorcerer said to Mr. Mose viciously, "Mr. Mose, should we stop him from breaking through?" Mr. Mose glanced coldly at the 7-star sorcerer and said, "How dare you say such a despicable thing? As a member of the Temple of Mages, you represent a sacred thing. What is Qin Zhao's identity? A disciple of the Firmament Academy, the personal disciple of the reincarnation supremacy of the Langya Heaven, openly attacked him when he suddenly broke through? Do you want the people of the 8 regions to laugh at our Temple of Mages? Or do you want to ignore our Temple of Mages? If you do such a thing, the Firmament Academy and Langya Heaven will be angry. Do you want to bear the consequences, or should I?" After being reprimanded by Mr. Mose, the 7-star sorcerer immediately retreated to the side in shame. Thinking about it, there was a burst of fear in his heart. Yes, such a thing really couldn't be done. Since Mr. Mose didn't attack, the people of the Temple of Mages naturally didn't dare to act rashly. The others didn't dare to move and just watch from afar. On the observation deck above the holy mountain, Gu Lingwei and the god of fire were still standing there. One of them was expressionless, without joy or anger, and stood there with a frosty expression. The other's eyes flickered with sparks of anger. Seeing that Qin Shao had broken through at this time, the god of fire was naturally very unhappy. Just now, he didn't pay attention to Qin Zhao's provocation. He didn't want to see Qin Shao at all. To be more precise, he disdained to see Qin Shao. But he didn't expect that this guy didn't stop, and instead broke through here. If he broke through to the ancient saint realm, then Mr. Mose and the others would definitely not be able to stop him. At that time, would they really be killed by this guy on the holy mountain? How could he, the god of fire, allow such a thing to happen? He doesn't take the Temple of Mages seriously at all. Does he take me, the god of fire, seriously? Look at him. It's useless to try and persuade him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The god of fire snorted angrily and said to himself. Actually, he was clearly saying this for Gu Lingyue to hear. With that, the god of fire turned to Gu Lingyue and said, if he tries to force his way onto the holy mountain, I'll teach him a lesson. You won't say anything, right? Gu Lingyue glared coldly at the god of fire and said, what do you mean by that? The god of fire said, nothing. After all, you can be considered old acquaintances. Something happened on the path of reincarnation. So, I'm afraid you still care about our old friendship, so I'm asking for your opinion. If you care about our old friendship and don't want me to touch him, then I won't touch him. However, I definitely won't let him onto the holy mountain. Don't even think about it. Gu Lingyue looked a little angry and said coldly, you're thinking too much. It's just a small experience on the path of reincarnation. What old friendship? At most, it's just a feeling of déjà vu. Since I'm returning, the path of reincarnation will naturally seal the past and cut off everything. He has nothing to do with me. Why do you need to ask me for my opinion on what you want to do? Don't you think you're very narrow-minded and funny? I don't have the time to play mind games with you. Don't try to use tricks to test my reaction. I don't like it. Haha, good. That's good. The god of fire smiled with a trace of coldness and playfulness. He had always been looking for an opportunity to touch Qin Shao. This time, he had personally delivered himself to his doorstep and forced him to make a move, so he couldn't be blamed. As Qin Shao was making a breakthrough, Sky City began to change very quickly. Qin Zhao's body soon turned into a black hole and began to crazily devour the spiritual energy and primal chaos force of the entire Sky City. Moreover, this speed was rapidly increasing, and the black hole was also constantly expanding. The speed and power of the devouring were also rapidly increasing. It even made people feel that if this continued, the entire Sky City would be completely devoured by Qin Shao. Many people were instantly terrified and panicked. What's going on? What's going on? What kind of monster is Qin Shao? How can breaking through to the fourth step of the ancient saint realm cause such a huge commotion? Even breaking through to the worldly god realm wouldn't cause such a huge commotion, right? What's going on? He's just breaking through to the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. Why does he need to devour so much energy? Won't he explode from it? Oh my God, everyone, hurry up and stop him. Otherwise, the entire Sky City will be devoured by him. Could he be a life form of some special race? Or an extremely special physique? Why does his body feel like a black hole, crazily devouring all the energy? Oh no, are we going to be all right? This commotion is too terrifying. Why do I feel like the saint energy in my body is about to burst out? Mr. Mo sang, what's going on? Hurry up and think of a way to stop this kid. Voices of horror rang out one after another. Many people were scared out of their wits. The scene in front of them was indeed very frightening. This crazy devouring scene was simply as if it was going to destroy the entire Sky City. The spiritual energy and primal chaos force of the entire Sky City crazily rushed towards Qin Shao, forming an extremely dense primal chaos zone within 100 miles of Qin Zhao's body. Moreover, the vortex was like a black hole, producing a powerful heaven-devouring force. Some of the weaker people felt that their own people were being devoured. Once they were devoured, they would lose their lives. Therefore, This scene naturally terrified many people. Even those who were far away were terrified. Mr. Mo Sang looked at Qin Shao with an incomparably deep gaze, not understanding what was going on. Such a situation was also unheard of. It was too inconceivable. What was he trying to do by devouring so much primal chaos force? Was he not afraid of exploding? This was a very dangerous thing. But at this time, Mr. Mo Sang could not do anything to stop it. The situation was unclear, and everything was unknown. He could not act rashly. Moreover, the Heavenly Way's blessing was still there, and the Saint Glory was still shrouding Qin Shao. With the protection of the Heavenly Way, it was not easy to stop it. Therefore, Mr. Mo Sang could only remain silent. On the Saint Mountain, Gu Lingyue's expression changed slightly. She vaguely knew that Qin Zhao's inner world was different from ordinary people, but it had not been too obvious before, so the current situation naturally surprised Gu Lingyue. It was simply unimaginable that he could cause such a big commotion just by breaking through to the ancient saint realm. Fire God frowned deeply. He had investigated Qin Shao in detail. Qin Shao was born in an incomparably humble family and had an absolutely ordinary body. He was not a person with a special physique. In his investigation, there was no such situation. What was going on? Although he could not understand what was going on, such a huge commotion was definitely out of the ordinary. The commotion caused by this breakthrough was far greater than when he broke through to the world god realm. One must know that he had a special physique, a supreme divine physique. The commotion caused by his breakthrough was already very big, but the commotion caused by Qin Zhao's breakthrough was much greater than his. What was worse was that Qin Shao had only broken through to the ancient saint realm, not to become a god. This situation really puzzled Fire God. He did not understand what was going on. Therefore, he looked at Qin Shao with an even deeper gaze. This kid must be hiding some unknown secret. Chapter 3240. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the center of the terrifying, devouring storm, was enjoying the most wonderful moment. The descent of the heavenly Tao and the blessing of the heavenly Tao were nourishing him, allowing him to transform and sublimate, breaking through the bottleneck. Boundless chaotic energy surged into his inner world. Qin Shao had expected that the situation might not be too good, but to Qin Zhao's surprise, the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. In fact, it had more or less given him a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Sky City would be so abundant and rich. It was constantly being devoured, and there was no shortage of spiritual energy. This meant that the spiritual energy reserves of the Sky City were still very abundant. This was a great advantage for Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been having a headache over this matter previously, thinking about how to find a place with sufficient spiritual energy of heaven and earth to break through. If he relied on the Chaos Source Stones to provide the spiritual energy, the amount required would be unimaginably huge. It was possible that it would be in the trillions or even more. Such a huge number was obviously not something that Qin Shao dared to imagine. Even though Brother Pure won a huge victory last time, he only had a few billion Chaos Source Stones on him. This was obviously a drop in the bucket and far from enough. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao had been suppressing his breakthrough and did not dare to rashly break through. He wanted to find an excellent place to break through again. Breaking through in the Sky City was indeed a helpless move, but he did not expect to be given a big surprise. The inner world was still continuing to expand. Qin Zhao's inner world was originally the size of the primordial universe, but now it continued to expand. At the same time, Qin Shao also began to study the system of the inner world. Previously, Qin Shao had already constructed a rough model. Although it was very immature and was only a rough model, it was still a good start and a good starting point. The best time to study was during the breakthrough. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao was immersed in the wonderful feeling of breaking through while studying the cultivation system of the inner world. The first stone of the foundation stone had been knocked down. Now, it was time to see if he could continue to knock down other stones and finally complete the foundation stone. This was a pioneering work, an incomparably difficult pioneering work. Cultivating a single Tao was already an extremely difficult task. Qin Shao had yet to cultivate any Tao to the point of complete control, even if it was a minor Tao. Creation was definitely more than 100 or 1,000 times more difficult than cultivation. There were countless details, countless points, and countless lines. A complete world needed to be created bit by bit, constructed, and then perfectly combined together. Finally, it was formed by nature. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake in any of the details. Otherwise, there would be a huge difference between heaven and earth, and he would suffer a crushing defeat. This process was too complicated, too slow, and too long. Just thinking about it made him feel despair. However, Qin Shao was determined to take this path. In the process of breaking through, there was a very primitive process here. From this process, Qin Shao could comprehend many principles that could not be comprehended during ordinary cultivation. Therefore, this process was of great help to Qin Zhao's research, cultivation, and comprehension of creation. Of course, although it was of great help, there were still countless mountains lying in front of him, blocking the path ahead. Every mountain had to be conquered. This was the difficulty of cultivation, but also the joy of cultivation. Every difficulty that you had to overcome could torture you to the point of hovering between life and death. You would not be able to bear the burden. However, once he stepped over it, it would be a new world. This sense of accomplishment was incomparably joyful. The great wide world, the 8 great holy realms, the universe, other than the great wide world, which is a complete system, only the universe has a complete system. Is the world in my body similar to the great wide world, similar to the universe? If I use this system as a reference for my world and my body, previously, Qin Shao had developed the preliminary model of the cultivation of the world in his body based on the Hongmeng universe. Now, he wanted to go further, so Qin Shao had been studying in this direction. However, if he wanted to create a Tao, it must be different from all the other Taos. Therefore, Qin Shao had been paying attention to this boundary. The preliminary model was also gradually being perfected. He also had some ideas about the use of power. Unfortunately, the time of the breakthrough was still too short. Soon, the power of the heavenly Tao faded and the light dissipated. The entire Sky City had also calmed down. Qin Shao had also completed the transformation and smoothly broken through to the ancient saint realm of the 4th step. His inner world had expanded 10 times, and the preliminary model of the system had matured a lot. He also had some good ideas about the use of power. He felt that he had taken a big step on the path of creating his own Tao. However, although it was a big step, he was still far from success. It was still very, very far away, and there was no end in sight. Forget it, this was all he could do. However, all in all, the gains brought by this breakthrough were still huge. At least, it allowed Qin Shao to see a lot of directions and straighten out a lot of thoughts. He even had a rough idea. Obviously, this would be of great help to his future cultivation and would be much easier. The most direct way to improve one's cultivation realm was to improve one's strength. The ancient saint realm of the 4th step. I've finally reached this step. He sensed his current body, and sure enough, it felt completely different from before. The difference was very obvious after his cultivation realm had increased by 1 level. Whether it was his own power, his perception of the heavenly laws, or a sense of suppression of the heavenly laws, they were all completely different. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the stronger one's control over the heavenly laws. Naturally, the more power one could mobilize from the heavenly laws. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that he could crush the void with just a gentle clench of his hand. Qin Shao often suffered losses in terms of cultivation realm. Therefore, the improvement of his cultivation realm was a very happy thing for Qin Shao. It was also something that he had always been pursuing and looking forward to. After all, one's cultivation realm was the foundation of cultivation. After cultivating for more than 100 million years, he had finally reached the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Such a speed was far beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. It had only been tens of millions of years since he had broken through the ancient saint realm of the third step to the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Looking at the entire Great Thousand World, and even in the long river of history, there were very few people who could compare with this speed. Under the witness of countless mages, Qin Zhao successfully broke through and stepped into the ancient saint realm of the fourth step. Qin Zhao's gaze swept around, and he could not help but be stunned. This was because the color of the entire sky castle had become much dimmer, and there was almost no color. It was completely different from the previous colorful and vibrant colors. The spiritual energy of the heavenly laws was also almost impossible to sense. It seemed to have withered. The Sky Castle was originally a fantasy city and an extremely beautiful place. However, it was now dull and colorless. The fragrant grass had withered and the light had faded. It had become an ordinary city. This change was obviously caused by Qin Zhao devouring a large amount of spiritual energy of the Sky Castle. Qin Zhao did not expect that the Sky Castle would become like this, and for a moment, he seemed a little embarrassed. It was only then that the surrounding crowd reacted to the situation. What's going on? How did the Sky Castle become like this? A large amount of spiritual energy of the Sky Castle has been devoured by Qin Zhao, so it became like this. It's terrifying. He has only broken through to the ancient saint realm of the fourth step, but he's actually sucked the spiritual energy of the entire Sky Castle dry. Isn't that equivalent to destroying the Sky Castle? How did this monster do it? Seeing the current state of the Sky Castle, everyone was truly taken aback. This was simply unimaginable and unheard of. There was no way such a thing could be explained with normal logic. Mr. Mose looked at the Sky Castle at this moment, and the muscles on his face twitched violently, but he did not know what to say for a moment. Qin Zhao was just making a normal breakthrough in the Sky Castle, so he cannot be blamed for doing so on purpose. Besides, no one would have thought that breaking through to the ancient saint realm of the fourth step would allow him to devour so much spiritual energy of the heaven and earth. It was too incredible. At this moment, Mr. Mose could feel the power of Qin Zhao, which made him feel a little pressured. He had already suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Zhao previously, so he naturally did not dare to fight with Qin Zhao now. He simply did not have the confidence to do so. Qin Zhao ignored Mr. Mose and looked at the top of the holy mountain again. A loud voice came out of his mouth. Fire God, why are you still not willing to show yourself? Do I have to go up to your holy mountain? The people of the magic shrine can't stop me now. I didn't want to break through here, but you forced me. Since I've already come this far, there's no room for retreat. Since you don't want to come down, I can only go up to the holy mountain myself. After that, Qin Zhao glanced at Mr. Mose. Mr. Mose wanted to stop Qin Zhao, but he also knew very well that with Qin Zhao's current strength, there was no way he could stop him. Even if the other people of the magic shrine joined in, it was still not enough. Therefore, Mr. Mose was also in a difficult position. Qin Zhao ignored Mr. Mose and soared into the sky, heading straight for the sacred mountain. The light of the Golden Age was shining brightly. The aura that shook the sky was like a dragon coming out of the sea. This was Qin Zhao, the ancient saint realm of the four-step Qin Zhao, the Qin Zhao that everyone could only exclaim in admiration. Mr. Mose was about to go out and stop him. Whether he was willing or not, this was his duty. However, at this time, a ball of heavenly fire descended from the mountain and turned into a dazzling fiery light. It was scorching hot and surging forward. Bang! Qin Zhao directly punched the cloud of flame, and it was instantly smashed into pieces. At this moment, a figure landed. It was the god of fire. As soon as the god of fire arrived, he directly launched a fierce attack on Qin Zhao without saying a word. In the eyes of the god of fire, Qin Zhao was just a defeated opponent. The fire god looked down on Qin Shao with his unparalleled arrogance and his godly battle prowess. But this time, the god of fire also used his full combat strength. A heavy sword was burning with scorching flames, carrying a raging fire. When the sword slashed down, a fire dragon roared out, and flames filled the sky. So strong, so strong. Everyone suddenly held their breath and stared at the battle in the sky with wide eyes. The sky castle also seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As soon as the god of fire made a move, everyone felt the power of the god of fire. It was far from what Mr. Mose could compare with. No matter in which aspect, Mr. Mose was too far away from the god of fire. The fire god was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the world immortal state. Chapter 32:41. As soon as the fire god made a move, everyone in the Sky City felt as if the supreme god of the world was angry. Who could bear the wrath of the heavens and the supreme power? No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was just a person who had just broken through to the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. How could he withstand the attack of the fire god? The destructive power of the two men also quickly and fiercely confronted each other. The dim Sky City suddenly brightened up again. However, this light was not colorful, but a light that was enveloped by the light of power. It was a light that was about to be annihilated. Just looking at this kind of brightness was enough to frighten people. If it weren't for Sky City being protected by a powerful restrictive force, it would have probably been destroyed by the attacks. This kind of competition was extremely terrifying. Qin Zhao's strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. The power of the inner world alone was more than 10 times stronger. There is also the improvement of the realm, the transformation of the sacred body, and the improvement of the power of heaven and earth. These are all real. The same realm of laws, but the power displayed by different realms was naturally different. At this time, Qin Shao exerted all his strength and pushed all his power to the extreme. This power was enough to break through the natural barrier and cross realms. This power was incomparably heaven-defying. His previous strength was enough to repel Mr. Mose. At this time, he fought the fire god with all his strength. It could be regarded as the strongest battle in Qin Zhao's life. As soon as he broke through, he immediately fought to verify his strength at this time. What he did was heaven-defying, and what he fought was a supreme god. This in itself was a heroic thing. Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only fight with all his might, bringing out his sword and saber. The confrontation between the two was so fierce that it made everyone tremble in fear. Even Mr. Mose did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had to protect everyone. Even a trace of power was extremely terrifying and could not be underestimated. The flames all over the sky burned the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. They burned the eternal sky and everything in this world. The red light all over the sky was extremely hot, as if the world was about to be burned. Wherever the fire god went, it was his domain. Everything was destroyed and devoured by a sea of fire. This world was completely enveloped by him, forming an independent world. That independent world had been completely enveloped and filled with endless flames. In this world, he, the fire god, was the only ruler. Everything in this world was going to be burned to ashes under his control. However, there was a power that wanted to break through his control. It wanted to rush out of this world and extinguish the endless flames. Qin Shao exerted all his strength to break the stalemate, breaking all stalemates. His power was pushed to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Shao was like a sword that could cut through all sharpness. In the fire god's world of fire, he was unstoppable. For a time, the two of them actually displayed their sharpness in the confrontation. Unexpectedly, neither of them showed an obvious advantage. Such a situation caused the onlookers to be extremely shocked. The power of the fire deity was without a doubt. He was the young palace master of the Fire Palace, an existence that stood at the highest position. Qin Shao had just broken through to the ancient saint realm of Fourth Step. Therefore, no one thought that Qin Shao could fight against the fire god. However, the current situation did not seem to be so. Qin Shao was actually able to fight against the fire god and was not at a disadvantage. This was really shocking. Could it be that Qin Shao could really fight against the fire god? It did not make sense. It was something that was completely impossible. If such a thing really happened, it would really drive people crazy. It would really break their understanding of common sense. For the time being, no one could tell what was going on in the battle. Therefore, everyone could only watch and wait quietly. Humph! The fire god suddenly sneered and said, "Qin Shao, is this all you have? Not bad, not bad. You are indeed very powerful, far more powerful than I imagined. You had just broken through to the ancient saint realm of Fourth Step, and you're already so powerful. You should be proud of yourself. With your current strength, there are not many world gods who can suppress you. You are indeed a monster. But so what?" The fire god's casual tone immediately made many people understand. It seemed like there was no suspense in this battle. The fire god was indeed the fire god. He was indeed powerful. Qin Shao had indeed given his all, but he still could not gain any advantage over the fire god. This made Qin Shao understand that even if he had broken through to the ancient saint realm of Fourth Step, he still could not defeat the fire god. However, this was something that he had expected. Although Qin Shao did not know the details of the fire god's strength, he knew that he was very strong. Previously in the immortal domain, he had also felt the fire god's powerful strength. It was a strength that he could not resist at all. Now, it was still difficult for him to defeat the fire god. This was normal. After all, the fire god was the young palace master of the Fire Palace and the son of the reincarnation sovereign. He was an ancient god who had lived for countless years and was naturally incomparably powerful. It would be strange if the fire god could be defeated so easily. Even though Qin Shao had such thoughts earlier, the facts still proved that it was impossible to happen. The fire god once again exerted his strength, and his strength suddenly became incomparably powerful. Under the suppression of this powerful force, Qin Zhao's momentum to break the stalemate was immediately suppressed. With his strength suppressed, Qin Shao was soon trapped in a cage of strength. Moreover, this cage was slowly shrinking under the fire god's control. If this cage shrunk to the smallest size, wouldn't it be able to crush Qin Shao into pieces? The terrifying strength suppressed Qin Shao fiercely. Qin Shao was also trying his best to resist this terrifying strength, but it was like an insurmountable sky that trapped Qin Shao, making it impossible for him to escape. This made Qin Shao feel a little helpless. It seemed that there was still no way for him to fight the fire god. At this point, he was still unable to defeat the fire god. This was something that he was helpless about. However, he did not regret doing so. There were some things that one had to do even if one knew that it was impossible. Even if there were thousands of mountains blocking one's way, one still had to take a step forward. This was courage, and more importantly, determination. Qin Shao, are you still not going to admit defeat? You're no match for me at all. You're still far from being my match. Do you really think that you can fight with me just because you have made a breakthrough and become stronger? You are naive, ridiculous, arrogant, and ignorant. No matter how powerful you are only a fourth step ancient saint. Moreover, you have just made a breakthrough to the fourth step ancient saint realm. I have been a god for a long time, and my strength is infinitely close to the divine list of the heavens declaration. In the entire great thousand world, the only worldly gods who can defeat me are those on the divine list of the heavens declaration. You are just a fourth step ancient saint realm, and you want to fight with me? Don't you think that you are too arrogant? The fire god humiliated Qin Shao again. He wanted to control Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao was not the kind of person who would admit defeat so easily. Qin Shao stared at the fire god. He was still stubbornly resisting and did not give in at all. The fire god could suppress him and gain the upper hand, but he might not be able to defeat him easily. It was not that Qin Shao could not fight back. Therefore, Qin Shao could still hold on. At least for the time being, there would not be any problem. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and said, "Don't make it sound like you have been through a lot. You are infinitely close to the divine temple of the heavens declaration. If you're not on the divine list, then you are not on the divine list. Why don't you say that you are on the divine list of the elemental gods? You can give yourself the title of number 1 on the divine list of the elemental gods. So what if you are a 4-step ancient saint realm? So what if you have just made a breakthrough? If it were not for the fact that my realm is so much lower than yours, do you think you would be able to stand in front of me and say such big words? You really think too highly of yourself, fire god. You are just deceiving yourself. You want me to admit defeat? Humph! Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Since I have chosen to fight with you, there is no reason for me to admit defeat so easily." Qin Shao did not give in. He was going to fight to the end. How could he admit defeat so easily? He would not give up until he saw Gu Lingwei. The fire deity's strength was not so strong that he could not resist. Therefore, Qin Shao was not afraid of the fire god. Listening to Qin Zhao's arrogant words and daring to speak to the fire god in such a manner, even if Qin Shao was not the first person, he must be one of the very few, right? This was the fire god, the young palace master of the fire palace. Even the temple master of the magician temple would not dare to speak to the fire god in such a way. However, Qin Shao dared to do so. He did not seem to take the fire god seriously at all. How could a 4-step ancient saint realm do this? It was hard to imagine. This had really broken many people's understanding and refreshed their worldview. Humph! Seeing that Qin Shao did not dare to admit defeat, the fire god snorted angrily and said, "You are not going to admit defeat, are you? Let's see how long Qin Shao can hold on. Let's see how strong you are. Actually, I hope you don't admit defeat. If you admit defeat too early, it will be meaningless, and I won't be able to achieve my goal. It will be more fun if you don't admit defeat. Then I will have enough reason to touch you." Qin Shao. Very good. I like that about you. I like it very much. If you're a man, Qin Shao, then fight with me to the end. Don't ever admit defeat. If you admit defeat now, I will be very disappointed. Humph, you want to play? I'll play with you for a bit. In the elemental saint realm, let's see how many waves you can make in front of me. The fire god continued to exert his strength, attacking fiercely and suppressing strongly. However, Qin Shao was also desperately resisting and resisting, not letting the fire god suppress him. The two powerful forces continued to collide fiercely in the small world. It was shocking to watch. More than once, the onlookers were shocked to the extreme. This Qin Shao is obviously not a match for the fire god, but he still refuses to admit defeat? That's right. How can he be a match for the fire god? How dare he be so arrogant? He is really courting death. You can't say that. Although he is not a match for the young palace master of the fire palace, he can be considered to have held on until now. However, this guy is really a complete lunatic. At this time, he still doesn't know when to stop. Does he have to make a scene? What is he thinking? Who knows? Look, who cares? It has nothing to do with us. Brother Pure was also a little anxious. He wanted to intervene several times, but was stopped by Qin Shao. Brother Pure was very strong, but it was obviously impractical for him to help Qin Shao at this time. After all, Mr. Mose was still guarding there. How could Brother Pure have a chance to intervene? Chapter 3242. Qin Shao was still no match for Fire God. This made him feel very helpless, and he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. However, Qin Shao also knew that it was already a pleasant surprise to be able to reach this stage. It had already somewhat exceeded his imagination. He'd always known that even if he broke through to the 4th step, he wouldn't be Fire God's match. Last time in the immortal realm, when Fire God had descended, Qin Shao still remembered the crushing power that he couldn't resist. That power made Qin Shao understand very well how great the gap between him and Fire God was. Fire God was originally a peerless genius with the body of a fire god. As the son of reincarnation sovereign, he was a true proud son of heaven. As a god who'd lived for who knew how many chaos epochs, his strength was unimaginable. It was too difficult to surpass a major realm. Now, it was already not easy for Qin Shao to be able to hold his own against Fire God and not be easily defeated. Knowing that he was no match for Fire God, he still wanted to fight. This was Qin Zhao's attitude. You still want to struggle? Can you hold on? Sometimes, I really don't understand people like you. What's wrong with you that you have to come here looking for trouble? I've already warned you, so why didn't you listen? Fire God looked at Qin Shao mockingly, venting his anger and displeasure by humiliating and trampling on Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Fire God and then at the summit of the sacred mountain. A touch of deep affection and determination flashed through his eyes. It's not for anything else, but just to understand. As long as one is alive, one should pursue the meaning of life. Losing one's own life is the same as being a walking corpse. I just know what I'm pursuing, so I'll do everything I can to pursue it and find the answer. You, Fire God, can't stop me. Qin Zhao's words were not only for Fire God, but also for Gu Lingyue on the sacred mountain. At this time, Gu Lingyue stood on the summit of the sacred mountain, her expression still cold and expressionless. However, her expression clearly showed that she was somewhat moved. The Fire God was not here, so she did not have to disguise herself well. A figure suddenly walked over. It was Saint Minghua. The situation doesn't look good. One is unwilling to lower his head, while the other will not give up easily. When the two of them collide, it will definitely be an intense collision. One of them will definitely be injured. Minghua Saint shook her head slightly and said. A strange light flickered in the depths of Gu Lingyue's eyes, but she calmly said, "So what?" Minghua Saint looked at Gu Lingyue and sighed helplessly. After a long while, she said, "Lingyue, Qin Zhao's stance is too firm. Once he has made up his mind, he will never give in easily. He is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. And even if he is seriously injured by Vulcan today, he will definitely not give up. He will definitely come again in the future. Therefore, I hope that you can carefully consider whether you should be the one to end this matter. If this matter is not solved, it will always be a problem. It is not a good thing for anyone, especially for you. You have just ascended to the throne. You shouldn't have those gossips at this time." Gu Lingyue looked at Saint Go Hua and nodded. "Okay, I understand, Sister Minghua. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. Let them do whatever they want. I don't want to pay attention to it. But since Sister Minghua has your concerns, I will solve it. I will solve it completely." Minghua Saint nodded and looked pleased. "I am very happy that you can think like this. You should have done this long ago." On the other side, the Fire God was still humiliating Qin Shao verbally. He was also trying to anger Qin Shao. He naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity. He wanted to crush Qin Shao and let Qin Shao know that he, the Fire God, was not someone he could mess with. He wanted Qin Shao to completely dispel all the fantasies he had about Gu Lingyue. He could not have any of them. "Mr. Qinshan, what should we do?" Brian said worriedly. The three of them slowly calmed down from the shock. No matter what kind of person Qin Shao was, they would still support him and stand on his side. They would not hesitate, even if they had to sacrifice their lives for him. They were extremely mediocre and humble. Basically, they could only muddle along and wait for death to describe their gloomy lives. If it weren't for Qin Shao, then their lives would have been dull and dull. There wouldn't be a trace of excitement to speak of. It was precisely because of Qin Zhao's appearance that they were given a huge opportunity, opening a new chapter in their lives. For the first time, they felt that their lives also had a glorious side and also had unlimited potential. They never knew that they were not weaker than others. As long as they had the heart to become stronger, had the absolute power of belief, had the motivation to move forward, and could fully stimulate their own potential, They could do things that others could not. They could also be geniuses. They were not much weaker than those so-called geniuses. Everything depended on one's heart. In the past, they did not have any confidence at all, or they did not have such thoughts at all. But after meeting Qin Shao, under the leadership of Qin Shao, they walked step by step to reach a height they had never imagined before. Therefore, in their hearts, Qin Shao was simply their second parent. They were naturally more grateful to Qin Shao than anyone else. It was Qin Shao who gave their lives some meaning. It was Qin Shao who lit up their lives. To be able to experience so much, to be able to reach this step, to be able to obtain so much glory, this was the value of their lives. Therefore, even if they were asked to die for Qin Shao now, they would never frown. Brother Pure also gritted his teeth and shook his head helplessly. For the time being, I can't do anything. I'm not strong enough. Even if I take action, I can't help much. Right now, all we can do is to wait here and observe the situation. But I think no matter how crazy Fire Deity is, he won't dare to kill Qin Shao. At this point, there's no other way. Brain and the other two were even more helpless. They were so weak that they could not help at all. Since Brother Pure said so, they could only continue to wait. Why is it raining? Yes, it's really raining. What's going on? Oh my God, look! Is the Water Palace's young master coming? It's not raining. It's the water element that's covering the sky. Such sweet water. Water counters fire. Look, Fire Deity's fire is being suppressed rapidly. What's going on? Is the Water Palace's young master going to attack Fire Deity? That's impossible. Why would the Water Palace's young master attack Fire Deity? They're a couple. No matter what, the Water Palace's young master would not help an outsider against Fire Deity. The situation here seems to be very complicated. Gu Lingyue descended from the sacred mountain, bringing with her endless raindrops formed by the water element. Sky City was immediately shrouded in a thin layer of water. Everything in the world seemed to be submerged in it. Water counters fire. Under the suppression of the water element, the power of the water element was quickly extinguished. Seeing that Gu Lingyue had arrived, Fire Deity did not continue to exert his power. Instead, he stopped. Qin Shao also stopped and watched the familiar figure slowly descend. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched Gu Lingyue descend. In terms of admiration, Gu Lingyue's appeal was obviously stronger than Fire Deity's. After all, most of the people who came to participate in the sacred assembly of sorcerers were men. Gu Lingyue was naturally more attractive. In next to no time, Gu Lingyue descended and formed a triangle with Qin Shao and Huashan. Lingyue, seeing Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao immediately became a little excited. He was about to go forward, but Gu Lingyue stopped him with a hand gesture. Gu Lingyue glanced coldly at Qin Shao, as if warning him. This feeling of being extremely familiar, yet also extremely unfamiliar at this moment was really unbearable and somewhat maddening. Fire Deity was naturally very displeased to see Gu Lingyue descend. Therefore, he looked at Gu Lingyue and said, "What? Are you going to stop me from punishing this arrogant person from the immortal realm?" The situation today is something that Qin Shao brought upon himself. He cannot blame this god in the slightest. I gave him 2 chances. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to cherish them at all. How can I let him off so easily? Gu Lingyue waved her hand and said coldly, "That's enough." She looked at the somewhat angry Fire Deity and scanned the surroundings before continuing, "I am the ruler of this sacred assembly of sorcerers. The sacred assembly of sorcerers is the most important assembly of our elemental sacred realm. It is also a grand event for all the sorcerers in the world. It is a great opportunity to show off your skills. Such a grand event cannot be disrupted by anything or interrupted by any factor. Therefore, I naturally can't watch you guys continue fighting. That will only disrupt the smooth progress of the sacred assembly of sorcerers. If there's anything, You can settle it after the sacred assembly of sorcerers is over. I won't interfere in the slightest. Gu Lingyue's words were obviously meant for fire deity. However, how could fire deity not know what Gu Lingyue meant? Therefore, he was naturally very displeased. However, at this moment, he naturally couldn't refute Gu Lingyue's words. He could only stand there and look at Gu Lingyue with a cold expression, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Lingyue suddenly waved her hand and layers of water elements formed a barrier, isolating this place and forming an independent space. The people outside couldn't hear what the people inside were saying and could only see the situation inside. Fire deity and Qin Xiao both looked at Gu Lingyue, wanting to know what she was trying to do. Mr. Qinshan, what is the young palace master of the water palace trying to do? Bryn couldn't help but ask again. Brother Pure pursed his lips and shook his head. I don't know. How would I know? However, since Gu Lingyue has stepped in, the situation definitely won't be too bad. It should be developing in a better direction. No matter what, at least this battle has been stopped. My brother Qin Xiao will be fine. Although he said that, Brother Pure was also praying in his heart. Gu Lingyue, oh Gu Lingyue, please don't do anything to hurt Qin Xiao. Sigh, are you really no longer the Gu Lingyue I used to know? You like Qin Xiao so much. You and Qin Xiao used to have such a good relationship. After going through so many things together, you finally came together. It's not an easy thing. The past, the sincere love, could it really be so easily cut off? No way, right? It shouldn't be, right? Gu Lingyue, I don't believe that you're a heartless person. Chapter 3243. Qin Xiao looked at Gu Lingyue with an indescribable feeling in his heart. The two people who were clearly the most familiar with each other were like strangers at this moment. Gu Lingyue's cold eyes looked at Qin Xiao. This kind of coldness was too unfamiliar, as if they had never known each other before. Facing the person who was most familiar with and closest to him, he received such a gaze. It really felt like a knife stabbing him. Qin Xiao. Gu Lingyue finally spoke. These two simple words made Qin Xiao extremely nervous. These two words were very unfamiliar and very cold. Hearing these two cold and emotionless words gave people a bad premonition. But what was to come would come. Why are you so interesting? I originally didn't want to talk to you at all, but it's not that I don't want you to cause trouble in the future. In fact, I don't want to see you at all this time, nor do I want to say a word to you. Do you think it's interesting to be like this? What do you want to show? What? Hearing Gu Lingyue's words, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly thumped fiercely, as if it had been ruthlessly pierced by a sharp sword. Don't want to talk to me? Don't want to see me? Don't want to say a word to me? Gu Lingyue really said that. She really said that. What did she mean? Qin Xiao was also stunned on the spot, as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. He stared blankly at Gu Lingyue, unable to speak for a while. This kind of pain could no longer be described by any words. There were no words to describe it. Invisible damage was the most fatal. Gu Lingyue continued. Since you won't give up until all hope is gone, you insist that I draw a clear line with you and make it clear. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Today, let's make things clear here and make an end. Let's break it off. I also hope that you won't pester me again in the future, let alone do these ridiculous things. That will only make me despise you even more. At least for now, I still think that you, Qin Xiao, are a top figure. So let's stop here. Draw a clear line with me? Make an end? How could this be? What was wrong with Gu Lingyue? What was she saying? Did she know what she was saying? Qin Xiao felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to question Gu Lingyue, but he felt that there was a force blocking his mouth, making him unable to say a word. As Vulcan listened to Gu Lingyue's words, he looked at Qin Xiao playfully. He liked to see Qin Xiao's extremely uncomfortable expression at this time. It was a kind of beautiful enjoyment. You want to fight with me? Competing with him for a woman? How could this be? You, Qin Xiao, are nothing more than a piece of the past on my samsara road. The past is the past, and the past is the past. From the moment my memories were awakened, Everything that happened on the path of reincarnation became my memories. To me, it's just the past. It's nothing important. I'm a member of the Water Palace, and now I am the young Palace Lord of the Water Palace, the future leader of the Water Palace. To me, love is but a mere worldly possession. You're taking this too seriously. Too seriously. You want to know the answer? Well, Gu Lingyue, can clearly tell you now that I don't like you. You have no place in my heart at all. You're not even in my memories. You're just a small interlude on my samsara road, not worth mentioning. You don't have to work hard. We're not from the same world. There's no possibility between us. Don't you understand? Don't waste your efforts. Forget about me, and don't stir up trouble. Buzz. Qin Zhao's mind buzzed. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. He didn't believe Gu Lingyue's words. He really didn't believe that Gu Lingyue was such a heartless person. The path of reincarnation was not bad, but the last life, the awakening life, was actually no different from what he had experienced personally. Brother Pure was in the same situation as Gu Lingyue. He recognized this life of the Hongmeng universe very much. He didn't abandon everything in the Hongmeng universe just because he had awakened the memories of his previous life. In fact, he cherished everything even more. Could Gu Lingyue really completely give up on this life of the Hongmeng universe? Did he really forget about everyone? Could she really throw all these feelings to the back of her mind? Qin Xiao didn't believe it. He really didn't believe it. The fire deity chuckled. He looked at Qin Xiao, whose face was extremely cold, and said somewhat proudly, Qin Xiao, you've heard it too. Are you still unwilling to give up? Actually, why bother? You, Qin Xiao, are considered a big shot in the vast thousand domains. Are you really going to pester me like this? Even if you're not afraid of losing face, shouldn't you think about your master? If you continue to pester endlessly, you'll be the one losing face in Langya heaven. Why bother? I've already made myself clear. Everything is over. It's time to give up and let go of the future. As a person, it's better to have some self-awareness. Don't think too highly of yourself. Qin Xiao didn't pay much attention to the fire deity's words. No matter how the fire deity attacked him, no matter how vicious his words were, they couldn't hurt Qin Xiao in the slightest. However, Gu Lingyue's words were like daggers that ruthlessly stabbed at him. It was too painful. Was he really going to let go? Was he really going to give up? Was he really going to watch Gu Lingyue become the fire deity's woman? No. Perhaps Qin Xiao had never understood what love was, but he knew very well that he couldn't let go easily. He didn't want to lose Gu Lingyue. Moreover, he still didn't want to believe that Gu Lingyue was really as cold-blooded and heartless as she said. Qin Xiao was more willing to believe that Gu Lingyue said that because of her sacred mission and because she didn't mean what she said. Therefore, Qin Xiao still wanted to fight for it. Qin Xiao looked at Gu Lingyue and said, Lingyue, have you forgotten the time we spent together? At that time, I was really happy. It was the happiest and fastest time I've ever had. As long as I'm with you, I feel that the world is full of sunshine. It's beautiful and happy. I feel very happy no matter what I do. Even the smallest thing, the most ordinary thing, I feel that the meaning is very different. In the past, I didn't understand why, but now I know. Perhaps this is love. When you love someone, you miss them even if you don't see them. When you see them, you feel happy. Even if you don't do anything, you feel as sweet as honey in your heart. Even if you don't say anything, you won't feel bored and will still feel happy. When you think of her, you can't help but want to smile. This is happiness that comes from the bottom of your heart. When you see her, you feel that she is everything in your world, the light in the darkness. I know that I'm a very dull man. I don't know how to speak. I don't know how to make girls happy. I don't know how to be romantic, and I don't even know how to love and protect someone. But in these 100 million years, I've experienced a lot and gradually understood a lot. Love is very complicated, but also very simple. It's just that people often overcomplicate simple things. Ever since you left the primordial chaos universe, my greatest goal was to come to the elemental sacred realm to go to the heavenly laws Tao Palace, to rescue you and bring you back to my side. From now on, I won't let anyone bully you. You are my motivation, my unwavering goal, the strength of my life's beliefs. And this is my love for you. I feel that everyone should have their own definition of love. Even if mine isn't the standard answer, it can still express my love for you. Enough. Gu Lingwei suddenly shouted angrily and waved her hand, gesturing for Qin Xiao to stop. Qin Xiao's words made the fire deity very unhappy, and he glared furiously at Qin Xiao. How could the fire deity tolerate such an unbridled confession to his woman right in front of him? However, this matter still had to be resolved by Gu Lingwei. He could only bury this unhappiness and anger in his heart for now. He wouldn't let Qin Xiao off so easily. Even if this matter was resolved, he would still find another opportunity in the future. Gu Lingwei continued coldly. That's just what you think. It doesn't mean that I'm the same as you. It's just your own understanding from beginning to end. If you like me, that's your business. I've already made myself very clear. I can also tell you again now. Don't like me. I won't like you. There's no possibility between us. All right, you can take your friend and leave the elemental sacred realm. Lingwei, have you forgotten what you said when you left the Hongmeng universe? Qin Xiao asked anxiously again. Gu Lingwei was stunned for a moment, but immediately controlled herself. It's just words. Do you really believe them? Humph. If you say that you believe them, then I'll just say that you're too naive and gullible. That's right. After all, you've never experienced anything like love. It's normal for you to believe them. Then let me tell you now, your so-called love is all wrong. You don't know what love is at all. You don't understand it at all. Everything is just your imagination. It's just your self-righteous thinking. Now, I'll break it all for you. Words? How is that possible? Qin Xiao still wanted to say something, but Gu Lingwei interrupted him. All right, the past has been severed. There are no more grudges between us. Qin Xiao, I hope you remember, don't come looking for me again. We'll be strangers in the future. It's best if we don't meet again. I've said everything that needs to be said. At least, it's your business whether you believe me or not. With that, Gu Lingwei said to the fire god, let him go. The Magus Sacred Assembly can't be disrupted. Hurry up and continue. With that, Gu Lingwei's figure flashed and flew up the sacred mountain. There were thousands of words in his heart, but at this moment, he couldn't say a single word. He didn't have the chance to say it. Gu Lingwei left. She left just like that, heartlessly leaving. The fire god looked at Qin Xiao with a cold smile, full of playfulness and sympathy. Qin Xiao, I've already said it. Why did you still come looking for trouble? Now, do you want to leave, or do you want to continue the battle? Continue the battle? What was the point? He'd originally fought the fire god to see Gu Lingwei. Now that he'd achieved his goal, what was the point of continuing the battle? Therefore, Qin Xiao could only shake his head. Forget it. Let's call it a day. There was no point in continuing the fight. It would only make the situation more embarrassing. If this continued, it would only benefit Vulcan and give him more reasons to do so. Qin Xiao stopped, and the fire god didn't continue the fight. Sorry, Qin Xiao said to Brian and the other two, and then left with Brother Pure. Author, Cruel Death Author. The website has been under strict review recently. In fact, Cruel Death has been updated every day, but the chapters have been under review, so the release time has been delayed for a long time. I asked the website, and they said that it will be restored next week. I hope you can understand. I haven't asked for flowers this month. If you have flowers, please send them. Thank you. Chapter 3244. After leaving the elemental saint realm and walking in the endless sea of the universe, he felt the boundless darkness and the omnipresent cosmic storms. Just like Qin Zhao's mood at this time, there was boundless darkness and storms. After leaving the Sky City, Qin Xiao fell into a state of depression. She did not utter a single word and remained silent. At this time, Qin Zhao's mood was self-evident. His pain and sadness were extremely strong. This feeling was something that only Qin Shao himself could clearly understand. Alas, Brother Pure suddenly sighed and roared to the sky. What is the world? It makes people want to die for each other. How sad, how sad. It's love. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you like it, you can get it. If you can't get it, then forget it. Why do you have to make it sad? Why do you have to make it so complicated? There are thousands of women in the world. Many of them are worth liking. Why do you have to make it so deep and intense? It's not fun. Brother, don't take it too seriously. You'll lose if you take it too seriously. That's all there is to it. Be open-minded, and be romantic. Then you'll have fewer troubles. It's good to be romantic for a while, but it's good to be romantic all the time. I know this feeling. I've experienced it deeply. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and was really speechless, so he didn't want to say anything. At this time, Qin Shao even felt that life had become dull and colorless, without any brilliance and meaning. But Qin Shao knew that he couldn't be so depressed. He couldn't fall down like this. He absolutely couldn't. However, his mood was really very uncomfortable, indescribably uncomfortable. In his mind, the scenes of his time with Gu Lingyue kept flashing. The happy times they had together, the ordinary and happy days they had together. Those were all vivid in his mind, as if they had happened yesterday. What a wonderful feeling that was. This was what life should be like. This was what he had always engraved in his mind. However, had all of this become a thing of the past? Everything will never come back, will it? Was there no possibility at all? Gu Lingyue's ruthless words in the Sky City were still like sharp knives stabbing into the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. It was very painful and uncomfortable. All of this was like a dream of sorrow flowing against the current into a river. Qin Shao hoped that all of this was fake, but all of this happened in reality. He could not deceive himself. Brother, come, let me drink with you. Let's talk while we drink. I don't have any other experience, but I do have some experience in this area. At least compared to you, I should be more than enough. Brother Pure took out the wine and asked Qin Shao to drink with him. Qin Zhao's mood at this time naturally needed to be comforted by wine. This was also the time when men wanted to drink the most. Snatching the pot of wine from Brother Pure's hand, Qin Shao threw his head back and gulped down hundreds of kilograms of wine in one breath. This wine was very strong. As soon as it entered his stomach, it burned fiercely in Qin Zhao's body like a scorching flame. The power was explosive and very strong. This wine was not ordinary wine. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to stand it. If an ordinary first-step Empyrean saint were to drink it, they would have to tread carefully. If someone below the ancient saint realm drank it, they would basically explode and die. Such a strong wine made people feel very uncomfortable after drinking it. It was too stimulating. Brother Pure had put a lot of thought into giving Qin Shao such a strong wine. Good wine, really good wine. Qin Shao would definitely not drink such a strong wine under normal circumstances, but today he drank a lot. Qin Shao immediately gulped down another 50 kilograms in one go. He felt the burning impact of that ball of explosive fire, wave after wave of impact. There was an indescribable feeling of tearing. This feeling was like a volcano erupting in Qin Zhao's body again and again. The feeling of the scorching and terrifying energy erupting again and again was very uncomfortable. At this time, Qin Shao liked this uncomfortable feeling. The more uncomfortable it was, the better it was. Only in this way could he relieve the pain in his heart. Drinking to relieve one's sorrows was actually using bitterness to replace bitterness. Qin Shao, listen to my advice. Well, women are just like that. For some things, there is no question of right or wrong, and there is no question of liking or not. In fact, this is how it is. There are many women who like you. Why do you have to be entangled in this and hang yourself here? Even if there is no Gu Lingyue, there is still Yao Shuilian, right? Miss Shuilian is still waiting for you to save her. In addition to Yao Shuilian, there's also Yuan Yuan, Ru Xin, Ming Yuexin, Fu Yunyi, and even Xian Mu and Yin Ya. There are so many of them. They are all good. I feel that all of them are top-notch beauties, and they aren't inferior to Gu Lingwei. Speaking of Yao Shuilian, Qin Xiao was also stunned. Yes, Yao Shuilian was still waiting for him to save her. He had not completed this task yet. He had been working hard, but he was still far from saving Yao Shuilian. Yes, he could not be dispirited and depressed. He still had things to do. Yao Shuilian was still waiting for him to save her. However, at this time, he was really sad and in pain. He really did not want to think about anything. He just wanted to get drunk. What did it feel like to get drunk? Speaking of which, in all his life, Qin Xiao had never gotten drunk. This was one of the biggest regrets of his life, wasn't it? Brother, I don't want to say bad things about Gu Lingwei. In fact, it's not that bad. But to be honest, as the two of you, as friends, I can't stand it this time. This time, Gu Lingwei has really gone too far. Even if she cut off her future and past, even if we can't be lovers, can't we still be friends? This is too much. No matter what, we have been through so many ups and downs together in the primordial universe. How can she not care about our past at all? She is too heartless. Alas, but there is no other way. We are indeed not people of the same world as her. Our realms are completely different, so it's not really a big deal. Standing at such a high position, to her, we are just slightly stronger ants. We can't be any more ordinary. That's why it's normal for her to give up on us so easily. Actually, from her point of view, it's not a big deal, so we don't have to think too much about it. Since she wants to cut off all ties, what can we do? We can only go along with her wishes. Cut off her future and past. Cut off everything. No longer cherish her feelings and become strangers in the future. Thinking of these words, Qin Xiao still felt waves of pain in his heart. Gu Lingwei had said these words to him personally. She had said it herself. If Gu Lingwei hadn't said it herself, Qin Xiao definitely wouldn't have believed it so easily. These words were too ruthless, too hurtful, too sharp, too heart-wrenching. So painful, so painful. From another point of view, everyone has their own choices. There are many things in life, and love is only one of them. Maybe you think you could do everything for love, or even give up everything, but you can't expect others to do the same and give up everything, right? Everyone has their own choices in life. Since they have made their own decisions, they must have thought it through carefully. As for themselves, it's the right choice. Gu Lingwei has made such a choice, but no matter what consideration she has, it's her own choice. She thinks it's a choice that's beneficial to her and the right choice. So, we should respect her and understand her. She's not a child. She has the right to decide her life. She has the right to make the choice she thinks is right. We can't just say that she's wrong because she chose a choice we don't like. I think that's very narrow-minded. Put yourself in her shoes. The more understanding you have, the more open-minded you will be. I think we should always look on the bright side. Brother Pure said again. In order to persuade Qin Xiao, he had put in a lot of effort. But his words were indeed very reasonable, and they touched Qin Xiao's heart. The one who understood Qin Xiao the most was Brother Pure. Brother Pure could also grasp Qin Xiao's thoughts precisely, which was why he could persuade Qin Xiao so accurately. Maybe she does have the right to choose her own path in her life. There are some things that I really can impose my personal views on others. What I think is not necessarily what she thinks. Everyone's thinking is different. Yes, I think love is very important. It's enough for me to fight for it regardless of everything. But maybe, in Gu Lingyue's heart, love is not the most important thing to her. She has her mission as an oracle. She has the responsibility to protect the water palace. She has her own thoughts. So, it's meaningless for me to force her again and again. She has already made her choice. For her, it's the right life and the right path. If I insist on changing it, it will be a form of harm to her. I can't do things that hurt her under the banner of love. So, what I should do is to respect her choice. When he thought of this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly became clear, and everything became clear. Wasn't life like this? Sometimes, if you put yourself in someone else's shoes, you could see a different world. The key was still how you think. Thinking was very important. Seeing that Qin Shao had thought it through, Brother Pure suddenly smiled. He said again, "Brother, it's good that you can think this way. I'm relieved. Actually, that's really the case. Take me as an example. Back in the Hongming universe, I got married and had a child. Do you think I didn't like your sister-in-law? Of course not. If you didn't like her, you wouldn't have pursued her so crazily and married her, right? But you said that I'll only love her in my life. That's obviously impossible. When I see someone I like, I'll still pursue her. I'll still like her and even marry her again. That's normal. Loving someone is just a feeling. If you feel like it, then it's like. Liking something isn't the only thing. It's just that you've thought it through. If you say it's sacred, then it's sacred. If you say it's not sacred, then it's just that. These things are all for the sake of serving your heart. In life, it's fine as long as you're happy. Only by being open-minded can you be happy." Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and nodded. It made sense. Chapter 32:45. Brother Pure comforted Qin Shao and even tried to persuade him. The two of them drank wine and drifted in the endless cosmic ocean for 100 years. This was also the first time Qin Shao had drunk wine for such a long time. He felt as if he had drunk all the wine in the first half of his life. However, his mood was indeed much better. After thinking it through, he felt that he could start to try to let go. Although it was still very painful for the time being, Guling Yue's figure would appear in his mind from time to time, as well as some scenes of their previous interactions. But Qin Shao also understood that Gu Lingyue had her own life, and she had her own path to walk. No matter what, he couldn't force his thoughts on her. This was unfair to her. As long as it was a path she had chosen, it was good and he should respect her. That's right. There was no right or wrong in love. If he couldn't continue, he shouldn't hurt the other party either. Letting go was sometimes a form of love. In the past 100 years, Brother Chunjie's theories were set after set. He poured a lot of things into Qin Zhao's mind, making Qin Shao a little confused. Although he was sad, he still couldn't neglect his cultivation. He couldn't fall into decadence. Even if he lost Gu Lingyue, he still had to rescue Yao Shiwelian. Compared to Gu Lingyue, rescuing Yao Shiwelian might be more difficult. After all, Yao Shiwelian had fallen into the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance and had become a high-level blood disciple. Rescuing Yao Shiwelian was definitely not an easy task. This mission was incomparably difficult. Now, it was Qin Zhao's most important mission to complete. Of course, in addition to Yao Shiwelian, he also had another important task to do, which was to rescue his master, Red Dust Guest. His master, Red Dust Guest, had been resurrected by a prodigy and fallen into the hands of another prodigy. He still didn't know where he was now, which made Qin Shao a little crazy. Let's put Guling Yue's matter aside for now. He had already tried his best. He had already seen the person in person. What else could he do? Alas, this was the only way. In life, there would always be some helpless situations. This was something that could not be helped. What's going on? Brother Pure suddenly frowned and said in surprise. Hearing Brother Pure's voice, Qin Shao looked over and saw a black storm raging in the distance. Over there, it was as if a huge black hole had formed. Even though they were far away, they could still feel how terrifying the black storm was. Even Qin Shao smelled a trace of danger. He thought that if he entered the black storm, he might be in danger. In the endless universe ocean, there would often be universe storms. This was a common occurrence. However, it was Qin Zhao's first time seeing such a huge black storm. Not to mention seeing it for the first time, it was probably his first time hearing about it. He had never heard of such a terrible storm before. A large territory had completely turned into a black medium, as if it was going to slowly devour the endless universe ocean. This kind of feeling was really very frightening. Oh my God, is this a universe storm? How can it be so strong? Isn't the power of nature a little too terrifying? How much energy does it take to drive and maintain such a huge universe storm? Brother Pure shook his head and clicked his tongue. He was amazed. Such a situation was indeed unheard of. Anyway, it was Qin Zhao's first time seeing it. Qin Zhao said, "Let's not get too close. Keep a little distance. There's no need to get into unnecessary trouble. I feel that if we are swept in, we may be in danger, so there's no need to take this risk." Brother Pure nodded and laughed, saying, "Ha, of course, I know that. I also feel the terrible danger, so I'm not stupid enough to get close to it. I'm just a little curious. Of course, it's amazing. I don't know how this universe storm is formed and how it's so big. If other celestial bodies get close, they will be devoured, right?" Qin Zhao nodded. "Of course it would. This universe storm was so horrible that it would probably devour everything in sight." Huh? Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly moved. Just now, he vaguely felt that there was a strange sharpness flashing in the black storm. This light was like a sword, and it was the sword chi released by the sword. But when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. How could there be sword chi in that black storm? It was impossible. It was impossible for there to be a sword. Maybe it was something like sword chi, but he didn't know what it was. Qin Zhao, did you feel that there was sword chi flashing in the black storm from time to time? Qin Zhao thought it was impossible, but he didn't expect Brother Pure to suddenly ask. Qin Zhao looked at Brother Pure in surprise, saying, "You felt it too?" "I felt it just now too. I thought it was a mistake and thought it was impossible. I didn't expect you to ask me." Brother Pure nodded, saying, "Yes, I felt it twice. At first, I was wondering if I had made a mistake. It shouldn't have been possible, but I felt it again just now, so I don't think I'm wrong. That's why I want to ask you. It seems that you also felt it. Then it shouldn't be wrong. Both of us felt it, and it wasn't just once. It's definitely something that can't be wrong." Qin Zhao nodded. If that was the case, then it must be true. If it was true, it was really very strange. How could there be such a strange thing? They continued to observe for a while. Sure enough, they soon found sword chi appearing at the same time. It was strange. "Qin Zhao, what do you think is going on? I always feel that there is something in the black storm, and it's not simple." Brother Pure asked. Qin Zhao was also thinking about it, but he didn't have any idea for the time being. This situation was indeed somewhat inconceivable, and it was also difficult for people to think of a reason why it was happening. The black storm was so terrible and powerful that it could devour everything. It had the power to make them afraid. However, sword chi appeared in it, which meant that there must be a sword or someone in it. It was impossible for someone to be in it. Was there a sword? If there was a sword, what kind of sword would be able to emit sword chi in such a terrifying environment? This question was really too puzzling, and Qin Zhao was stumped. "Ha ha, brother, did we find a treasure? Could there be a peerless divine weapon in that black storm? I think it's possible. As long as there is a shape, there will be a foreign object. Such a situation is very unusual. It's very likely that there is a heaven and earth treasure. If we can sense the sword chi, it means that even a trace of sword chi could penetrate the black storm. That's enough to show how powerful that sword is. So, I think it's most likely that there is a peerless magic weapon in it. It's very likely to be a world magic weapon." Brother Pure immediately grinned and said his guess with a look of excitement. A world magic weapon was a treasure that only a world god could have. Moreover, it was not something that an ordinary world god could have. It must be something that only a world god with great experience could have. The power of a world divine weapon was unimaginable and unimaginable. Brother Chuanji's inference sounded very reasonable, and it was also very possible. Even Qin Zhao had to admit that it was very possible. If there really was a peerless godly weapon, then it was very likely to be a world godly weapon. If they could get a world magic weapon, it would be a good thing. Take Qin Zhao, for example. If he had a world magic weapon, he could easily defeat a world god like Mr. Mose, or even kill him. If one did not have a world weapon, it would be extremely difficult for one to kill a world deity. It could even be said that this was something that was not very likely. "Brother Pure, do you think we should go in and have a look?" Qin Zhao said. Brother Pure nodded, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Of course. Since I've encountered such a good opportunity, How can I let it go so easily? If there isn't anything, then we will naturally have to stay away from this black storm and not bother it. But now there is a high possibility that there is a world magic weapon in the black storm. How can we let it go? Although the black storm is very scary, it is also very dangerous for us. But this is also very normal. Riches and honor are always found in danger. A world magic weapon is an extremely rare treasure in the world. It is a peerless thing. Every time a world magic weapon appears, it is bound to cause a great commotion. It is definitely very difficult to get. That's why I think this is a great opportunity for us, Zhang Heng said. No matter how dangerous it is worth it for us to take a risk. Qin Xiao nodded. Since Brother Pure said so, Qin Xiao naturally did not object. If there was really a world divine weapon, then it was indeed worth taking a risk and fighting for it. Even if there was no world magic weapon, it was not a big deal. It was just a risk. Qin Xiao was never afraid of taking any risks. He was never afraid of anything. Well, let's go into the Black Storm and have a look. The situation inside is unknown. It is probably very complicated. Brother Pure, follow me closely. We must not be separated. We can take care of each other at any time. If the situation is really bad and is beyond our imagination, we can't hold on. We have to retreat as soon as possible. Qin Xiao reminded Brother Pure. Brother Pure waved his hand and said, Don't worry, don't worry. Brother, I know. Don't worry about me. We have been brothers for so many years. Needless to say, we have a tacit understanding. We must be very good. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Better safe than sorry. It is always good to be careful. Well, let's go. Let's go and see the cosmic storm. I want to see how strong this black cosmic storm is. I don't believe it can stop us. Let's go. No one can stop us if we rush in. Brother Pure waved his fist and looked full of confidence. Chapter 32:46. After making up their minds, the two of them flew toward the huge black storm without any hesitation. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying power of the black storm. The dangerous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Ordinary people would not dare to get any closer. If they did, their lives would be in danger. However, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure had already expected this. Naturally, they were not afraid at all and moved forward steadily. The devouring power was getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were strong enough. In addition, with Qin Xiao leading the way, Qin Xiao blocked most of the power for Brother Pure. Naturally, not much of the power fell on Brother Pure. Let's go in. Be careful, Qin Xiao said to Brother Pure. Brother Chunjia, on the other hand, looked very excited. It was as if he had seen a huge treasure right in front of him, and he was about to pounce over and snatch it. Boom! A powerful and terrifying force ruthlessly smashed down on Qin Xiao and Yi Shiwen. The devouring power was like a huge wave of destruction, surging over and engulfing Qin Xiao and Yi Shiwen in an instant. After entering the black storm, there was endless darkness, darkness that devoured everything. Qin Xiao and the others' vision was also completely destroyed. If they relied on their naked eyes, they would not be able to see anything at all. All matter was dark, without the slightest bit of light. This was a completely dark world. It was shrouded by the power of the dark law and sealed an independent world of storms. This wave of dark energy was extremely terrifying, surging violently as it surged over. It was extremely terrifying. The devouring power was like countless knives that kept slashing at Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. It was as if it wanted to cut Qin Xiao and Brother Pure into countless pieces. From time to time, it was like a huge wave that swept across the world, trying to separate the two of them. The terrifying power was everywhere. The devouring power continued to surge out, seeping into every nook and cranny. If it was someone who was weaker, they would definitely die if they were to enter it. Most likely, even ordinary fourth-step ancient saints would have a slim chance of surviving in here. It was hard to imagine that the natural storm in the endless universe sea was so powerful. Naturally formed power was truly incomparably strange. Swish! Very quickly, a ray of light flashed in front of Qin Zhao's eyes and disappeared in a flash. It was like a divine object that was elusive and elusive. It was the sword light that was emitted by the sword. Swish! Swish! There was more than one sword chi. Obviously, there was more than one sword. To be able to release such a sword chi and tear the endless darkness apart at such a speed, one could imagine how powerful and terrifying the sword was. If it had not been cast by an expert and the power of the sword had not been added to it, it might have been a world-divine weapon, just as Brother Chunjie had guessed. But that didn't make sense. If they were really world-divine weapons, could it be that there were few of them? World-divine weapons. Even though they were born from the heavens and earth, they were extremely rare and few in number. Even a world god would find it hard to get one. Qin Shao had come across quite a number of world gods. However, there were only a handful of them who possessed a world god weapon. A world divine weapon was enough to make world gods fight, and even fight with their lives on the line. To be able to see one was already a great fortune. It was almost impossible to see two at the same time. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown. There were many doubts in his heart. Soon, this doubt became even greater. That was because the number of sword chi was increasing. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Unexpectedly, it was still rising and increasing. What was going on? Brother Pure couldn't help but frown and look at Qin Shao. Could there be an extremely powerful existence in here? Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. He was also making all kinds of assumptions and thinking about all kinds of possibilities. An extremely powerful existence? Could it be that a world deity was hiding in there? It wasn't impossible. There should be such a possibility. But it was strange as well. If there really was a world immortal hiding within the Black Storm, why would he be constantly brandishing his sword? Wielding the sword in such a manner and constantly tearing apart the Black Storm was something that consumed a lot of divine power. Before they entered the Black Storm, they had already seen the sword chi. After entering, they saw even more. However, these sword chi didn't attack them. They just flashed out from time to time. It was a little strange. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that the possibility of this was very small. This huge black storm should be a terrifying phenomenon formed naturally. It couldn't be man-made. If it was really man-made, perhaps only the existence of the reincarnation sovereign could do it, right? But it shouldn't be possible. How bored would a reincarnation supremacy be to create such a huge black storm in the endless universe sea? Qin Shao ruled out this possibility first. The possibility of there being a world-divine weapon shouldn't be high. However, it didn't mean that there wasn't any. After thinking about it, Qin Shao could only think of one last possibility. Brother Pure, let's be careful. There should be natural dangers in here. Those swords should be controlled by the power of this black storm. I guess it's to prevent external life forms from entering. We are still at the edge of the black storm. Those sword chi are constantly emerging in front of us, but they don't attack us. I feel that if we continue to move forward, those swords will attack us. Those sword chi that flashes out from time to time seem to be warning us not to move forward. Otherwise, our lives will be in danger. Brother Pure agreed with this speculation. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'm also thinking about this problem. I think this is the most likely possibility. This huge black storm is a terrifying phenomenon formed naturally. However, it has such a strong protective power. It's also deliberately warning us to not let us go deeper. Brother, what do you think is in there? I have a feeling that there should be something hidden in there. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Generally, there must be some secret hidden in such a phenomenon." Qin Shao thought for a while and nodded. Logically speaking, this should be the case. According to normal logic, this should be the case. Otherwise, it would be really strange. At least, according to Qin Zhao's experience, this was the case. Even if it was a natural phenomenon formed by heaven and earth, this should be the case. The more powerful and terrifying a phenomenon was, the more likely it was to hide a great treasure. Heaven and earth gave birth to countless treasures. For example, world divine weapons were basically born by heaven and earth. It was impossible for people to create them, unless the existence of samsara supremacy spent a lot of effort to create them. It was possible to create them. At least, no one in the world divine realm had ever created a world divine weapon. Most of the world divine weapons were born by heaven and earth. The might of nature and the might of the Lord of all creation was truly inconceivable. Qin Shao and his brother had come in to see if there were any treasures in there. Now, they naturally would not shrink back. Wealth came from danger. There was nothing to be afraid of. In the past, when Qin Shao was still weak, he had never been afraid. Now that his strength had reached such a high level, he naturally had nothing to be afraid of. Let's go. Let's go in and have a look, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure nodded. Right at this moment, Qin Zhao's brows twitched and his expression twitched. A trace of surprise and pleasant surprise appeared on his face. The Heavens Declaration's saint list has been updated. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and said. Brother Pure grinned and said, Haha, it's normal that the Heavens Declaration's saint list has been updated. Brother, when you fought with the fire god, your strength was exposed. It has been collected by the Heavens Declaration. However, I didn't expect it to be updated so soon. I thought it would take some time. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me guess what your ranking is now. When you were at Step 3 of the Ancient Saint Realm, you were already ranked 56th on the Heavens Declaration. Now that you have broken through to Step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm, your strength has increased by more than 10 times. You can even fight with the Fire God, who is close to being ranked on the Firmament list. Therefore, I guess that your ranking should be in the top 10 of the Saint list. Am I right? Cough. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure in surprise and said, You are really amazing. You guessed it right. Yes, I am in the top 10 of the Heavens Declaration Saint list. Now, I am ranked 9th on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. I'm not the only one who is surprised. My senior brother Feng, he also showed his strength this time. His ranking has increased by a lot. He is now ranked 10th on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. I didn't expect that both senior brother Feng, E, and I would shine with this update. This is great news for Langya Heaven. Ha ha ha. Brother Pure laughed happily. He was really happy for Qin Shao. Brother, you are so amazing. You are so amazing. TSK. You were ranked 56th on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. Now, you have increased by more than 40 places. You are now ranked 9th on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. I'm afraid you are unparalleled in the world. I don't think there is anyone who can compare with you in the history of the world. TSK. In just a few tens of millions of years, you have risen from the Heavens Declaration's Saint list to the 9th on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. As expected of my brother, you're so awesome, so monstrous. It is so stressful to be your brother. Sigh. I am only at Step 3 of the Ancient Saint Realm. I am ashamed that I have not made it to the Heavens Declaration's Saint list. No, I have to work harder. I have to catch up with you. I can't fall behind you too much. Otherwise, how can I say that I am Qin Zhao's brother when I go out in the future? Brother Pure was happy and excited at the same time. He was also trying to motivate himself. From his point of view, he should be under a lot of pressure. That was indeed the case. Qin Shao patted Brother Pure and said, You have worked very hard. You can still work harder. Let's work hard together to become stronger. This time, I am really surprised. I didn't expect that I would be able to make it to the top 10 on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. Moreover, my ranking is higher than senior brother Fengyi's. It seems like I am on the right path. Only by following this path can I create a miracle that belongs to me. Chapter 32:47. In a secluded place, in the dark and light secret realm, a figure walked out in high spirits and heaved a sigh of relief. Ah, this is great. I haven't felt so good in a long time. I didn't expect to encounter such a great opportunity in such a secluded place. Not bad, not bad. I've gained a lot this time, and my strength has increased a lot. Just now, I had a great battle with the world god and beat him to a pulp. It's a great feeling. Ha! I guess there will be a big surprise when the Heaven Saint list is updated. Will I be able to make it into the top 10? Young Master Feng, smiled brightly. This was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. This was the goal that he had been striving for. This time, he was very hopeful that he would be able to achieve this goal. Being on the Heaven Saint list was a great honor. Being in the top 10 of the Heaven Saint list was a great honor. How many people who were on the Heaven Saint list were not ambitious? Young Noble Feng, he was still very young, so he naturally had great ambitions and aspirations. Being in the top 10 of the Heaven Saint list was a small goal that he had always set. His next goal was to be in the top 3 of the Heaven Saint list. Of course, it was too difficult to be in the top 3 of the Heaven Saint list. It was as difficult as being in the top 5 of the Heaven Saint list. It might be difficult to achieve the next goal, but this first goal was still realistic. This time, he hoped that it would be realistic. As he was thinking about this, a message appeared in young Master Feng Yi's mind, which made him excited and happy. After reading the message, young Master Feng Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. Ha ha! I really made it into the top 10 of the Heaven Saint list. It's just as I wished. Although I'm only in the top 10, I'm already in the top 10. Not bad, not bad. TSK, TSK, TSK. What did my sixth brother do this time? How did he become so powerful? 9th on the Heaven Saint list? Cough, cough. He's one rank higher than me. I, your senior brother, have worked so hard for so long before I finally got what I wanted. But you, kid, actually achieved it in such a short time. You're even one rank higher than your senior brother. Monster, he's really a monster. In the future, I won't be able to be arrogant in front of you. Ha! As expected of my good junior brother. Our Langia heaven is going to shine in the vast thousand world this time. Qin Xiao and I made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration at the same time. Now, Langia Heaven is the only force that has 2 people in the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration at the same time. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Our Langia Heaven can finally hold our heads up high and be proud in front of the other forces. Langia Heaven, Central Island, Garden. The 2 figures sat on a patch of grass together, admiring the garden full of flowers, chatting, and enjoying this pleasant and beautiful time. Li Sheng suddenly laughed. His wife, who was in his arms, immediately smiled sweetly like a blooming peach blossom. Congratulations, my husband. Our Langia heaven is going to be in the limelight this time. Li Sheng nodded with a smile and said with a gratified look, Yes, my wife. Langia heaven is going to shine in the vast thousand world this time. Not bad, not bad. I was right about Qin Xiao. He's the most outstanding disciple I've ever taken in my life. His talent, potential, and hard work are better than his 5 senior brothers. He's the disciple who has the highest chance of reaching my level. However, Feng Yi's performance is also very good. It won't be long before he becomes a worldly god. Although we don't have many people in the Langia heaven, all of us are capable and good. The madam smiled and looked at Li Sheng with a look of adoration. She said, Isn't that because of your teachings, husband? Also, your ability to judge people is not bad. You are very accurate. So, it's inseparable from your contribution. Li Sheng smiled and shook his head. I don't dare to take too much credit for this. I've always been very incompetent as a master. It might have been better in the past, but when it comes to Qin Xiao, I'm basically a hands-off shopkeeper. I've taught him very little. I've helped him very little to get to where he is today. He's basically relied on his own efforts to get to where he is today. Yes, his wife nodded and said, Yes, my husband. You're still too irresponsible towards Qin Xiao. Fortunately, Qin Xiao is very hardworking and has great luck, so his growth is very fast and smooth. If there's a chance in the future, please make it up to Qin Shao. I'm going to complain for him. Among the 6 disciples, you're the most irresponsible towards Qin Shao. Li Sheng smiled awkwardly and nodded. In the fire palace of the Heavenly Law Doctrine Palace in the Elemental Sanctuary. Bang! The fire deity swept all the things on the table to the ground and smashed them into pieces. Humph! Qin Shao actually made it to the top 10 on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This monster is truly heaven-defying. How long has it been since he entered the Heaven's Declaration Saint list? It's only been a few million years, but he actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. I haven't been able to make it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list for many years. It's a big regret of my life. Qin Shao fought with me and even made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Despicable guy. He's really despicable. The fire deity was very unhappy when he heard the news. Even though Gu Lingwei had drawn a line between Qin Shao and Gu Lingwei, he was still very unhappy. He was so proud that he wanted to trample Qin Shao under his feet. Now, Qin Shao had once again shone brightly, and his name was once again known throughout the Great Thousand World. How could the fire deity be happy? Moreover, apart from Qin Shao, Master Fengyi had also made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This meant that there were 2 people from Langia Heaven who had made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This was such a terrifying and glorious battle record. It was unique among all the major forces in the Great Thousand World. The Langia Heaven had earned a lot of glory this time, somewhere in the deity realm. Qin Shao actually made it to the 9th place on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. What incredible thing did he do? Did he break through to step 4 of the ancient saint realm? Yinya exclaimed in astonishment. Then, she pulled Fu Yenny's arm and said, "Yenny, your Qin Shao must have been killed by Tai Li. We've only been apart for a few million years, but he has already made it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This is incredible. TSK, TSK, TSK. He's so amazing. I feel like I'm starting to admire him. What should I do?" Fu Yenny was shocked when she received the news about the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. She was stunned. She had not expected that Qin Shao would be able to make it into the top 10 of the Heaven Saint list and obtain the honor of being on the Heaven Saint list. Being able to make it to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list meant a lot. It would bring glory to the firmament. Although Fu Yenny was shocked, she was happy for Qin Shao. Speaking of which, Qin Shao from tens of millions of years ago did not even have the slightest ability to resist in front of her. He was very weak. Back then, when they first met, she was very unhappy and ruthlessly taught Qin Shao a lesson. She even captured Qin Shao and ravaged her for a long time. However, she had not expected that Qin Zhao's strength would surpass hers so much in just a few million years. Now, Qin Shao had made it into the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration. He had done something that others could only admire. He had reached a very high level, which was enough to shock the ancient and dazzle the contemporaries. Qin Shao had given her too many shocks, surprises, and pleasant surprises. This man was indeed like a mystery. No one could ever see through him. To be honest, she actually started to worship Qin Shao in her heart. However, she definitely couldn't say such things in front of others. Fu Yenny rolled her eyes at Yinya and said angrily, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by my family? Since when did you become my family?" "Oomph. If you like Qin Shao, don't drag me into it. I've never said that I like him. It's okay that he is so powerful. Why are you so excited?" Yinya looked at Fu Yenny with a strange smile and said with a deep meaning, "Woman, your name is deceiving yourself and others, and also refusing to admit it even if you die. Although you say that you don't like him, your heart is not honest." "Heh. I have always liked Qin Shao. I have always liked him, so I admitted it. I didn't say that I didn't like him when I liked him. If you like someone, you have to be brave and admit it. Even if you can't get him, it's not a big deal. Anyway, you won't lose anything." It's a pity that Qin Xiao doesn't like me. He is destined to be a man that I can't get. However, I will continue to like him until there is a man who can make me fall in love with him. Haha. Yunny, don't be dishonest. The current Qin Xiao is no longer the same. Even if you like him, he may not like you. Haha. He is not someone that ordinary women can get. There are probably a lot of men who admire and like him now. You, Fu Yunny, no longer have any advantages. You are not as high and mighty as before. Fu Yunny was speechless. She glared at Yinya in annoyance. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. She didn't know how to say the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Sigh. How did she feel about Qin Xiao? Did she like him? In fact, Fu Yunny did not know. She could not say it. In the past, she had indeed felt that Qin Xiao was not worthy of her at all. He was far from being worthy of her. He was not her type at all and could not meet her standards for a spouse. However, gradually, Qin Xiao's image and status in her heart changed. Qin Xiao became stronger step by step. From a weak man, a man who could be controlled by her, he gradually became stronger and stronger, surpassing her strength. Qin Xiao was now so powerful that she could only look up to him. He had reached a height that she might not be able to reach in this lifetime. The more you get to know this man, the more you can feel the unparalleled brilliance radiating from his body. That unique temperament. Therefore, Fu Yunny's mood was complicated at this moment. She did feel a little lost. How should she define her feelings for Qin Xiao? Should she just treat him as a friend? Or did she really like him? Or should she say that she just admired and worshipped him? She did not know. She really did not know and was not willing to find out. Forget it. Let it be. Chapter 3248. On the other side, in the Black Storm, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure had already begun to move forward. Just as Qin Xiao had guessed, the further they went, the more terrifying and powerful the power of the Black Storm became. The devouring power became more and more powerful, trying to devour Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. The further they went, the more dangerous it was. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would not dare to move forward easily. Swoosh! In next to no time, a strand of sword chi surged towards Qin Xiao and the young man. This ray of sword chi tore apart the dark storm with a peerless sharpness, as if it was going to tear the world in half. Its speed was extremely fast. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of them, which shocked everyone. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. He had been prepared for this. At this time, naturally, he quickly took action. He slashed down with his sword and met the attack. Clang! With a crisp sound of metal clashing, the ray of sword chi was knocked away by Qin Xiao and disappeared into the dark storm. After the collision, Qin Xiao had some understanding. There is indeed a sword in that ray of sword chi, but it is definitely not a world divine weapon. It should only be a divine weapon. His words disappointed Brother Pure. It was not a world divine weapon. He thought there was a world divine weapon inside. If it was only a doctrine weapon, it was not attractive. But now that they had entered, they naturally could not back out easily. Forget it. Let's continue to move forward. Even if there is no world divine weapon, I think there should be something else. At the very least, we can take it as an experience. It's good. Anyway, we need this kind of dangerous experience to cultivate now. Brother Pure said again. Qin Xiao nodded. This was indeed the case, and he had thought so as well. Such a phenomenon was also very difficult to come by. It was very dangerous inside, which was exactly what Qin Xiao wanted. The more dangerous it was, the better. It was also good to come in and gain some experience. In addition, Qin Xiao also thought that there must be something in such a dangerous natural phenomenon. There should be treasures. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Let's not care about anything else for now. Let's go in and take a look first. The two of them continued to move forward. Fortunately, their strength was strong enough, especially with Qin Xiao leading the way. So, naturally, there was a kind of unstoppable momentum. The sword chi was also increasing in number, and its sharpness was becoming more and more terrifying. Not only were there more and more sword chi, but the power of the dark storm was also becoming more and more turbulent, becoming more and more terrifying. If Brother Pure came in alone, it would be very dangerous. His life would be in danger. Fortunately, Qin Shao was here to eliminate all the risks. Even a fourth-step ancient saint would die if they ventured too deep into the dark storm. Even Qin Shao felt a little strained and did not dare to be careless. The sharpness of the sword Qi were all life-reaping swords. They were extremely terrifying and could tear everything apart. After passing through layers of obstacles, a more terrifying situation finally appeared in front of them. Numerous paths appeared in front of them. Countless sword chi flashed in front of them, illuminating the world in front of them. Countless sword chi formed tens of thousands of paths. Each path looked strange, gloomy, and extremely terrifying. The paths formed by countless sword chi were wrapped in the dark storm and turned into the mouth of a giant beast. Each path looked extremely gloomy, as if it was a passage leading to death. Such a situation stunned Qin Shao and Brother Pure, and they suddenly frowned deeply. The two of them looked at each other, wondering what was going on. I've just counted. There are a total of 10,000 tunnels before us. Not a single one more, not a single one less. Every path is so strange and so scary. I feel that they're all paths of death. Countless sword chi are hovering on the tens of thousands of paths, as if they are ready to attack. As long as we dare to step on it, there will be tens of thousands of swords attacking us ferociously. It's terrible. It's really terrible. What the hell is in here? Why do I feel more and more strange? Brother Chuanjia frowned deeply. He seemed to be thinking about something and was very puzzled. Qin Shao was also puzzled. He did not know what was going on, but he also felt very strange. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was not a natural phenomenon. Why did it look more and more like a man-made phenomenon? But could someone really build such a scene and such a phenomenon? This made Qin Shao feel that even reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be able to build something like this, right? Moreover, an existence like reincarnation supremacy had his own forces to protect. He wouldn't spend so much effort to build such a place, right? Moreover, it was in the endless universe, see? It did not make sense at all. Therefore, after thinking about it, he felt that it was very strange. It was too strange. Each of the tens of thousands of paths was like a path of death. Each path was surrounded by tens of thousands of sword chi, flashing with fierce sharpness, which was very frightening. If one dared to enter it, he was afraid that he would be attacked by the tens of thousands of sword chi. Once the tens of thousands of sword chi were launched, Qin Shao felt that he could not resist it at all. Along the way, he had encountered many sword chi, each of which was extremely terrifying. They were equivalent to the full-strength attack of a fourth-step ancient saint. If the tens of thousands of sword chi were launched at the same time, wouldn't it be equivalent to the full-strength attack of 10,000 fourth-step ancient saints? In that case, how could he resist it? Therefore, Qin Shao frowned deeply and looked a little dignified. He stared at the tens of thousands of paths in front of him and analyzed and thought. I don't know how such a big deal was formed. It's too inconceivable. Brother, what do you think is going on here? Why do I feel that it's man-made? Brother Pure clicked his tongue, shook his head, and looked at Qin Shao. Both of them were thinking about this problem, but neither of them could figure out the reason. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's possible that it's man-made, but I don't think it's likely. I always feel that even reincarnation supremacy can't do such a thing. Even if it's really reincarnation supremacy, it would take him all his strength to create such a scene. I don't think any reincarnation supremacy would do such a thing, right?" Brother Pure thought for a while and nodded. It was true. Reincarnation supremacy was just like that. He could count them all. Every reincarnation supremacy had their own forces to protect. Naturally, it was impossible for them to exhaust endless power and treasures to build such a place. If it really belonged to any force, it would not appear in the endless universe C, and no one would guard it. There was no record of which force this place belonged to. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both felt that this place should not belong to any force, so it should not be built by reincarnation supremacy. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, I think we can basically rule out the possibility that it was built by reincarnation supremacy. But if that's not the case, then it can only be formed naturally by heaven and earth. If it's formed naturally by heaven and earth, and there's such a terrible barrier, then there should be peerless treasures or opportunities inside. So, this time, it's very likely that we found a big treasure. Hearing the words, big treasure, Brother Pure's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha! I've long felt that there's a big treasure inside. It seems that God is really kind to us. Brother, you're a person with great luck. I'm really lucky to follow you. I think this possibility is very, very big. No matter whether it's possible or not, let's just go for this goal. Let's just take it that there's a big treasure inside. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, no matter whether there's a big treasure inside or not, we have no reason to retreat. We have to give it a try. Everything is possible only if we give it a try. If we don't give it a try, then it's completely impossible. Just the countless paths and countless swords before us. Every single one of them a supreme quality saint artifact. Their value cannot be measured with numbers, Jian Wushuang said. It's a pity that we can't take these swords away. If we can, we'll make a lot of money by taking some of them. I'm afraid that only heaven and earth can have such a terrifying amount of wealth. TSK, hundreds of millions or even billions of supreme sacred weapon swords. This is simply unimaginable. It's too terrifying. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said with a sad look, isn't that right? Let's not talk about whether there's a big treasure inside or not. Just the countless swords in front of us is already an enormous treasure trove. Supreme, sacred weapon swords. How many chaos source stones are each worth? There's simply too many of them here. The total wealth here is more than 100 million times the total wealth of the two of us, right? TSK, if we can take all these swords away, we'll make a fortune. Haha, I'm afraid it's enough to arm a sanctuary. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. How could no one have discovered such a place? Qin Shao shook his head. If he thought about this problem, it would be complicated. It was impossible that no one had discovered this place, right? However, it felt as if no one had entered this place. Moreover, if there was such a magical place full of treasures, it was impossible that there were no records of it. Therefore, this situation was also very puzzling. However, at this moment, they didn't think about it anymore. They had to think of a way to continue moving forward. Qin Shao waved his hand and said seriously, let's not talk about this for now. Come take a look. Which one should we choose from among these 10,000 swords? Since there are 10,000 swords, different swords must have different endings. Logically speaking, there should only be one correct path out of these 10,000 paths. In fact, only one of them can lead to life, while the rest are all dead ends. Only one of the 10,000 swords. One lives for one, and one dies for another. The choice of the swords is very important. We have to consider it carefully. We can't be the slightest bit careless. Brother Pure nodded. Of course, this was a matter of life and death. How could they be careless? Only one of the 10,000 swords. Which one should they choose? Qin Shao and Brother Pure also became serious and began to look at the 10,000 swords carefully. They looked at each path carefully, analyzed, and studied it seriously. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any clues. The 10,000 swords seemed to be the same. However, Qin Shao believed that it definitely wouldn't rely entirely on luck. There must be a pattern to be found. Chapter 3249. What was the pattern? This was the problem that Qin Shao was analyzing and studying now. There were tens of thousands of paths, countless swords, everywhere was dangerous, and everywhere was a dead end. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't dare to make a choice easily. However, it seemed that there was no pattern to be found. There were no hints, no information, and it was a very strange place for everyone. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Chen Jie had studied for 1,000 years, but they still did not gain anything. They still could not figure out the reason behind it. Qin Shao had made countless ideas, but they were quickly ruled out one by one. They were all unworkable ideas. Such a situation made Brother Pure feel somewhat helpless. He said to Qin Shao, "Why don't we just force our way through?" Logically speaking, no matter how dangerous this place is, with the two of us, we should have no problem staying alive, right? We've studied for so long, but we still haven't found anything. I don't think we can find anything if we continue to study it. There are tens of thousands of paths here. I think it's just a random choice. Different choices don't necessarily lead to death. Maybe it's just a different situation. In other words, this is a large-scale game. Maybe we just think too much about this game. Our first impression is the strongest. At the beginning, we thought that there should be only one path to life, and the others are all dead ends. Therefore, from the beginning, we didn't look at this problem with this idea. Naturally, we have been thinking about and studying this problem in depth. In this way, it's very likely that we have entered a misconception. Only one path out of tens of thousands of paths. If that's the case, there should be some clues, some information, and so on. That's more logical and reasonable. We've studied for so long, but we still haven't found anything. Therefore, the situation may not be what we thought at the beginning. Sometimes, when one's mind is imprisoned, he will lose his way. Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. Brother Pure's analysis was not unreasonable. It was also possible. However, Qin Shao would not easily believe this possibility. He had actually thought of this possibility a long time ago, but he always felt that it wasn't the case. He had always believed in his first instinct. His first instinct was that he could only choose one path out of 10,000. The situation in front of him was very big, so he always felt that the situation should be very complicated, very difficult, and very dangerous. Only then could it better fit the scene in front of him. Based on these considerations, Qin Shao shook his head and said, "The possibility of this is not high. This place is filled with darkness, terror, and the aura of death. Those sword auras are all extremely sharp and fierce. No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a game, and it's definitely not a place where I can get benefits just by entering. I feel that this place is more like a very, very high-class land of opportunity. In such a place of opportunity, the trials must be very difficult, very scary, and full of danger. Therefore, I still think that there should only be one path out of 10,000. The other paths are all dead ends. If we go in, we will definitely be in a situation where we will die. If we take the wrong path, we may all fall to eternal damnation. Therefore, I feel that we can't be careless. We can't take it for granted and make assumptions. If we lose, it may mean that we will die. If we don't have a trace of certainty, we'd better not act rashly. Even if we have to risk our lives, we should at least have some certainty and confirm the situation. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and gamblers? We don't do gamblers' things." Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders. In fact, he was more willing to believe in his first instinct. However, after carefully studying for thousands of years, he still gained nothing, so it was inevitable that he was a little unhappy. Since Qin Shao said so, he would wait and see. I must have neglected something. It must be. Qin Zhao's mind was once again completely immersed in this matter. From the moment he first saw the huge dark storm to the moment he entered the dark storm, all the experiences along the way, in addition to the 1,000 years of research, Qin Zhao's mind was replaying one by one. He did not let go of any detail. He seriously recalled and analyzed everything. He wanted to see if he could find any clues or information from it. Logically speaking, it did not make sense. There should be some clues to be found. Thousands of paths. Each path is tens of thousands of swords, blooming with fierce sharpness. Along the way, the attacks I encountered were all swords. Numerous swords with frightening sharpness attacked me. Swords, suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Yes, everything here was related to swords. Previously, he discovered the huge dark storm because of the flashing sword chi. He came in because of the flashing sword chi. Along the way, he still encountered swords. When he arrived here, the thousands of paths in front of him were still swords. Everything was related to swords. Swords have become a very important factor here. Swordsman Dao. Could this huge dark storm be related to the law of Swordsman Dao? Judging from the current situation, everything is related to swords. The sharpness of the swords gushes out the power of the law of Swordsman Dao. Every sword attack exerts the power of the law of Swordsman Dao to the extreme. Moreover, the application of each sword is different. They're all very powerful. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Zhao suddenly felt like he had seen a ray of light. No matter what, this was a clue. At least from the current situation, it was a clue that could be found. With this clue, Qin Zhao also continued to study in depth and continued to move forward along this clue. With light and direction, things would become much easier. The most difficult thing was that there was no direction, no goal, nothing was clear, and nothing was clear. There was no way to start all. Now, Qin Zhao had determined a direction. Because the line had been clear, he could concentrate his strength in this direction and dig deeper along this line. In swords, 1 is the beginning and 10,000 is the end. Starting with 1 sword, 10,000 swords return to the origin. There are 10,000 paths here, and each path has 10,000 swords. All the phenomena here seem to indicate that all of this is related to swords, to the law of Swordsman Dao, and to the true essence of swords. What is sword? What is cultivation? What is Dao? The sword is the king of weapons, but it is its own Dao. Its sharpness is supreme, and it is the Dao of swordsmen. 10,000 Dao. This test should be a kind of understanding of Swordsman Dao. Sure enough, with a clear direction and a clear goal, one's mind would be broadened, and it would make one feel enlightened. Following this direction, Qin Zhao soon had an idea that was closer to the answer. Qin Zhao had clearly felt that he was close to the answer. After breaking through the last problem, he could find the answer and know which path to choose. However, the final problem was not that simple either. The question in front of Qin Zhao was, if it is about Swordsman Dao, it is a kind of understanding of Dao, but where is the test? My sword cultivation, Dao, has also been cultivated to the pinnacle level. It should be all right. Although it hasn't reached the pinnacle level, it shouldn't be too bad. However, it is extremely dangerous here. So, it is normal for the problem to be more difficult and complicated. It is possible. My Swordsman Dao realm is indeed a little stretched here. This should be the last problem, and I only need to solve it. Then, I will definitely get the answer. At this moment, Brother Pure's face suddenly burst into a big smile, and he said to Qin Zhao, "Brother, I understand. All of this is related to Swordsman Dao. 1 is the beginning, and 10,000 is the end. Isn't this the most profound meaning of Swordsman Dao? 1 in 10,000. This is also one of the profound meanings of Swordsman Dao. So, the problem we need to solve is to start from the law of Swordsman Dao and find a way to solve it. Then, we should know which path to take. Everything here should be related to Swordsman Dao." Seeing Brother Pure's excited face, Qin Zhao also smiled at him, nodded, and said nothing more, but continued his research. However, Brother Pure could think of this step so quickly, which was very good. Maybe he was just a little impatient, but Brother Chunjie was actually quite calm and steady. The difficult thing was that sometimes he seemed a little impatient, but he just talked about it and would not really do anything. You also thought of it. Seeing Qin Zhao's expression, Brother Pure knew that Qin Zhao had also thought of it. He originally wanted to show off, but he did not expect to be shocked. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to himself, "You are indeed my brother. You are really as experienced as I am." Well, we brothers have telepathy. We all think of the same thing. Then let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue our research. This should be the right direction. After comforting himself for a while, Brother Chuanjia continued to study. Many things had been clear, and the answer was a little bit obvious. Only a little bit was left. 1 is the beginning, and 10,000 is the end. 10,000 paths. Were they born? Swordsman Dao, the law, the truth, the root, dark storm, sword chi attack, 10,000 paths lie here. What is the internal connection between all these? Several questions piled up in Qin Zhao's mind, and Qin Zhao tried hard to solve them and get the answer. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he found a situation. In one place, from a very strange angle, he saw an incomparably huge sword. Yes, it was a huge sword formed by these 10,000 paths. Naturally, it could not be seen from a normal angle. No matter from which angle, it did not look like a sword. However, in a specific position with a specific angle, the two were combined, and a magical thing happened. He could see a huge sword. After some adjustments, a very complete sword appeared in front of Qin Zhao's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Zhao finally understood what was going on. Qin Zhao immediately called Brother Pure over. At first, he did not believe it, but when he looked at the position pointed by Qin Zhao, he suddenly exclaimed, Chapter 3250. It's 2F asterisk king magical. It's actually hidden so deeply and so discreetly. How can anyone find it? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Brother Pure looked at the giant sword and couldn't help but say, "That's right. No matter where you looked at it, you wouldn't be able to see the sword shape from any other angle. Only in this place and from this angle could one see it clearly. This space was so big, and there was only one point. It was very difficult to find it. Besides, no one would have thought that there would be such a situation. Therefore, he didn't want to say that he had to slowly search for a point in this space and then try it one by one to discover the pattern. Just now, Qin Zhao inadvertently took a look. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was his great luck, but Qin Zhao saw a sword shape. Qin Zhao's angle just now was not very good. So the shape that could be seen was actually just barely the shape of a sword. Even if someone else saw it, they might not think too much and would not associate it with this. However, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, as if he had caught something. It was the kind of feeling that he had seen the answer. If he didn't think in this way when he saw it, it would be useless. Qin Zhao thought in this way. Then, he looked at it from different angles and finally saw a complete sword shape. In this, Qin Zhao also felt that luck played a dominant role. Indeed, he was too lucky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen it. Ha ha, brother, you really have meat to eat when you follow me. I've always been a person with great luck. My luck has always been with me. I've never been absent. TSK, I can even see it in such a situation. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Brother Pure laughed happily, feeling that he was close to the answer. The process of finding the answer step by step was difficult, but the joy after success was also very wonderful. After discovering this situation, Qin Zhao made a reverse analysis. Soon, he found that there was a pattern to be found. Although it was said that he had encountered it by luck, there was still a pattern to it. Qin Zhao said, "Brother Pure, look at this point. If you compare it carefully, you will find that it is the point where these 10,000 Daos converge and intersect. Connect all these points and then find their common center point. This is the point. We couldn't think of it before, but now that we know the answer, we realize that it wasn't that difficult after all." Ahem, how is this not difficult? Brother Pure coughed and shook his head. Who would have thought of this? Who would think in this direction? This question is really too deep and obscure. It's hard to figure it out. It's very, very difficult. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "It's normal for it to be difficult. How can it be so easy? The more difficult it is, the greater the opportunity." Don't tell me you want it to be easy. Didn't we come here for a chance? We should be happy about the current situation. It means that we are right to come here. We didn't come here in vain. The more difficult it is, the better it is for us. When we think about a problem, we should have infinite imagination. We should think about anything that is possible or impossible. This also teaches us a lesson. We should learn from it in the future. Brother Pure nodded. What he said was true. This was indeed the truth. Cultivation was also a process of learning. In the experience, one could learn more things. Many things could be applied to cultivation. Combined, it would have a better cultivation effect. Therefore, cultivation included all aspects. Only by being extremely strong in any aspect could one become very powerful. Every breakthrough and improvement was a comprehensive sublimation of a comprehensive aspect. Of course, some things also needed the accumulation of experience. In this respect, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were still very lacking, especially Qin Shao. After all, he had only been cultivating for a very short time. There were some things that could not be helped at all. It indeed needed time to accumulate experience. Qin Shao, what is the answer? Although we have seen a sword, which path is the safest? Brother Pure asked again. It was useless to just find a sword. The most important thing was to find the safe way. Take a closer look, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure again, keeping them in suspense. From what he said, it seemed that Qin Shao already knew which way was the safe one. Brother Pure studied the huge sword again. After looking at it carefully for a while, Brother Pure frowned. He looked at Qin Shao, shook his head, and said, I don't see any problem. There is nothing strange. Can you tell which way is the safe one from this sword? Why do I feel that I'm still confused? I still can't find the answer. Are you sure you looked at it carefully? Qin Shao couldn't help reminding him again. Brother Pure stared at him and nodded. I'm sure. Of course, I'm very sure. How can I be careless about this kind of thing? Qin Shao curled his lips and reminded him again. Think about the several attacks we encountered along the way. Think about those swords. Those swords, being reminded by Qin Shao, Brother Pure suddenly paused and immediately understood the meaning of Qin Shao's words. He studied it again, and soon a big smile appeared on his face. Haha, I know. We encountered so many attacks along the way. In fact, the swords were exactly the same every time. They were completely made from the same mold. The giant sword that we see now is exactly the same as the sword we saw along the way. It's just that it's infinitely bigger. If you don't look at it carefully, you can't see anything. If you compare it carefully, you will find that the huge sword formed by the 10,000 roads has an extra point than those swords we encountered along the way. And that extra point is a road. So, the extra road should be the safe road. Qin Shao nodded and said, well, yes, it should be like this. The only difference is that there is an extra point. So, this is not a coincidence at all. This should be the answer we're looking for. Qin Shao pointed to a road, which was exactly the extra point. That's the road. It's the safe road we are looking for. Qin Shao and Brother Pure came to the road and looked at it. The answer they had been looking for 1,000 years was in front of them. Qin Shao decided on this road. Wait, just when Qin Shao was about to step on this road, Brother Pure suddenly pulled Qin Shao. Brother, do you think it's possible? It seems that we have found the answer now. It seems that this is the safe road. But do you think it's possible that in fact, all this is a pretense, deliberately letting us find this safe road? But in fact, this is a road of death, not a safe road at all. Just now, my left eyelid twitched. I always have a bad feeling. Are we going to be fooled? There are many situations like this. I think we should think about it carefully and be very cautious. This is a matter of life and death. Qin Shao could understand Brother Pure's promise. How could he not consider these problems? Qin Shao smiled and patted Brother Pure's shoulder, saying, as I said at the beginning, wealth comes from danger. Isn't this the way of life? There is no such thing as a free lunch waiting for us. There are opportunities, but we also need to create and seize them ourselves. A good opportunity will not fall into our hands for no reason. This is a great place of opportunity. If it is formed naturally, I don't think it makes any sense for such a situation to happen. The test is just to screen the people who are suitable to get the opportunity. At least, it doesn't matter who gets the opportunity. So, I have never heard of such a situation happening in a naturally formed place of opportunity. Well, let's take a step back. If this is not a naturally formed place of opportunity and is really man-made, according to the current situation, it must be the existence of the reincarnation supremacy who can build it. If such an existence really left a place of opportunity, he wouldn't play tricks on the people who are destined to get it in the future, right? The existence of the reincarnation supremacy wouldn't be so boring, would he? So, let's not think about this matter with such narrow-minded thinking. That will only make us timid and invisibly add a few layers of restrictions to ourselves. At the very least, if this is really the case, we can only admit that we are unlucky. We've already come this far, and the opportunity is right in front of us. What reason do we have to be afraid of? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure nodded repeatedly. You're right. Brother, you're right. I thought too much just now. Haha. Don't rule out any possibility. It's also a kind of good heart. We have to make any assumption, don't we? Qin Zhao nodded. What he said was reasonable. However, Qin Zhao had made these assumptions before and thought about this possibility, but Qin Zhao didn't say it out loud. These things were enough to think about and analyze in his heart. There was no need to say anything more. Not ruling out any possibility and not letting go of any assumption was to be brave and fearless in whatever he did. Before he did it, he would prepare for the worst in advance. This was also one of Qin Zhao's principles. It was precisely because of this that he could be fearless and brave every time. With an incomparably firm belief, driven by this force, Qin Zhao could be invincible. Ha ha, don't be nervous. I'm just saying, let's go. Brother, I've already given up my life. If I say to go forward, then I will go forward. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just go forward. There's a popular saying in the small world called Earth in our Hongmeng universe. Touch it, and it's over. Huh? Let's go, brother. Let's go in. Qin Zhao smiled and nodded. Well, let's go. Let's go in. Whether at a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, we two brothers will definitely be able to overcome all difficulties. Riches and honor are sought in the midst of danger. Such a dangerous situation will definitely give us a great opportunity. Haha, I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what kind of great opportunity there is. Hee hee, that's for sure. It must be a great opportunity. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of our efforts. Brother Pure smiled. While talking and laughing, the two had already entered the path. Chapter 32:51. Brother, did you make a mistake in your deduction? It's very scary inside. Tens of thousands of swords have completely trapped us. The situation is not good. As soon as they entered the path, Brother Pure immediately frowned and said in surprise. Qin Zhao also frowned deeply. As soon as they entered, they triggered tens of thousands of swords in the path. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, whistling through the heaven and earth, and instantly trapped the two of them. Endless sword chi surged in the heaven and earth, turning the path into a sword domain. It was filled with sword chi. Ordinary three-step ancient saints would not be able to withstand this terrifying sword chi. They would be directly slashed into pieces by this sword chi. Therefore, as soon as they entered the path, they could feel the terrible danger. There was a dangerous aura everywhere, and it was very likely that they would die here if they were not careful. There shouldn't be a mistake. We should trust our own judgment. Now that we've entered, we can't have the slightest doubt. We should trust in our judgment. I still believe that there can't be a mistake. Since it's a great opportunity, it naturally won't be so easy to obtain. The process must be full of danger, and it must be very difficult to consider. Therefore, it's very normal for there to be such dangers. What we need to do is to create the impossible. We need to overcome these dangers and difficulties. This is what we should do. Brother Pure pursed his lips, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. All right, you're right. Haha, since we're already here, there's no way out. We can only go forward bravely and explore it. I don't believe that there's anything that we can't accomplish. Even if we have to create a miracle, we'll definitely be able to do it. Qin Shao nodded heavily at Brother Pure and said, Yes, be careful. The situation inside should be very complicated and terrifying. When the danger comes, I'm afraid we can't even take care of ourselves. We can only rely on ourselves. Haha, it's okay. Don't worry about me. Although my strength is far inferior to yours, it's not bad. I still have some skills to protect myself. Brother Pure waved his hand confidently. Qin Shao did not say anything, and the two of them moved forward slowly. The tens of thousands of swords were like tens of thousands of ferocious giant beasts. The tips of the swords were all aimed at Qin Shao and Brother Pure, and they were all blooming with sharp sword chi. They all emitted sharp sword cries, whistling through the world, making the sword aura even more terrifying. The sword chi also gradually formed a terrifying storm, a fierce storm. The expressions of Qin Shao and Brother Pure became somewhat dignified, and they could not help but become a little nervous. Once the tens of thousands of swords rushed at them at full force, it would be an extremely terrifying situation. It was a situation that they did not dare to imagine. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were naturally a little nervous, and they were also prepared to fight with all their strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the swords rushed out with a whistling sound. One after another, the swords cut through the sky, riding on the terrifying sword chi as if they were riding the wind and breaking the waves. Qin Shao and Brother Pure took action to meet the swords. Sure enough, every sword here was terrifying, just like the attacks of the swords they had encountered along the way. Every sword could exert the power of the principle of sword cultivation to the extreme, and there were different ways to use it. The attack of each sword had its own characteristics, and they were all very powerful. In terms of the power of the principle, it was extremely sharp. Moreover, at this time, there were not only one or two swords, but at least dozens of swords in each attack. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and they seriously dealt with the attacks of these swords. However, the situation was not bad, and their originally nervous heartstrings suddenly relaxed a lot. Originally, they were worried that there would be tens of thousands of swords attacking at the same time, and then it would be really terrifying. If there really were tens of thousands of swords attacking at the same time, Qin Shao did not dare to say that he could definitely deal with it and save his life. Brother Pure's strength was even more dangerous. However, the situation had not reached that point. It was still a relatively good situation, and it was relatively easy to deal with the attacks of dozens of swords. However, the situation was obviously not so simple. After a while, more and more swords joined in, and the number was slowly increasing. As the number of swords increased, the attack power naturally also slowly increased, and gradually became terrifying and dangerous. This situation made Qin Shao and Brother Pure realize that if it continued to develop in this way, there would definitely be tens of thousands of swords attacking at the same time in the end. Once tens of thousands of swords attacked at the same time, they were afraid that they could not resist, and it would be very dangerous. Therefore, they must not delay until then. Brother Pure, we have to find a way to break these swords and move forward. Otherwise, we may all die here. According to the situation, there is not much time left for us. This may be a terrible test for us, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Of course, Brother Pure understood the situation in front of them, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Why don't we try and see?" After saying that, Brother Pure rushed forward. However, as soon as he rushed forward, the thousands of swords in front of him rang loudly, and were about to rush over to kill him. Such a scene scared Brother Pure so much that he immediately stepped back. Only then did the swords retreat, and did not continue to rush over to kill him. It seemed that the way to rush forward was obviously not feasible. If they could not rush forward directly, how could they solve the situation in front of them? The attack of the swords was still slowly increasing, and the situation was also slowly becoming more and more terrifying and dangerous. Watching the danger slowly increasing and watching death getting closer and closer, the atmosphere and feeling was very depressing. Time waits for no man. What they needed to do now was to race against time. While dealing with the attack of the swords, Qin Shao also carefully observed the surroundings, not letting any details go, and thought about how to solve the situation. When faced with a difficult problem, it would be extremely painful, confusing, and even maddening at first. Every difficult problem was accompanied by a terrible danger. The process of solving this difficult problem was very complicated, very uncomfortable, and even very painful. However, wasn't this process the most beautiful process of cultivation? If one knew how to enjoy this process, cultivation would become more relaxed and more beautiful. The joy of finally succeeding was unparalleled and could not be described with any adjectives. This was the charm of cultivation itself. The situation in front of them was very difficult. Qin Shao made countless assumptions and ideas, but they were all ruled out one by one. Brother Pure did not succeed for the time being. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. Now, there were already hundreds of swords around Qin Shao and Brother Pure, launching fierce attacks on them. Qin Shao was still fine. After all, he was very powerful, so he could still deal with the attacks calmly and would not be hurt by the swords. However, Brother Pure's situation was not so good. He was already very tired and had been forced to use all his strength to resist the attacks of the swords. But the situation was not so good. If it went on like this, it would not be long before he really could not resist. In such a situation, Qin Shao could not help but feel a little anxious. Now he was besieged by hundreds of swords, and he had to figure out how to solve this situation, so he naturally did not have so much energy to help Brother Pure. Moreover, if he moved, it might affect the swords on his side, and then the situation would not be better. Therefore, the situation was very complicated and troublesome. Brother Pure was fighting with all his strength, and he said to Qin Shao, "Brother, don't worry about me. You can solve the situation first, and I will not die." Mother asterisk Kerr. Do you want your brother's life with these pieces of scrap metal? How can it be so easy? Qin Shao also knew that he could not be distracted at this time. He must be calm, otherwise both of them might die here. Solving the situation in front of them was the right way, the only way to survive. Since they had been forced into this situation, they could only see the light by solving the situation. How on earth could they solve this situation? There are thousands of swords and 3,000 Daos. Sword cultivation is the Dao, and all of them are swords. Only by breaking swords with swords can one achieve perfection. Swords are everything. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart moved, and an idea came to his mind. Yes, swords are everything, and all of them are swords. To break this Dao, it is above swords. Only by breaking swords with swords can one break the situation. However, my sword is still not sharp enough to forcibly break through those swords. The domain of swords is unbreakable, and its edge is unstoppable. How can I solve this situation? Using softness to overcome hardness, and following the momentum of the swords, I can get out of this situation. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly lit up, and he immediately told Brother Pure this method. After that, Qin Shao also began to try to solve the situation in this direction. Although he knew the method, it was still very, very difficult to really do it. After trying for a while, Qin Shao soon found a new problem. That was, his control of the Dao of sword cultivation was not enough. He wanted to completely follow the momentum of the swords and use softness to overcome hardness. But his control of the Dao of sword cultivation was not enough. Naturally, he could not overcome it and was not as sharp as its edge. It seems that in order to pass this stage, the requirements for the Dao of sword cultivation are also extremely high. I'm now at the peak level of the Tao of sword cultivation, but it is still not enough. Then, I must reach the pinnacle of the Tao of sword cultivation. Perhaps this is the most basic requirement. So now, my top priority is to cultivate the Tao of sword cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tao of sword cultivation. This step is not easy to take, but no matter how difficult it was, he had to go through it and break through. Now, he had already entered a difficult situation, and he had to make a breakthrough in the Tao of sword cultivation to be able to specific the basic conditions to break the situation. If he could not even meet the basic conditions, then there was no need to talk about breaking the situation in front of him. The most terrifying problem was that time waits for no man. The number of swords was still increasing, and the pace of death was approaching step by step. There was no stopping this pace. Therefore, at this time, Qin Xiao was forced into an extremely dangerous situation. Brother Pierce's situation was even worse. He was also working hard on the path that Qin Xiao said, moving forward and fighting with his life. The path was chosen by oneself. No matter how dangerous, painful, and terrifying it was, one still had to bravely and fearlessly go on. The strength of one's beliefs could not be shaken in the slightest. Determination must be unwavering. Chapter 32:52. The sword surged. Every sword exerted the power of a law of swordsmanship to the extreme, perfectly displaying the sharp edge of the law of swordsmanship. It was peerless and unparalleled. The power of the swords was displayed incisively and vividly. In terms of application, it involved all aspects and could be said to be perfect. All of this, even if it was dangerous, was it not also an opportunity? From the danger of the swords, I can feel the power of the law of swords, the application of swords, the foundation of swords, and the true essence of swords. These swords seem to be terrifying and sharp, and they seem to want to take my life. But in fact, aren't they also a kind of guidance for me? It's just that in such extreme danger, no one will think about the aspect of swords. Of course, such guidance is still a little scary. It has extremely high requirements for one's talent and comprehension, and it also has an extremely high requirement for one's temperament. This makes it impossible for one to have a trace of weakness. Otherwise, it's impossible to comprehend anything. It was very difficult to do two things at once. In such an extremely dangerous environment, it would be even more difficult. Fortunately, Qin Xiao had encountered such a situation many times, and he had made many breakthroughs and transformations. Therefore, this was an experience for Qin Xiao to seek. Qin Xiao's sword cultivation Tao was already close to the critical point of a breakthrough. He was only one barrier away from breaking through. At this time, under the burst of powerful faith power and the guidance of many swords, Qin Xiao comprehended the foundation of many swords and the true essence of swords. A surge of power was also surging toward the barrier, trying to break it. Qin Xiao was already a fourth-step Empyrean saint, and he had also cultivated 6 types of laws to perfection. Therefore, it was naturally much easier for him to cultivate the sword cultivation Tao at this time. In addition to the pressure of the current environment, Qin Xiao's potential was stimulated to an extremely high level, and he was also guided by the power of many swords. Coupled with the fact that he had accumulated a lot of energy, he launched a ferocious attack on the stronghold. The power of the attack was very strong, and it was still increasing and rising. Pung. Finally, under Qin Xiao's unremitting efforts, he broke through this barrier, broke through the shackles of the laws, and completed a sublimation transformation. Whoosh! His sword cultivation Tao laws had finally reached the realm of perfection. This was Qin Xiao's 7th type of law, which had reached the peak of perfection. Now, he only lacked the Grand Tao laws and the Heart Force laws. As for the Tao of the true meaning of strength, Qin Xiao had long since given up on it. Indeed, he could not take care of so many things. Having 4 Tao laws and 5 fundamental laws was enough. Cultivating 9 types of laws at the same time. In the entire Great Thousand World, it would be difficult to find a second person like this, right? This amount was more than enough. It might not be a good thing to continue increasing it. Sword cultivation Tao, law breaking through to the point of pinnacle perfection. Qin Zhao's control over the sword was also clearly much stronger. His understanding of the situation before him had also improved significantly. Without hesitation, Qin Zhao began to solve the puzzle. Using the sword to take advantage of the situation, using softness to overcome hardness, he merged himself into the sword and transformed into a sword. Then, he could live in harmony with the other swords and not invade them. What was a sword? Everything was a sword. Every blade of grass and every tree was a sword. Since that was the case, why couldn't a person be a sword? Therefore, at this moment, Qin Zhao had transformed himself into a sword and completely displayed the power of the sword cultivation Tao law. Then, his sword could merge with the other swords and no longer be attacked by the attacks of those swords. In this way, the crisis was naturally resolved immediately. As expected, the key to this test lies in this. If you want to solve this problem, you have to do this. Using your body as a sword and merging into one, you can be independent. Wonderful, it is indeed incomparably wonderful. I really didn't expect that a test could be solved in such a way. As expected, there is no limit to a person's thoughts. After his crisis was resolved, Qin Zhao immediately looked at Brother Pure. His crisis had not been resolved yet. Qin Zhao told Brother Pure his method, but the method was just a method. Even if he knew the method, it was difficult to do it. First of all, how could it be so easy to achieve a breakthrough in the sword cultivation Tao law to the point of perfection? Although Brother Pure sword cultivation Tao law had long been at the peak level and was infinitely close to the critical point of a breakthrough, he was only one step away from a breakthrough. However, just this one step was enough to trap and kill countless people. If he wanted to truly break through and take this step, it would be far too difficult. Qin Zhao tried to help Brother Pure to reduce the pressure on Brother Pure. However, he found that he could not do so. The more he tried, the more violent the attacks of the sword became. This situation really made Qin Zhao speechless. Brother Pure, if you can't do it, you can come into my inner world. I'll take you there. The situation is very dangerous now. Don't resist it. Qin Zhao said to Brother Pure. He was still a little worried about him. However, Brother Pure shook his head indifferently and said, "Don't worry, brother. I know what to do. If I really can't do it, I'll ask you for help even if you don't tell me. But now let me do it myself. I'll handle it. Don't worry about me." Haha, you want Brother Pure's life? How can it be so easy? Isn't it just a breakthrough in the sword cultivation Tao law? Brother Pure is also a peerless genius, okay? He can definitely do it, okay? Let's do it, let's do it. I haven't been so crazy for a long time. I don't believe that I can't break your sword cultivation Tao and break your barrier. Brother Pure's power of faith was very explosive at this time. His infinite potential was completely stimulated. He was in a very good state at this time. It was a good thing to be in such a good state. It meant that there was a prerequisite and foundation for a breakthrough. Cultivation focused on the heart. The heart was the most important. It was the foundation of cultivation. With this foundation, there was hope. If you didn't even have a foundation, it was impossible to make a breakthrough. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Zhao was immediately relieved. Although Brother Pure was usually joking, he was very scary when he was serious. Brother Pure's talent and potential were needless to say. His temperament was extremely strong. In this regard, Qin Zhao admired Brother Pure very much. As long as he was willing to work hard and sweat 100 times more than others, he would definitely have a good harvest. Qin Zhao had always believed in this sentence. Brother Pure also believed in it. The situation was getting more and more terrible and dangerous. However, Qin Zhao believed in Brother Pure very much. He knew that Brother Pure would definitely make it. He definitely would. A tribulation was also an opportunity to improve and transform. Qin Shao stared at Brother Chuanjia. His body had been cut by the sword, and there were several bloody wounds. It was a ghastly sight, and it made people feel very worried. However, Brother Pure was still so resolute. He still didn't flinch and was still moving forward. He was releasing his last strength to fight for a chance to make a breakthrough. If he fought hard, he might not necessarily win, but he would definitely gain something. If he could win a battle of life and death, it would be a great harvest. Break for me. All of a sudden, Brother Purity let out a roar. The barrier of the sword cultivation law was finally broken by him. As soon as the barrier was broken, his whole person naturally transformed and sublimated, breaking through to a new realm. Whoosh! Ha! I finally made a breakthrough. I didn't expect that the sword cultivation law would be the first one to reach the perfect realm. Life is really full of surprises. I've always been the strongest and the best at it. It should be the great Tao law that's leading. But the first one to break through to the perfect realm is the sword cultivation law. Interesting, very interesting. Awesome, it's really awesome. It's too awesome. I've finally taken this step. My Brother Pure has also officially stepped into a new world. Brother Chuanjia was so happy that he laughed out loud. He was so happy that he couldn't be happier. How satisfying! How satisfying! This feeling couldn't be expressed in any words. Hearing Brother Pure's words, Qin Shao also smiled. Yes, life was indeed like this. It would always give you unexpected surprises. Take Qin Shao, for example. At the beginning, he cultivated the great Tao in the Hongmeng universe and walked the path of great Tao cultivation. He originally wanted to go to the great Tao sacred realm, but in the end, he went to the immortal domain and opened the path of immortal Tao law cultivation. For a period of time, the cultivation speed of great Tao law even surpassed that of immortal Tao law. However, the first one to break through to the perfect realm was not the immortal Tao law or the great Tao law, but the space law. Cultivation was like this. It was full of fun and uncertainty. Brother Pure, don't be so happy. Quickly turn yourself into a sword and break this situation. Qin Shao reminded. Brother Pure, who was happy, put away his mood and immediately turned himself into a sword. With Qin Zhao's experience, he quickly completed the transformation of his body into a sword. Soon, he became one with the 10,000 swords. All the swords suddenly stopped and no longer attacked Brother Pure. Instead, they returned to their original positions. The 10,000 swords scattered, and the passage was opened. The situation was solved, and the crisis was resolved. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at each other and smiled. This feeling was really very ordinary. Brother, you're so smart. You solved such a difficult situation. You can think of such a method. It's really wonderful, really wonderful. I really don't know how you came up with it. Anyway, I can't help but admire you. Awesome, it's really awesome. Such a difficult test was solved by us. Brother Pure laughed again, and he was in an incomparably good mood. Now that the crisis was resolved, the situation was solved, and the way was clear. Qin Shao also showed a smile on his face. So, everything is possible. It just depends on whether you dare to think about it. Our previous thinking is a little rigid, so we have to throw away some of the previous rigid thinking and make more bold ideas and try more. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. What we know is not even the tip of the iceberg. We still have a long, long way to go. Brother Pure nodded. That was indeed the case. He was also quite emotional. Speaking of which, this test was indeed very, very difficult. Even if a fourth-step ancient saint who had cultivated the law of sword cultivation to the perfect realm came here, he might not be able to come up with a solution. If he did not come up with a solution, he might still die here. Chapter 3253. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure successfully passed this test. The process of solving the problem was very painful and full of danger. They were risking their lives. However, the rewards that would come with success would definitely not be small. This test also successfully made Qin Xiao and Brother Pure break through the principle of sword cultivation to the consummation level, which made them take a big step forward in their cultivation. This was a great thing. After passing through that passage, they seemed to have traveled to another world. That passage was a passage of time and space. After passing through it, they came to a brand new world, which shocked Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. This feeling was as if they had traveled through time and space, crossed the endless void, and arrived in a wonderful world. Everything just now is gone. This world was also boundless and strange. There was no way out. How could they get out of here? Qin Xiao, it seems that we have been completely cut off in the outside world. We have cut off our souls and everything, said Brother Pure with a frown. As soon as he came in, he had a bad feeling. It was a feeling that he was imprisoned in a cage and cut off from everything. There was no contact, no way out, and even no way to ask for help. Qin Xiao also felt it, so he also frowned and had a bad feeling. This world is very strange and strange. There is no way out, and the space is very stable. I can't tear it open even if I try my best. Everything has been cut off, even the soul connection has been cut off. So there's no way for us to contact the outside world here. And there's no way to get out of here with our strength. All the ways of retreat have been cut off. Now we have no choice but to go forward bravely to find an opportunity and a way out. Brother Pure gritted his teeth and said, "That's the only way. But anyway, we don't intend to retreat. Thus, to us, there's no difference. If we've severed everything, then so be it. This way, we won't have any other thoughts to think about. We just need to go all out and charge forward. I don't believe that this place can trap us. Ha ha, the more I think about it, the more I feel that the opportunities here are huge. We brothers are really lucky. This is definitely going to be a heaven-defying opportunity," said Yi Futian. Qin Xiao nodded. She thought so too. He felt like he was getting more and more extravagant. Such a boundless world, such a huge place, yet he was able to isolate it from the outside world. Qin Xiao had encountered similar situations before, but they were all small spaces that were artificially created. For example, Fu Yunny had used such a method to deal with High Lord Galen. However, it was only effective in a very small area, and its duration was also very limited. However, this place was obviously different. Even such a huge world could isolate everything. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. Not only that, even with Qin Zhao's current strength, there was no way for him to break through. This showed how powerful this place was. Qin Zhao's current strength was comparable to a world deity of the extreme calamity. No matter how strong his soul force and spiritual sense were, he still couldn't penetrate the barrier. In fact, Qin Xiao also discovered a terrifying problem. Brother Pure, you should have noticed that except for the Sword Dao law, the other laws here have been weakened. Very weak. So, our strength is also greatly weakened here. There's not much power left in the other laws. It should be less than 10%. The Sword Dao law is not weakened at all. Not only is it not weakened, but it also seems to be stronger. Our strength is less than 10% of what it was before. It's so strange. Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, I have also noticed this problem long ago. It's very strange. Only the Sword Dao law is not affected at all. The other laws are suppressed to such an extent that they are less than 10%. There is a strange force in this world that can create such a situation. This strange power is too strong and too terrifying. It can create such a situation in such a huge world. It's really incredible and unimaginable. I'm thinking that even a reincarnation supremacy would not be able to do this, right? Could a reincarnation supremacy do this?" Qin Xiao could not say for sure. He just felt that even a reincarnation supremacy would not be able to do this. How powerful would it take to completely suppress the 7 cultivation Dao laws the 5 fundamental laws, and the 12 laws at the same time. In particular, the 5 fundamental laws were the most primitive laws of the vast thousand worlds. No matter which cultivation law dominated the world, the 5 fundamental laws existed and were extremely difficult to suppress. Take a sacred realm, for example, such as the immortal realm. The immortal Tao law would definitely be the most prevalent and prominent one. The other 7 cultivation Tao laws would be weaker, but not by much. There would be a certain suppressive effect, but it would not be too strong. However, in this world, it was completely suppressed, and there was less than 10% left. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was too terrifying. There was incredible everywhere. One really did not know what this place was. There was actually such a magical place in the endless universe, see? It was too incredible. Everything here was related to the path of swordsmanship. What was going on? Qin Shao, although we have always felt that it was unlikely that this place was man-made, it feels more and more inexplicable. If it was naturally formed by heaven and earth, then why does it have such a strong sword Tao attribute? From the attacks, along the way to the test to the sword in front of us, everything is related to the sword Tao. We also relied on the sword Tao law to pass the test. If it was naturally formed by heaven and earth, it would not have such attributes, right? Brother Pure said again. In fact, Qin Shao was also thinking about this question, and he indeed felt that it was very strange. The smell of the attributes was too strong. How could it be naturally formed by heaven and earth have such strong attributes? The possibility of this happening was extremely small. However, this possibility could not be completely ruled out. It was still possible, but it would make people feel that it was very strange and unbelievable. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "For the time being, let's not dwell on this problem. Let's take a look at this world first. Let's see if there are any great opportunities and find a way to leave." It's hard to believe that it was formed naturally, but it's even harder to believe that it was man-made. In any case, I'm getting the feeling that a reincarnation supreme shouldn't be able to create a place like this. Yes, Brother Pure nodded. He thought so too. However, let's not dwell on this for the time being. Let's take a look at the situation in front of us first. Qin Shao began to look at the world in front of him. There were still countless swords in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there were swords everywhere. As far as the eye could see, this was a sea of swords. There were all kinds of swords formed by all kinds of things, not just swords of weapons. For example, there were swords made of boulders, swords made of flowing light, and huge swords made of metal. There were also swords that flowed in this world. They were like bright meteors, flashing nonstop and bringing out rays of light. In this world, there were sword-shaped boulders. Each of the sword-shaped boulders had a different shape, and each of them represented a variety of swords. It was very strange. In terms of these sword-shaped boulders, they were like works of art. Looking at them, there was a sense of appreciation. However, obviously, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not in the mood to appreciate these things at this time, and they could not appreciate them at all. It was a boundless world, a vast and mighty world. It was like a huge cage. This world was very peaceful, so peaceful that you could not feel any danger. But was it really so? Was there really no danger? If they connected it with the previous world, they felt that this possibility should not exist. This was definitely not a simple matter. The more peaceful it was, the safer it felt, and the scarier it was. The more confusing it was, the scarier it might be, and the greater the hidden danger. After looking at it for a while, they could not figure out anything. For the time being, everything was unknown. The world was unknown, the dangers were unknown, the tests were unknown, and the opportunities were also unknown. Everything was unknown, and there was no hint or anything like that. Everything needed to be slowly explored and found out. This was a difficult problem to solve. Brother Pure, I think this should be the second test. The previous test was already so scary. This test must be even scarier than the previous one. Therefore, we have to be mentally prepared. We have to be prepared for everything. No matter what the test is, what we need to do now is to find out what the test is. For the time being, we can't see anything, but the clues should be in this world, and we need to find them. Qin Xiao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure nodded. That's the only way. This test is really difficult. There are no hints or clues, and everything is unknown. We need to find out everything. But there is no other way. Encountering such a test, we can only fight. But I believe that we can do it. We must do it. There is no difficult problem that can baffle us, brothers. Come on. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure began to look for clues. From this unknown, they slowly looked for the clues of light, slowly gathered the light, and finally let the light form a guiding road. Swords, they were all swords. The whole world was swords, and everything was related to swords. However, most of these swords were motionless and did not have any offensive power. Even the swords that flew through the void like flowing water would not attack them. They would only fly on their own without any purpose. Very soon, Qin Xiao and the other person arrived at a huge sword-shaped rock. On the flat ground on the rock, the two of them saw a corpse. There was a corpse? Qin Xiao and Brother Pure could not help but look at each other. There was a corpse, which proved that someone had come in here before. But yet he died in here? Therefore, when they saw the corpse, Qin Xiao and the other man were both happy and unhappy at the same time. They were happy because they might get some clues. But they were unhappy because the degree of danger here was far beyond their imagination. Chapter 32:54. Very quickly, the two of them landed on the boulder and saw the corpse that was already dead, sitting there cross-legged. The boulder was empty. Apart from the corpse, there was nothing else on the boulder. The face of this corpse looked very old, and the body also looked very shriveled, as if it had been swallowed by something. From the looks of it, it actually looked like a dried corpse. This situation was very strange. Brother, this is too strange, isn't it? Logically speaking, those who can come here are at least ancient saints at the fourth step. They should be very powerful. The corpse of such an existence should be well preserved even after tens of thousands of universe eras. It doesn't make sense for it to become a dried corpse like this. Brother Pure frowned with a puzzled look on his face. Qin Xiao was also puzzled. This was indeed the case. As long as the saint body of a fourth-step ancient saint was not destroyed by external forces, it would still be as good as new even after countless years. There would not be the slightest damage to it. Even time could not leave a trace on the body of fourth-step ancient saint. Therefore, a dried corpse was too strange. It was truly a shocking thing. Moreover, from the looks of it, it didn't look like it had been eroded by other forces to this extent. This was because the dried corpse was sitting there peacefully. It should have died naturally. Qin Xiao, do you think it could have been poisoned by some kind of terrible poison? Brother Pure suggested. Qin Xiao nodded. This was still a possibility. Although a fourth-step ancient saint was extremely powerful, it was not impossible to say that there was no poison in the Great Thousand World. There was still a possibility that it could be poisoned to death. Although Qin Xiao had never heard of such a terrifying poison that could do such a thing, Qin Xiao had never heard of such a terrifying poison. But it doesn't look like it. Qin Xiao looked at the corpse and pondered for a while before he shook his head. Qin Xiao pointed at the corpse and said, "Take a closer look at this corpse. It came from the outside, and the flesh on the surface has already decayed. But the inside hasn't decayed. So, this doesn't seem to be a sign of poisoning. That's strange." Brother Pure looked at it seriously and nodded. Well, it doesn't look like a sign of poisoning. It's like the strange power of this world is slowly devouring this corpse. If that's the case, then how did this senior die? Qin Xiao looked around and shook her head. I don't know. Everything is unknown. Now it seems that this world is filled with many dangers, unknown dangers. Therefore, we still have to be careful. Yes, look over there. There are words. They should have been left behind by this senior. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure immediately walked over and saw a large paragraph of words engraved on the stone. With a note, it would be easier to figure out the situation. This was also what Qin Xiao and Brother Pure wanted. This was an important clue. What? It's the Dark Water Sword Emperor. He died here. Brother Pure exclaimed when he saw the words. The Dark Water Sword Emperor? Qin Xiao frowned. Apparently, she didn't know much about this person. Brother Pure swallowed his saliva and explained, Qin Xiao, you might not know who the Dark Water Sword Emperor is. A long time ago, when I was in the Great Way Saint realm, I heard a rumor about the Dark Water Sword Emperor. That's how I got to know him. When I heard about him, I was extremely shocked. I still remember him. The Dark Water Sword Emperor was from the Great Way Saint realm, but he was the most accomplished swordsman. He was famous for his swordsmanship, so he was called the Sword Emperor. He was definitely a legendary figure. It was said that he was a peerless genius, an unprecedented genius, and his name shook the great thousand world. He fought his way to the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. He was peerless and unparalleled. However, later on, he mysteriously disappeared. From then on, he never showed himself again. An unprecedented genius disappeared without a trace, no longer appearing in the world. This caused countless people to sigh endlessly. In the historical records of the Great Way Saint realm, this matter was called an unsolved case. It's still an unsolved mystery. I didn't expect the Dark Water Sword Emperor to die here. Sigh. Brother Pure let out a long sigh, which represented his pity for the Dark Water Sword Emperor. When he heard about the Dark Water Sword Emperor's life, he was extremely shocked and full of admiration. The number one peerless figure had died here just like that. It was really something that made people sigh endlessly. After Qin Xiao heard about it, he also sighed. It was indeed a pity. The Dark Water Sword Emperor must have been a top figure from a long time ago. Otherwise, he would have heard of him. The fact that he was able to fight his way into the top 10 of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list was enough to show how powerful he was. However, such an existence had died here. No matter how talented he was, if he couldn't grow up, it would be useless. Once he died, it would only be a pity. Qin Xiao regained his composure and continued to read the message. After reading it, his mood became a little heavier. F***, it can't be. This is a land of death. An impasse world? Even the Dark Water Sword Emperor was trapped here and couldn't get out for his whole life. In the end, he died here. This is too terrifying. The Dark Water Sword Emperor's strength is not inferior to yours, Qin Xiao. Brother Chuanjia's eyes widened, and he looked shocked. He was quite shocked. The situation described by the Dark Water Sword Emperor was indeed full of despair. When the Dark Water Sword Emperor discovered this place, he thought that he would be able to get a great opportunity. He was also full of pride and lofty aspirations. However, in the end, he gained nothing. He couldn't get out of here and could only spend an era in despair. An era later, his body and Tao perished, and he lost his life here. It ended his brilliant and short life. Among the words he left behind, the last sentence expressed his helplessness and unwillingness. I, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, have been glorious all my life. In all my life, I can be considered invincible. But today, I'm going to lose my life here. If I had another universe era, I, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, would definitely be able to dominate the firmament. I would definitely be able to become an invincible existence below the reincarnation supremacy. I would definitely be able to kill my way into the top 3 of the divine list of the firmament list. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. The heavens want me, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, to die here. God, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. This damn place, what the hell is this place? To be able to trap me, the Dark Water Sword Emperor, to death, I am unwilling. If I could live another life, I would definitely kill everyone in this world and make God tremble under my feet. His words were full of unwillingness and resentment. He was a peerless genius who had a bright future ahead of him. If he continued to grow, he might be able to make it into the top 3 of the divine list on the Heavens Declaration. It was a pity that he was going to die here. Of course, he was not convinced. Under the extreme unwillingness, he naturally had endless resentment in his heart. After accumulating it for a long time, it all burst out. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually understandable how the Darkwater Sword Emperor felt at that time. It was a pity that such a peerless genius had died. However, Qin Shao still felt that the Darkwater Sword Emperor's temperament was not very good. If he was really in a good mood, he would not have such grief and indignation. Even if he was a little emotional, he should not have such resentment. This was enough to show that his temperament was not good enough. Maybe it was because of this that he died here. There must be some problems. Otherwise, he would not have died here. However, although the Darkwater Sword Emperor had some problems, he died here, which explained some problems. There was also a very important problem, which was that the Darkwater Sword Emperor had been trapped here for an epoch, and then died here. According to his records, he had not been attacked, or anything like that. Moreover, he was able to leave these words before he died, and his heart was full of resentment. It was not because he was attacked by other forces that he died here. This question also made Qin Shao and Brother Pure frown and ponder. After carefully sensing it, Qin Shao said, "Brother Pure, do you find that the time law here is a little strange? In other words, there's a very strange force. And this force can slowly erode our saint body, causing us to slowly age and die. This is like an ordinary person who'll be eroded by time, slowly grow old, and finally die. In this world, there's a similar force that even we can't escape from. The Darkwater Sword Emperor should have died under this force. He lived in this world for an era. It seems that we should be able to live in this world for an era at most. In terms of time, it seems to be a lot, but we can't be careless. The Darkwater Sword Emperor was trapped here and finally died in despair. His life was miserable. This, perhaps, is the biggest danger in this sword ocean. It seems that this sword ocean is very quiet, without any trace of danger. But the danger is hidden in the dark, and it can't be detected. Time is our biggest enemy. Now, what we need to do is to find a way out of this sword ocean as soon as possible. Only in this way can we survive. Now, for us, it doesn't matter whether we can get the opportunity or not. What matters is how to survive." Brother Pure nodded solemnly. He also became serious, which was rare for him. Facing the shadow of death, Brother Pure also put away his usual laughter and became very serious. The death of the Darkwater Sword Emperor did bring a great shadow, which made Qin Shao and Brother Pure sense a terrible danger. The aura of death became very strong. What others can't do doesn't mean that we can't do it. If the Darkwater Sword Emperor can't do it, it means that he is not strong enough. He has a lot of flaws. Even if others can't do it, we should believe that we can do it. So, no matter what, we must have absolute confidence. We must not be discouraged at all. Our mind must be firm, and we can't relax at all. Once we let our guard down, we're basically done for. At this point, we have no other choice. Only by fighting can we get a chance to survive. The answer must be in this sword ocean. It just depends on whether you can find it or not. Qin Shao said with a determined face, full of faith. Brother Pure nodded, as if he was convinced. Chapter 3255. Yes, confidence was very important. Once he lost his confidence, he was basically destined to fail. Even a peerless figure like the Darkwater's Sword Emperor had died here, which was enough to show how terrifying this sea of swords was. However, the more terrifying it was, the more it proved that the greater the opportunity behind it was, the more people wanted to get it. The terrifying situation did not stimulate Qin Shao. Instead, it made him see a greater opportunity and made him have a stronger desire. He wanted to become stronger. Even if he respected Gu Lingyue's choice, he did not want to be bullied by the fire deity. Moreover, there was still Yao Shuilian waiting for him to save him. His master, the Red Dust Guest, was still in the hands of genius. Thinking of this bastard, Qin Shao felt inexplicably angry. It was just that this guy knew that his strength was far inferior to his, so he hid very well. Everything required strength, even greater strength. Therefore, Qin Shao had no reason not to work harder to become stronger. Fortuitous encounters were springboard. Qin Shao and Brother Pure continued to walk in this sea of swords and found a few more corpses. Some of them had even turned into ashes, and almost nothing could be seen. There were even world immortals. Some of them had left behind information, so they still knew where they came from. Some of them did not leave behind any information, so they did not even know where they came from. All of these situations were shocking enough to see. There were even some world immortals among the dead seniors. This was too terrifying. After entering this place, whether it was a fourth-step ancient saint or a world immortal, they could not escape death. Brother Pure had heard a few of them. Their reputations were not inferior to the Dark Waters Sword Emperor. They were all peerless figures who had once been famous in the great wide world. None of these figures were simple. All of them were top-notch figures of their time. However, these peerless figures had all died here. Just thinking about it was terrifying. With such a huge impact, wave after wave of impact, it was really a blow to one's confidence. Brother Pure felt a little negative, but fortunately, Qin Shao was here. He reminded and encouraged him several times, so Brother Pure knew that he had to persevere. The more terrifying one was, the more one needed to be confident in one's strength. Otherwise, it would truly be dangerous. But knowing was one thing. Wanting to do it well wasn't an easy thing. After going around the entire sea of swords, Qin Shao also made a calculation. The number of dead people that could be seen for the time being was as high as 27. There should be some people whose traces had been completely erased, and there was no way to verify them. There were people who had passed away a long time ago. After all, the corrosive power of the mysterious energy was simply too terrifying. In just a single epoch, it was enough to kill a fourth-step ancient saint. Over time, a corpse would naturally be completely turned into ashes, making it impossible to find it again. Among the 27 ancestors, there are 15 world gods, which was slightly more than the number of fourth-step ancient saints. This kind of situation really made people endlessly shocked. World deity-level existences could be said to be immortal and indestructible. They were existences that had transcended the limits of the world. In this world, I am a god. Only when I transcend everything can I become a world god. But in this place, there were actually so many world gods that had died. It was truly a sight to behold. If news of this were to spread out, who knew how many people would be scared to death? In this sea of swords, other than these swords and corpses, there is nothing else. How in the world can we get out of this damn place? Brother Pure smacked his lips. He had no clue at all. This feeling was much stronger than when he was facing the 10,000 sword Daos earlier on. Earlier on, there were at least 10,000 sword Daos in front of him to choose from. But this time around, there wasn't even a general direction, let alone clues. It was completely baffling. He didn't know what to do or how to get out of this place. The worst thing was that there were so many supreme figures that had died in this place. Naturally, this place was shrouded in the shadow of death. No matter how good one's state of mind was, it couldn't be said that it was completely unaffected. Qin Shao shook his head and said, if things were that simple, there wouldn't be so many ancestors that had died in this place. There are no clues about Renku's clues because we haven't found anything yet. We just walked around roughly just now. How can we find it so easily? If it's so easy, then we really have to wonder where this place is. The more difficult and dangerous it is, the more worthy it is for us to challenge it and take it seriously. Brother Pure nodded and said, that's true. Haha, I'm just saying. Anyway, with you here, I can relax a little. Okay, don't stare at me. I'm just saying, I can really live here leisurely, right? Not to mention the opportunity, just this test alone is worth challenging, isn't it? Brother Pure didn't get to where he is today by relying on his mouth, okay? Hearing Brother Pierce's words, Qin Xiao was relieved. In fact, Qin Xiao also believed that Brother Pure seemed to have a loose character, but it was just because of his character. But when it came to doing things, Brother Pure would not be careless at all. Just like in the test just now, Brother Pure also practiced the law of sword cultivation to the perfect realm in a short time. Brother Pure could get to where he was today by relying on himself step by step. No matter what he did, he must first be calm and completely immersed in things. Only then could he find things that others could not find. At present, it seemed that there were indeed no clues. Not to mention clues, there was no direction. Everything was unknown. What was more frightening was that there was an extremely strong aura of death spreading. The words left behind by the deceased ancestors were filled with despair. An era's worth of time. At most, he could only live for one era. It was difficult, but no matter how difficult it was, they had to break through it. Everything should be related to the law of sword cultivation. This place is full of swords. It seems that there are no clues, but in fact, sword to the first clue. Although this clue is a little too broad, it's still a direction after all. Having a direction was equivalent to having a compass in the sea. Although there was a compass, in the face of this boundless and turbulent sea, there was no way to know which direction to go to reach a safe place. Qin Xiao soon calmed down completely and immersed himself in this sea of swords. He would not let go of any sword and would carefully study them. There were countless swords in this sea of swords, and each of them had 100 forms. There were no two that were exactly the same. There were thousands of swords, and each of them was different. This seemed to be another direction for research. There were countless swords in countless forms, materials, and sizes. Was there some kind of internal connection, or was it trying to express something? He did not know. Everything was still blank, and he did not know what to express at all. It should not be related to strength, and it may not be related to the law of sword cultivation. If it was related to these, there wouldn't be so many world gods who died here. There were few world gods. Brother Pure has heard of their names before. They were extremely strong, and there was no issue with their strength. They must have had a complete grasp of the law of sword cultivation as well. If even such existences died here, that's more than enough to explain the situation. But if it has nothing to do with strength or the law of sword cultivation, then what does it have to do with? Then how in the world can I break out of this situation and get out of this sea of swords? The more he thought about it, the more he felt conflicted and confused, and the harder it was for him to see the direction clearly. The moment he thought about it, he felt as though his mind was filled with paste, and all of a sudden, it was filled with a lot of information. This meant that he had not found the right direction at all. However, Qin Xiao was certain that this had to be related to swords, but it did not have to be at the level of laws. Then, what aspect of swords did it have to do with? Being a world god who walked on the law of sword cultivation would be an extremely high level of mastery of the law of sword cultivation and could completely grasp the law of sword cultivation. This was an existence who could truly make laws follow their words. Logically speaking, such an existence should be able to grasp everything about swords. But why did he still die here? Could it be that the test was not just about the sword? That should be the case. The sword was the main factor, but there might be other factors involved as well. It was the sword, but it was not just the sword. That's right, innate potential. Qin Xiao immediately thought of another possibility. Generally speaking, many places with opportunities would test one's innate potential and not one's strength. Having strength did not mean that one had innate potential. Having innate potential did not mean that one had strength either. Qin Xiao felt that this possibility was rather high. If what was tested was one's innate potential, and it was related to swords, then would it be one's innate potential in the sword Dao? It couldn't be that he had to cultivate the law of sword cultivation to the point of complete mastery, right? Complete mastery of a law was at the level of a world god, And that was also the most crucial step in breaking through to the world God state. Once he could do that, he would be able to break through to the world God state. An epoch ago, it did not sound impossible. But was that really the case? After Qin Shao seriously analyzed this idea, he rejected it. It shouldn't be the case. Or rather, it was not as simple as that. That was not enough to determine anything. If that was the case, then in theory, someone like the Dark Water Sword Emperor should also have extremely strong innate potential. They should also have a chance to break through to the world God state in an era, right? However, it was hard to say. After all, it was too difficult to break through to the world God state. An era's time was only 8 billion years, which was considered a very short period of time. Breaking through to the world God state in such a short period of time, it was still unbelievable when he thought about it. After all, Qin Shao had just broken through to the 4th step of the ancient saint stage. He had spent more than 100 million years cultivating until now. To him, an era was indeed quite long. However, to a world deity, it was simply too short a period of time. In the long history of the vast thousand worlds, there might not be anyone who could reach the world God state in an era, right? Even though Qin Shao was very confident, the problem was that the cultivation environment here was extremely poor. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth or chaotic energy. In this place, it was difficult to cultivate. At the very least, it should be impossible to break through to the world God state. Therefore, this was a big problem in front of Qin Shao. Thinking of this, he ruled out this possibility. What other possibilities were there? Author Clipchamp said, Third update. Chapter 3256. He kept studying, thinking, and reincarnating in pain. This was a kind of torture, a great torture. Being reincarnated in this endless pain over and over again really made people feel like they were better off dead. 1,000,000 years seemed to be as long as an epoch. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he stared ahead. From this angle, he actually saw a word. Sword. This huge word was formed by many swords. It was also similar to the previous test of 10,000 paths. It could only be seen from a specific position and angle. In that case, there must be other words, right? With his previous experience, Qin Shao also deliberately came to see if there was a similar situation. Sure enough, he saw the word sword here. With his first discovery, Qin Shao continued to search and found a few more words one after another. After searching for 10,000 years, Qin Shao was sure that he could only find 4 words, at least for the time being. After these 4 words were combined, Qin Shao was surprised to find a problem. The sword can split the sky. Qin Shao was very familiar with these 4 words. These are the key words of the heaven-splitting sword technique. The heaven-splitting sword technique. The sword can split the sky. When the sword slashed, the Emperor falls galaxy. The most domineering part of the heaven-splitting sword technique was the 4 words, the sword can split the sky. The majestic sword chi gushed out from these 4 words, illuminating the sky. Seeing the 4 words, the sword can split the sky, Qin Shao couldn't help but immediately think of the heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Shao had always thought that the heaven-splitting sword technique was an extremely profound swordsmanship cultivation method that he hadn't cultivated yet. He had only cultivated to the 2nd level, but it was still one of his most powerful techniques, which was enough to show the power of the heaven-splitting sword technique. Qin Shao had indeed not cultivated the heaven-splitting sword technique for a while. Regardless of whether the two were related or not, it was better to cultivate it first. Just do as you think. No matter what, it might be a way. One must have the courage to try anything. The more confused one was, the more one should try. Only by constantly trying would one be able to find a way out. Qin Shao began to cultivate the heaven-splitting sword art. His sword cultivation Tao, law, had broken through to the pinnacle of perfection. His cultivation level had also broken through to the 4th step ancient saint realm. Now that he was cultivating the heaven-opening sword art, it was naturally much easier to understand. Qin Shao felt that the heaven-opening sword art, which was originally incomparably profound, could be easily grasped. The heaven-splitting sword technique was indeed incomparably exquisite. Even with Qin Zhao's current realm, he still felt that it was very profound and powerful. This exquisiteness seemed to surpass all swordsmanship cultivation methods. It could even be said that it was beyond one's imagination and understanding of the sword. You will discover that the sword can be like this, surpassing the basic framework of sword Tao laws. Laws were the foundation of power, but the true power of a sword depended on the usage of the sword. The most direct way to express the usage of the sword was through swordsmanship and swordsmanship cultivation methods. The heaven-opening sword art was a swordsmanship cultivation method that pushed the usage of the sword to the pinnacle. The third level of the heaven-opening sword art was so exquisite that Qin Shao was amazed more than once when he was cultivating it. The sword was a kind of power, a kind of spirit, and a kind of thought. The power of laws had reached a peak. If one wanted to increase the power of the sword, they could only work on the usage of the sword. His cultivation this time was considered to be rather smooth. It only took Qin Shao 30,000 years to successfully cultivate the third level of the heaven-opening sword art. His understanding of the sword, the usage of the sword, and the power of the mind of the sword had also become much stronger. But after cultivating it, Qin Zhao's greatest feeling was that the sword was like a boundless ocean. Even though he had already reached such a high level, he still felt that he was facing the ocean. Where was the pinnacle of the sword? The heaven-opening sword art was originally an incomplete swordsmanship cultivation method. After cultivating it to this point, he could feel the profoundness of this swordsmanship. According to the current situation, the heaven-opening sword art should have 5 levels. I have only cultivated to the 3rd level now, which means that there are 2 more levels. The heaven-opening sword art has given me a lot of inspiration and inspiration. If I take a closer look now, I will vaguely find that some of the layout here seems to be related to the heaven-opening sword art. Could it be that this has something to do with the heaven-opening sword art? Did the heaven-opening sword art spread out from here? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao felt that he was too bold. He really dared to think about it. However, he had to admit that it was not impossible after thinking about it carefully. At least based on Qin Zhao's current knowledge, he felt that the heaven-opening sword art was an incredible swordsmanship cultivation method, and it was difficult for him to see through all of it. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that even reincarnation supremacy might not be able to create such a powerful swordsmanship cultivation method. Who on earth created the heaven-opening sword art? Qin Shao obtained this swordsmanship cultivation method from the first Free City Lord, who also praised the heaven-opening sword art quite a bit. However, he did not care about this for now. Now, Qin Shao had to consider how to solve the current problem with the help of the heaven-opening sword art. Some discoveries were at least clues. It was worth a try to follow this clue and explore it, regardless of whether he could succeed or not. Now, as long as there was a glimmer of possibility, he had to give it a try. Without the next cultivation method, it was indeed too difficult to make a breakthrough in the heaven-opening sword art. In fact, it even sounded like an impossible task. However, Qin Shao did not think it was an impossible task. He must do it. After making up his mind, Qin Shao began to work hard in this direction. Using the idea of the heaven-opening sword art and looking at those swords again, he really made a lot of discoveries. These discoveries also gave Qin Shao a big surprise, which made Qin Shao more likely to be in the right direction. This was a pleasant surprise. With the passage of time and the deepening of the research, Qin Shao gained more and more inspiration. The more insights he had, the clearer the path naturally became, which made Qin Shao more and more confident that this was the right direction. If he kept going in this direction, he would definitely be able to solve the current problem. It was a pity that there was no subsequent mental cultivation method of the heaven-opening sword art. Otherwise, it should be easier. Without the subsequent mantra, he would have to rely on himself to slowly figure it out. Fortunately, there were countless swords in front of him. He could get some information, some guidance, and some inspiration from them. Of course, these scattered pieces of information had to be put together and turned into something magical. It would be very difficult to convert these scattered things into useful cultivation techniques. It was too difficult to do so. This was also an incomparably great test for Qin Shao. However, now they had basically determined a specific direction, and there were also some clues. In this way, at least he had the prerequisites for success. What he needed to do next was Qin Zhao's own efforts. The most difficult thing was to climb to the sky. Step by step, he would eventually step into the ninth heaven. This time, there was no pain like before. Naturally, he felt that time passed quickly. 1,000,000 years was just a snap of the fingers. Over the past 2,000,000 years, Brother Chunjie had also gained some enlightenment. He had also seen the direction of the sword. Brother Pure also began to work hard in this direction, which made him have a lot of new insights and understandings of the sword. Soon, tens of millions of years had passed. Tens of millions of years of cultivation, accumulation, and comprehension. With the help of the countless swords in the sea of swords, Qin Shao slowly figured out the subsequent path of the heaven-opening sword skill. This was the way of cultivation methods. The mental cultivation method was just the creator's deepest experience expressed in easy-to-understand words. However, what the mental cultivation method expressed was still limited after all. It cannot be expressed completely at all. Therefore, relying on one's own comprehension to cultivate meant that there was a lack of good guidance. But it did not mean that it was impossible to cultivate. For tens of millions of years, Qin Shao was completely immersed in it. Under the enlightenment of all self, Qin Shao gained a lot. The sword moves the mountains and rivers. The sword roars in the ninth heaven. The sword can penetrate through the ages. The sword can cover a world. The sword can lead an era. The sword was everything. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand moved. The swords in the sea of swords also buzzed and moved with the sword. A single sword could lead an entire world. A single sword could also open up a path for him. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand into the void. The monstrous sword Qi surged in the four seas, completely covering the whole world and filling it up in an instant. The Sea of Swords had now become a sea of sword Qi. The terrifying sword Qi surged endlessly. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand and immediately cut open the world. A passage was directly separated by the sword Qi and appeared in front of Qin Shao. At the end of the passage was a dazzling light. Everything inside could not be seen clearly. However, Qin Shao knew that he had found the way and could leave this world. As expected, it has something to do with the heaven-opening sword skill. I really didn't expect that the heaven-opening sword skill that I got by chance back then would have such a great background and play a key role here. If I didn't have the heaven-opening sword skill, I might not have been able to think of this. Even if I could think of it, it wouldn't have been so fast. Moreover, I might not have been able to cultivate all the way to this level. With the foundation of the heaven-splitting sword art, I was able to improve so quickly and reach such an unimaginable level. The heaven-opening sword skill has been cultivated to the 4th level. At this time, my heaven-opening sword skill is much more powerful than breaking the stalemate. This place is actually related to the heaven-opening sword skill. Could it be that the heaven-opening sword skill was spread out from here? In that case, it's very likely that this place was artificially created. It's not a place of opportunity that was formed naturally. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this was really the case, it would be too incredible. Because along the way, Qin Shao and Brother Pure both felt that even Reincarnation Sovereign was not capable of creating this place. Could it be that there was an existence more powerful than Reincarnation Sovereign in this world? It should not be. Anyway, they had never heard of it. Or maybe it was just reincarnation's sovereign who was extremely fierce. After all, they did not know how fierce reincarnation's sovereign was. Everything was just their imagination. They could not take it seriously. Brother, haha, I knew you could do it. Good, good. Brother Pure came over with a smile. Chapter 32:57. Brother Pure had gained a lot in the past tens of thousands of years, and he had improved a lot in swordsmanship. However, no matter how great his improvement was, he was still far from being able to solve the situation. However, if Brother Pure was given time, he might be able to solve it. However, now that Qin Shao had solved it, Brother Pure naturally did not have to worry about it. The two of them stepped into the passageway, and soon stepped into another space. Compared to the infinite world, just now, this space was very small. The entire space was not big, only about 10,000 miles in radius. The ground was covered with swords of all kinds. This time, all of them were real swords. Moreover, these swords were all divine weapons. Swords could be seen everywhere. The ground of the entire space was covered with swords. All of them were divine weapons. The number of swords was unimaginable. There were countless of them. Just these saint weapon swords alone were already an incomparably huge treasure trove. However, Qin Shao and Brother Pure's eyes were not on these swords. As soon as they entered, their eyes were attracted by a sword-shaped stone pillar standing not far in front of them. With just a glance, Qin Shao and Brother Pure almost knelt down. Their bodies trembled violently, and they quickly withdrew their gazes. In fact, their eyes were already very painful, so they rubbed their eyes hard. The two of them looked at each other in shock. The feeling just now was too terrifying. Qin Zhao's current strength was extremely strong. It could be said that he was standing at the peak of the Great Thousand World. Perhaps only the strength of the reincarnation supremacy could make him feel so scared. However, that sword-shaped stone pillar actually gave him such a pleasant feeling. He almost knelt down when he took a look at it. His eyes stung uncomfortably when he took a look at it. That peerless sharpness and unparalleled sharpness were like the supreme will of the heavens, revealing the vicissitudes of life and coldness of the eternal firmament. How could that sword-shaped stone pillar be so terrifying? No, it was not the stone pillar that was terrifying, but the thing inside the stone pillar was terrifying. It felt as if there was a peerless sword hidden in the stone pillar, a sword that surpassed the world divine weapon. Could it be a divine weapon used by the reincarnation supremacy? That was simply unimaginable. At this moment, a figure suddenly condensed out of thin air in front of Qin Shao and Brother Pure. There was someone inside. This sudden hug also caused Qin Shao and the other man to jump in fright. The two of them stared over, and their eyes fell on the figure. However, they immediately realized that this figure was not a life, but an energy life form like a weapon spirit. This energy life form in front of them, however, gave Qin Shao and the other two a great sense of oppression. The powerful aura made Qin Shao very sure that he was far from being a match for the energy life in front of him. This feeling was really strange. The one in front of him was just an energy life form. How could he, Qin Shao, not be a match for it? The strength of the energy life form of the energy life form. Qin Shao had reached such a powerful level. How could he not be a match for an energy life form? But this was what he felt at this time. It was a very strong feeling. Although it was very strange and puzzling, he did not dare to be careless or not believe it. Brother, this energy life form is so terrifying. Why on earth is it formed? Brother Pure secretly transmitted a message to Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head. He did not know. Let's wait and see first. The energy life form showed a slight smile on its face. Its eyes fell on Qin Shao and Brother Pure. After a long while, it said, "Two fated people, congratulations on entering this place. For countless years, this is the first time that two people have entered the natal sword space together. Natal sword space? Qin Xiao and Brother Pure were puzzled. Brother Pure could not help but ask, "So, many people have been here before?" The energy life form shook its head and said, "Not many. Before you, there were only 5 in total. You're the 6th. How can it be so easy to enter the natal sword space? My master's natal sword space. Unless one is an unprecedented genius, it is impossible to have any hope of entering. Of course, even if you enter, you may not be able to walk out alive. At present, only one person has walked out of the natal sword space." What? For countless years, only 5 people had entered the natal sword space. But only one person had walked out alive. The other 4 had died here? For peerless geniuses had died here? Wasn't this too terrifying? It was so scary as soon as it opened its mouth. "What, are you afraid?" The energy life form laughed. Brother Pure smacked his lips and muttered, "How can I not be afraid? It's too scary. One trial after another. We've already gone through countless trials and tribulations to be able to reach this point. We've narrowly escaped death. It's not easy to get here. But you keep telling me that only one person has walked out alive in countless years. How scary is that?" It was indeed frightening, and Qin Xiao had a very deep feeling about it. After all, he had passed through these 2 trials. He knew how difficult it was. It was too difficult. So many peerless geniuses had died. In the endless river of time, only 5 people had been able to walk into the natal sword space. It showed how difficult it was. Those who could walk into the natal sword space were all unprecedented geniuses. Which one of them was not strong? But even so, out of the 5 of them, only one managed to walk out alive. The other 4 all died here. However, wasn't there still one person who walked out alive? Therefore, Qin Xiao was not discouraged. Instead, he said confidently, "There's nothing to be afraid of. If others can do it, we can do it too. Even if others can't do it, I believe we can still do it. If one of the 5 people walked out, isn't there a 20% probability? This probability is already very high for us. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, I can still grasp it, let alone a 20% chance." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure also said, "That's right. Ha ha. We have nothing to be afraid of. Life and death are nothing. If you don't accept it, just do it. We brothers have come all the way here. What's there to be afraid of? If we were afraid, we wouldn't have come in. If others can do it, there's no reason why we can't. If we can walk into the natal sword space, doesn't that mean we're very strong?" The eyes of the energy creature fell on Brother Chuanjia. "You were just lucky to have followed him into the natal sword space," it said. "If you're alone, you may not succeed. Even if you enter the natal sword space, your talent and potential are the worst among the 7 people who have been here for countless years." Oh, damn it. Did it have to be so discouraging? Did it know how to chat? Brother Pure smacked his lips, looking depressed. Even if he was the worst, he shouldn't have said it out loud. Didn't he know it was hurtful? However, Brother Pure quickly comforted himself. The worst one is the worst one. It's not a big deal. To be able to be the worst out of the 7 in the endless years, doesn't that mean that I'm the best apart from the 6 in front of me? In the Sword Sea, who knows how many peerless geniuses have died? My Brother Pure at least entered the natal sword space and became the 7th person, right? If that's the case, isn't it quite good? Thinking of this, Brother Pure was relieved and happy. Brother Pure asked again, "Senior, may I ask, who is the owner of the natal sword space? Which reincarnation supreme in the sword cultivator sanctuary? Is it the divine sword emperor who is known as the first sword master in the great wide world? The divine sword emperor?" The energy creature glanced at Brother Pure and said, "He is the only one who walked out of the natal sword space alive." What? This time, it truly shocked Qin Xiao and the other person quite a bit. Qin Xiao also knew the name of the divine sword emperor. He was recognized as the first expert in the sword cultivator sanctuary and was an extremely powerful and ancient reincarnation supreme. In the immortal realm and the great past sanctuary, there was no recognized first expert, but there was one in the sword cultivator sanctuary. Therefore, it was enough to show how powerful the divine sword emperor was. Such a powerful existence was actually the one who walked out of the natal sword space. Did this mean that the natal sword space had cultivated an unparalleled reincarnation supremacy? If this was the case, then what kind of terrible and powerful existence was the owner of the natal sword space? Even the divine sword emperor walked out of here. Then the owner of the natal sword space must be much older than the divine sword emperor. Heavens, it was simply unimaginably distant. After so many years, only 5 people had entered the natal sword space, and they were the 6th. It was unimaginably terrible. Although it was terrifying, Qin Shao and Yi Shiwen could still smell an incomparably huge and unprecedented opportunity. This caused the two of them to be unable to help but feel excited. In particular, Brother Pure rubbed his hands and said to the energy creature, "Senior, according to what you said, the owner of the natal sword space must be much more powerful than the divine sword emperor. If we can walk out of the natal sword space, does it mean that we can be as powerful as the divine sword emperor in the future?" The energy creature glanced at Brother Pure and said, "You are not qualified to know the strength of the owner of the natal sword space for the time being. Unless one day you can pass all the tests or reach the strength of the divine sword emperor, then you're qualified to know these things. Now, you should think about how to get out of here alive. To be honest, I'm not very optimistic about you." Back then, the divine sword sovereign had a narrow escape, and he almost died here. Only then did he manage to walk out. You have a slim chance. What did he mean? Brother Pure was unhappy. Was he looking down on them? Qin Shao frowned, but he was still not discouraged. He still said with a face full of confidence, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. However, I believe that we will definitely walk out of here alive. We will definitely be able to leave here. Maybe we're not the strongest among the 7 people who entered the natal sword space, but I want to be the one who works the hardest. I believe that I will not die here. Senior, what is the test of this level? Please tell us." The energy creature glanced at Qin Shao and said, "The test of this level is very simple. The distance between you and the sword-shaped stone pillar is exactly 100,000 steps. As long as you can move 10,000 steps forward, you will not die. As for obtaining some of my master's inheritance and benefits, that will depend on your specific performance." Chapter 3258. Advancing 10,000 steps didn't sound like a very difficult thing to do. Otherwise, for countless years, the Lord of Divine Sword Country would not be the only one who survived. Advancing 10,000 steps? The closer they got to the sword-shaped stone, the more terrifying it would be. Just thinking about it made them tremble. If they could not do it, they would die. It's just 10,000 steps. It's not difficult for us. Brother Pure pretended to cheer himself up. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. I wish you good luck. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not in a hurry to start moving. The Lord of Divine Sword Country actually walked out from here. Does that mean that the strength of the owner of the natal sword space is far above that of the Lord of Divine Sword Country? However, there are only a few dozen reincarnation supremes. Could it be that there are more powerful existences above reincarnation supremes? Qin Shao was also very confused about this question. As far as they knew, reincarnation supremes should be the most powerful existences in the Great Thousand World. They should be in the highest realm. Based on their understanding, they had never heard of such existences. It's also possible that reincarnation supremes are older than the Lord of Divine Sword Country. They might even be existences from previous eras. It's normal that we don't understand. Although that was true, the situation in front of them really made them think about it. It was just a sword, but it emitted such a terrifying aura. What about the owner of the natal sword space? Moreover, Qin Shao also found a problem. That was, there were no other laws in the natal sword space except for the law of swordsmanship. How did they do it? Moreover, the law of swordsmanship in the natal sword space was obviously much stronger than outside. It was equivalent to magnifying the law of swordsmanship. Cultivating here would definitely be 100 times faster with half the effort. That kind of situation was already incredible. It was already a heaven-defying thing. It was shocking. What kind of existence was capable of doing this? The owner of the natal sword space had existed for much longer than the Lord of Divine Sword Country. Was there any reincarnation supremes older than the Lord of Divine Sword Country in the Sword Cultivation Sanctuary? Qin Shao shook his head and said to Brother Pure, "Staying alive was the way to go, calm and steady." But even so, when his gaze fell on the sword-shaped boulder, a terrifying and strange power surged toward him, terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, Qin Zhao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Qin Shao couldn't help but cry out in pain, kneeling on the ground with one knee. If he took a few more glances, he would probably die here. It was hard to imagine how powerful Yi Futian was for him to be able to do so with his current strength. "Bro, you are so cruel. Do you still dare to look?" Brother Pure couldn't help but say when he saw Qin Zhao's painful expression, "Although it's very scary, at least it won't kill me easily. It's just a glance." The two of them began to move forward with their heads lowered. Therefore, this was the only way to advance. As soon as he took the first step, he felt a strong resistance surging towards him. Under his feet, he also felt a sword tip piercing towards him, as if it was going to penetrate the soles of his feet. Countless invisible sword chi surged, attacking Qin Shao and Brother Pure, stopping them from moving forward. Under the sharpness of these invisible sword chi, not only the divine body, but also the mind, the will, and even the soul launched a fierce attack. This was an extremely terrifying thing. It was just the first step, but it was already so terrifying. It was really hard to imagine. Originally, 10,000 steps was not a lot, but at this moment, it was absolutely terrifying. The natal sword space has completely isolated the other laws, so there's no way to use the power of other laws here. Chapter 32:59. The resistance on the way forward came from the sword chi all over the sky. The sword chi was everywhere. It was invisible, but real. Because it was invisible, it was everywhere and pervasive. No matter if it was the mind or the will, the soul or the sea of consciousness, nothing could escape from it. Every step he took was a battle of life and death. It was as if the power all over the sky was surging endlessly to kill Qin Shao on the spot. Every step was incomparably difficult. They were all huge tests. It was hard for people to imagine that they would have to walk 10,000 steps on this path. It was no wonder that for countless years, only the Lord of Divine Sword Country had walked out alive. The other four unprecedented geniuses had all died on this road. Qin Shao and Brother Pure seemed to have fallen into the abyss of endless pain and suffering on the way forward. They bent their bodies and moved forward with difficulty. The pain on their faces never stopped. In the process of moving forward, Qin Shao had also been studying the omnipresent sword Qi and trying to find a way to deal with it. Logically speaking, his cultivation level in the sword principle should be very high, right? He had also comprehended the heaven-splitting sword technique and cultivated it to the 4th level. His understanding and control of the sword were also very deep. Although he hadn't achieved complete control over the sword cultivation Dao laws, passing this test shouldn't require complete control over the sword cultivation Dao laws, right? If that was the case, then both he and Brother Pure would have to die here. The possibility of that happening was quite low. In other words, it had nothing to do with the realm of the sword principle. If that was the case, then it should only be related to the application of the sword, right? Other aspects of the sword, these things seem to be illusory and difficult for people to capture. Just like the sword chi that was invisible. Should be a way to control the sword with the sword, but specifically how to operate and implement it. What do I have to do to achieve this? If he simply went on like this, there was no possibility of walking 10,000 steps at all. He would definitely die. Therefore, in such a situation, Qin Shao must find a way to change it. If he wanted to succeed, he had to take a different path. Otherwise, how could this test be so terrible and dangerous? Qin Shao had thought of this problem at the beginning. Now, he had to go further to deal with this problem. The process of the test was also a process of research. Every step forward, Qin Shao was making an attempt. Through the attempt, he wanted to study and see if there was a feasible way. According to Qin Zhao's experience along the way, he had to dare to try boldly and dare to make any assumptions. Only in this way could he possibly create a miracle. If he could not create this miracle, it was very likely that he would not be able to walk 10,000 steps, and he would die here. Qin Shao would never let such a situation. Therefore, he had to create a miracle. He had to figure out a way to deal with it. Every step was a test of life and death. Every step stimulated Qin Zhao's potential to the extreme. Every step made Qin Shao feel like he was reborn in the fire of desire. If he took a wrong step, he would die. Therefore, he could not be careless at all. He had to hold on to every step. Time went by quietly. Qin Shao and Brother Pure each had their own camp and moved forward with difficulty. Unknowingly, Qin Shao had walked 3,000 steps, and Brother Pure had also walked more than 2,000 steps, lagging behind Qin Shao by a lot. There was still a long way to go before 10,000 steps. After walking 3,000 steps, Qin Shao felt that he could not hold on any longer. He was already tottering and could collapse at any time. Such a feeling was really not good. It was very painful. But Qin Shao could not. He could not fall down like this. He could not collapse. He must hold on. He must not admit defeat. If he lost, he would die. He would truly die. If he died here, perhaps even his master, Sage Li, could not resurrect him. Moreover, even if he was resurrected, it would be meaningless. The road of cultivation would be broken. If the road of cultivation was broken, then what was the point of living? Therefore, Qin Shao could be considered to have gambled everything now. It was a gamble of life or death. It was not the first time that Qin Shao had made such a big gamble. He had always won before. This time, Qin Shao also believed that he could still win. He would definitely win. Endless swords, endless sharpness, and endless power surged. In fact, Qin Shao had already felt that he had entered a world of swords. Endless swords came at him from all directions. They launched various attacks on Qin Shao in countless ways. Every attack was a test of death. The power of each attack was enough to take Qin Zhao's life. Every time, he was struggling hard and hovering on the edge of collapse. A little carelessness would lead to eternal damnation. Cultivation is about the heart. Why can't swords have a heart? Suddenly, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Yes, people had hearts, trees had hearts, and flowers had hearts. Everything should have a heart, shouldn't it? The heart was originally an illusory thing, which was something that could not be understood or seen. The heart was just a form of expression. What on earth was the heart? Qin Shao could not explain it clearly, but he could understand it. It was the form of expression that could not be described. Everything had a heart, and every heart was different. The sword should have a sword heart. The sword heart was the key to the problem. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly many ideas came to his mind. Now I assume that the sword has a sword heart. The key to solving this problem should be the sword heart, right? Cultivation is about the heart. The heart is the most important thing. If the sword has a sword heart, the heart should be the most important thing. The test of this level is not about the realm of the sword cultivator's Tao law, Perhaps it has something to do with the level of the sword's application and other aspects of the sword's power. But the foundation of all this should be the heart of the sword. I want to immerse myself in the sword heart with my heart. I want to read the sword heart with my heart, control the sword heart with my heart, and then comprehend and master the sword heart with my heart. The idea became clearer and clearer. Qin Shao suddenly saw a bright light in his mind, and a clear road appeared in front of him. Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately did it. Sure enough, hard work paid off. That was the right path. Sure enough, the sword had a sword heart. Of course, it was not something that could be understood with just a simple sentence. It sounded simple, but what was the sword heart? You didn't know it all, and no one could say it. You could only comprehend and feel it by yourself. Only the heart could feel the heart. You could feel the sword heart with your heart, but it could only be understood and could not be explained in words. There were thousands of feelings, but there was only one sword heart. Therefore, even if you knew how to find the sword heart, you might not be able to find it. This process was also an extremely difficult process. But Qin Shao relied on himself to feel the sword heart, so it was relatively easy for Qin Shao. It didn't take long for Qin Shao to reap some benefits. With a breakthrough, the path ahead became clearer. Everything was easy when the road was right. If he continued to walk along this road, there would always be a time when he would succeed. Now, he had to continue to walk along this road, break through layers of obstacles, and find more light. Only when he sensed the sword heart could he resonate with the sword heart and resonate with those invisible swords in the whole world. When he reached the point of complete resonance, he could live in peace with those swords, and those swords would no longer hurt him. There were countless swords and countless resonances. Qin Zhao's first step now was to sense the sword heart, and then use the sword heart to resonate with those invisible swords. Those swords that resonated immediately stopped attacking Qin Shao. In this way, the pressure on Qin Shao was naturally reduced, and Qin Shao began to move forward with ease. It was as if a road had been cleared for Qin Shao to move forward. Qin Shao began to move forward again, step by step. Every time he took a step, new swords surged. Qin Shao would try to resonate with those swords to stop their attacks. Therefore, every step was a new cultivation, a major breakthrough. Every time, he was improving, making progress, and making progress. Qin Zhao's control of the sword heart was also getting stronger and stronger. It was hard to imagine that he could control the sword heart and the sword heart. If he could do this, his control of the sword heart would turn a new page and reach an unimaginable level. It was a completely new realm that ordinary people couldn't imagine. It was completely equivalent to opening a new door. Qin Shao had never thought of such a realm before. This time, he reached it in one fell swoop. The sword heart actually existed in the sword heart. The most common way to control the sword heart was to hold the sword heart with one's hand. The more advanced way was to control the sword heart with one's strength. The more advanced way was to control the sword heart with one's dharma. But what was incredible was to control the sword heart. To control the sword heart with one's heart. To be able to do this was a kind of sublimation and a kind of transformation. This was what Qin Shao was doing now. Therefore, his pace of advancement had also become faster. Step by step, he moved forward rapidly. The sword heart became more and more powerful, but it still could not stop Qin Zhao's pace. Soon, he smoothly made it to 10,000 steps. Qin Shao was also quite surprised. He did not expect that he could make it to 10,000 steps so smoothly. That was to say, he could now avoid death. He had passed the most basic test of the first path. Making 10,000 steps forward was the basic condition for not dying. If he wanted to get some more opportunities and benefits, he needed to continue to move forward. Qin Shao did not hesitate. His pace did not stop. Instead, he continued to move forward. However, after taking 10,000 steps, it was obvious that the terrifying sword qi became more turbulent and roaring. It became more difficult and terrifying. Although he knew how to deal with it, But in the face of the sword heart's power that was increasing step by step, Qin Shao soon began to struggle again. Qin Shao was also constantly improving. His control of the sword heart was also constantly improving. However, they gradually couldn't hold on any longer and started to show signs of defeat. 20,000 steps, 30,000 steps. After walking for more than 36,000 steps, Qin Shao finally could no longer move forward. He knelt down on one knee and stopped at 36,000 steps. If he went any further, Qin Shao clearly felt that he would definitely die. It was certain. Therefore, there was no way to persist and move forward. It was also at that moment that the energy life form took action and sent Qin Shao back to a safe place. After returning to the safe zone, Qin Shao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Phew! More than 36,000 steps. This was his final result. Although it only accounted for more than one-third of the 100,000 steps, this result did not meet the value that Qin Shao desired in his heart. But there was no other way. He could only stop here. Chapter 3260. However, there was still a piece of good news. At least, he had successfully passed through the gates of hell. It was a great success and joy to be able to leave the natal sword space alive. Well, not bad at all. It's very good, very good. The energy life was full of praises for Qin Shao, and it spoke a lot of praises. Qin Shao was slightly stunned and a little surprised to be praised by the energy life form. He felt that he had not met his expectations, but he did not expect the energy life form to praise him so much. Does that mean that my performance was really quite good? But that was not right. He had only walked one-third of the 100,000 steps. Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but ask, "Senior, is my success considered good?" "What do you mean by considered good?" The energy life form glared at Qin Shao and said, "At present, your result is the best." Huh? At present, the best? Did that mean that his result was better than the Lord of the Divine Sword Country? No way. Was that really the case? That was the Lord of the Divine Sword Country, who was recognized as the strongest swordsman in the sacred land. He was the reincarnation supremacy. How could his result be better than the Lord of the Divine Sword Country? Qin Shao really thought that his result would be average. Anyway, it did not meet his expectations. Therefore, he did not expect that his result would be better. The energy life form nodded and said, "Yes, your result is indeed better than the Lord of the Divine Sword Country. Of course, it is not much better. You're only 100 steps more than the Lord of the Divine Sword Country. But 100 steps is still a lot. One step is a lot, let alone 100 steps." The Lord of the Divine Sword Country also came in as a fourth-step ancient sage. Just like you, he also reached this step. In comparison, you and the Lord of Divine Sword Nation do have a lot of similarities. But you are very good. Your result is even better than the Lord of the Divine Sword Country. Qin Shao could not help but smile. It was a little comforting, and he felt relieved. In that case, he could still do it. It seemed that it was not that he had not walked enough, but that this road was too difficult. This made Qin Shao curious. He could not help but ask, "Senior, may I ask how can I reach the sword-shaped boulder?" The energy life form looked at Qin Shao with a strange look and said, "The Lord of the Divine Sword Country has failed to do it of his life." What? The Lord of the Divine Sword Country has failed to do it of his life. It was understandable that the Lord of the Divine Sword Countries of the reincarnation supremacy. However, the Lord of the Divine Sword Nation was the reincarnation supremacy, who was recognized as the #1 swordsman in the sacred realm. Of Qin, of the divine, of divine, of the divine, of the divine, what kind of existence was the owner of the natal sword space? Didn't that mean that the realm of the owner of the natal sword space was higher than the Lord of the Divine Sword Country? No way. Was there really a higher realm than the reincarnation supremacy? Thinking about it, he felt that it was a very inconceivable thing. It was hard to imagine. Qin Shao had also discussed this matter with Brother Pure before, but they were all denied. Qin Shao did not believe it either. If this was really the case, it was indeed beyond people's imagination. The energy life form shook his head and said, "No, no, no. You misunderstood. The current Lord of the Divine Sword Country can naturally reach the sword-shaped boulder. It's just that the previous Lord of the Divine Sword Country could not reach it. Everyone who has passed the basic test has 3 more chances to enter the natal sword space in the future. Every time you come in, you can continue to try and see how far you can go. 30,000 steps is a realm, and there will be a corresponding reward for each realm you reach. The Lord of the Divine Sword Country had 3 chances. Unfortunately, he stopped at 89,000 steps. He could not reach the end and get the greatest opportunity. 3 chances? The Lord of the Divine Sword Country stopped at 89,000 steps. The natal sword space was getting more and more interesting, mysterious, and powerful. After that, the energy life form suddenly pointed at Qin Zhao's glabella. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's soul consciousness produced a connection with the energy life form. The energy life form continued. I left a mark in your soul consciousness. After you go out, if you want to enter the natal sword space, just tell me directly. I will instantly move you to the natal sword space, no matter where you are in the great thousand world. What? So powerful? These words indeed gave Qin Shao quite a shock. No matter where he was in the great thousand world, he could instantly move to the natal sword space. This was too terrifying, wasn't it? Could the existence of the reincarnation sovereign do this? Qin Shao did not know and was completely uncertain. After all, he had not seen the existence of the reincarnation sovereign in action. Although he was not sure, Qin Shao was really shocked. He really did not know how powerful the master of the natal sword space was. However, this was a great thing for him. 3 chances were a little less, but it was not bad. Even if he did not come in to participate in the test, it would be good to purely use it to save his life in a desperate situation. Basically, it was equivalent to having 3 more lives. There was no need to say more about the benefits. But of course, saving his life was something that he had no other choice but to do. Qin Shao was still thinking about how he could pass through the trials and obtain even greater serendipity and even more inheritances. This was the way of the king. The more powerful and mysterious the master of the natal sword space was, the more Qin Shao desired this opportunity. If he could take it, there was no need to mention the impact it would have on him. This time, he had already walked more than 36,000 steps, and there were still 3 chances left. There were more than 63,000 steps left. He must still have a chance. The master of the Divine Sword Country stopped at 89,000 steps. His performance this time had surpassed the master of the Divine Sword Country, so he could definitely surpass him in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Shao also had more confidence and strength. Haha, come on. I know what you're thinking. It's very good that you have such confidence and ambition. I also very much hope that you can walk these 100,000 steps and reach the sword-shaped boulder to obtain the complete inheritance left by my master, as well as all the opportunities. Endless years, I don't know how many universe eras have passed. I have been waiting for this person to appear. I thought that the master of the Divine Sword Country could do it, but he disappointed in the end and still failed to reach that step. It's a pity. Your performance is slightly better than the master of the Divine Sword Country, so your hope should still be greater. The energy life said again, this time encouraging Qin Shao. Just now, it seemed that it didn't believe that Qin Shao could do it. It didn't expect that it would change so quickly. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Naturally, there was no need for the energy life to say anything about this matter. He would do his best and try his best. No matter what, he must have a good challenge. These were all things for another time. The energy life said again, well, Qin Shao, the other things have been explained. You have walked 30,000 steps and completed the first realm, so you will get the corresponding reward. I know that you have already obtained the mental cultivation method of the heaven-opening sword technique, but only the first 3 levels. In the previous test, you comprehended the 4th level on your own. However, the 4th level that you comprehended on your own is not perfect. There are some flaws. You don't have the mental cultivation method of the last level, the 5th level. Now, I will teach you the complete heaven-opening sword technique. This supreme swordsmanship cultivation method was created by my master. It was really created by the master of the natal sword space. In fact, Qin Shao had some guesses before. The test in the Sword Sea was related to the heaven-opening sword technique. In the end, he also relied on the heaven-opening sword technique to pass the test and successfully enter the natal sword space. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that the heaven-opening sword technique should have been spread out from the natal sword space. In that case, it should have been brought out by the master of the divine sword country. Therefore, the heaven-opening sword technique should have been created by the master of the natal sword space. And it was brought out by the master of the divine sword country. Didn't that mean that the inheritance that the master of the divine sword country obtained was this heaven-opening sword technique? Qin Shao also inferred that there should be a total of 5 levels in the heaven-opening sword technique. Now, it was confirmed one by one. Although he thought of it, Qin Shao was still very happy to be able to obtain the complete heaven-opening sword technique. This swordsmanship cultivation method was really powerful and profound. Now that he had cultivated to the 4th level, it was already very powerful. If he could cultivate it to the 5th level, the power would be unimaginable. The energy life waved its hand, and another message poured into Qin Shao's mind. This was the inheritance of the heaven-opening sword technique. This was the most direct inheritance, which was much better than looking at the mental cultivation method. And this kind of inheritance was obviously more perfect than the mental cultivation method. After receiving the complete inheritance of the heaven-opening sword technique, Qin Shao also clearly felt that the heaven-opening sword technique that he had cultivated before still had some flaws. There were some imperfections. Thinking about it, the first 3 levels of the heaven-opening sword technique that he had obtained before should be the mental cultivation method written by the master of the divine sword country based on his own experience and understanding of the heaven-opening sword technique. However, the master of the divine sword country was, after all, as a powerful reincarnation sovereign, so the writing was also very exquisite. In fact, it was not much different from the real heaven-opening sword technique when he cultivated it. It was just that there were some flaws. But this would not have any effect. After receiving the inheritance of the heaven-opening sword technique, Qin Shao was indeed deeply impressed by the master of the natal sword space. To be able to create such a profound and exquisite swordsmanship cultivation method, it was really too amazing. If he succeeded in cultivating the heaven-opening sword technique, how powerful would the swordsmanship be? It was scary just thinking about it. He must cultivate this extremely powerful swordsmanship cultivation method well and strive to cultivate it to the great perfection as soon as possible. It would definitely be a great improvement to his strength. Qin Shao, congratulations. You are the second person after the master of the divine sword country to pass the basic test of the natal sword space. I also wish you a smoother cultivation in the future and strive to surpass the master of the divine sword country in the future. Ha ha. The energy life laughed. Qin Shao also laughed. He would work hard in this direction. Author Kanshang said, 3rd update. Chapter 32:61. Surpassing the Emperor of the Divine Sword Country sounded like an impossible task. The Emperor of the Divine Sword Country was an extremely powerful existence among all the reincarnation supremes in the Great Thousand World. In terms of strength, he should be ranked in the top 10. It was too difficult to surpass such an ancient and powerful existence. How could one become a reincarnation supremacy? The only way Qin Shao knew of to reach such a realm was to create one's own path like Shakyamuni and his master, Li Sheng, and become a reincarnation supremacy. Since the current era of the immortal realm, there had been two supreme existences, Shakyamuni and Li Sheng. The other reincarnation supremes were ancient and powerful existences that had existed in other eras. Although it sounded like an impossible task, Qin Shao was still full of confidence. He had been walking on the path of creating his own path for a long time. Now, there were already many embryonic forms. He had already taken a step. Qin Shao was still full of confidence in the path of cultivation in his inner world. Based on the current situation, as long as he worked hard on this path, he would definitely gain something and eventually achieve something. In this era, there were only two people in the immortal realm who had managed to create a Tao. There were probably only a few in the entire Great Thousand World. In the Great Path Sanctuary, Qin Shao had never heard of it. Qin Shao had just taken a step on the path of creation. He had just started, and there was still a long way to go in the future. It was a very difficult road to walk. However, Qin Shao would always be full of confidence, courage, and fearlessness, and keep moving forward. He would always walk this path to the end. Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure. He had already taken more than 9,000 steps and was working hard to reach the 10,000 step mark. However, Brother Pure's situation seemed to be very bad, and his steps were extremely difficult. Every step was very painful, and he was on the verge of collapsing. People could not help but feel worried for him. From the looks of it, he could collapse at any moment. At this time, Qin Shao could only silently cheer for Brother Pure in his heart. He believed that Brother Pure would definitely be able to make it through. He had already walked more than 9,000 steps. There was no reason for him to fall at the last few hundred steps. He could definitely do it. However, Brother Pure's current state was indeed worrisome. This was a great calamity for Brother Pure. Whether or not he could make it through would have a profound impact on his future cultivation. This test was very difficult, but after going through it, Qin Shao had a deeper understanding of it. This test played a significant role in training and improving in all aspects. After passing through it, he felt as if he had undergone a transformation. Therefore, the test itself was an opportunity to improve one's cultivation and sublimate. Not bad, you guys. The energy creature glanced at Brother Pure and could not help praising him. He continued, "Originally, I was the one. He could only come here with you because of you. According to his performance in the previous two tests, if he was alone, it should be very difficult for him to reach here. But now it seems that the situation is not so. This boy has great potential in all aspects. It seems that he can also pass the basic test. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that two of you would come here at once this time. Moreover, both of you can pass the basic test. This is really beyond my expectation. I originally thought that if one of you two could pass the basic test, that would be a very good thing. Speaking of which, I only have faith in you. Now it seems that I have misjudged you." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me. But sometimes it is really difficult to see a person's potential limit. Brother Pure's words may give people the impression that he is a little fake. But in fact, when faced with real difficulties, he can erupt with unprecedented potential. The potential that he can unleash is also unimaginable. It's hard for people to imagine. Therefore, he can often surprise people and create miracles that belong to him. It's just that because of his personality, he is often looked down upon by others." The energy creature nodded and said, "Well, maybe it is easy for people to look down on him because of his personality. He is always laughing and joking. He is a little arrogant." When she spoke, she was always startled and looked very worried. But from the looks of it now, he's just talking about it. When he really faces it, he will become extremely strong and strong. He will be able to erupt with great power. The two of you seem to be at two different extremes. You are very quiet and steady. When you encounter any danger or difficulty, you can remain calm and face it calmly. Your confidence will never be reduced in the slightest. As for him, he is always laughing and joking. When he encounters danger or difficulty, he will always show signs of retreating, being afraid, and even losing confidence. You have different personalities, but once you are serious, you will become extremely terrifying. These are the characteristics of the two of you. It is really interesting. But compared to him, I still think more highly of you. Your potential is much greater than his. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say much. He didn't like to compare himself with Brother Pure. There was nothing to compare. People were different from each other, so it was inevitable that there would be some differences and distance between them. This was a normal thing, and there was nothing wrong with it. Qin Xiao continued to look at Brother Pure. He was still moving forward with difficulty. However, no matter how shaky his body was, he was still able to stand there firmly and didn't really fall down. There were even a few times when his body tilted to the side, which made Qin Xiao's heart clench. But fortunately, he didn't really fall down in the end. In the end, he stood strong and took another step forward. Just like that, every step would take a long time to take. Every step seemed to have been tempered by several life-and-death experiences and swayed in the wind and rain for a long time. Every step he took made people's hearts clench several times, making people worry that he would fall down. If he fell down, he would die. It was really a matter of life and death. He was wavering between life and death. In this process, he was fighting with the god of death again and again. He was pulling himself back from the line of death again and again. Every step was a difficult struggle, but it could allow one to undergo a great transformation and upgrade. One step, and one step again. Qin Xiao kept staring at Brother Pure and followed his steps. His heart was like riding a roller coaster, which kept rising and falling. Sometimes it fell to the bottom, and sometimes it was thrown to the top, but soon it was back to the bottom. In this way, it was reincarnated continuously. This process was extremely dangerous, extremely difficult, and endlessly painful. But as long as he got through it, it would be a huge transformation and a great improvement for himself. For Brother Chunjie, such a thing was also a very good thing. Whoosh, finally, Brother Pure took the 10,000th step and successfully passed the 10,000th step. Seeing this, Qin Zhao's mood immediately relaxed. His heart that had been hanging in the air could finally be at ease. He had passed the 10,000th step. Finally, he didn't disappoint. Qin Xiao was also very happy for Brother Pure. He had successfully passed the most basic test and could leave here alive. Being alive was the most wonderful thing. Being alive was the only way to have everything. The test of risking one's life and the joy of success could replace everything. There was no need for anything to be rewarded. Brother Pure was very strong and continued to move forward. However, his final result was obviously not as good as Qin Zhao's. In the end, Brother Pure stopped at 13,000 steps. Ha ha, it's so satisfying. It's so cool. I almost thought that I was going to die here this time. I really didn't expect that I could hold on in the end and successfully survive. This feeling is really wonderful. It's so cool. 13,000 steps. Ha! I can't believe that I can walk so far. Now that I think about it, it's a little incredible. When I reached the 3,000th step, I felt that I couldn't go on. I really couldn't. I was going to die here, but I didn't expect that I could hold on and go so far. Brother Pure was in a good mood and laughed loudly. He felt that he had survived a disaster. Furthermore, it wasn't just once that he had survived a calamity. He had survived countless calamities. Therefore, this feeling naturally made Brother Pure a little excited at this time. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. When he came over and saw Qin Xiao and the energy creature, he held Qin Xiao in his arms. Ha ha ha, brother, congratulations to you. I knew that you would have no problem. I passed it. There's no reason that you can't pass it. Even if I can't pass it, you can definitely pass it. Brother, How many steps have you taken? Don't worry. Let me guess. It must be much more than me. Have you reached the 50,000th step? Looking at Qin Xiao, Brother Pure was even happier. He was in a good mood. Qin Xiao smiled and shook his head. Brother, you really think highly of me. I don't even dare to think about the 50,000th step. Ha ha, you're being modest. Don't be modest in front of me. I've never been a modest person. Brother Pure smacked his lips as if he didn't believe Qin Xiao at all. He continued, I've taken 13,000 steps. It's not an exaggeration for you to take 50,000 steps. Besides, it's only 50,000 steps. It's not that much. There are 100,000 steps in total. Isn't 50,000 just half of it? I almost wanted to say 80,000 steps. But after thinking about it, I think we should keep a low profile, especially in front of seniors. It's better to be modest. 50,000 steps? I'm already being modest. Okay? Brother, tell me quickly, how many steps have you taken? Don't tell me you didn't do it. Why don't I believe you? Qin Xiao smiled bitterly. He really didn't do it. How could he say it? The energy creature laughed and said, 50,000 steps. He's just a fourth-step ancient saint. It's impossible for him to take 50,000 steps. How can the test left by my master be so easy? Only you dare to say this number. Ahem, Brother Pure grinned. No, 50,000 steps? Was it so difficult? Was it really impossible? Chapter 3262. Brother Chinja knew that the test was very difficult, but he trusted Qin Xiao very much, so he thought that Qin Xiao should be able to go very far. He believed that his brother would always be able to create miracles, but obviously, he still underestimated the difficulty of this test. However, Qin Xiao still set a record by reaching more than 36,000 steps, which is more than 300 steps more than the Lord of the Divine Sword Kingdom. The energy creature said again. Brother Pure suddenly laughed happily and said, Ha ha, I knew it. You are indeed my Brother Pure's brother. You are indeed a little better than me. Well, not bad, but your performance is a little less than satisfactory. You are only 300 steps more than the Lord of the Divine Sword Kingdom, which is a little less. At least 3,000 steps more is worthy of your domineering aura, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was also used to Brother Pure's laughter, so he did not pay attention to it. The energy creature rolled his eyes at Brother Pure and said, Well, Junior, don't talk nonsense. You have passed 10,000 steps and completed the basic test, so you can also get a reward. My master has created many swordsmanship cultivation methods in his life, but only a few of them can make him proud. The heaven-opening swordsmanship technique is one of them, and there's also a weaker swordsmanship truth. You have not reached 30,000 steps, so you can only get this swordsmanship truth. I hope you can use your heart to experience it and feel it well. After the energy creature finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a stream of information poured into Brother Pure's mind. Although Brother Pure was laughing and joking just now, he suddenly became honest and began to seriously accept the information of the energy life form. The reward from the master of the natal sword space was definitely not simple. After accepting the inheritance of the swordsmanship truth, Brother Pure's face suddenly burst into a big smile. It is worthy of being the swordsmanship cultivation method that the master of the natal sword space is so proud of. It is really exquisite and unfathomable. Tut, the swordsmanship cultivation method has been explained to a very deep level and broken down into countless steps. It is amazing. I originally thought that since I had already reached the pinnacle of the laws of sword cultivation, my cultivation level should be extremely high, and my control over the sword should have reached an extremely high level. But I didn't expect that what is in front of me is still an ocean, an extremely huge ocean. Being able to get such a swordsmanship cultivation method was indeed something to be excited about. Junior boy, you also have 3 chances to enter the natal sword space. I have already left a mark in your soul consciousness. When you want to come in, Just let me know. All right, it's time for you to leave. After that, he did not wait for Qin Shao and Brother Trinjia to have another chance to speak. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were directly sent out of the natal sword space. They only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and when they looked again, they had already returned to the endless cosmic sea. Everything happened so fast that they did not have time to react. Qin Shao looked around, trying to see where they were now. But at first glance, he could not help but frown deeply. Qin Shao, isn't this where we were just now? Where is the huge dark storm? Why is it gone? Didn't we find it here just now? But now it is gone. That's not right. Our position hasn't changed. We should be here just now. Pure Bro said immediately. He had also found some clues about the situation. Qin Shao frowned, thinking about this matter. He shook his head and said in confusion, "Yes, it is indeed strange. I also remember clearly that we were here just now. There is no mistake. The huge dark storm was there just now, but now it is empty. There is nothing at all. Nothing exists. This situation is strange. Let's go over there and have a look." Qin Shao and Brother Pure walked to the area of the huge dark storm with doubts, but it was indeed empty. There was indeed nothing there. Qin Shao also checked the space carefully. There was no problem. The biggest problem was that there was no problem. This made Qin Shao and Brother Pure even more puzzled. What was going on? How could this be? Brother Pure thought for a while and proposed a guess. "Brother, do you think it is possible? The huge dark storm may appear irregularly. It only appears once in a while, but does not last long. Or every time it appears, as long as someone enters it, it will disappear immediately, and the way back will be closed. We felt it deeply when we went in just now. There is no way back inside, and we can only continue to move forward. If this huge dark storm appears frequently, it is impossible that there is no record of it. It is impossible that everyone who sees it dares to go in, right? Even if not everyone dares to go in, there must be some people who have doppelgangers. So, I think the probability of this huge dark storm appearing is very small, and the time is also very small. It has not appeared for countless years. Moreover, for countless years, except for us, the Divine Sword Emperor and the other two people who have entered it have all died in it. So, no one has spread the news about the situation inside. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. After thinking about it carefully, he found that Brother Pure's words were possible. However, Qin Shao also thought of some other possibilities. It is not necessarily the case. There may be other possibilities. For example, it may appear randomly. But even if it appears randomly, what you said should be right. The appearance of the huge dark storm should be very rare, and it is very difficult to encounter it. So, we are very lucky to have encountered it. After we went in, it disappeared again. We don't know how long we have to wait for the next time it appears. But that is not something we need to think about. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, we have already obtained a great opportunity. In the future, we have 3 opportunities to enter the natal sword space again. This is excellent for us. Brother Pure nodded. There was indeed nothing to discuss. The two of them left there. This time, including the time in the elemental sanctuary, it had been 20 million years. To Qin Shao, it could be considered a relatively long journey of experiential learning. Fortunately, the harvest from this trip was huge. "Brother, why don't we go to the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary? It is not far from here. It just so happens that we have just come out of the natal sword space and have all obtained the inheritance of the owner of the natal sword space. Now, it is the closest to the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary, so it feels like a guide for us to go to the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. I have just obtained the inheritance, and I also want to have a good understanding of it," Brother Pure suddenly suggested. After thinking about it, Qin Shao also felt that this suggestion was good. After all, the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was the origin of the Sword Cultivator Law and the most sacred place. The sacred realm of swordsmen was the best place to practice swordsmanship. Although it was extremely difficult for Qin Shao Wei to increase his cultivation, it was still extremely difficult for him to do so. However, it was still a good thing to go to the sword cultivator Saint realm for a walk. Even if it was difficult to gain any improvement in cultivation, it did not matter. He could walk around the sword cultivator sanctuary and feel it. Perhaps it would be of great help to his future cultivation. Whether it was the sword cultivator law or the use of the sword, Qin Shao had reached an extremely deep level. Therefore, ordinary cultivation was naturally of no use to him, and it was difficult for him to improve. However, since he had come out to experience and cultivate, he should walk around more, experience more, and feel more to slowly change his state of mind. Bit by bit, it was a kind of accumulation and a process of cultivation. Thinking of going to the sword cultivator sanctuary, Qin Shao immediately thought of a person. That was Lang Jinghong, a friend he had made when he was traveling in the great wide world. Speaking of which, he had not seen him for almost 70 to 80 million years. He did not know how he was doing now. When they first met, they were only at the first step ancient sage realm. They had just broken through to the ancient sage realm, and their realm and strength were very weak. Now, 70 to 80 million years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Zhao's strength had grown to an extremely strong level. In terms of realm, he was already at the fourth step ancient sage realm. Lang Jinghong could be considered a rare genius. He did not know what realm he was in now. However, for ordinary geniuses, 70 to 80 million years was indeed very short. It was not very practical to break through several realms in 70 to 80 million years. It was very, very difficult. After all, not everyone was Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's realm broke through and improved so quickly. In fact, it was because he had great opportunities every time. If not for that, Qin Zhao's realm would not have been able to improve so quickly. After confirming, the two of them did not hesitate and directly headed to the sword cultivator sanctuary. Of the 8 great sacred regions, Qin Shao had already been to 3 of them. Including the sword cultivator sanctuary, there were 4 of them. In fact, it was still relatively small. As for training and cultivation, he should walk around more. He could take a good look at the 8 great sanctuary. There was also the great wide world, which was worth taking a good look at. As far as Qin Shao was concerned, the places he had been to in the great wide world were only the tip of the iceberg. The entire great wide world was too big for him. However, if he wanted to really walk around, it would take a lot of time. Qin Shao was not willing to do such a thing easily. Soon, Qin Shao and Lang Jinghong arrived at the sword cultivator sanctuary. The sword cultivator sanctuary was not as big as the Great Path sanctuary in terms of size. It was not as beautiful as the elemental holy sword. In terms of aura, it was not as good as the immortal domain. However, in terms of sharpness, it was definitely the leader of the 8 great sanctuary. It could be said that it had its own characteristics. Chapter 3263. The Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was very different from the Immortal Domain and the Great Tao Sanctuary. The Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was made up of sword islands and sword chasms. The structure of the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was mainly based on countries and various dynasties. Basically, the islands on the Sword Abyss were the dynasties of the various dynasties. With swords as their names, countless dynasties and countries formed the structure of the entire Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. The most powerful country was naturally the Divine Sword Country. After all, the Divine Sword Country's monarch was recognized as the #1 person in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. The Sword Cultivator Sanctuary also had a classification of the sword dynasties. The highest was the Dominator Sword Dynasty, the Overlord Sword Dynasty, and the next level was the Lord Sword Dynasty. Finally, there were other categories. There was no specific name for the level. Other than the 3 sword dynasties, the others were all classified into the same category. There were only 7 dominator rank sword empires. To be able to be called dominator sword dynasties, they were extremely ancient and powerful. They had an extremely deep foundation and were supreme existences that dominated a region. They were all ruled by reincarnation supremes. Only then could they be called dominator sword dynasties. In fact, this classification of forces was also applicable to the entire Great Thousand World. For example, the Immortal Domain's 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Heavenly Court, and Langya Heaven were all dominator sword dynasties. The 100 schools of philosophers were already considered to be overlord-level powers. According to the common understanding, sovereign-level organizations had to have a reincarnation sovereign, overlord-level organizations had to have a world god, and lord-level organizations had to have a 4th-step Empyrean saint. Of course, this was only the basic condition of consensus. The specific conditions depended on the overall strength of the forces. Although the name of the sword-cleansing dynasty was strange, it was an overlord sword dynasty. It was ancient and powerful. In the sword cultivator's sanctuary, it was a rather famous dynasty force. It was said that the founder of the sword-cleansing dynasty, the sword-cleansing divine sovereign, created the sword-cleansing record, which was famous in the sword cultivator sanctuary. That was how the sword-cleansing dynasty got its name. Until now, the sword-cleansing record was still one of the most popular sword techniques in the sword cultivator sanctuary. There were countless people who cultivated it in the future. Qin Shao did not expect to meet a familiar figure in the sword-cleansing dynasty. Senior Fu, why are you here? Fu Yunny had also appeared in the sword cultivator sacred domain. What a coincidence. Brother Pure pursed his lips and snickered. Fate, brother, this means that Miss Fu and you are fated to be together. So what's this called again? Telepathy or something? To be able to meet her here, as expected of a fated person. Qin Shao and Fu Yunny both glared at Brother Pure at the same time. Being stared at by the two of them, Brother Qinjie said again, Look, the way you stare at me is so synchronized, so similar. TSK, very good. Miss Fu, don't look at me with such threatening eyes. My Brother Pure is Jean Feishi now, okay? He's very strong now, so he might not be a match for you. That's why you can't threaten me with just your gaze. Okay, don't stare. You guys talk, I'll just shut up. Qin Shao was speechless at Brother Pure's joke, but he had to admit that Fu Yunny was indeed a good woman. It's just that Qin Shao did not have any thoughts about it. Of course, Fu Yunny should not have any thoughts about it either. Therefore, between Qin Shao and Fu Yunny, it was still a gentleman's friendship. The relationship between a man and a woman should not be so complicated. It's like this, Qin Shao. Since the seal in the immortal domain was broken, similar problems have occurred in several sacred domains. Some dark forces have slowly rushed out, trying to create chaos in the sacred domains. In the elemental sacred domain, the Sorcerer's Guild has begun to split under the control of a dark force, forming a powerful dark sorcerer's force. In the Great Tao sacred domain, there are also several strange forces that have surfaced, and there are also the forces of the Nightwalkers and the Bloodbath Alliance. So, now the Great Tao sacred domain has also begun to have some chaos. The Sword Cultivator's sacred domain has also shown signs of this. We found some information that the Sword Cultivator's sacred domain is now wantonly with a strange force, and this strange force can control cultivators. Yinya and I came to the Sword Cultivator's sacred domain this time for this favor, but we didn't expect to meet you. Fu Yunny said. Hearing Fu Yunny's words, Qin Shao immediately frowned. Such a situation has begun to appear in all the sacred domains. Could it be that the prophecy of the ancient tribe is about to begin? Is the boundless world about to enter a state of chaos? It seems that it is really as Master said. There is no way to avoid the prophecy of the ancient tribe. No matter how much you guard against it or how much you interfere, it will still happen. It is possible that the more you guard against it and interfere, the worse the situation will be. What was meant to come would eventually come. The last time the land of the immortal realm broke the seal, Qin Shao had some bad premonition and felt that the prophecy of the ancient tribe was about to begin. However, the land did not start to wantonly invade the human realm at that time, and they were relatively low-key. They only occupied the southern wasteland, but they did not let anyone enter the territory of the 9 continents of Huaxia. It seemed that they could still maintain a balance for the time being, and everyone minded their own business. But he did not expect that the chaos had already begun and had spread to the various sacred domains. In this case, the boundless world would soon enter a period of chaos. However, his realm and strength were far from enough. Once the true calamity came, how could he protect his family and his hometown? Although the primordial universe had the sacred Emperor Guardian token, no one would dare to invade it for the time being. But once the entire boundless world fell into chaos, the deterrent power of the sacred Emperor Guardian token would be greatly weakened, and there would not be much power left. If that was the case, the primordial universe would be in danger. Although Qin Shao had set up several layers of protection for the primordial universe when he returned last time, these forces were still not strong enough. If a powerful enemy were to invade, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, Qin Shao had some plans in his mind now. It seemed that he still had to make a trip back to the primordial universe as soon as possible to bring his parents to Langya Heaven. However, they couldn't bring too many people into the Langya Heaven. They could only bring some important people into the Langya Heaven, and only a small number of them. The safety of the primordial universe was still a headache. But there was no other way, and this was all he could do for the time being. Senior Sister Fu, what is the situation in the Sword Cultivator's Sanctuary now? What are you investigating? Qin Shao asked. Fu Yunny explained to Qin Shao in detail. After listening to Fu Yunny's explanation, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that a strange power had recently swept through the entire Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. There was an extremely terrifying power, and people who carried this power could control others at will and completely change their minds. Once they were controlled, there was basically no saving them. They would basically become obedient pawns and act according to orders. And these people who were controlled were not afraid of death at all, so they could often do some crazy things. Under such circumstances, chaos had already broken out everywhere in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. According to the information obtained by the Righteous Alliance, the Bloodbath Alliance was behind the chaos in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. However, the power of the Bloodbath Alliance was still in the dark for the time being. On the surface, it was still a group of people who carried that strange power. These people were called Soul Devourers by the Righteous Alliance. Fu Yunny and the others' intention in coming to the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary was to assist the Righteous Alliance in investigating the situation of the Soul Devourers and eliminate them together. Since the Bloodbath Alliance did not easily reveal themselves, they only needed to suppress the Soul Devourers now to alleviate the current situation in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. Qin Shao asked, Senior Sister Fu, are those sovereign forces not concerned about this matter? The Sword Cultivator, Dao, Sacred Realm, also has 6 Dominator rank Sword Dynasties. Each Dominator rank Sword Dynasty controls a region. What are their attitudes? Speaking of this matter, Fu Yunny looked a little angry and said, Don't talk about this. It's not just the sovereign forces in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary. The other sovereign forces in the Sword Cultivator Sanctuary are all the same. The Bloodbath Alliance won't take any direct actions against these messy matters, let alone deal with them. Now, those sovereign forces don't take charge of these matters, nor do they interfere with others dealing with them. Their attitude is very indifferent. I really don't understand. So, let's not talk about this. It's better for us to deal with it ourselves. Anyway, our Righteous Alliance has never received the support of any sovereign forces nor the support of any reincarnation supremes. Qin Shao did not say anything more. He had also asked his master, Li Sheng, about this situation. Although Qin Shao did not understand the answer he received from Li Sheng, the answer he received from Li Sheng was still somewhat incomprehensible. However, this matter was related to the prophecy of the Xianbei tribe. Therefore, even if he did not understand, there was nothing he could do. The prophecy of the Xianbei tribe was right there, and now it seemed that everything was proceeding according to the prophecy of the Xianbei tribe. Moreover, this was a consensus reached by all the reincarnation supremes, so there was nothing he could say to change the situation. Therefore, it was not a good idea to say anything. On this point, Qin Shao still supported the Righteous Alliance's actions. Even if what was to come would come no matter how they tried to stop it, it was still better than waiting, right? Perhaps those reincarnation supremes were thinking about the survival of the 8 great sacred regions, and they were thinking from an extremely high point. Perhaps Qin Shao could not see or understand this point. However, this was not important. Qin Shao did not know that those reincarnation supremes were wrong. Standing at their height, he could see more problems in the situation. The choice they made was definitely not one they would have made. There must be a reason for it, and it must be a kind of concession made in consideration of a certain aspect. However, as far as Qin Shao was concerned, he still could not tolerate such a thing happening. Therefore, it was fine if he did not see him, but when he saw him, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. On this point, Qin Shao was still on the same side as the Righteous Alliance. Qin Shao, originally, you were not part of this operation. But now that we have met you, if you are willing, you can help us investigate this matter. Fu Yeni said. Qin Shao nodded and said, of course, I will not shirk from this matter. How about this? Besides this matter, I will also travel with Brother Pure and look for a friend. Therefore, I will not be going with you. Leave the sword-cleansing dynasty to me. If there is any information, just tell me directly, and I will investigate it here. Fu Yeni nodded and said, okay, that's good too. Chapter 3264. After sending off Fu Yunyi, Qin Shao and Brother Pure immediately began to act. Now, they had something to do. Qin Shao had never seen a soul eater before, but according to the information provided by Fu Yunyi, Qin Shao also knew what a soul eater looked like. The territory of the sword-cleansing dynasty was not small. It was a bit difficult to find a soul eater in it, and there was not much information to support it at present. For the time being, Qin Shao and Brother Pure could only search blindly. But fortunately, the news soon came that a soul eater was found in a place called Lanchi City. Qin Shao and Brother Pure rushed to Lanchi City at the fastest speed. Lanchi City was just a small city. Qin Shao used his divine sense to search the entire city. The strongest person here was only a 4th-step heavenly venerable. There was not even a single existence of ancient sage realm. Lanchi City did not have absolute control. The most powerful forces were the 3 major clans. They were like a tripod, restraining each other. Basically, they could rule the entire Lanchi City. However, the 3 major clans were not on good terms with each other. Fortunately, they kept each other in check and balance. They maintained a very good state, so Lanchi City was relatively stable and peaceful. However, recently, Lanchi City was not so stable and peaceful. Some strange events had occurred. These strange events had also spread in the streets and alleys. Qin Shao and Brother Pure walked around Lanchi City. Along the way, they heard discussions about the latest strange events. There was a deserted house in the west of the city. It was said that it had been deserted for a long time. It was very dilapidated and rarely visited. Some people said that there was something dirty in the deserted house, something dirty that was related to the recent strange events. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure walked towards the deserted house in the west of the city. Before they got close to the deserted house, a figure blocked the way of Qin Shao and Brother Pure. This was a stooped old man in somewhat tattered clothes. His face showed that he had been severely baptized by the passage of time. His body was very weak. It seemed that he had suffered a very serious injury. Even his vitality had been damaged, which was why he looked like this. He was only a first step heavenly venerable, which was a very ordinary realm. In such a state, it would be difficult for him to live long in this world. He stopped Qin Shao and Brother Pure, shook his head and said, "Young man, you can't go to that deserted house. You must not go. There are terrible evil creatures there. Those evil creatures will eat people. If you go there, you'll be finished. You'll also become evil creatures. Don't go there. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to regret." Hearing the old man's words, Qin Shao and Brother Chunja's interest was piqued. If that was the case, did this old man know something about the situation? Qin Shao couldn't help but ask, "Old man, why can't we go there? And you said there are evil creatures there? Will they eat people? Will they turn people into evil creatures? That's impossible. How can such things exist? We do plan to go to that deserted house. Is it really so terrible?" The old man looked dignified. He shook his head at Qin Shao and said very solemnly, "It's really so terrible. It's really so terrible. It's not an exaggeration at all. I won't lie to you young people. I think you look very kind. I can see that you should be kind people. That's why I'm reminding you out of goodwill." Previously, this old man had also warned a few people, but those few people did not listen to this old man's words. What happened in the end? They either died or turned into evil creatures. It could be said that it was very tragic. Don't do stupid things. Young people, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. You will harm yourself if you are hot-blooded. Oh, if that's the case, there might be a soul eater in the deserted house in the west of the city. Qin Shao had come for the soul devourer. If there was a soul devourer, it would naturally be the best thing for him. However, listening to the old man's words, he seemed to know a lot of things. Qin Shao said, "Old man, can you tell us more about it? We are indeed very curious about this matter, so we came here. I also heard that there seems to be an evil creature in the deserted house in the west of the city. Recently, this matter has caused a lot of discussion in Lanchi City. We've been eating all kinds of discussions about this matter every day, so we're really very curious. Elder, if you know, why don't you tell us?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the old man was scared. After looking at Qin Shao with a strange look, he quickly shook his head and said, "You can't go. You must not go. It's better not to have this kind of curiosity. You must not go to the deserted house in the west of the city. Otherwise, you will either die or become an evil creature. No matter what the outcome is, it is not a good thing. It means that your life is over. It's better that you don't know about this matter. Young people, don't be so curious. Listen to the old man's advice and go back quickly." Brother Pure smacked his lips and said with a smile, "Old man, since you said so, how can we suppress our curiosity? It will only make us more curious. If you don't say it, it will be better. Now that you have said so much, our curiosity has been aroused. So we must go to the deserted house in the west of the city. Ha. Why don't you tell us more about the situation? Maybe you can scare us into giving up." Ew. The old man looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure with a speechless look. He was really a little confused. How could he meet these two young people who were so stubborn? However, he shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Forget it. Young people are young people after all. They will not listen to others' advice easily. If they listen to others' advice so easily, they are not young people. Young people are full of vigor and curiosity. But I can tell you that I have stopped at least 5 groups of people before. However, it's true that none of them listened to this old man's advice. They were all incomparably ferocious. They all had lofty aspirations. They all wanted to wipe out those evil beings and get rid of evil for the people. Their hearts are indeed good, but they all end up in a pitiful state. Are you sure you still want to know?" Brother Pure patted the old man's shoulder and smiled at him, saying, "You are really good at seducing people's appetites. Look, You have already seduced our appetites so much. Now you are asking for a beating, aren't you? Haha, old man, don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you. How can I really beat you? I respect the old and love the young. Okay? I still have this quality, so don't worry. Hurry up and tell us. The more detailed, the better. It's best if you tell us everything you know. Let's see how dangerous these evil beings are. The old man looked at Brother Chuanjie strangely. This guy was always laughing and joking, which was really scary. However, after thinking for a while, the old man still said it. After listening, Qin Shao and Brother Pure roughly understood the situation. It turned out that 100 years ago, the first evil creature attack happened in Lanchi City. According to the old man's description, the evil creature was like a devil. Its eyes emitted black gas. When the black gas entered someone's body, it could control them and turn them into evil beings like him, obeying his orders. Since the first evil creature incident 100 years ago, hundreds of evil creature attacks had happened in Lanchi City one after another in the past 100 years. As the incidents happened again and again, more and more people died in the incidents, and more people became evil creatures. This evil creature seemed to be contagious. It could turn others into evil creatures, devils, puppets that only obeyed orders, walking corpses. However, they were more advanced than walking corpses. This was because these evil creatures usually hid very well. It was difficult to find them. If they did not take the initiative to display their evil power, no one would notice anything strange at all. They were no different from normal people. Once the evil power was displayed, people would be able to detect that it was an evil being. In the past 100 years, these evil creatures had only caused hundreds of incidents. Therefore, these evil creatures were usually relatively low-key and would not come out easily. It was precisely because of this that it was difficult to find traces of evil creatures in Lanchi City. However, recently, there were some rumors that there seemed to be evil creatures in the deserted houses in the west of the city. When such a thing happened, it naturally aroused a lot of righteous people. They were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to do righteous acts. They took the initiative to step forward and wanted to find these evil creatures. They wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of evil. Of course, there were also some people who just wanted to take the opportunity to be heroes and show that they were very powerful. No matter what kind of intentions they had, there were some people who came to the city to search for evil creatures. However, these people either died or turned into evil creatures. At the beginning, they were full of passion and vigor. They even swept through the entire Lanchi city with righteous acts. However, their enthusiasm was soon dispelled. Now, very few people dared to step forward and look for evil creatures to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. These evil creatures were really too strong. It was said that there were even a few fourth-step heavenly venerables who wanted to step forward and show their bravery. They wanted to find these evil creatures. Unfortunately, those fourth-step heavenly venerables died in the hands of the evil creatures one after another. At the time, this incident had really shaken Lanchi City. Many people had been scared out of their wits. Ever since that incident, the atmosphere in Lanchi City had become a little strange. Everyone felt that they were in danger. Because of this, the old man had tried his best to dissuade Qin Shao and Luo Yunyang from going to the deserted houses in the west of the city. After obtaining this useful information, Qin Shao said to the old man, "Thank you, old man. Your information is very helpful to us." However, in the face of danger and evil creatures, blindly retreating is useless. There are some things that always need someone to step forward and do. Those who step forward rashly aren't fools. They're using their lives to do heroic things. If everyone had nothing to do with it, if they all hid and only protected themselves, then I'm afraid that the entire Lanchi city will be completely devoured by those evil creatures. It will really be occupied. When that time comes, no one will be able to protect themselves. No one will be able to hide. Everyone will have to come in. All right, old man, we're going in. After saying that, Qin Shao and Brother Pure left. The old man couldn't help but be startled when he saw the two of them leave. He felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. Chapter 3265. The deserted house in the west of the city had been abandoned for countless years. Usually, only some wanderers, scavengers, or some children would come here to play. Here, it was a gloomy place with dilapidated walls and dilapidated walls. In the deserted house, weeds and shrubs were everywhere. It had been eroded beyond recognition. This place had probably experienced a great battle in the past. That was why it was left in such a state. A thin and small figure held a light sword tightly in his hand. He bent his body and walked forward like a cat. His movements were very careful. Step by step, every step was very careful. After repeatedly confirming that there were no problems, he moved forward. Fortunately, the terrain here was very complicated. There were obstacles everywhere, so it was easy to hide. Suddenly, the thin and small man's eyes moved. He had discovered something. He saw a man cultivating in a concave place in front of him. However, the way this man cultivated was very strange and gloomy. His entire body was shrouded in black gas. He was actually devouring the corpse chi from underground to provide for his own cultivation. Such a strange and evil cultivation master made one's scalp tingle. The deserted house in the west of the city was full of chi. It was very eerie. In the past, there should have been countless corpses buried here. That was why so much chi had gathered. Or rather, it had something to do with the terrain of this place. This place was also a terrain where chi gathered. It was very good at gathering chi. When the thin and small man saw the cultivation master, his eyes surged with intense anger and murderous intent. The hand holding the sword could not help but tighten a little. Suddenly, he moved. The sword in his hand turned into an extremely sharp blade. Like a bolt of lightning, it attacked the cultivation master. He was as quiet as a virgin and as fierce as a tiger. It was fine if he did not move, but once he moved, he risked his life. Although the man was very thin and small, when he moved, he was like a venomous snake. He was cold and decisive. Once he decided on something, he would not turn back. This was an arrow that was released from a bow. It moved forward bravely. Either it pierced into the enemy's body or it was knocked to the ground. There were only two possibilities. At this time, the thin and small man was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He stabbed fiercely at the cultivation master. Wherever the sword went, nothing could stop it. The skinny man's sword quickly arrived in front of the cultivator. Die, you evil creatures. Die, die. You've committed heinous crimes, and even hell can't tolerate you. You must be destroyed in body and soul, and cease to exist in this world. You deserve to die. Damn it. The skinny man was obviously filled with hatred towards evil beings. When the sword arrived in front of him, he let out a roar in his heart. The boundless hatred in his heart gushed out completely. The power of hatred also gathered on his sword, making his sword even sharper and sharper. Such a sword was a killing sword. However, just as the sword arrived in front of the cultivator's eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were like two black holes. Once he opened them, he burst forth with an enormous power. The terrifying power devoured everything, including the soul. A cloud of black gas immediately rushed towards the skinny man and enveloped him. It was as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped the skinny man. Such a strange and terrifying power instantly intimidated the skinny man, who was immediately caught in the palm of his hand. Ah! The skinny man immediately let out an angry and unwilling roar. He was also in great pain. He had worked so hard for so long to kill an evil creature to avenge his dead brother. However, he didn't expect that in the end, he still couldn't avenge his brother. He couldn't accept it. At this time, a wave of power surged into his soul. It wanted to devour and control his soul. This strange power was too terrifying. He didn't have any power to resist at all. He was about to fall into it. The situation was very bad. At this critical moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the skinny man's mind. The scorching light illuminated everything and annihilated all the darkness. In an instant, the devouring power was completely wiped out. It no longer existed. In an instant, the skinny man felt as if he had been pulled back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. When he opened his eyes again and saw the situation in front of him clearly, he was stunned to find that there were two more men in front of him. At this time, one of the men was imprisoning the cultivator. What was strange about this man was that he was actively devouring the black gas. What was he doing? Was he also an evil creature? However, that didn't seem right. He didn't look like one. Moreover, he had just saved him. How could he be an evil creature? If he was really an evil creature, he shouldn't have saved him. Moreover, it was impossible for an evil creature to attack another evil creature. Based on these considerations, the skinny man ruled out this possibility. His gaze fell on the figure beside him. That person didn't look like an evil creature. Therefore, he relaxed a little. However, he still looked at the person who had just saved him with a puzzled expression. He really wanted to know what this person was doing. The person who had just saved the skinny man was none other than Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao was testing out that strange power. He wanted to see just how terrifying and powerful this power was. Just what kind of strange power was it that could devour the souls of others? After trying for a while, Qin Shao waved his hand and directly killed the evil creature. Its body and soul were destroyed. As soon as the evil creature died, a cloud of black gas gushed out of its body, trying to escape quickly. The cloud of black gas seemed to have become a spirit. In such a situation, how could Qin Shao let it escape? If you still want to run, refine it all. Qin Shao waved his hand, and the power of space directly trapped the cloud of black gas. Then, powerful Saint Power surged up and burned the black gas with a scorching fire. However, what surprised Qin Shao was that it took him a lot of effort and a long time to completely destroy the cloud of black gas. It turned into ashes and could not be brought out again. It was just a small cloud of energy, but it took Qin Shao so much effort. Qin Shao was really surprised. This strange power was really strange. At least, Qin Shao had never seen such a strange power. This was the first time. It was really too difficult to destroy this strange power. "Brother, what's the situation?" Brother Pure asked through sound transmission. Qin Shao frowned and replied, "It's not a simple power. Just now I try to resist this power with my soul. This power is not strong, but it launched a fierce attack on my soul again and again. Although the power doesn't look strong, it's very difficult to deal with. I had to resist it for quite a while before I managed to force the strange, devouring power out. The cultivator, just now, is only a first-step celestial venerable, and his realm is very low. However, the strange, devouring power in his body took me a lot of effort. It also took me a lot of effort to destroy the cloud of black gas. This is really strange. I've never heard of such a strange and powerful power. It's no wonder that it can turn people into evil beings. Ordinary celestial venerable cultivators can't resist this strange, devouring power." Brother Pure was also surprised. "So scary? That's really unheard of. This is really strange. How can there be such a strange power? Where did this power come from?" Fu Yunny and the Righteous Alliance did not know, and they were investigating this matter. It seemed that in the long history of the great wide world, there had never been such a strange power. Since the Righteous Alliance did not understand this matter, Qin Shao was naturally even more confused. He had personally experienced it just now and felt that it was not good. However, he did not want to think about this for the time being. "Brother Pure, there's still a few evil beings left. Go and clean them up," Qin Shao said to Brother Pure. Brother Pure nodded and went to work. "Senior, thank you for saving my life just now. May I know who you are? How should I address you?" The skinny man asked Qin Xiao gratefully. Qin Xiao smiled faintly and waved his hand. I'm not a senior. I just happen to be doing the same thing as you. I happened to run into you, so I saved you. However, I do admire your courage. The fact that you're able to kill this evil creature alone shows that you're a righteous person, as well as a brave and fearless person. You have such courage, which is worthy of respect. I also respect people like you very much. After being praised by Qin Xiao, the skinny man was a little embarrassed and said with an ashamed face, Senior, you really praise me too much. In fact, I'm not as great as you say. I, Inch Rain, am just an insignificant person. I have never thought of doing anything big, let alone fantasize that I will become a hero. In Launchy City, I, Inch Rain, am just a small ant. Not many people know me. I have always been living at the bottom with some very ordinary people. In this life, I have never done anything big. This time, if it weren't for my best brother dying in the hands of these evil beings, I wouldn't have the courage to come here to hunt these evil beings. I also know myself. I'm just a weak first step heavenly venerate. My strength is really very weak. In Launchy City, I was often bullied. How could I dare to do anything heroic? This time, I also risked my life to come here. I made all the preparations and thought of the worst outcome. Although I am very humble and weak, although I have always been living at the bottom, although I have always been a small ant, don't laugh at me. Senior, don't think that I'm bragging. In fact, I'm really not afraid of death. I've never been afraid of death. I have always lived a very humble life. Death is not a terrible thing for me. My only good brother died. I have long been heartless. Now that I don't even have a good friend, I suddenly feel that life has lost its meaning. Instead of being an ordinary person and slowly dying without doing anything, it's better to muster up the courage to do something right for myself. Therefore, I came to hunt these evil beings. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed. If Senior hadn't saved me, I, Inch Rain, would have died in the hands of these evil beings today and even become one. Isn't this a kind of tragedy? Author Kanshong said. Third update. Chapter 3266. Small figures also had their own greatness. Qin Xiao had also come from a humble background, so he could understand some of the thoughts, actions, and thoughts of the little people. For most of the small figures, it was a very good thing to be independent. For his brother, he risked his life, disregarded his own life, and even prepared to die. This kind of heart was excellent and worthy of Qin Xiao's respect. What do you think you can do to avenge your brother? Qin Xiao asked. Siyuan was silent for a while. After thinking for a while, she said, Senior, to tell you the truth, I thought at first. Actually, this is what I thought at the beginning. As long as I do this, I will have avenged my brother with this intention. As for whether this revenge will be successful or not, it's another story. If you want to talk about success, then naturally, the more evil beings you kill, the better it will be. If it doesn't work, I don't think it's a loss to kill one person. If you can kill more evil creatures, it'll be a gain. I hate those evil creatures very much. They not only kill innocent people wantonly, but also turn some people into evil creatures. They were originally innocent people, but they were turned into evil creatures and became extremely ferocious. They became pawns to kill people. How sad is that? I think it's much worse than death. Death is the end of all troubles. But if you become an evil creature and a pawn to kill people, you will be at the mercy of evil creatures. You may even kill your family and friends. Qin Xiao nodded. It was true. If you were infected by evil creatures and became a pawn, it was indeed a very sad thing. Living a life worse than death, right? Flop. Siyuan suddenly knelt down in front of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was stunned by such a move. He immediately helped Siyuan up and said, What are you doing? Siyuan looked at Qin Shao sincerely and said, Senior, I know my strength is very weak. If I hunt evil creatures alone, it's impossible for me to succeed. My situation just now has already explained everything. It's impossible for me to kill that evil creature. So, I want to hunt evil creatures with you, Senior. If there's anything you need me to do, or if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me directly. Whether it's climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of fire, I, Inch Rain, will never frown. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help shaking her head and smiling. Don't talk about climbing a mountain of swords or diving into a sea of flames. I don't have such a cruel task for you. However, if you really want to help, I think I can help. Since you dare to come here to hunt evil beings, it means that you at least know a little about these things. To tell you the truth, we're not from Lanchi City. We've only arrived in Lanchi City recently. When I came here, I heard that some strange things had happened. Evil beings had appeared. Therefore, we decided to take a look at what these evil beings are and hunt them down. However, we know very little about Lanchi City and the situation regarding those evil beings. So, if you can help us in this aspect, it can be considered as a simple hunt for evil beings. When Inch Rain heard this, she was overjoyed. She immediately nodded and said, Okay, this is not a problem. What does Senior want to know? What do you want me to do? Just tell me. Qin Shao asked Suanyu about the recent evil incidents that happened in Lanchi City. The old man had already told her quite a lot. However, Inch Rain obviously knew more about the situation, so Qin Shao collected some useful information. Soon, Brother Pure also came back. His feedback was that in addition to the evil creature they just killed, there were 8 other evil beings. However, they were all killed by Brother Pure. The evil beings here were relatively low level, and their strength was very low, so it was easy to kill them. Brother Pure also tried the strange devouring power of that evil creature just now, and it made Brother Pure very uncomfortable. TSK. That strange devouring power is too terrifying and strange. Such a strange power is truly horrifying. Even with our powerful strength, we still have to spend some effort to deal with it. I guess no one under the ancient saint realm can resist this power, right? They'll definitely be devoured, right? Once the soul is devoured, it will definitely turn into an evil being. Qin Shao nodded. That should be the case. However, there was another situation that Qin Shao had been thinking about. He had been a little puzzled. Qin Shao said, These evil beings can devour other people to turn them into evil beings. This feeling is like a virus that can spread wantonly. In that case, 1 will become 2, 2 will become 3, and 3 will become 10,000 changes. Constantly fission, 1 will become 2, 2 will become 4, 4 will become 8. If this fission continues, it will be very terrifying. It can quickly devour countless lives and quickly turn a city into an evil being. Yes. Brother Pure nodded solemnly. His face was a little solemn, and he said, It's really terrifying when you think about it. Even my heart is numb. If that's really the case, it'll be a disaster. But I don't think so. If that's really the case, I'm afraid that Lanchi City would have fallen in 100 years. But in fact, the evil beings that we saw in Lanchi City are very few, and they're very well hidden. Those evil beings are well hidden, which obviously means that they're not strong enough. So, they can only hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to take action. If there's really such a terrifying power to spread infection and devour, doesn't that mean that the entire Great Thousand World will be completely controlled with a certain amount of time? It's so heaven-defying. It's impossible. This was true. After all, the world was also particular about balance. The more heaven-defying something was, the more restrictions it would have. Regardless of whether it was power, skills, or life, as long as it was too heaven-defying, there would definitely be some restrictions. Moreover, the evil being that they had just killed was still cultivating there. It was absorbing the energy to improve itself. This meant that if it wanted to infect others and turn them into an evil being, it would have to let a part of its evil power invade the body of the person it devoured. Only in this way could it complete the devouring process. If he thought about it this way, it would be easy to understand and explain. In other words, these soul devourers seemed to be very terrifying. They could devour people's souls and turn them into evil beings to kill people. However, the soul devourers could not devour people's souls without a limit. They could only release it to devour people's souls when they had accumulated enough strange power in their bodies. So, this was a process of transmission, and this transmission would decrease gradually. The more it was transmitted, the weaker it would become. The real soul devourers that Fu Yunyi mentioned were not these ordinary evil beings. These ordinary evil beings had probably been infected several times, and their energy had already been weakened to the point where it couldn't be anymore. There must be a more powerful soul devourer in Lanchi City. This was the source. If they wanted to completely solve the crisis of Lanchi City, they must find the source and destroy it. If they wanted to know more about the soul devourers, they must find the source. Their train of thought was quickly settled. Now, Qin Shao and Brother Pure finally had a clearer understanding of the evil beings. "Let's go, brother. Let's go sweep the other nests," Brother Pure said. Qin Shao nodded. They had killed 9 of the most ordinary evil beings in this deserted house, but there was no other harvest. Then there was no other way. They could only search slowly. Lanchi City was only so big. As long as those evil beings dared to show up, they could not escape the detection of Qin Shao and Brother Pure's divine senses. Their divine senses had been covering the entire Lanchi City, and they had been secretly monitoring Lanchi City. As long as the evil beings took action, they would immediately know. "Senior, 2 seniors, please take me with you. I want to follow you and deal with the evil beings together." Seeing that Qin Shao and Brother Pure were about to leave, Si Yuanyu hurriedly said. Qin Shao glanced at Si Yuanyu, but shook his head and said, "You have just told me everything you know in detail. It is very helpful to us. You have already helped us a lot. Leave the rest to us. You don't have to follow us. If you really follow us, sometimes it may be inconvenient. So please understand." After being said by Qin Shao, Si Yuanyu looked a little disappointed, as if he had suffered a blow. However, it was true that he was self-aware. He knew that his strength was too weak, and he definitely wouldn't be able to help much. But he still wanted to do something. After thinking for a while, Si Yuanyu gritted his teeth and said, "2 seniors, I have a very important clue to provide you. So, please take me with you. I really want to hunt down the evil beings, and I really want to help you." Brother Pure waved his hand and said, "The clue is not too important to us. This is not the main point. The main point is that we will have a way to hunt down those evil beings. So, the clue you provided may not be of much help to us. Okay, don't join us in the fun. Let's go." However, Si Yuanyu did not have the intention to stop. He immediately caught up with them and said, "Senior, please believe me this time. I really have very important information to provide. Although I'm not 100% sure, and I've only heard about it, I think it's at least 70% credible. This clue may help the 2 seniors to find the culprit behind the evil beings." "Oh, find a culprit?" At this moment, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were a little interested. If that was the case, then it was worth considering. Brother Pure looked at Si Yuanyu and said seriously, "I have read a lot of books. Don't lie to me." "Ah, what does reading a lot of books have to do with lying?" However, Si Yuanyu didn't think too much about it. She nodded solemnly and said with a serious face, "Seniors, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. I swear what I said is true, but I can't guarantee that it is true. I heard that Miss Jiang Lanyan, the daughter of the master of the Jiang family, also became an evil being. In order to cover up this matter, the master of the Jiang family killed many people. Moreover, He imprisoned Miss Jiang Lanyan and did not allow anyone to get close to her. It is said that Miss Jiang Lanyan was directly infected by the initiator of the evil beings. I even think that the terracotta murderer is very likely to be hiding in the Jiang family now. Chapter 3267. In Lanchi City, the three great families were the Jiang family, the Lei family, and the Gusu family. The three great families appeared to be harmonious on the surface, but they were secretly fighting against each other. All of them wanted to become the absolute ruler of Lanchi City. Recently, because of the evil creature incident, the atmosphere of the three great families was not very good. No matter what, the three great families were the ruling forces of Lanchi City. Since there was a cholera incident in Lanchi City, they naturally had the responsibility and obligation to investigate and expel the evil creatures from Lanchi City. They wanted to restore peace and stability to Lanchi City. In a study room of the Jiang Mansion, a middle-aged man with a dignified expression sat there, reviewing some account books. Bang! Suddenly, a man broke through the door and ran in with a flustered expression. He said, "Family head, it's not good. There are two strange people who want to barge into our Jiang Mansion." The third young master brought some people to stop them, but they couldn't stop them. Huh? The patriarch of the Jiang family was enraged. He coldly glanced at the person who had just entered and shouted in a deep voice, "Who is so bold? How dare they barge into our Jiang Mansion? In Lanchi City, who else has the guts and ability to do such a thing? Are they courting death?" The man said angrily, "That's right, family head. Even a Lei family and the Gusu family don't have such courage. These two people don't seem to be from Lanchi City. They look very unfamiliar. Moreover, they should be fourth step heavenly venerables." The third young master couldn't stop them even with his men. "They don't look simple. Family head, you'd better go quickly." The head of the Jiang family snorted coldly and quickly left the room. On the other side, many people had been knocked to the ground in an open space. There were also many people surrounding Qin Shao and Brother Pure. However, these people looked at the two men who had barged into the Jiang Mansion with shock and anger. They did not dare to act rashly. A cool-looking man knelt on the ground with one knee. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stabbed his sword into the ground and glared at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. This person was the third young master of the Jiang Mansion. He was also one of the best of the younger generation in the Jiang Mansion. He was a fourth-step celestial venerable realm cultivator and was very powerful. In the entire Lanchi City, he could be considered one of the top experts. But today, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two people who had barged into the Jiang Mansion. The third young master of the Jiang family said with a voice as cold as ice, "Who exactly are you two? Our Jiang clan can afford to offend the two of you. Why do the two of you insist on barging into our Jiang Mansion?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I've already said that I want to talk to the head of the Jiang family face to face. But you didn't give us a chance at all. So, if we can't do it first, then we can only resort to force. Our request has been very simple and clear from the very beginning. Your third young master of the Jiang family insisted on stopping us and not allowing us to take even half a step forward. So, we had no choice but to barge in." The third young master of the Jiang family's expression turned ugly. How could he have known that these two strange people were so powerful? If it were anyone else who had come alone, they would not have allowed these two people to see their father so easily. These two strange people had said that they wanted to see the head of the Jiang family. Such a thing was naturally seen as a provocation to the Jiang Mansion. When he asked for the details, they refused to tell him and said that they would only tell him when they saw the head of the Jiang family. So, the third young master of the Jiang family naturally could not allow Qin Shao and Brother Pure to enter the Jiang Mansion. As a result, the conflict naturally erupted. Qin Shao and Brother Pure barged into the Jiang mansion and created such a situation. The matter had escalated to this point, and the Jiang family had lost a lot of face. So, how could the third young master of the Jiang family compromise so easily? He gritted his teeth fiercely and spat a mouthful of saliva. Then he said, "Humph, you barged into my Jiang mansion and still dare to twist words and force logic. Do you really think that there is no one in my Jiang family? Our Jiang family has been established in Lanchi City for several universe epochs. How can we allow you two outsiders to be so arrogant and presumptuous?" As he spoke, the third young master of the Jiang family stood up and pointed the sword in his hand in front of Qin Shao. The tip of the sword flickered with a sharp light. The third young master raised his sword, and the others also raised their swords. All the swords were aimed at Qin Shao and Brother Pure, forming a powerful formation. Now, as long as the third young master gave the order, all the swords would rush toward Qin Shao and Brother Pure to kill. The powerful sword energy had completely engulfed the entire open space. A strong wind whistled. This was the sword wind caused by the sword energy, and it revealed the sharpness of a cold knife. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He just did not want to use his strength and did not want to hurt the innocent. However, these people were really going to fight to the end. However, it was understandable. If one put themselves in their shoes, it would be understandable. However, this matter could not be helped. He had to find out the truth. Therefore, Qin Shao still said, "Don't make any more unnecessary struggles. I don't want to hurt you. Let the patriarch of the Jiang family come out." I want to talk to him personally. If you don't know how to appreciate my kindness and insist on fighting, you will have to bear the consequences. Humph! The third young master did not believe it. There was still a flame of anger in his heart. What are you pretending for? You are not qualified to make a fuss in our Jiang mansion. Watch my sword. He was quite conceited and arrogant all his life. Therefore, the third young master was naturally unwilling to accept this. Swoosh! The sword in his hand moved, and he actually charged toward Qin Shao again. Qin Shao shook his head, but he stood there without moving, showing the demeanor of an expert. The third young master's sword pierced straight into Qin Zhao's body with a sharp edge. The latter seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stood there motionless, as if he had no ability to react at all. Go to hell. Seeing this, the third young master snorted coldly in his heart and shouted angrily. He was also an extremely experienced fourth-step Empyrean Realm powerhouse. Just now, he suffered quite a bit at Qin Zhao's hands. How could he endure it? At this moment, he rushed forward with all his strength. The roaring sword momentum was about to kill the intruder on the spot. The sword was about to take his life. At this moment, the third young master was full of confidence. In his heart, he was ridiculing Qin Shao. How dare he be so arrogant? My sword is already in front of him. How dare he not make a move? Humph, how arrogant. Go to hell. But soon, the third young master's expression changed drastically. When his sword was about 2 fists away from Qin Shao, it was suddenly clamped firmly by an invisible hand, and he could no longer move it. The third young master tried to pull his sword back, but there was no way for him to do so. What's going on? What kind of power is this? He did not even have to make a move, but he was completely restrained by a strange power. How could this be? It's impossible. We're both fourth-step celestial masters. He can't be so strong. The third young master was also looking at Qin Shao with a face full of shock and bewilderment. His expression suddenly changed. He smelled danger. The situation was not good. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth suddenly curled into a faint smile. He suddenly waved his hand, and 2 fingers gently clamped the third young master's sword. Suddenly, the third young master felt a strong rebounding force hit his hand heavily, almost causing him to lose his grip. For a sword principle cultivator, he lived with his sword. If his sword died, he would die. If he lost his grip on his sword, it would be a great humiliation. But obviously, he smelled danger at this time. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's fingers moved slightly, and a strong, rebounding force hit the third young master's palm hard. Through the palm, it hit the third young master's body directly, and the third young master was immediately sent flying. The third young master's sword was still firmly clamped by Qin Zhao's 2 fingers. The third young master quickly rolled to the ground. On the other side, Qin Zhao's 2 fingers that were clamping the third young master's sword also moved slightly. A crisp sound was heard, and the third young master's sword broke. Moreover, it was not only broken into 2, but into more than 10 pieces. The entire sword was completely broken into pieces and fell to the ground. This scene left everyone dumbstruck and incomparably shocked. Isn't this method too terrifying? What kind of person is this? He doesn't look like a 4th-step celestial master cultivator. What? My sword? The third young master was also a little scared out of his wits. He was really shocked. How powerful was it to be able to break his holy artifact sword into pieces so easily? What kind of person is this young man in front of me? At this time, all the arrogance in his heart was swept away, and he did not dare to be arrogant anymore. His arrogance was completely smashed today, and he suffered a heavy blow. Qin Zhao, what's the point of torturing this kind of person? I told you to be more direct. It's too tiring to be so long-winded with these people. Brother Pure curled his lips. He had long wanted to use the power of the Saint Realm to directly deter everything and make the Jiang family's master come out to meet them. In other words, he could directly suppress the Jiang mansion. There was no need to go through so much trouble. However, Qin Zhao shook his head and said, "Let's keep a low profile. There's no need to make such a big scene. It won't have a good influence. Moreover, if we really act in a high-profile manner, those evil beings might hide. At that time, it will be much more difficult for us to investigate." Qin Zhao had also analyzed and envisioned this situation. If they did something high-profile, it was very likely that they would alert the enemy. According to Siyuan Yu's guess, the source of the evil creatures was very likely to be in the Jiang mansion. Therefore, they could not be so high-profile in surrendering to the Jiang mansion. Stop! At this time, a cold and dignified voice sounded. Following the voice, a middle-aged man walked out. Seeing the man, the crowd consciously made a path for the man to quickly enter and stand in front of Qin Zhao and Brother Pure. "Greetings, Master, Father." The crowd immediately bowed respectfully, and the third young master also went behind the middle-aged man in a very sorry state. The man was the master of the Jiang family. The master of the Jiang family looked at the third young master with a deep and cold gaze, and then looked around. He vaguely understood what had happened just now. He looked at Qin Zhao and Brother Pure with a deep gaze. What surprised him was that he felt that he could not see through the 2 young people in front of him. However, he vaguely felt that these 2 young people should be relatively young and not old. Such a talented young man was not from Lanchi City. After sizing them up, the master of the Jiang family said, "Young heroes, I wonder what the reason is for barging into my Jiang mansion today. If our Jiang family has offended the 2 young heroes in any way, you can just say it. If the people of our Jiang family are in the wrong, I will definitely punish them severely. It's not good to make such a scene, right?" Chapter 3268. Qin Shao looked at Patriarch Jiang and said, "Let's talk alone." "What?" The Jiang family head's brows suddenly wrinkled. "Talk alone? What did he mean?" "Father, you can't do that." The third young master immediately dissuaded him, saying, "These 2 people are of unknown origin, and their actions are very suspicious. I don't think they have good intentions. We can't talk alone. It's too dangerous." Patriarch Jiang was also thinking about this matter. Indeed, It was very risky to talk alone. After all, he didn't know the people in front of him. They came inexplicably. What do they want to talk about? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be related to that matter? Thinking of this possibility, his heart couldn't help but sink. This possibility should still exist. However, after careful consideration, Patriarch Jiang nodded and agreed, saying, "Okay, we can talk alone. However, I want to remind you too, don't be too blindly confident. Don't treat our Jiang family as a place that you can trample on at will. I respect you, but I don't want to have any unpleasant things happen." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Rest assured, Patriarch Jiang, if we want to offend you, we won't be so kind." "Father, you can't." The third young master still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Patriarch Jiang, who gave him a look. A look could convey a lot of information. The third young master didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at Qin Shao and Brother Pure fiercely and said coldly, "If you dare to do anything strange, don't blame us for being rude. I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of our Jiang mansion." Qin Shao and Brother Pure were naturally very disdainful of the third young master's threat. Whether they would do anything, it depended on whether Patriarch Jiang was willing to cooperate. If Jiang family head didn't cooperate, then he might really do something. If Patriarch Jiang cooperated, it would be easy to deal with. Qin Shao could easily wipe out the small Jiang family with a wave of his hand. Soon, Patriarch Jiang brought Qin Shao and Qin Shao to the reception hall. Qin Shao had already sensed that the third young master had mobilized a group of the Jiang family's top experts to guard the door. As long as there was the slightest movement inside, the people outside would quickly rush in. However, this was of no use to Qin Shao. Qin Shao quietly shielded the space here, using the space method to isolate this place. The people outside could forget about rushing in. Even a fourth-step Empyrean saint wouldn't be able to barge in, let alone a mere fourth-step heavenly venerate. "Can the two of you speak now? What's the matter?" Patriarch Jiang's face darkened as he looked at Qin Shao. With a vigilant look on his face, he was prepared to make a move at any time. Qin Shao did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Is Jiang Lanyan your daughter?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Patriarch Zhang's expression suddenly changed, and a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although he concealed it well, it couldn't escape Qin Zhao's eyes. Therefore, Qin Shao could be sure that what Sun Yu said was true. Patriarch Zhang's daughter, Jiang Lanyan, was indeed an evil creature, a devourer. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Jiang said calmly, "Yes, Jiang Lanyan is indeed my daughter. What's the matter? Are you interested in my daughter? Could it be that my daughter made friends with the two of you when she was traveling outside?" Qin Shao did not answer Patriarch Jiang's question directly, but said, "We came here for Miss Jiang Lanyan." "Patriarch Jiang, can you let Jiang Lanyan come out to meet us?" "Huh?" Patriarch Jiang gave a strange laugh and said, "Young master, are you sure you're serious? Or are you too young to understand the affairs of human nature? Men and women should be separated from each other. You should understand such a simple principle, right? My Jiang Lanyan is still a virgin. Young master, if you want to see her, you should at least give us a specific reason, right? I can't say that since you came here to see her, I must bring her to you and let you see her, right? Our Jiang family can't tolerate such a domineering attitude." Qin Zhao's brows wrinkled. He knew that Patriarch Jiang was deliberately saying this. Even so, Qin Shao was not too polite. He said in a deep voice, "Patriarch Jiang, we're all smart people, so you don't have to say these words. There's something wrong with your daughter, so we have to find out. Some words are too straightforward, aren't they?" "Humph." Patriarch Jiang was instantly angry. He stared at Qin Shao coldly and said, "Young man, what do you mean? What do you mean by there's something wrong with my daughter? My Lanyan is fine. What's the problem? Why are you so strange? You came to my Jiang family's door for no reason. You don't have any reason, but you want to see my daughter. Who do you think you are? Are you the crown prince or his highness? Or are you an aristocrat? Why does my daughter have to come out to see you? Could it be that the two of you think that our Jiang family is easy to bully? Is that why you came here? If that's the case, you can give it a try. Let's see if our Jiang family is easy to bully. Our Jiang family has been in Lanchi City for several epochs. We've weathered countless storms, but we're still alive and well. Many people want to destroy our Jiang family, but they can't do it. Young men, do you want to give it a try? Qin Xiao shook her head and said, all parents in the world love their children. I can understand Clan Head Zhang's love for his daughter. It's just that there are some things where excessive love is a kind of indulgence. It's not a good thing. Regarding this matter, I still hope that Patriarch Jiang can face your fatherly love and not make any wrong decisions. I'm already being polite enough. That's why I'm talking to you like this. I want to have a good talk with Patriarch Jiang. But now, it seems that it's useless. Since that's the case, don't blame us for taking action. After saying that, Qin Xiao gave Brother Pure a look. Brother Pure grinned and said, "Ha, you still want to run away? Hee hee, wait for me to catch you." After saying that, Brother Pure's figure disappeared in front of the Jiang family's head. Looking at this scene, the Jiang family head was pretty taken aback as well. He disappeared into thin air, just like that. Such a method was not something that an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate could do. The Jiang family head became anxious and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Who we are is not important. What we want to do is very simple. That is to eliminate the evil spirit and return peace to Lanchi City, said Qin Xiao. What? Eliminate the evil spirit? Return peace to Lanchi City? Did they really come for this matter? Not good, not good. Third brother, quickly stop that person. Don't let him catch your Lanyan. Patriarch Jiang transmitted his voice, but he did not get a response. Why did they come back? Weren't they guarding the door? Why didn't they respond? Such a strange thing was really hard for the Jiang family head to understand. But at this time, the situation was very dangerous. Therefore, Patriarch Jiang could not think of anything else. He waved the sword in his hand and immediately rushed toward Qin Xiao. But immediately, he found that he was trapped in a small space. His sword pierced through the barrier of space and bounced back. It was as if there was an invisible glass ball that covered him. With his strength, there was no way he could fight his way out. He could not walk out of that space either. Dealing with a fourth-step heavenly venerate cultivator was easier for Qin Xiao than dealing with an ant. Spatial means were enough to trap him to death, leaving him with no way to resist. Patriarch Jiang was not a fool. How could he not know that the young man in front of him was not a fourth-step heavenly venerate at all? He was a powerful ancient sage. There were actually 2 ancient sages who had come to the Jiang family to kiss them. Were they here for Lanyan? Not good, not good. What should he do? At this moment, the Jiang family head was at a loss of what to do. There was no way he could get out of that small space at all. Even if he could get out, what could he do? With the Jiang clan's meager strength, they were nothing in front of an ancient saint. There was no way they could stop these 2 ancient saints from doing what they wanted to do. Young master, in a moment of desperation, Patriarch Jiang knelt before Qin Xiao and asked, "What are you trying to do? Please be magnanimous and let our Jiang family go." Our Jiang family is just a small family. In your eyes, we are nothing more than ants. I was blind earlier and offended you. I hope that you will be magnanimous and not stoop to my level. Qin Xiao waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Patriarch Jiang up. Qin Xiao said, "Patriarch Jiang, you don't have to do this. I only deal with the matter, not the person. Ignorance is blameless. I am not such a petty person. I don't want to do anything to you, let alone hurt the innocent. Therefore, Patriarch Jiang, you'd better stay there obediently and not make any unnecessary moves. I am here to help your family and Lanchi City solve the problem, not to kill. You don't have to do this. You don't have to be afraid of me." Patriarch Jiang looked at Qin Xiao with a complicated expression. What should he do? He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. What could he do in the face of such a powerful existence? Helplessness. It was really a helpless matter. Soon, Brother Pure came back with a beautiful woman in his hand. Little girl, you still want to run away? Ha ha ha. What do you think you can run in front of me? Brother Pure grinned and threw the girl down. This woman was obviously Jiang Lanyan. Father, what happened to you? As soon as Jiang Lanyan saw Patriarch Jiang, she immediately rushed forward, but there was no way to save Patriarch Jiang. Yinner, don't worry about me. Run, run. Patriarch Jiang said hurriedly. But how could Jiang Lanyan really abandon Patriarch Jiang? She was anxious and angry. She glared at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and said coldly, "What did you do to my father? Let go of my father, or I won't be polite to you. Who are you? Why did you barge into my Jiang family, trap my father, and kidnap me here? What are you trying to do? You don't look like good people. You better leave before I get angry. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.